Question: do you know about the peacock mantis shrimp? Sumu has crossed over to a world filled with exotic beasts. In this world, people fight by summoning these beasts to battle. While others fuse with powerful exotic beasts, Sumu fuses with a peacock mantis shrimp. Bro, you can't be kidding, right? Your battle beast is actually a peacock mantis shrimp? Haha, a mantis shrimp the size of a palm can't possibly compete with anyone. It would probably be squashed with one kick. Exactly, this guy must be here for comic relief. With the help of the system, Sumu gradually nurtures the peacock mantis shrimp into an invincible being. At this moment, the entire world trembles. Run. The peacock mantis shrimp is coming. It's terrifying. Oh, the mantis shrimp. It's the peacock mantis shrimp, the pinnacle of battle power. Is this your peacock mantis shrimp? This must be a cosmic-level exotic beast. From then on, nothing is beyond the reach of a peacock mantis shrimp's punch. If there is, it's just another punch. Chapter 1. System Awakening. Blue Water Star, Demon City. Sumu walks alone down the street, frowning in deep thought. Tomorrow is the day he reports to Demon City University. In this world, new university students can choose between two academic paths. The first is to be an ordinary student, graduating to find a job or join a high-tech company. The other path is in this beast taming world, where students can pursue a career as a beast tamer. However, becoming a beast tamer is not easy. It requires various conditions, the first being talent, followed by financial resources. In this world, there are many spatial tunnels from which exotic beasts continuously emerge. Because of this, humans have unlocked a new combat mode through these tunnels, which is beast taming. In the face of powerful exotic beasts, conventional weapons have become ineffective and battles can only be waged through beast tamers. Thus, beast tamers hold a high status on Blue Water Star. Sumu shakes his head as he walks. He is a traveler who crossed over to Blue Water Star 3 years ago. Since his arrival, his golden finger has yet to awaken, leaving Sumu quite dissatisfied. Damn it, where's the promised golden finger for travelers? Am I a fake traveler? For 3 years, Sumu has relied on his academic talent to earn scholarships and has managed to scrape by with odd jobs in his spare time. But tomorrow is different. It marks an important choice in his life, and once made, switching paths will be troublesome. After a while, Sumu nods heavily. Forget it. Since I've come to this beast taming world, I must become a powerful beast tamer. No matter what, Sumu is resolute even without a golden finger. He is determined to become a beast tamer. Just as Sumu makes up his mind, a sudden electronic prompt sounds in his head. Ding! System detected that the host has a strong desire to become a beast tamer. The strongest beast nurturing system has been activated. Ding! Beast nurturing system activated. Beginner gift pack issued. Ding! Does the host want to use the beginner gift pack? System? Hearing the system prompt in his head, Sumu is a bit dazed. He didn't expect the golden finger he had waited 3 years for to finally awaken. Use it. Sumu hurriedly replies to the system. After 3 long years of waiting, he doesn't want to delay any longer. Ding! Opening beginner gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level talent, perfect bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill. I have insight. As the system prompts finish, Sumu suddenly feels a surge of new memories in his mind. SS level bloodline. Seeing that he has awakened an SS level bloodline, Sumu clenches his fists in excitement. He remembers that the last time he saw a news report, someone in the Lighthouse Nation had awakened an S-level bloodline, which is referred to as a demigod bloodline. In the beast taming world, bloodline talent is crucial. The higher the bloodline, the more exotic beasts one can fuse with. That a beast tamer with a high-level bloodline can fuse with even higher-level exotic beasts. Moreover, a key point is that part of the attributes of the battle beast fused by the beast tamer will be inherited by the tamer. If Sumu remembers correctly, a beast tamer with a demigod bloodline can inherit about 70 of their battle beast attributes. Because of this, a beast tamer awakening in S-level bloodline is considered a significant figure, but on Blue Water Star, being called the pinnacle of battle power is not an exaggeration. When the Lighthouse Nation produced another beast tamer with an S-level bloodline, they boasted about it for an entire month. According to incomplete statistics, there are only about 100 beast tamers on Blue Water Star who can awaken in S-level bloodline. This highlights how precious an S-level bloodline is. Thinking of this, Sumu feels that awakening an SS-level bloodline is quite extraordinary. After some excitement, Sumu looks at the Eye of Insight skill. Ding! Eye of Insight perceives the essence of things and psychological thoughts. Wow! Powerful! Doesn't that mean I can see through everything? After understanding the skill, Sumu looks around. At that moment, a glamorous woman walks past him. Sumu uses the Eye of Insight directly on her. Helan, 28 years old. Battle value, mediocre. Skill, Chui Xiao. Psychological insight. This guy is quite handsome. Does that mean I'm more charming and he's interested in me? That's Sumu. Just as Sumu uses the eye of insight on someone else again, the system prompt sounds in his head. Ding, system task issued. The host needs to bind a battle beast. Completing the task will yield random rewards. A battle beast? Sumu feels troubled over the years. He has only saved a few thousand yuan, which makes buying an exotic beast quite difficult. After all, every exotic beast is expensive, often costing hundreds of thousands. Though he has little money, Sumu decides to take a chance and see if he can buy an exotic beast. After all, he also needs a battle beast for tomorrow's university registration. Currently, Sumu has no resources, and the university is undoubtedly the best place to gain resources. After all, the university has government support, making it the best growth environment for new beast tamers. Although entering university can provide many resources, the admission threshold is not something an average person can bear. Thinking of this, Sumu feels a headache coming on. After a while, Sumu takes the bus to the exotic beast market. This market is large, with a street several hundred meters long filled with shops. The shop owners here are mostly beast tamers themselves. Sumu observes the bustling street indeed. There are many people today. Perhaps because school starts tomorrow, many students are here to buy exotic beasts, all wanting to become beast tamers. As Sumu walks and looks, he notices some exotic beast introductions on promotional boards at the storefronts. There are land exotic beasts, such as hunting dogs, cats, snakes, etc. There are also flying exotic beasts, like eagles and whitehawks. However, these exotic beasts are quite expensive. A discounted Siberia Husky is priced at 450,000 Huagua coins, which is an astronomical price for Sumu. Seeing such stores, Sumu loses the desire to enter. Just as Sumu is troubled about what exotic beast to buy, he hears someone calling his name from behind. Sumu, you're here too? Xiao Peng has a good relationship with Sumu and often seeks his opinions, which has unwittingly made him accustomed to listening to Sumu. Zhuangchang is in the same class as Sumu. While he isn't as close as Xiao Peng, their relationship is decent. Xiao Peng came to Sumu's side and patted him on the shoulder, saying, I thought you would choose liberal arts, but I didn't expect you to be interested in beast taming as well. Sumu looked at Xiao Peng and said irritably, You bastard, you come to buy exotic beasts and don't even find me. At least let me take a look. Chapter 2. Buying exotic beasts. Xiao Peng looked at Sumu and grinned. We just arrived and weren't planning to buy anything, just taking a look. Sumu glanced at Xiao Peng. How could he not know what Xiao Peng was thinking? This kid came from a well-off family, and one could say he was a rich second generation. Moreover, both of Xiao Peng's parents were beast tamers, and they were level 5 beast tamers, which was quite powerful. Although Xiao Peng was a rich second generation, he wasn't arrogant. Instead, he valued relationships. During high school, Xiao Peng had taken care of Sumu many times, but Sumu had refused any financial help. Sumu believed it was better to rely on himself. Xiao Peng thought that Sumu would choose a liberal arts path because he knew Sumu was determined, and being a beast tamer was very expensive, without financial resources. It was useless to choose that path. Now that Xiao Peng saw Sumu here, he was very excited. He had asked Sumu before what profession he would choose. At that time, Sumu had just said he was taking a look, and Xiao Peng thought it was due to financial reasons. So he assumed Sumu would choose liberal arts. He didn't expect to see Sumu here. Sumu, what kind of exotic beast are you interested in? Xiao Peng asked. Sumu shook his head. I haven't decided yet, just looking. Since you haven't decided, then come help me choose, Xiao Peng said. After that, the three of them planned to find a shop to help Xiao Peng select an exotic beast. Sumu asked Xiao Peng, how much money did your parents give you to buy an exotic beast? In fact, Xiao Peng didn't tell the truth. His parents had given him 1 million to buy an exotic beast. Xiao Peng didn't say the truth because he was worried it might discourage Sumu. Hearing 500,000, Sumu was somewhat confused. After all, Xiao Peng's parents should have given him at least 1 million. After all, Xiao Peng's family was not short on money. As for Xiao Peng being worried about discouraging Sumu, Sumu didn't think that way. Sumu was a transmigrator with a golden finger. So how could his future achievements be small? The difficulties were just temporary, and Sumu didn't feel anything. After all, being strong was the most important thing. Why care about others' opinions? As the three chatted, they entered an exotic beast shop. The shop mainly sold land exotic beasts. Although these exotic beasts were obtained from the spatial tunnel, most of them were quite similar to many animals in the current world. Newcomers mostly chose land exotic beasts because they had a wider combat range and the prices were relatively easier to accept. After all, for new exotic beasts, combat power wasn't that important. What mattered was that they were learning to control the beasts. The three walked into the store and were greeted by specially made iron cages. Next to the cages, some students were selecting exotic beasts. The shop was large, and the variety of exotic beasts was quite complete. However, they were all for newcomers. And there were basically no high-level exotic beasts for sale. Sumu approached an iron cage and used his insight eye to look at a black-backed fox wolf inside. Black-backed fox wolf. Combat power. Ordinary level 1. Talent level. Skill. Bite low level. Advantages, easy to tame. Disadvantages, low defense. Personality, fierce. Mental state, that fat guy must be delicious. Attributes, strength, 78 points. Agility, 132 points. Constitution, 68 points. Defense, 53 points. Spirit, 23 points. Distributable points, 0 points. After understanding this black-backed fox wolf, Sumu looked at the price, 560,000. For this lousy wolf. It costs 560,000. Sumu knew that exotic beasts also had talent levels, akin to human talents. The higher the talent of the exotic beast, the more skills it could have and the stronger its combat power. This black-backed fox wolf had only a low talent level, which was clearly subpar. After that, Sumu looked at a few more exotic beasts, but none satisfied him. Just then, a female staff member approached Sumu and the others with a smile. Gentlemen, what kind of exotic beast are you looking to buy? Xiaopeng pointed at the black-backed fox wolf and asked, can this black-backed fox wolf be cheaper? The female staff member hesitated for a moment and replied, Sir, this black-backed fox wolf is already at the lowest price. You know, it's very difficult to catch exotic beasts. When we caught this black-backed fox wolf, one of our beast tamers got injured. This wolf has great attributes and is very powerful. The staff member said this to try to sell it at a good price. Sumu smiled slightly upon hearing this, thinking, this lousy wolf has great attributes? Xiaopeng typically had no concept of money, and hearing the staff member say this, he immediately decided to buy it. How about this? I'll first attempt to merge with it, and if I can merge successfully, I'll buy it, okay? Xiaopeng said to the staff member. The staff member nodded, of course. Sir, please follow me. With the understanding between him and Sumu, Xiaopeng immediately grasped Sumu's meaning. Xiaopeng chuckled at the staff member and said casually. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression darkened. She had been in this industry for a long time and could tell what Sumu meant. This potential sale was interrupted by Sumu, and the staff member looked at him with disdain. Especially when she noticed Sumu's poor attire, she felt even more displeased. Sir, your friend clearly has never dealt with exotic beasts and probably does not understand. A good exotic beast like this might be bought by someone else if you just browse around. Although the staff member didn't say it directly, her gaze at Sumu already said everything. A poor guy, can you afford an exotic beast? If I hadn't let you in, you probably wouldn't have had such close contact with exotic beasts. The staff member looked at Sumu with contempt, but smiled at Xiaopeng. She also noticed that Xiaopeng was well-dressed. Seeing the staff member's attitude, Sumu frowned slightly. What do you mean? Are you trying to fool my friend with a lousy wolf? Do you think my friend is a fool? Xiaopeng realized at that moment that the wolf looked good on the outside, but was actually not that great. He was surprised, wondering how Sumu knew the wolf was bad. Before Xiaopeng and Zhuangchang could react, the female staff member exploded in anger, pointing at Sumu and sarcastically saying, what are you saying? What lousy wolf? Do you even understand exotic beasts? Just look at your clothes. Can you afford an exotic beast? The staff member could not tolerate Sumu, a poor guy, daring to retort. If it were a rich person, it would be one thing, but in the world of beast tamers, poor people had the least status. Before Sumu could speak, Xiaopeng slapped her. Damn it. What are you saying? Chapter 3. Brother, we messed up. Should we run? Slap. Xiaopeng's slap was loud, leaving a handprint on the female staff member's face. Sumu was also surprised by this scene. Xiaopeng was usually fierce, but it was the first time he had seen him hit a woman. The female staff member was enraged by Xiaopeng's slap and immediately exploded. You dare hit me? She shouted angrily, pointing at Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng's face darkened. So what if I hit you? You dare to call my brother a poor guy? I will hit you. Sumu kindly reminded himself not to be fooled. And since his brother stood up for him, Xiaopeng wouldn't let his brother be wronged. The commotion attracted the attention of many people. Some buyers looked over. What's going on? Did that fat guy hit someone? I don't know, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for a man to hit a woman? That fat guy doesn't look like a good person. He probably thinks he's tough just because he has money. Must be a rich second generation. A crowd gathered, whispering among themselves. The female staff member was like a hen that had laid an egg, continuously screaming in anger. You dare to cause trouble in the beast hall? Don't you three want to live anymore? The female attendant shouted at Sumu and the others. The owner of the beast hall is a third-level beastmaster and holds some status in the area. When the chubby boy heard the attendant's words, he looked disdainful and said, Damn, I'm causing trouble. What can you do about it? Seeing the chubby boy's posture, Sumu knew he was about to act shamelessly. This chubby boy is even more shameless than others when facing tough situations. The The female attendant was furious, her chest heaving with anger. "Boss, these three are causing trouble in the store and even hitting people," she complained to a burly man. Sumu and the chubby boy looked at the man, who was strong with a full beard and some excess flesh on his face, clearly not someone to mess with. "Little brother, is it appropriate to cause trouble here?" The bearded man said darkly, looking at the chubby boy. But the chubby boy and Sumu were not afraid at all. They had seen such scenes many times. Back in school, they often got into fights. However, Zhuangchang was different. He was strong but not as bold as Sumu and the chubby boy. The chubby boy scoffed, "What's wrong? That attendant insulted my brother. Shouldn't I hit her?" "Boss, that kid said our black-backed hyena is trash," and I just retorted a bit. The female attendant deliberately said this to shift the blame, as admitting to insulting a customer would mean the boss wouldn't let her off. Upon hearing the attendant's words, the burly man glanced at Sumu and said, "Kid, did you say my black-backed hyena is trash?" Sumu nodded. "A beast of great talent sells for 560,000. Isn't that deceiving the customers?" The burly man was surprised by Sumu's words. It really was a beast of great talent. Normally, the black-backed hyena wouldn't be worth that much, but buying exotic beasts is like buying antiques. One's vision is crucial. It's similar to buying horses in ancient times, where the quality of the horse depends on the buyer's insight. A knowledgeable person can recognize a horse's endurance at a glance, while an untrained eye can only rely on luck. The burly man was somewhat astonished. How could this young guy see that the black-backed hyena had poor talent? Did he guess? The burly man thought to himself that Sumu must have guessed. He absolutely couldn't believe a young man around 20 could discern the talent of the black-backed hyena. "Kid, what are you talking about? This black-backed hyena has been appraised as a beast of great talent, and it sells for 560,000, which is quite cheap." The burly man's voice grew louder, attempting to intimidate Sumu. "What do you all think? Is this black-backed hyena really of great talent?" "Yeah, if it's of great talent selling for 560,000. That seems reasonable, but if it's of lower talent, that might be a bit shady. I estimate it's of great talent. Just look at how firm the boss's attitude is." The crowd whispered among themselves, and the burly man heard it all. If a great talent black-backed hyena sold for 560,000, his reputation would be ruined. So he would rather die than admit it. The chubby boy turned to Sumu and whispered, "Hey, how do you know this black-backed hyena is of great talent?" Sumu didn't explain. "Do you trust me?" The chubby boy chuckled. "Of course I trust my brother. When have you ever steered me wrong?" Sumu knew that in this world, some brotherly bonds are still quite reliable, though it's also important to discern whether the other person is worth befriending. Sumu scoffed at the owner. "If this is a beast of great talent, are you brave enough to get it appraised?" "Appraised?" The burly man smiled slightly at Sumu's words. "Humph, kid, there's no need for that. I've already had it appraised." Then, the burly man waved his hand, and the female attendant hurried to the bar. Moments later, the female attendant returned holding an appraisal certificate, saying, "Boss, here's the certificate." The burly man took the certificate and showed it to Sumu and the crowd. Everyone can see clearly. This is a certificate issued by the testing center. The crowd looked at the certificate, which indeed stated it was of great talent. It really was a black-backed hyena of great talent. If so, 560,000 wasn't too expensive. Yeah, these three are clearly here to cause trouble, but luckily the boss has the appraisal certificate. Look, apart from that chubby guy dressed extravagantly, the other two are dressed normally. They might be here to extort money. The chubby boy, realizing the situation, turned to Sumu and whispered, "Brother, we're in trouble. Should we run?" Sumu ignored the chubby boy and instead examined the certificate, slightly raising his eyebrows. This certificate must be fake, or it has been tampered with. Sumu believed his insight wouldn't fail him. "Chubby, is it okay to spend 100,000 for another appraisal?" Sumu turned to ask the chubby boy. In the exotic beast world, there are appraisal centers that can determine the talent of exotic beasts through testing. However, the cost for a single test is 100,000. Of course, businesses like the Beast Hall, which conduct many tests, often offer discounts, sometimes charging 350,000 for one. The chubby boy was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that he cared much about money, but how could Sumu be so certain that this black-backed hyena was of great talent? But since his brother said so, the chubby boy chose to support him. "No problem, it's just 100,000. Seeing the chubby boy agree, Sumu spoke loudly. "That certificate is fake. Do you dare to get another appraisal?" "Fake." The onlookers were shocked to hear Sumu's words. A certificate could be fake? Fake? No way. If that's fake, then the owner is deliberately involved in fraud. I doubt it. How could this young man, so young, see the quality of exotic beasts? That's impossible. Exactly. Look at my son. He can't even identify the types of exotic beasts, let alone their quality. The crowd whispered among themselves, while the burly man grew furious. "Kid, what are you saying? I see you are deliberately causing trouble. Humph, daring to cause trouble in my beast hall. You must be tired of living. As the burly man spoke, he waved his arm, and a golden leopard appeared beside him. The golden leopard was entirely golden and over 3 meters long. Its eyes filled with murderous intent. Hiss! Seeing the golden leopard, the crowd quickly stepped back in fear. Sumu, however, looked disdainful, chubby. Do you think this golden leopard is more powerful than your mother's silver-white tiger? The chubby boy rolled his eyes at Sumu. How could it be? This little leopard would be eaten in one bite by my mother's silver-white tiger. After the chubby boy finished speaking, he seemed to think of something. The burly man assumed that by summoning his battle beast, the three would be scared and kneeled down to beg for mercy. But the next second, the burly man was confused. The chubby boy and his companions looked completely calm, showing no signs of fear. If anyone was scared, it was just that one young man who looked a bit strong, who stepped back half a step. The burly man was perplexed. Why weren't these three afraid? Sumu waved his hand. Chubby, it's your turn to act. Otherwise, we three are going to be fed to the leopard. The chubby boy and Sumu had seen such scenes too many times. They were quite familiar with it. Then, the chubby boy reached into his pocket and pulled out a card that recorded his personal information. Name, Lu Taiju. Father, level 5 beastmaster, occupation confidential. Mother, level 5 beastmaster, occupation confidential. When the burly man saw the card, his eyes narrowed, especially the words occupation confidential, which immediately suggested that it was not simple. Adding to that, this chubby kid's parents are both level 5 beast tamers, and neither of them can be provoked by this bearded man. So he asked the young master from a wealthy family, my apologies. Just a moment ago, this bearded man was still looking arrogant, but when he saw the card in the chubby kid's hand, his expression changed completely. The chubby kid was used to such situations, so he directly put away the card with a proud look on his face. In terms of status, the chubby kid felt that as long as he was careful, he could pretend to be someone important anywhere. The bearded man hurriedly put away the golden leopard and finally spoke. Young master, your friend has a great eye. You said it's a top-tier black-backed wolf. He truly is a top-tier one. We were wrong. The bearded man lowered his posture significantly, and his words carried a sense of fear and grievance. One must admit that people who run shops and do business have encountered countless individuals and know how to manage their expressions perfectly. Seeing the bearded man's attitude, the onlookers looked at the chubby kid and Sumu with disdain. Look at this boss. We can't afford to offend the rich. He should quickly apologize and admit his mistake. Yeah, in this era, the wealthy are the ones in charge. Offending someone with power could cost you your life. Looks like this boss will have to pay some money. How could he try to pull a fast one when he's so rich? The whispers were quiet, but clear enough for a level 3 beast tamer to hear. The bearded man was pleased to hear this. He felt that his strategy of retreating to advance had worked perfectly. If he had confronted the chubby kid directly and the kid had gone for an appraisal, he would have been exposed. Moreover, since the chubby kid's parents were both level 5 beast tamers, even attempting to cause trouble would be troublesome. It was better to lower his stance, making everyone think he was afraid of power, which would also give the chubby kid a way to save face, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The chubby kid, who wasn't very perceptive, thought the boss was sincerely acknowledging Sumu's words, and he couldn't help but smile. Sumu, I didn't expect you to know how to identify exotic beasts. The chubby kid was somewhat astonished. When did Sumu learn to identify exotic beasts? Meanwhile, Sumu looked at the crowd's expressions and then at the bearded man, and he understood everything clearly in his mind. Damn, you are indeed clever. This tactic of retreating to advance is excellent. It not only defused the crisis, but also earned him a good reputation. Sumu knew that now that the other party had acknowledged it, his exotic beast was indeed top tier. What more appraisal was necessary? Even if they did one, the crowd would think he was abusing his power. The way the boss lowered his stance clearly suggested that he felt wronged. A top-tier black-backed wolf was claimed as a top-tier beast by a spoiled rich kid, and he still had to cooperate. Sumu thought for a moment. This bearded man had executed this tactic well. Earlier, Sumu thought that as long as he did an appraisal, he could expose him in no time, but now, whether or not to do an appraisal didn't matter much anymore. The chubby kid, however, didn't think about that. He just felt that the boss genuinely acknowledged Sumu's words, and he planned to leave. You see clearly, my brother is a top student, and he understands everything thoroughly. You thought you could fool my brother? This time, since you performed well, I'll let this slide. The chubby kid pretended to be cool and casually praised Sumu before planning to leave. Sumu saw this and pulled the chubby kid back. Wait a moment. The chubby kid looked at Sumu in confusion, and Sumu didn't say anything but directly approached the bearded man. Then, Sumu quietly said to the bearded man, "You are indeed clever. This tactic of retreating to advance is executed perfectly." Upon hearing this, the bearded man narrowed his eyes slightly. "Little brother, your insight is also quite impressive." Sumu nodded. "Yes, but half of the exotic beasts in your shop are trash. Why don't I reveal their potential levels? The bearded man was startled. What do you mean? Sumu chuckled. It's nothing much. You treat me like a fool and mock me. I'm just a kind person, helping you appraise exotic beasts for free. The bearded man was dumbfounded. If Sumu really did this, it would affect his sales of many exotic beasts. Moreover, if Sumu could indeed identify the potential levels, it would mean he was indeed selling fakes. After all, he had sold many exotic beasts in the past 2 days, and if this got out, there would definitely be many people demanding refunds. Under immense pressure, some departments might even get involved. Now the bearded man thought to himself, was Sumu speaking the truth, or was he just bluffing? Could he really discern the potential levels of these exotic beasts? Chapter 5. The chubby kid was confused. Did he just insult me? If Sumu could really see the potential levels of these exotic beasts, then the bearded man would indeed be afraid. However, he vaguely felt that Sumu must be lying to him. After all, Sumu was too young. Just as the bearded man hesitated, Sumu used his inside eye to check these exotic beasts. That poisonous spiny porcupine had a potential level of tier 3. That sharp-tailed crocodile had a potential level of tier 4. Hee, that fox is not bad. It's a tier 4 beast, but unfortunately, it's just a fox. While Sumu kept using his inside eye, he suddenly noticed a small red flame python in the corner. This red flame python was not large, only half a meter long. Red flame python, variant, note, hybrid. Combat power, subpar. Potential level, tier 4. Skills, poison fire, low level, death coil, beginner. Advantages, fast attack speed, has range damage. Personality, extremely fierce. Mental state, why is there no exit here? Attributes, strength, 46 points. Agility, 58 points. Constitution, 37 points. Defense, 39 points. Spirit, 28 points. Distributable points, 0 points. This red flame python is a bit fierce. It's actually a variant? But what does this hybrid bloodline mean? While Sumu was pondering, the bearded man was already in shock. Everything Sumu said matched up and were indeed exotic beasts he had appraised. After all, the beasts that could be appraised had to be worth it. If they were low-priced beasts, the selling price wouldn't even cover the appraisal fee. This kid can really see the potential levels of exotic beasts? Seeing this, the bearded man no longer doubted Sumu's insight. Little brother, don't be angry. Can we talk this over? The bearded man quickly smiled. Now he didn't dare offend Sumu, as he might suffer considerable losses, since Sumu was speaking very close to the bearded man's ear. His voice was low, and only the two of them could hear. The onlookers saw that the atmosphere had calmed down, and since there was no longer any excitement to watch, they began to look for their own exotic beasts again. Seeing the boss back down, Sumu didn't want to go too far. How about this? Boss, you let my brother suffer grievances and let people treat him like a fool. You should compensate a bit, Sumu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the bearded man's heart sank. Compensating a wealthy second generation might cost several thousand. However, the boss thought, it's better to suffer a financial loss than to invite disaster. As for the onlookers' opinions, Sumu didn't care. Was the opinion of outsiders really that important? What mattered was getting something beneficial. Little brother, what do you think would be an appropriate compensation? The bearded man asked cautiously. Sumu thought for a moment. Taking your money wouldn't help, as my brother isn't short on cash. The only way to punish you is with exotic beasts. Just right, my brother also wants to buy exotic beasts, so you can give him one. Exotic beasts? Hearing this, the boss was startled. The exotic beasts that would catch the young master I would likely cost a fortune, right? After all, both of the chubby kids' parents were level 5 beast tamers, which definitely counts as a big shot. How could a child from such a prestigious family settle for cheap exotic beasts? Isn't this a bit too expensive? The bearded man showed a face full of grievance. Sumu could tell at a glance that the boss was overthinking, but he wasn't in a hurry and decided to punish the boss a bit first. Xiaopeng, what is Sumu saying to that boss? Zhuangchang thought that Xiaopeng should understand Sumu. Xiaopeng thought for a moment. This scene was somewhat reminiscent of their usual fights where Sumu would ask for benefits. However, Xiaopeng felt that they hadn't suffered any losses today, and he had even slapped that waiter, so why ask for benefits? Had Sumu developed a professional habit? He had some guesses, but Xiaopeng thought for a moment, but still didn't say anything, wanting to observe first. Seeing the boss hesitate, Sumu immediately became dissatisfied, saying, the crime of forging fake certificates is not small, and you are deceiving customers. I think I should have my brother call your dad to talk some sense into you. The boss, upon hearing this, hurriedly waved his hands. No, little brother, can't we talk this out? If a level 5 beastmaster were to come and reason with him, it would probably lead to a beating right away. All right, little brother, you say it. Which exotic beast do you want? The burly man with a beard had already made up his mind. After all, he only needed to provide one exotic beast, not 3. So he wanted to see what they would ask for. Xiaopeng quickly understood the situation and coughed a couple of times before striding toward the bearded man. They had gone through this scene many times, and Xiaopeng was very skilled at it. Xiaopeng, the boss has made up his mind. He feels he has insulted you and is willing to compensate. Sumu said. Insulted me? When did he insult me? Xiaopeng looked confused. Wasn't the boss very respectful to him just now? However, at this moment, Xiaopeng couldn't think too much and could only speak haughtily. Brother, what is he compensating me with? Sumu chuckled. You can choose an exotic beast. The boss will give it to you for free. A free exotic beast? Xiaopeng was somewhat shocked. One exotic beast wasn't cheap. Although he wasn't short on money, hundreds of thousands was still not a small amount. My brother is amazing. If this negotiation isn't handled well, even a negotiation expert would be envious. Xiaopeng felt that if Sumu wanted to work, he could recommend him to the Criminal Investigation Department's negotiation team. Cough. Since that's the case, let's let this matter go. I'll just choose one. After saying this, Xiaopeng began to look over the exotic beasts. After a moment, he pointed to an iron-backed brown bear. This one, it's big enough and looks impressive. Sumu saw that although this iron-backed brown bear was 2 meters tall, it was a level 1 talent, which was garbage. The bearded man looked in the direction Xiaopeng was pointing and nearly fell over. This brown bear was priced at 970,000, just 30,000 short of $1 million. Losing $1 million like this, how could the boss not feel pained? Little brother, this brown bear's talent isn't good. Why don't you choose another one? The bearded man knew that this brown bear wasn't worth that much. But if he sold it to someone else, he could easily trick them. Upon hearing the bearded man's words, Xiaopeng immediately became dissatisfied, thinking he was trying to deceive him again. If you say it's not good, then I will buy it. It must be good, I want that one. Right? Brother, that brown bear is not bad, right? Xiaopeng said, looking at Sumu with confidence. The bearded man hurriedly looked at Sumu, wanting to know his opinion. Knowing that Sumu could see that the bear's talent was lacking and hoped Sumu would talk to this young master. Chapter 6, Level 1 Exotic Beast. Crimson Flame Python. Sumu pondered for a while, not rushing to reply, wanting to stretch the boss a bit. After a moment, Sumu finally spoke. Xiaopeng, the boss has already realized his mistake. Let's not be too excessive. The item you chose is too expensive, and the boss is right. That bear's talent is poor. Xiaopeng was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. Weren't things usually valuable when asking for them? Before Xiaopeng could react, Sumu pointed to a crimson flame python. Let us just settle for something. I want that one. It's smaller. The bearded man then clearly saw the exotic beast Sumu was pointing at. The crimson flame python? Although this python was still a juvenile and hadn't been appraised yet, it wasn't cheap. A good crimson flame python could cost $1 million or even more. This juvenile crimson flame python, only half a meter long, was still priced at 200,000, and if it had good talent and skills, the price would be even higher. Could this kid even tell the talent of a juvenile crimson flame python? Forget it, 200,000 is 200,000. The bearded man gritted his teeth and quickly echoed Sumu. What this brother said is right. This crimson flame python is very good, and its talent is very high. Sumu secretly laughed. This was a talented crimson flame python, and there might not be one like it in 10,000. Moreover, it was even a variant. Sumu didn't even know what kind of exotic beast its mother had mated with. If you knew the attributes and talent of this crimson flame python, you'd probably want to kill yourself. Sumu knew the boss was just going along with him. And he didn't expose it, just cooperated with the boss. After all, Xiaopeng listened to Sumu because Sumu was clever enough. Forget it, Xiaopeng. Let's take this crimson flame python, and then hurry up and go by the exotic beast. Seeing that Sumu had said this, Xiaopeng could only pretend to be dissatisfied and agreed. All right, since my brother said so, then it's settled. The bearded man had a grin on his face, so, young master, do you want to fuse it now? I can help you prepare. Seeing that it wasn't needed, he could only tell the waitress beside him, go. Pack that crimson flame python. The boss? This. The waitress, with an unhappy expression, covered her left cheek, still feeling a bit of pain there. But when Xiaopeng showed the card for the exotic beast, she didn't dare say anything more because she knew she had provoked someone she shouldn't have. Hurry up. The bearded man looked at the waitress with anger. If it weren't for her, how could he have lost 200,000? If the boss knew he had lost more than 200,000, he would probably want to kill this waitress. Moments later, the waitress brought a special glass tank to Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng didn't hold back and directly took the glass tank, thanking her. After that, Xiaopeng and Sumu left with the three of them. Boss. The waitress looked at the backs of the three leaving, feeling unwilling and wanting to say something. Slap. Before the waitress could react, another slap landed hard on her left cheek. It's all your fault. This is all you're doing. The bearded man angrily shouted at the waitress, that 200,000 will be deducted from your salary. What? The waitress was stunned upon hearing this. 200,000 was more than a year's salary for her. At this moment, the waitress hated Su-mu to death. If it weren't for Su-mu, how could she have been slapped and have to compensate 200,000? Such people would never realize that the problem lay with themselves, blaming all the mistakes on Su-mu. Damn it, if I get the chance, I will definitely take revenge on you. The waitress silently swore in her heart. Seeing this, Su-mu shook his head. It's nothing. I just found an excuse. Su-mu didn't want to explain. It was good for Xiao Pang to live happily. Some people, even if you explained, would still make the same mistakes in the future. It was better not to know than to remember other things. In the past, Su-mu had encountered similar situations with Xiao Pang, but Xiao Pang still hadn't realized it. Seeing that Su-mu wasn't saying anything, Xiao Pang just thought Su-mu had good language skills and wasn't the type to take things too seriously. Hehe, Zhuangchang, did you see that? This is how powerful Su-mu is. I really admire this skill. Xiao Pang knew that aside from strength, his parents probably couldn't match Su-mu in intelligence. Although Xiao Pang didn't like to think, he had a good sense of self-awareness. Because of this, he was willing to befriend Su-mu. Having such a clever brother who was also loyal and kind-hearted was a tremendous help to him. Zhuangchang and Su-mu had a casual relationship. With Su-mu and Xiao Pang around, he felt somewhat like an outsider and didn't like to interject, only echoing their words. Su-mu, here you go. Xiao Pang handed the Crimson Flame Python to Su-mu. Seeing this, Su-mu replied irritably, "Why are you giving me something that your boss gave you? Isn't it what you wanted? I'm just cooperating with you," Xiao Pang said, confused. He thought Su-mu wanted the Crimson Flame Python, which was why he asked for it. Su-mu waved his hand. "I don't want it, you keep it. This Crimson Flame Python is nice. Consider it your battle beast." Xiao Pang was bewildered. He genuinely wanted to give it to Su-mu. If Su-mu had asked him to help buy a beast, Xiao Pang wouldn't hesitate. But he knew Su-mu wouldn't speak up. Now, Xiao Pang thought Su-mu was trying to get a beast in this way, but now Su-mu didn't want it, making Xiao Pang anxious. "Bro, I still want you to choose the Beast Tamer class. It would be great if we could be classmates," Xiao Pang said hurriedly, fearing that Su-mu might not choose the Beast Tamer profession. "Don't worry, I've made up my mind to choose the Beast Tamer profession," Su-mu replied. "Then isn't this Crimson Flame Python perfect for you?" Xiao Pang thought that if Su-mu had to spend money to buy a 200,000 beast, he definitely couldn't afford it. Although the Crimson Flame Python was worth 200,000, it was indeed a good beast. Adult Crimson Flame Pythons could cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions, making it a decent catch. At that moment, the three of them passed by an exotic beast aquarium. An aquarium? Su-mu thought for a moment and decided to go in and take a look. Land and aerial beasts were expensive, while the beasts in the aquarium were relatively cheaper. "Let's go in and have a look," Su-mu said, and the three of them entered the aquarium. There weren't many people in the aquarium. In fact, it had significantly fewer customers than other stores. Some visitors came to choose feed for their exotic beasts. Indeed, some lower-tier exotic beasts, like shrimp and fish, were cheap and used as food for stronger beasts. Feeding exotic beasts with this kind of food was also beneficial for them. Su-mu glanced around. The aquarium was large, with many fish tanks, both big and small. "Bro, you're not planning to choose a water beast, are you?" Water beasts are generally the choice of late-stage powerful beast tamers, and there aren't any good beasts here, Xiao Pang said from the side. Su-mu knew this reasoning well. Late-stage powerful beast tamers would typically choose 2 or 3 battle beasts of different types for versatility in various situations. Su-mu took a quick look. The aquatic exotic beasts varied in price. For example, that electric eel cost 460,000, which wasn't cheap. The iron-toothed shark was priced at 780,000. Of course, these beasts were considered very expensive here. Just then, as Su-mu was using his inside eye to check something, he heard a voice nearby. "Boss. Give me 5 mantis shrimp." The boss was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, still possessing some charm. Mr. Wong. Back to buy shrimp for your cat again?" The female boss chuckled. Mr. Wong was a regular customer here. His wife had a short-tailed blue cat that she adored. The short-tailed blue cat was not used for battle, but as a pet, as they both loved cats. Usually Mr. Wong would buy a few exotic shrimp to feed this blue cat, which had developed a taste for them and occasionally demanded a few. There's no helping it. My little cat loves the flavor of these shrimp," Mr. Wong smiled. The female boss also smiled, noting that it was fortunate for the short-tailed blue cat to have such a loving owner, considering it had probably eaten shrimp worth over $1 million by now. Mr. Wong didn't mind at all, saying, "As long as my treasure likes to eat, I can afford it." Su-mu and Xiao Pang overheard their conversation, and Xiao Pang thought Mr. Wong seemed a bit extravagant. Although Xiao Pang's parents occasionally bought some exotic beast meat for their battle beasts, he found it unbelievable to spend over $1 million just to feed a cat, especially one without combat capability. "Hey, bro, isn't Mr. Wong a bit extravagant?" Xiao Pang sighed. Zhuangchang also felt the same, saying, "Yeah, I begged my dad for half a day yesterday before he agreed to give me 500,000. I bought a silver wolf." Mr. Wang is really extravagant. Sumu remained silent. Spending over $1 million to raise a cat could be considered true love. At that moment, the female boss took out several sturdy plastic bags to pack the shrimp for Mr. Wang. Sumu casually glanced over and happened to notice one of the shrimp. Peacock Mantis Shrimp, Super Mutant. Combat Power, Low Tier. Talent, Level. Skills, Rapid Attack, Normal, Heavy Strike, Low Level. Armor Break, Low Level. Defense, Beginner. Advantages, Extremely beautiful appearance, fierce in battle. Weaknesses, disrespectful towards anyone. Personality, super fierce. Mental state, come at me if you can. Attributes, Strength, 23 points. Agility, 21 points. Vitality, 19 points. Defense, 14 points. Mental, 9 points. Points to allocate, 0 points. Wow. Sumu was instantly astonished. This peacock mantis shrimp was incredibly powerful. Wasn't this the king of shrimp? Sumu knew that despite its small size, the peacock mantis shrimp could strike with speeds comparable to bullets, or even faster. More importantly, its punch was immensely powerful, making it nearly invincible at the same level. Experts had calculated that the power of a single punch from a peacock mantis shrimp could reach 1,500 newtons. If a human possessed such arm strength, they could throw a baseball into geostationary orbit. For instance, if the peacock mantis shrimp were the size of a shark, it could easily crush the shark's head with a single punch. Thinking about this, Sumu felt that finding another peacock mantis shrimp with such talent and mutation in the entire universe would be nearly impossible. Unfortunately, it was just too small. However, Sumu quickly remembered that he had a nurturing system. Could he raise this peacock mantis shrimp differently? Deciding quickly, Sumu hurriedly said to the female boss, "Boss, I'll buy that peacock mantis shrimp." Sumu was afraid that if he didn't speak up in time, the boss would pack it as cat food. The female boss, seeing that Sumu wanted the peacock mantis shrimp, didn't he mind. After all, it was just cat food, and which one was different? Since Sumu wanted it, she set it aside for him. Zhuangchang and Xiaopeng were puzzled when they saw Sumu wanting to buy the peacock mantis shrimp. Is this really so extravagant? However, Xiaopeng thought, so what if it's for eating? If a cat can be fed shrimp, what's wrong with my bro eating one? Yeah, let's also enjoy what this exotic mantis shrimp tastes like. Bro, one isn't enough? I'll buy a few more. Xiaopeng shouted to the boss, "Boss, add 20 more. We'll also taste what it's like." Sumu, damn, I'm treating it as a battle beast, not food. All you think about is eating. However, Sumu couldn't say this outright. If he did, Xiaopeng would probably insist on giving him that crimson flame python. Bro, things are already tough for us. Using a shrimp as a battle beast, Xiaopeng could pull this off. Go away, don't mess around. I'm buying it to raise and play with. How can I eat such a beautiful peacock mantis shrimp? Sumu said irritably. Mr. Wang, kid, your words sound a bit strange to me. Mr. Wang looked at Sumu, but after a moment, he didn't say anything. Given his status, he was quite cultured. Buying it to play? I thought it was for eating. Xiaopeng rubbed his head. Buying a mantis shrimp to play with was quite extravagant. If he really liked them, he could have bought a regular mantis shrimp from Blue Mercury for much cheaper. These were all exotic beasts, and even the mantis shrimp cost 20,000 each. After a moment, the shopkeeper's wife packed up the mantis shrimp that Sumu wanted. Sumu didn't merge it here, as it felt a bit inappropriate. Sir, do you still want those 20 mantis shrimps? The shopkeeper's wife asked Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng looked at Sumu and said, Bro, are you sure you're not going to eat them? Sumu replied, Eat your sister. Let's hurry up and go. After that, Sumu and Xiaopeng left the aquarium. As they walked, Xiaopeng glanced at the mantis shrimp in Sumu's hands and licked his lips, saying, Sumu, if you cook it tonight, remember to save me half so I can taste it too. Sumu rolled his eyes at Xiaopeng. This guy was really something. Aren't you buying any exotic beasts? Xiaopeng thought Sumu was low on money and wanted to help him, but was afraid Sumu would refuse, since he had turned down help before. Alright, let's go eat seafood then, Xiaopeng suggested, knowing that Sumu could buy whatever he wanted. However, Sumu was too preoccupied with the mantis shrimp to care about eating and directly refused. Hey, you're not eating the mantis shrimp you just bought. Xiaopeng shouted at Sumu's quickly departing figure. Sumu ignored him. He wasn't going to be too polite with a close friend. Chapter 8, Xiaopeng's Curiosity. Soon after, Sumu took out the mantis shrimp. It was 15 centimeters long, which was indeed a bit small. When the mantis shrimp was taken out, it raised its head and looked at Sumu, striking a pose as if it were going to attack. Sumu didn't mind. This mantis shrimp was naturally aggressive and didn't back down from anyone. It had a kind of invincible attitude, thinking it could defeat all enemies. Sumu took out a needle and pricked the tip of his finger. A drop of blood fell onto the mantis shrimp. Moments later, the blood stain disappeared, and Sumu felt an intangible connection with the mantis shrimp in his mind. This connection felt like shared consciousness. Sumu could sense the mantis shrimp's mindset and intentions. Success. Sumu felt delighted. This mantis shrimp was now his battle beast. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, earning 1,000 points and a bag of pet food. Beep. Detected that the host already has points. The points mall is now open. Sumu glanced at the points mall, which had many items for raising exotic beasts. However, when he saw the prices, he was shocked. Evolution Potion, 100,000 points per bottle, can evolve a battle beast once. Skill Crystal, Advanced Fatal Strike, 500,000 points each. Gives a 25 chance to double damage on physical attacks by the battle beast. Kiwi, can randomly increase 1 attribute point of the battle beast. After a quick overview, Sumu was shaken. As long as he had enough points, his battle beast could become invincible. After a while, Sumu closed the system mall and shifted his attention back to the mantis shrimp. Mantis shrimp's inner thoughts. Is this my master? Why is he so weak? I could probably knock him out with one punch. Sumu thought. What a fool. Doesn't he see his size? Damn, I could squash you with 1 foot. But he merely thought that and wouldn't act on it. Then Sumu reached out to touch the mantis shrimp. Once he did, the mantis shrimp turned into a beam of light and directly entered Sumu's body. When Sumu rolled up his right sleeve, he saw a tattoo of a mantis shrimp on his forearm. The tattoo looked vivid, almost lifelike. Not bad. Sumu was quite satisfied. After testing it out, he finally released the mantis shrimp. Without an aquarium, Sumu could only find a basin filled with water and put the mantis shrimp inside. He also took out an air pump he bought on the way to oxygenate the mantis shrimp, fearing it might die. After doing all this, Sumu took out the pet food and fed it to the mantis shrimp. Sumu didn't feed too much at first, as he wasn't sure about the mantis shrimp's appetite. Overfeeding would be wasteful. After the mantis shrimp consumed 7 pea-sized pellets, Sumu sensed that it was full. After it had eaten, Sumu put the mantis shrimp away. Now that he had a battle beast, he could go to register for university tomorrow. Later in the evening, Xiao Pang called to confirm their plans. After they agreed to meet at the entrance of Magic City University the next day, Sumu went to bed. The next morning, Sumu got up and summoned the mantis shrimp, preparing to feed it. When he saw the mantis shrimp, Sumu was astonished. It had grown from 15 centimeters to about 23 centimeters overnight. Damn, it grew too fast. Sumu could clearly feel that the mantis shrimp had increased in size. Quality products are guaranteed with the system, Sumu thought with joy, quickly feeding the mantis shrimp again. After feeding it, Sumu took the mantis shrimp and found a bus to the university. At the entrance of Magic City University, many students were arriving. When Sumu reached the gate, he found Xiao Pang waiting there. Seeing Sumu, Xiao Pang was delighted. He thought Sumu might have been joking. Sumu, what battle beast did you choose? Let me see. Xiao Pang hurriedly approached Sumu, excited to know what he had bought. Sumu ignored Xiao Pang and casually said, "It's getting late. Let's hurry inside." Seeing that Sumu wouldn't say anything, Xiao Pang didn't rush him. He knew he would see it soon enough. After a moment, Xiao Pang and Sumu walked side by side towards the teaching building. When they arrived at the designated registration classroom, they saw a large room with several teachers sitting in a row, with students lining up in front of each teacher. These teachers were assessing whether the students met the requirements to choose the beastmaster profession. Sumu and Xiao Pang found a less crowded line to queue up. Xiao Pang looked at Sumu with curiosity, eager to know what exotic beast he had chosen. Before long, it was Xiao Pang's turn. Sumu stood behind him. A middle-aged teacher wearing glasses looked at Xiao Pang and asked, "Student, do you have a battle beast?" Xiao Pang nodded and waved his arm, summoning the crimson flame python beside him. The middle-aged teacher nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the crimson flame python. Not a bad battle beast. It's a powerful type, even in the later stages. What is the talent of your crimson flame python? How are its skills? The teacher asked. Xiao Pang thought for a moment. After merging with the crimson flame python, he knew its skills were poison fire attack and death entanglement. But he hadn't assessed its talent, so he genuinely didn't know. He planned to raise it for a while since Sumu had said it was good, and Xiao Pang trusted Sumu. Teacher, it has poison fire attack and death entanglement skills, but I haven't assessed its talent yet, Xiao Pang replied. The middle-aged teacher nodded in satisfaction. Both skills were inherent to the crimson flame python and were very powerful. Having 2 skills was already quite good. Your battle beast is impressive. You should have no problem getting into class 2, and you might even have a good chance at class 1. In the first grade Beast Tamer class, there are a total of 8 classes. These 8 classes are ranked based on the strength of their battle beasts. Students with better battle beasts can enter the higher ranking classes for quality training. The last class, Class 8, is basically just for playing around, as they don't even have a good battle beast. Even with careful training, the resources consumed later on are beyond what these students can afford. Society is just that realistic. These students also need to note their family background, parents' jobs, and so on. After Xiao Pang filled out this information, The middle-aged teacher nodded in satisfaction. A good family background and both parents being level 5 beast tamers make him a prime candidate for intensive training. Chapter 9. Are you sure you're not joking with the teacher? The middle-aged teacher smiled at Xiao Pang, clearly appreciating him. Xiao Pang exchanged a few vague words with the teacher, as he was used to hearing compliments. He then stood aside, curious about what Su Mu's battle beast was. Su Mu stepped forward, and the teacher asked, "What is your battle beast, student?" Without any hesitation, Su Mu summoned his mantis shrimp. When the middle-aged teacher saw that it was a mantis shrimp, his expression froze. Xiao Pang was also stunned. Wasn't this the mantis shrimp he bought yesterday? Wow, dude. You're not joking, right? A mantis shrimp can be a battle beast? Xiao Pang was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would have insisted on helping Su Mu buy a rare beast. Seeing his friend like this made Xiao Pang feel a strange sense of sadness. This was his good brother. After all, a brother he could trust with his life. And here his brother was using a mantis shrimp as a battle beast, making him feel a bit heartbroken. The middle-aged teacher and the students in line behind him were also dumbfounded. Is this guy joking? Using a mantis shrimp as a battle beast? Haha, what can that even fight against? I'd rather fight myself. Hey, look, this mantis shrimp is a bit big though. I've never seen a mantis shrimp this size before. Haha, what does size matter? Even if it grows to half a meter, it would still be useless in battle. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the reasoning. After all, imagining using a mantis shrimp as a battle beast was just too ridiculous. It was probably just there to provide food. Su Mu and Xiao Pang heard the disdain from their classmates, but Su Mu looked completely unconcerned. This mantis shrimp was no ordinary creature. Su Mu believed that perhaps their battle beasts couldn't even compare to a single finger of his mantis shrimp. However, Xiao Pang couldn't take it anymore. What are you talking about? My brother just likes this mantis shrimp. What is wrong with that? Xiao Pang's face turned angry. He really didn't care about these people. The middle-aged teacher noticed Xiao Pang's displeasure and coughed a couple of times. Ahem, be quiet. You're here to register. Xiao Pang's parents were both level 5 beast tamers, while this middle-aged teacher was only a level 3 beast tamer, so he had to give some face. The gap between level 3 and level 5 was enormous. The difference between each level of beast tamers represented a significant chasm. The middle-aged teacher would probably be defeated in one move in front of Xiao Pang's parents, so he had to show some respect. After the room quieted down, the middle-aged teacher awkwardly asked Su Mu, "Are you sure you're not joking with the teacher?" Su Mu replied seriously, "Teacher, this is indeed my battle beast, and I only have this one." Seeing that Su Mu didn't seem to be joking, the middle-aged teacher scrutinized Su Mu a few times. Noting Su Mu's plain clothing, he guessed that Su Mu probably didn't have much money, and he understood. While the middle-aged teacher was hesitating, Xiao Pang spoke up, "Teacher, if my brother's battle beast isn't good enough, I'll immediately buy him a rare beast. Worth $1 million, okay?" Hearing Xiao Pang's words, the middle-aged teacher looked at Su Mu, then at Xiao Pang, thinking that Su Mu was lucky to have such a friend. In this world, having two friends you could trust with your life was a good thing. When it came time for battles, these were the people you could confidently entrust your back to. At this moment, Su Mu also spoke, "Teacher, the school rules state that as long as a student can integrate a battle beast, it's fine. There is no requirement for what kind of battle beast it should be, right?" The middle-aged teacher nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. Your battle beast will probably only be able to enter Class 8. Have you decided? The middle-aged teacher asked. Su Mu nodded yes. Now that Su Mu had the system, he felt that Class 8 would be an existence they could not reach in the future. Next, the middle-aged teacher had Su Mu fill out personal information. When he saw the information Su Mu filled out, the middle-aged teacher was shocked again. "You are the top scorer of this college entrance examination, Su Mu?" The middle-aged teacher asked Su Mu. Su Mu nodded. "Yes, that's me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pang immediately started showing off. "Haha, my brother excels in everything. He is very impressive." At this moment, the middle-aged teacher was somewhat convinced. Although he was a beast tamer and taught beast taming, he had heard of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Now the middle-aged teacher thought that if Su Mu had chosen the art stream, he would definitely have been a key training candidate, but unfortunately, he chose to be a beast tamer. The onlookers were also taken aback. A top scorer choosing to be a beast tamer seemed somewhat unworthy. With such results, he could have a great future in the arts. You can't judge a person by their appearance. I didn't expect that top scorer to be him. Wow, I suddenly feel like this guy is so handsome. He is my type now. TCH, such a super academic achiever is probably a straight guy who doesn't understand romance. I think you should just give up. What a pity. Entering the lowest ranking in the beast tamer class probably means he won't have much hope for a bright future. If it were me, I would choose the arts. At least I could be the best in that field. There is no way around it. Being a beast tamer requires more than just good grades. You also need money and talent, and both wealth and status play a significant role. Indeed, many academic achievers who chose to be beast tamers often did not perform as well as those who were less successful in academics. Yeah, It doesn't matter how well you study. Once you choose to be a beast tamer, you have to rank in classes based on the beast tamer's methods. The students all knew that many underachievers managed to become level 3 beast tamers simply because their families were wealthy and had resources. Even without talent, they could pile resources to reach that level. Although the middle-aged teacher felt regretful about Su-Mu's talent, he wouldn't ask more since the student had made his choice. After completing the registration, Su-Mu and Xiaopeng left. The next day would be the start of school. Dude, this time you have to listen to me. Let us go. I'll take you to buy a rare beast. After they came out, Xiaopeng said to Su-Mu unhappily. Su-Mu understood Xiaopeng's intentions. But he knew that although the mantis shrimp looked like this now, once it grew, it would be an invincible existence. What are you talking about? My battle beast is quite good. Su-Mu expressed his gratitude while sounding casual. No, brother, do you not consider me a brother? We've been tight since high school. Why are you being so distant? Xiaopeng was more straightforward than Su-Mu and was quite sincere. All right, just watch. In a month, I'll shock you. After Su-Mu said this, he and Xiaopeng prepared to go eat. Chapter 10, The Fourth World. You'll shock me in a month? Xiaopeng was stunned. Su-Mu sounded incredibly confident. However, after thinking about it, Xiaopeng realized that Su-Mu had generally achieved what he said in the past, which made Xiaopeng admire him even more. All right, fine. Xiaopeng also knew about the mantis shrimp, and once Su-Mu made a decision, it was hard to change. After that, Su-Mu and Xiaopeng found a hot pot restaurant and started eating. I thought you would dip that mantis shrimp in, Xiaopeng said while munching on a crab. Su-Mu was speechless. It was a premium peacock mantis shrimp. If he dipped it, he would be so extravagant. Xiaopeng, you still don't understand. The peacock mantis shrimp is very powerful. While eating, Su-Mu explained the might of the peacock mantis shrimp to Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng was astonished. He really didn't know before. Whoa, are you serious? This guy punches faster than a bullet? Xiaopeng asked, looking shocked. Su-Mu smirked. Not only faster than a bullet, but its strength is incredible. It can break a person's finger bones. And there's one more thing. It is said that the peacock mantis shrimp's compound eyes can see the fourth world. The fourth world? What kind of world is that? Xiaopeng asked, astonished. Su-Mu shook his head. How would I know? Seeing how powerful Su-Mu described the peacock mantis shrimp, Xiaopeng became interested. Quick, take out your peacock mantis shrimp so I can take a good look. At that moment, Xiaopeng thought it was surprising that something so small could be so powerful. Su-Mu thought for a moment but decided not to take it out. They were eating hot pot, and if it fell in, it would be a disaster. Su-Mu said. Although Xiaopeng was amazed by the peacock mantis shrimp's power, he thought its size was too small. Bro, even if everything you said is true, if this mantis shrimp could grow to 5 meters long, I believe it would be really powerful. But look at it, it's only the size of a palm. One stomp and it's gone. Xiaopeng understood the might of the peacock mantis shrimp, but its small size was a fatal flaw. Su-Mu thought for a moment. 5 meters long. With the system's food supply, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Although Su-Mu couldn't be sure how big the peacock mantis shrimp could grow, he thought he should give it a try and not give up now. After returning home, Su-Mu fed the peacock mantis shrimp again. This time, it had grown quite a bit, almost reaching 30 centimeters. The once pea-sized fist had now grown to the size of a peanut. It looked much more impressive. Su-Mu then used the inside eye skill on the peacock mantis shrimp. Peacock mantis shrimp, super mutant. Combat power, below average. Talent, level. Skills, rapid attack, beginner. Heavy strike, low level. Armor break, low level. Defense, beginner. Advantages, extremely beautiful appearance, courageous in battle. Weaknesses, disrespectful to everyone. Personality, extremely ferocious. Mental state, haha, I'm going to be invincible. My iron fist has grown so big. Attributes, strength, 45 points. Agility, 41 points. Constitution, 31 points. Defense, 39 points. Spirit, 19 points. Distributable points, 10 points. Su-Mu looked closely. The attributes of the peacock mantis shrimp had changed, and it had become much stronger. Moreover, it now had 10 distributable points. However, Su-Mu wasn't in a hurry to distribute these points and decided to keep them for now. After feeding it, Su-Mu checked some related information on beast tamers and various details about exotic beasts. Although there was a lot of information online, many things were not taught comprehensively in school. In the afternoon, Su-Mu received a call from the school. They informed him that he was assigned to Class 8 of Group 3. This result was expected by Su-Mu. After all, his battle beast was a mantis shrimp. The next morning, Su-Mu arrived at the classroom of Class 8, Group 3 at Magic City University. Many students were already in the classroom, chatting with one another. Many of them seemed to know each other. As soon as Su-Mu walked in, he heard a familiar voice. Su-Mu, you're here. Su-Mu initially didn't pay attention, but when he heard the voice and looked back, it was Xiaopeng waving from the back row. Xiaopeng, shouldn't you be in class too? Su-Mu was puzzled but still walked over. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in class too? Sumu asked in confusion. Xiaopeng laughed. I figured it wouldn't be easy to get into a key class. It requires connections. I didn't bother. I just got them to transfer me over directly. Sumu thought about it. With Xiaopeng's family background, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get into class 1. If it was a less important class, he really wouldn't need to pull any strings. Hurry, I saved you a seat. We're sitting next to each other. Xiaopeng said, pointing to a seat beside him. Sumu looked and saw they were sitting in the last row, just like in high school. Xiaopeng didn't like studying, so sitting in the front wouldn't help. And since Sumu was close with Xiaopeng, he also didn't choose a front seat. Sitting next to each other made communication easier. Just then, amidst the chatter of the classmates, a beautiful female teacher walked in. She looked to be under 30. Dressed in professional attire, definitely exuding a goddess vibe. As soon as the teacher entered the classroom, she immediately attracted the attention of all the students. Whoa, I didn't expect our homeroom teacher to be so pretty. Wow, this is exciting. Studying won't be boring anymore. Haha, what are you thinking? That asked the teacher. Do you have any thoughts? Yeah, I advise you to forget it. A teacher who can teach beast tamers has to be at least a level 3 beast tamer. Do you like a violent girlfriend? Being a level 3 beast tamer at such a young age, her talent is quite extraordinary. At this moment, Xiaopeng also looked at the female teacher with a starry-eyed expression. Hey, Sumu, this teacher is hot. She's my type. Sumu rolled his eyes at Xiaopeng. Aren't you afraid of domestic violence? Xiaopeng shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to be afraid of? Maybe I can even enjoy some soft rice in the future. Sumu was speechless and didn't want to argue with Xiaopeng. Just then, the beautiful teacher walked to the podium, cleared her throat, and said, Everyone, please be quiet. Seeing the beautiful teacher speak, the classmates began to quiet down. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Shui, and I am your homeroom teacher. I will mainly teach you about the information that a beast tamer should possess. As teacher Qin Shui introduced herself, she scanned each student with her eyes. After finishing her introduction, teacher Qin Shui said, All right, I'll start calling names now. When I call your name, please respond. Chapter 11. He is Sumu. Zhang Mohan. As soon as teacher Qin Shui finished speaking, a girl sitting in the front row called out. This girl was wearing a white tracksuit, had a high ponytail, and was very beautiful, definitely a school beauty. Teacher Qin Shui looked at the girl and nodded secretly. She had specifically paid attention to this girl's information. Zhang Mohan came from a prominent family. Her father was a big shot in Magic City. The information showed that Zhang Mohan had 2 older brothers. One was a level 4 beast tamer, and the other was a level 5 beast tamer, though their specific jobs were unclear. Zhang Mohan was the little princess of the family. Her father had also mentioned that he didn't require her to be powerful, just that she liked animals. Zhang Mohan's battle beast was a blue-eyed spirit cat. Although this type of cat had average combat power, it was known to possess mysterious powers, which were still under research. After all, such cats were rare, and people didn't have a comprehensive understanding of them. Zhang Mohan studied to be a beast tamer just to play better with cats. She never intended to become a powerful beast tamer, so she was assigned to Class 8. Under normal circumstances, being assigned to Class 4 or 5 wouldn't be a problem. After learning about Zhang Mohan's information, teacher Qin Shui continued to call names. After a while, teacher Qin Shui called out Xiaopeng's name, Lu Taizhu. Hearing the name Little Fatty was a bit embarrassing, but he still shouted it out. When the classmates heard this name, some of them secretly laughed. Lu Taizhu, this name is too rustic. Little Fatty saw some classmates mocking his name and immediately became dissatisfied, angrily shouting, What are you laughing at? Do you believe that I can take care of you? Teacher Qin Shui was startled, not expecting Little Fatty to have such a violent temper. But before she could speak, several boys also got angry. So what if I laughed? Can you control me? Yeah. Damn it, I was born to laugh. Haha. That's just how I am. What can you do about it? Just as the other classmates were about to say something, teacher Qin Shui shouted angrily, Be quiet. If you don't want to study, you can leave. You should know that getting into the Beast Tamer class is not easy. You need to cherish this opportunity. Before teacher Qin Shui finished speaking, Little Fatty slammed the table and was about to stand up. With Little Fatty's explosive temper and his family background, he really couldn't hold back. Sumu saw this and didn't say anything. Little Fatty's parents were worried that he might encounter some accidents in this chaotic era, so they named him Lu Taizhu. First, they hoped Little Fatty would be as strong as an iron pillar. Second, it was a homophone, meaning he would stay safe and not get into trouble in the future. Although the name sounded ugly, it had a good meaning. Because of this, during high school, those students called Little Fatty Fat Brother or Zhu Brother, and no one dared to call him by his real name. A few were definitely rich second-generation kids who weren't afraid of Little Fatty either. Thus, with Sumu's strategizing, they often dealt with those rich kids behind the scenes and eventually managed to convince them. Ever since getting to know Little Fatty, Sumu's fighting skills had improved dramatically. Now that these reckless students were calling out Little Fatty's name, it was clearly a provocation. If Sumu called Little Fatty's name, He wouldn't care, but others really couldn't. Damn it. Do you believe that I, Fat Master, can make you too scared to go to school? Little Fatty angrily stood up, pointing at a boy who had mocked him the most. Before that boy could say anything, Teacher Qin Shui hurriedly interjected, Lu Taiju. Although your parents are both level 5 beast tamers, I still hope you can follow classroom discipline. As soon as Teacher Qin Shui finished speaking, all the classmates looked at little Fatty in shock. His parents are both level 5 beast tamers, yet he ended up in the lowest class, class 8? They didn't understand. With little Fatty's status, he should be in class 4 or class 5. The students in class 8 generally came from low-income families, except for Zhang Mohan, who was an exception. Many students were shocked by little Fatty's family status, while Zhang Mohan looked disdainful. The boy who had been the loudest suddenly didn't dare to speak, lowering his head in fear. With parents who are both level 5 beast tamers, he couldn't afford to mess with little Fatty. Little Fatty didn't sit down, but rolled up his sleeves and glared at the boys. For a moment, the classroom fell into an awkward silence. Sumu glanced at them and shook his head helplessly. The class still had to go on. Little Fatty, forget it, they're already scared. Upon hearing Sumu's words, little Fatty finally glared at the boys one last time before sitting down. Once little Fatty sat down, the boys instantly felt the pressure lift. They were genuinely afraid that little Fatty would come over and beat them up. If a rich second-generation kid beat them, they wouldn't know where to complain. At that moment, the boys looked at Sumu with expressions of gratitude. It was Sumu who had helped them defuse the crisis. Meanwhile, all the classmates also noticed that little Fatty and Sumu's relationship was not ordinary. Teacher Qin Shui was also somewhat surprised and observed Sumu carefully. With just one word from him, little Fatty sat down, which was more effective than her as a teacher. This student is not simple. It seems I need to pay more attention to him. Having this rich second-generation troublemaker in class, it's good to have someone who can keep him in check. At that moment, Teacher Qin Shui had already regarded Sumu as a key focus. However, she soon became puzzled. She had also paid attention to little Fatty's profile. His battle beast was a crimson flame python, and both his parents were level 5 beast tamers. With this status and such a good battle beast, he could easily be in class 2, so why was he in class 8? Before coming, Teacher Qin Shui had thought that little Fatty would be the main combat representative of class 8 and should be cultivated heavily. Now seeing little Fatty's explosive temper, she thought that nurturing a main combat force might not be very feasible. After thinking this through, Teacher Qin Shui continued to call out names. Sumu. Which one is Sumu? When she called Sumu's name, Teacher Qin Shui was astonished. When Sumu spoke up, she was even more surprised to see that he was sitting next to little Fatty. He's Sumu? Teacher Qin Shui was stunned. Among the few students she was most focused on, Sumu was undoubtedly the most special one. Others either had status or, like little Fatty, had both status and combat power. But Sumu was an exception, a top scorer who chose to become a beast tamer instead of going for a liberal arts major. More importantly, his battle beast was a mantis shrimp. When Teacher Qin Shui saw that the battle beast column on Sumu's profile said mantis shrimp, she thought she must have read it wrong. After all, who would choose a mantis shrimp as a battle beast? Over the years, from studying to becoming a beast tamer mentor, she had seen many beast tamers and students, but none like this. Was she joking? Was this for real? After confirming, Teacher Qin Shui thought Sumu was indeed a peculiar case. Chapter 12. The combination of beauty and the beast. Now seeing Sumu sitting next to little Fatty and having a good relationship with him, Teacher Qin Shui seemed to understand something. After a while, when all the students' names had been called, Teacher Qin Shui had a better understanding of these students. Sumu, what do you think Teacher Qin Shui's battle beast is? Little Fatty asked curiously. This question piqued not only little Fatty's curiosity, but also that of all the classmates. Sumu smiled slightly and directly used his inside eye. Qin Shui, 27 years old, single. Beast Tamer level. Level 3, stage, for Beast Tamer. Combat value, Super Transformation, level 3. Skills, excellent cooking skills. Battle Beast, Bone-breaking crocodile, Super Transformation, level 3. Psychological insight. Why are these kids staring at me? Something's off. In an instant, Sumu understood all of Teacher Qin Shui's information. I guess Teacher Qin Shui's battle beast is a crocodile. Sumu was somewhat surprised that such a beautiful teacher would choose a crocodile as her battle beast. The contrast was too great. A crocodile? Little Fatty was stunned. Damn, brother, you're not joking, are you? I bet you're wrong. Oh, Sumu looked at little Fatty. Then what do you think it is? Little Fatty thought for a moment and nodded. I bet it's definitely a tiger. Sumu was speechless. Little Fatty's mother had a battle beast that was a tiger. So he just assumed the teacher's battle beast was also a tiger. Seeing Sumu shake his head, little Fatty made up his mind. How about we bet 10 years on it? Sumu looked at little Fatty in surprise. Are you sure? Little Fatty nodded. Definitely. The bet between Sumu and little Fatty was that whoever lost would acknowledge the other as the boss. Over the past 3 years, little Fatty had already lost to Sumu 5 times. Within 5 years, Sumu would be Little Fatty's boss. Although they were brothers and usually didn't distinguish between this, Little Fatty still listened to Sumu. This time, Little Fatty had a victorious smile on his face. He had already thought it through. Even if he didn't win, he would absolutely not lose. After all, how could a beautiful woman choose a crocodile as her battle beast? Little Fatty felt that this time he would turn the tables and finally make Sumu his little brother. At this moment, Teacher Chen Shui also saw Little Fatty and Sumu whispering to each other. After all, these two people are her key focus, and they are quite the curious pair. Sumu, what are you guys talking about? Teacher Chen Shui asked curiously. Hearing this, Sumu turned to look at Teacher Chen Shui and said, Teacher, I was betting with Xiaopeng. Betting? Teacher Chen Shui's expression darkened. What are you betting for instead of focusing on your studies? What are you betting on? Teacher Chen Shui became interested, thinking that her battle beast was so unique. How could these students know? This question also piqued their curiosity. Teacher Chen Shui scoffed and asked, So did you guess it? Sumu nodded. Xiaopeng guessed your battle beast is a tiger. Upon hearing Sumu's words, all the students began to ponder, silently guessing their own answers. Teacher Chen Shui smiled proudly. This answer was within her expectations. How could you possibly guess my battle beast? Just as Teacher Chen Shui thought this, Sumu continued, I guess your battle beast is a crocodile. What? As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Teacher Chen Shui looked at him in disbelief. How did he know her battle beast was a crocodile? Teacher Chen Shui was stunned. No one could possibly guess her battle beast was a crocodile, right? After all, the contrast was too great. Sure enough, after Sumu finished speaking, all the students started to discuss among themselves. How could it be a crocodile? Such a beautiful teacher must care about looks, right? A crocodile? Let's forget it. Yeah, I guessed a tiger. It looks a bit bigger. Maybe it's a ferocious beast? I guess it's a husky. After all, it has many functions. This classmate, your thoughts are a bit off. Just as the students were talking, Teacher Chen Shui spoke up. How about this? Let's take this opportunity to summon our battle beasts and get to know each other. Then, under Teacher Chen Shui's guidance, all the students walked out of the classroom to the school square. After all, the classroom was limited in space, while the square was much more spacious. Once the students were arranged in the square, they all curiously looked at Teacher Chen Shui. Teacher Chen Shui glanced at Sumu. Although she was a bit surprised at how he knew her battle beast was a crocodile, it wasn't exactly a top secret. Maybe Sumu had heard it from somewhere, but she didn't pay much attention. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Teacher Chen Shui waved her arm, and a white light descended. In an instant, a crocodile appeared beside Teacher Chen Shui. The crocodile was over 5 meters long, with a high, protruding bony ridge on its back, somewhat like bone spurs, but not as sharp. The crocodile opened its large mouth, its teeth glinting menacingly, looking incredibly fierce. The students were shocked and involuntarily took a few steps back. Hiss. It really is a crocodile? Yeah, this crocodile looks too fierce and is too big. This is a bone explosion crocodile, fierce in battle and with extremely high defense. Such a beautiful teacher chose a bone explosion crocodile. Is this a combination of beauty and the beast? Xiaopeng was also dumbfounded. It really is a crocodile. A 10-year bet. He thought this time he could turn things around, but ended up adding another 10 years. Damn, bro. Tell me, do you have insider information? Xiaopeng looked at Sumu with a face full of grievances. Sumu smiled proudly. 10 years, you said it yourself, don't backtrack. At this moment, Xiaopeng regretted it deeply. It was too difficult to win against Sumu. Teacher Chen Shui patted the crocodile's forehead, and the crocodile obediently lowered its head, appearing very obedient in front of her. All right, students, you can also summon your battle beasts and get to know each other. After Teacher Chen Shui finished speaking, all the students began to summon their battle beasts. Sumu thought for a moment. His battle beast was a mantis shrimp, which wasn't strong in land battles. If it fought on land, it could barely last 10 minutes, which was currently not very useful. Perhaps in the future, as the mantis shrimp grew, the time could be extended, and he could also see if it could evolve. Just as Sumu was deep in thought, the other students had already summoned their battle beasts. Some summoned a cat, some a pangolin, and others a crocodile turtle. There were amphibians, while Sumu was the only one with a purely aquatic creature. However, Sumu noticed that these battle beasts were generally not very strong. The students looked at each other's battle beasts, trying to understand each other. When they saw that Xiaopeng had a crimson flame python, all the students were envious. Chapter 13, Level 6 Beast Tamer, Fusion. Having money is good. A crimson flame python is a battle beast with strong combat power. Yeah, after all, both of his parents are level 5 beast tamers. Hey, why hasn't Sumu summoned his battle beast? Yeah, Sumu is so close to Xiaopeng. His battle beast shouldn't be bad, right? Yeah, I'm a bit curious about what battle beast Sumu has. Under the students' eager gazes, Sumu thought for a moment and decided to summon it. Xiaopeng shook his head. When Sumu summons his battle beast, it will probably blind their eyes. Sure enough, When Su-mu summoned his battle beast, all the students were stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes when they saw a mantis shrimp the size of a palm lying on the ground. And that mantis shrimp was occasionally waving its claws, looking as if it wanted to attack. What is going on? Is this a joke? Yeah, bro, are you serious? Wow, this guy is amazing. Using a mantis shrimp as a battle beast, he probably can't find a second person like that. Hey, don't say that. Why is his mantis shrimp so big? Haha, what use is being big? Look at how it can beat anyone. The students were all shocked, while teacher Chen Shui shook her head. It really is a mantis shrimp. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought the form was filled out incorrectly. However, even though Su-mu summoned a mantis shrimp, no student dared to mock him. Even Xiao Pang listened to Su-mu, so they chose to be cautious. After a moment of shock, the students began to chat about their battle beasts. Seeing this, Su-mu quickly put away his mantis shrimp. If it stayed in the sun too long, it would die. The students understood this. After all, it was a mantis shrimp. Although it looked beautiful, it indeed lacked a bit of flavor on land. If it were in a fish tank, they would definitely admire it. In the square, teacher Chen Shui directly announced a break. After teacher Chen Shui left, several male students walked over to Su-mu. Su-mu, thank you. Yeah, can we be friends? Su-mu looked at them. These were the same ones who had just mocked Xiao Pang. Without saying, Su-mu knew what they were thinking. They didn't dare to contact Xiao Pang directly and wanted to find a way in through him. Xiao Pang looked at them with a somewhat displeased expression, ready to throw a punch. The few of them were frightened and a bit stiff. However, this matter could not be avoided, if not resolved now. It would be even more troublesome later. Su-mu also understood that Xiao Pang's name was indeed funny. It was no wonder these students laughed. He himself had laughed the first time he heard Xiao Pang being called Lu Taiju. It's fine. We are all classmates. Let's just let it go, Su-mu said. Seeing that Su-mu said it was fine, the few of them cautiously glanced at Xiao Pang again. Xiao Pang snorted coldly. If my brother says it's fine, then it's fine. You can call me Fat Bro or Zhu Bro in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Pang's words, the few of them immediately cheered up. Haha, Fat Bro. We will be in the same class in the future, and we'll have to take care of each other. Yes, we are young, and in the future, Su Gu and Pang Gu will lead us, and we will become powerful beast tamers together. Right? Pang Ji's flame bull is so beautiful. I really envy it. Haha, I think Su Ji's mantis shrimp is even prettier. With all this flattery, Xiao Pang is quite satisfied. Su-mu also frowned. As for Xiao Pang, they really believe he can become a powerful beast tamer, but what about himself? They probably just say it for fun. However, Su-mu doesn't mind. Time will prove everything. After a moment, several classmates have already bonded with Su-mu and Xiao Pang, truly feeling like good buddies. However, they can also see that they basically have to listen to Su-mu. When the class bell rang, they walked into the classroom. After the teacher finished the introduction, the lecture began. Fang Chongqing finished speaking and turned on the big screen to play content. On the screen was a strong man standing between rocks. Occasionally, a breeze blew, stirring up a cloud of dust. Just as the classmates were puzzled about what they were watching, the strong man moved. With a wave of his arm, a flame bull appeared beside him. The bull was covered in red flames, and the flames rose, causing the surrounding air to shimmer. Moments later, the strong man let out a roar and charged directly at the flame bull. With a flash of white light, both the flame bull and the strong man disappeared. The screen then showed a creature that was neither human nor bull. This creature was 5 meters tall, with a bull's head and a human body, wielding a massive axe. The bull-headed creature leaped 100 meters high with a single bound. It then raised the axe and struck down onto a small hill that was dozens of meters high. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the screen filled with swirling dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, everyone was shocked to see that the several-meter-high stone hill had been split in half. Hiss! Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in awe. Powerful, fierce, terrifying. In an instant, various forms of shock filled all the students' minds. At this moment, the bull-headed creature transformed into a flash of white light. And then the strong man and the flame bull reappeared. The video ended here. Fang Chongqing did not rush to speak, but let the students be shocked for a while. Xiao Pang, this is the power of fusion, right? Su-mu asked in astonishment. Fusion, he had heard of it. It was a skill possessed by beast tamers above level 6. They could fuse with their battle beasts to obtain new forms. However, the specific forms were not fixed and depended on their battle beasts and physical attributes. Xiao Pang had mentioned that only a few hundred beast tamers could reach fusion, and even counting the peak of their combat power, it was not an exaggeration. Yes, my parents haven't reached such a height yet. Xiao Pang's parents were also considered powerful beast tamers, but facing a level 6 beast tamer was an insurmountable gap. Moments later, Fang Chongqing spoke. You have seen it, right? Such videos are rarely leaked. You will rarely have access to this outside of school. This is the power possessed by powerful beast tamers. However, if you want to become powerful beast tamers, the road ahead is still very long. So if you want this kind of strength, you must work harder. Fang Changxing's passionate speech ignited the students' enthusiasm. At this moment, all the students felt that if they were the strong man, how powerful that would be. Then, Fang Changxing explained some combat techniques and how to better understand the combat patterns of their battle beasts. Chapter 14, Mission Release, Combat Training. After the lecture, Fang Changxing took all the students to a spacious combat room. This is where battle beast training takes place. The area is vast, with many different combat zones for battle beasts. Sumu looked around and saw a small patch of forest simulating a woodland. There was also a huge swimming pool, likely for training water battle beasts. There were also fighting rings, etc. After the students stood in place, Fang Changxing finally spoke. You are not yet considered beast tamers. You can only perform simple fusion. It is not difficult to reach level 1 beast tamer, as long as you can better understand your battle beast's physical attributes. As Fang Changxing explained, Sumu was shocked to discover that the attributes he could see were actually hidden. According to Fang Changxing, those exotic beasts had hidden attributes, and it was important to know how to activate those hidden attributes or strengthen certain aspects of their battle beasts. After Fang Changxing finished speaking, Sumu hurriedly checked the battle beasts of these classmates. Blue-eyed spirit cat, ordinary body. Combat power, not mainstream. Talent, level. Skills, agility, beginner, illusion, beginner. Advantages, cute appearance, quick reflexes. Weaknesses, strong curiosity towards moving objects. Personality, gentle. Mental state, these people are so boring. Attributes, strength, 78 points. Agility, 99 points. Constitution, 68 points. Defense, 84 points. Mental, 71 points. Distributable points, 7 points. Sumu looked at several, and many battle beasts had distributable points. This attribute should be the hidden attribute of pets, or it could be said to be their physical attributes. Seeing this, Sumu was secretly pleased. It seemed that only he could see these hidden attributes. Other beast tamers could only estimate their strength based on feelings and their understanding of their exotic beasts. Thinking of this, Sumu decided to test it out. He summoned the Mantis shrimp and placed it in his palm. Then he continuously communicated with the Mantis shrimp through his mind, asking it to increase its strength. After a moment, Sumu checked the Mantis shrimp's attributes again. Mantis shrimp, super mutant. Combat power, not mainstream. Talent, level. Skills, rapid attack, beginner. Heavy strike, low level. Armor break, low level. Defense, beginner. Advantages, extremely beautiful appearance, fierce in battle. Weaknesses, disrespectful to everyone. Personality, extremely fierce. Mental state, I am already an invincible existence. Attributes, strength, 55 points. Agility, 41 points. Constitution, 39 points. Defense, 37 points. Mental, 19 points. Distributable points, 0 points. Sure enough, Sumu remembered that he had seen the Mantis shrimp had 10 distributable points before, and now it had become 0, and the strength attribute of the Mantis shrimp had increased by 10 points. Does this mean I have the strength of a level 1 beast tamer? Sumu thought. The ability of a level 1 beast tamer is just to better communicate with their battle beasts, right? Then, Sumu continued to communicate with the Mantis shrimp in his mind, asking it to punch. After testing a few times, Sumu felt there were no barriers at all. He could even sense what the Mantis shrimp was thinking. Perhaps it was because Sumu possessed a level talent with a perfect bloodline. Anyway, what was difficult for others was easily solved by Sumu. Is it really this simple? Sumu couldn't believe it. This is too easy. If this is the case, reaching the level 1 beast tamer rank would be so easy that everyone would be a level 1 beast tamer. Of course, Sumu did not know how difficult it was for many people to achieve heart-to-heart communication with their battle beasts. Just as Sumu was thinking, Fang Changxing continued to explain, and the best way to understand one's battle beast was through combat. Next, you can form pairs of 2 and try to control your battle beasts to fight, while carefully sensing the psychological changes and physical attributes of the battle beasts. After Fang Changxing finished speaking, the students were all excited. Hee, we can have battle training now. That's great. I want to see the power of my pangolin. Then let's pair up in battle. I just want to test the fighting power of my lizard. Is anyone pairing with me? My jackal looks fierce, but it's actually very gentle. Zhang Mohan, we both have feline exotic beasts. How about my short-tailed blue cat versus your blue-eyed spirit cat? In an instant, the students were all looking for opponents they thought were suitable. However, Sumu and Xiaopeng found that no one approached them. The reason was simple. Xiaopeng's family had high status, and the classmates could see that although the red flame python was a good battle beast, it was still in its juvenile phase and hadn't fully grown yet. If they were to injure the red flame python, Xiaopeng would surely get angry. As for Sumu, the reason no one wanted to pair with him was even simpler. A mantis shrimp could easily get killed in a fight. Xiaopeng looked at everyone, and then at Sumu. Hey, brother, if no one else wants to, how about we pair up? Sumu thought for a moment and shook his head. Although the mantis shrimp looked small, its fighting power was not weak. If it fought against Xiaopeng's red flame python, it might kill it with just 2 punches. Sumu decided to find a high-defense opponent for the mantis shrimp, so he could perfectly test its fighting power. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Sumu's mind. Ding. Task released. The host must control the battle beast to engage in a fight and win. Completing the task will yield a large reward. Note, the stronger the opponent, the greater the reward. A task? Sumu was delighted. The timing was perfect. While this task wasn't difficult and he could easily win against any random battle beast, since the reward increased with the difficulty, he certainly wouldn't waste the opportunity. Obviously, defeating Xiaopeng's red flame python wouldn't be considered a challenging fight. It was probably just a simple level task. Xiaopeng didn't know what Sumu was thinking and assumed he was silent because he was afraid the red flame python would eat the mantis shrimp. Don't worry, brother, if my red flame python eats your mantis shrimp, I'll compensate you with 1. No, I'll buy you 10. I'll be careful controlling my red flame python. Xiaopeng said proudly. Sumu rolled his eyes at him, wondering what he was thinking. What are you thinking? I'm worried that my mantis shrimp might kill your red flame python with just 2 punches, Sumu said impatiently. What? Xiaopeng thought he misheard and looked at Sumu in disbelief. Your mantis shrimp could kill my red flame python? Although your mantis shrimp is a bit bigger. Are you joking? This is a red flame python, a powerful exotic beast. Even though it's still in its juvenile phase, it's not something your mantis shrimp can compare to. In an instant, Xiaopeng was unconvinced. Brother, if you say that, I'm not happy. How about a bet of 20 years? Xiaopeng thought this time he could turn the tables. Chapter 15, a suicide challenge? Seeing Xiaopeng about to bet again, Sumu had no mood to deal with him. The system task had already been triggered. He had no time to worry about Xiaopeng. Sumu needed to find an excellent opponent for the mantis shrimp. Xiaopeng noticed Sumu's silence and, fearing he wouldn't agree, quickly resorted to provocation. Hey, brother. Say something. Don't worry. If your mantis shrimp dies, I'll compensate you. Do you dare to bet? Xiaopeng said, looking at Sumu with eager eyes. Go away. I'm looking for a stronger opponent for my mantis shrimp. I don't have time for you, Sumu replied, carefully examining the exotic beasts of his classmates. Looking for a stronger opponent? Is Sumu out of his mind? Does he think his mantis shrimp will die too slowly? Xiaopeng thought that he and Sumu had the weakest battle beasts in the class. Although his battle beast was weak, it was in its juvenile phase and would grow soon. As for Sumu's mantis shrimp, Xiaopeng was genuinely curious about whom it could defeat. Just then, Sumu's eyes lit up. He had found the perfect opponent for the mantis shrimp. Dragon bone crocodile turtle, ordinary body. Combat power, below standard. Talent, level. Skills, defense, advanced. Bite, beginner. Advantages, extremely high defense. Weaknesses, slow movements. Personality, fierce. Psychological state. If you have the ability, come and hit me. Attributes. Strength, 102 points. Agility, 48 points. Constitution, 138 points. Defense, 158 points. Spirit, 88 points. Distributable points, 8 points. Seeing these attributes, Sumu was delighted. A defense of 158 points? That's incredibly high. The dragon bone crocodile turtle was also a decent size, nearly half a meter long, and looked indestructible. Sumu felt that even if the mantis shrimp used its full power for a strike, it probably wouldn't have any issues. Having selected a target, Sumu walked over to a girl. The girl was named Wang Ting, with 2 ponytails. Although she wasn't stunningly beautiful, she was definitely not ugly and could be considered pretty. At that moment, the crocodile turtle was battling against a small spiny porcupine. Although the porcupine was relatively agile, it couldn't do anything to the crocodile turtle. The porcupine spikes had no lethal power against it. The crocodile turtle occasionally stretched out its head to bite the porcupine, but it was also very cautious, as it could still get pricked. For a time, both exotic beasts were mostly in a defensive stance, with little attacking. At this moment, Sumu approached Wang Ting. Hee, Wang Ting. How about we have a match between our battle beasts? Sumu asked cheerfully. In the distance, Xiaopeng was shocked to see Sumu approaching Wang Ting. The crocodile turtle was Wang Ting's battle beast, known for its high defense, and with such a large size. Wasn't this a suicidal battle? Xiaopeng thought Wang Ting's battle beast was among the best in the class. It might not necessarily win, but it definitely wouldn't lose. The crocodile turtle entered defense mode and could protect all its weak points. Who could hurt it? Xiaopeng felt that even if his red flame python had a poisonous fire skill, given its current size, it would be impossible to hurt the crocodile turtle, let alone Sumu with his mantis shrimp. Would he smash the turtle shell with his fists? It might not even feel like a tickle. Wang Ting was also stunned when she heard Sumu's words. What? Wang Ting asked in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. I said, can our battle beasts have a fight? Sumu repeated. A mantis shrimp against a crocodile turtle? Is it really that surprising? Wang Ting was dazed, and the classmates around her who heard this were also confused. What is going on? Is Sumu giving up on the mantis shrimp? Does he want the mantis shrimp to die? Or does he have a crush on Wang Ting and wants to provide some food for her exotic beast? Many students quickly speculated about Sumu's intentions. Wang Ting looked at Sumu in disbelief. Are you serious? Sumu nodded. Of course. Look, both our battle beasts can fight in water. They are the most suitable in the whole class. Wang Ting thought about it and realized it was true. Her alligator turtle could fight on land, while Sumu's mantis shrimp really had no advantage in a land battle. Alright then, but don't worry. I'll be careful controlling the alligator turtle and try not to accidentally hurt your mantis shrimp. Wang Ting felt that this contest was still quite challenging because she was up against a mantis shrimp. If she lost control and the alligator turtle treated the mantis shrimp as food, that would be a problem for her. After all, such accidents can happen in beast battles. When all the classmates saw that Sumu was really going to battle Wang Ting, they all stopped their own beast contests, curious about how the mantis shrimp would be defeated. How it would lose. Xiaopeng came over to Sumu and said, "Hey, have you come to your senses? Are you going to change your battle beast?" "Well, the mantis shrimp is good, but its small size is a hard flaw." Xiaopeng nodded, thinking Sumu's choice was very wise. But why feed it to the alligator turtle? Isn't it better to keep it for yourself? A 20,000 yuan mantis shrimp is definitely a high-quality ingredient. Go away. Sumu was speechless. All his classmates looked at him with strange expressions, probably thinking the same thing. Even teacher Fang Changxing was intrigued, not understanding why Sumu made such a decision. Sumu seemed quite smart, and was even the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Why would he do something so incomprehensible? A moment later, Sumu and Wang Ting arrived next to a small pool. Of course, a group of classmates followed behind, eager to watch the excitement. The pool was not large, about 5 meters square, allowing the classmates to clearly observe the battle between the two beasts. The water in the pool was clear, and even the gravel and rocks at the bottom were visible. After Sumu and Wang Ting prepared, they placed their battle beasts into the water. Oh, it seems like Sumu's mantis shrimp has grown quite a bit. Yeah, look, it's probably about 35 centimeters long now. I've never seen such a large mantis shrimp before. You see, although it's not as big as the alligator turtle, the difference isn't that huge. This classmate, when did you become blind? The alligator turtle is half a meter long. Can the mantis shrimp, which is only 35 centimeters long, compare? Exactly, and let's not forget, the mantis shrimp is only 35 centimeters long. The classmate who just spoke immediately fell silent. The alligator turtle looked like a small millstone, while the mantis shrimp resembled a thicker chopstick. Their sizes were fundamentally different. Chapter 16. Thinking too much. How could the mantis shrimp possibly win? In the classmates' eyes, the alligator turtle weighed at least 50 to 60 pounds, while the mantis shrimp weighed only a few pounds, and that was an exaggeration. With such a huge weight difference, no one would believe that the mantis shrimp could defeat the alligator turtle, unless it was in a dream. Soon, when both beasts were placed in the water, the mantis shrimp's fighting spirit rose immediately. Sumu could clearly sense that the mantis shrimp showed no fear in the face of such a large alligator turtle. Instead, it was full of fighting spirit. As for the alligator turtle, it didn't regard the mantis shrimp as a threat at all, thinking it was time for a meal. Oh, look, the mantis shrimp isn't afraid at all. It's trying to attack the alligator turtle. Isn't that looking for death? Haha, I know about mantis shrimps. They are fearless and have a fierce personality, so of course, they wouldn't no fear. Right, and mantis shrimps have a strong territorial instinct. Any creature that appears within their range is their opponent, and they want to throw a few punches. Just wait. The mantis shrimp is probably going to get eaten soon. The classmates saw the mantis shrimp swimming around the alligator turtle without fear. Surprisingly, in the water, the mantis shrimp moved very quickly, even more agile than the alligator turtle at the moment of bursting forth. Sumu, you need to be careful. My alligator turtle is going to attack. Wang Ting said to Sumu with a smile. Without a doubt, Wang Ting felt that Sumu was delivering a benefit to her, marking the beginning of the hunting moment. Sumu nodded. All right. But your alligator turtle should be careful too. My mantis shrimp packs a powerful punch. What? All the classmates secretly laughed at Sumu's words. They acknowledged that the mantis shrimp's punch was powerful, and its speed was even faster than a bullet, with astonishing strength. But facing the alligator turtle, which had extremely high defense, did he really think it could injure the alligator turtle? That was thinking too much. Just then, Wang Ting commanded the alligator turtle to suddenly accelerate and charge at the mantis shrimp. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly communicated with the mantis shrimp to dodge. In an instant, as the alligator turtle snapped its jaws at the mantis shrimp made a quick turn and directly avoided the bite. Then, everyone heard a loud cracking sound. This sound was very clear and reached every student's ears. What is going on? What happened to the alligator turtle? The classmates were confused, while teacher Fong Chongqing frowned deeply. Years of experience as a beast tamer told him that something was off here. Sumu smiled slightly, just as the mantis shrimp turned to dodge the alligator turtle's bite. He controlled the mantis shrimp to punch the alligator turtle's jaw. That crisp sound was the result of the mantis shrimp's powerful punch hitting the alligator turtle's jaw. Because the mantis shrimp's punching speed was too fast, no one could see its attack clearly. You must know that the mantis shrimp's punch in water is incredibly fast. It can even create sparks, merging water and fire in a stunning display that perhaps only the mantis shrimp could achieve. The alligator turtle was struck by this punch and began to swim frantically, while the mantis shrimp immediately pursued it. What the hell, am I blind? The alligator turtle is being chased by a mantis shrimp? Yeah, what is going on? Shouldn't the alligator turtle be showcasing its strength? Teacher, can you explain why this is happening? At this moment, many classmates looked toward Fong Chongqing, wanting to know the answer. Fong Chongqing looked at Sumu, then at the mantis shrimp in the water. Although he sensed something was off, he couldn't pinpoint it at the moment. After all, a mantis shrimp battling an alligator turtle had no chance of winning, yet the scene was difficult to comprehend. Only Sumu knew why. Low-level heavy strike. Increasing power by 10%. Low-level armor piercing, ignoring 10% of the opponent's defense. Combined with a regular rapid attack, the speed and power were astonishing. If that punch hit the alligator turtle's back, it might not matter, but hitting its jaw, where the defense was relatively weak, was a different story. Wang Ting was stunned to see the alligator turtle uncontrollably fleeing. No matter what, she never expected the battle to turn out this way. Wang Ting felt anxious. If she lost to the mantis shrimp, it would be too embarrassing. But no matter how much Wang Ting shouted, the alligator turtle kept turning in circles and running away. At this moment, Sumu commanded the mantis shrimp to accelerate and directly catch up to the alligator turtle. Then, everyone was shocked to see the mantis shrimp on the alligator turtle's back, launching an attack on it. They couldn't see how the mantis shrimp attacked. They only heard two crisp, loud sounds. Bang bang bang. The alligator turtle stopped moving, and Sumu controlled the mantis shrimp to deliver several powerful punches. At this point, Sumu also wanted to test just how powerful the mantis shrimp's punch really was. Wang Ting didn't concede. The match wasn't over yet. Did the mantis shrimp win? Yeah, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. A mantis shrimp actually defeated an alligator turtle that's half a meter long. What are you talking about? The alligator turtle hasn't lost. Maybe in a moment that mantis shrimp will be in trouble. This isn't over yet. Didn't you see that the alligator turtle is already too scared to fight back and is just defending itself? So what? Can this mantis shrimp harm the alligator turtle? As soon as this student finished speaking, all the classmates fell silent. Indeed, although the alligator turtle isn't attacking, it hasn't lost. Just because it's defending doesn't mean you can win. After all, how can a mantis shrimp hurt an alligator turtle? Isn't that a joke? But with one defending and one attacking, when will a winner be determined? Don't worry, maybe the alligator turtle is tired. Or it's not hungry right now and wants to rest for a while. It might attack soon. The classmates nodded and stared intently at the water, all waiting for the alligator turtle to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the mantis shrimp struck out 3 punches. The sounds crisp and clear for every student to hear. The mantis shrimp's punches are really powerful. With such loud sounds, the force must be considerable. Of course, a normal mantis shrimp can easily crush shells. Just think about how strong it must be. Do you think the alligator turtle's shell won't be damaged? Haha, you're overthinking it. The alligator turtle's shell is very hard and far from something this mantis shrimp can break. Chapter 17. Sumu is so bad. Teacher Fong Chongqing thought for a moment and awkwardly spoke up. Ahem. I think the alligator turtle has never encountered a mantis shrimp before and is momentarily scared by this ferocious mantis shrimp. It will probably be fine soon. In fact, Fong Chongqing didn't really understand why, but he felt he had to explain something since many students were waiting for his answer. Now Wang Ting felt that she had trained the alligator turtle too little, resulting in the current situation. Just wait. Wang Ting also thought that once the alligator turtle realized the mantis shrimp wasn't aggressive, it might fight back. While the classmates were waiting, Sumu shook his head helplessly. Oh no, it seems the mantis shrimp is still too small and can't hurt the alligator turtle at all. For a moment, the battle fell into a stalemate. Perhaps the mantis shrimp sensed Sumu's thoughts and immediately felt dissatisfied. Mantis shrimp's psychological dynamics. How dare you look down on me? Watch my explosive iron fist power. Bang. At this moment, the mantis shrimp struck with full force again. This hit was louder than the previous ones. Perhaps the mantis shrimp was putting in all its strength. The intense sound immediately caught everyone's attention, and the classmates all carefully looked at the turtle shell. Mainly because this attack was too loud. Just when the classmates were puzzled, a sharp-eyed student suddenly focused and exclaimed, "Look!" The classmates, not understanding, followed the direction the student pointed and looked closely. Instantly, When a few students saw clearly, they were all shocked. Holy crap, the turtle shell has been dented. Yes, look. That dent is the size of a peanut. The force is terrifying. After this student spoke, many classmates also noticed. At this moment, they all saw that the alligator turtle's back had indeed been dented to the size of a peanut. Wang Ting was stunned upon seeing this. What is going on? My alligator turtle is injured? Sumu was also stunned. Wow, is this mantis shrimp really that fierce? Amid everyone's shock, the mantis shrimp struck again with full force. Bang! Following that, another dent appeared on the alligator turtle's back. This time, Wang Ting saw clearly. When Wang Ting saw that her alligator turtle's back had 2 dents, she became anxious. Sumu, make your mantis shrimp stop. Sumu awkwardly smiled and hurriedly controlled the mantis shrimp to stop. If the alligator turtle's shell were broken, it would be difficult to explain. After all, this was a competition between classmates, and they couldn't go too far. Besides, it was his idea to have Wang Ting compete. After the mantis shrimp stopped, it still felt somewhat dissatisfied. Mantis shrimp's psychological dynamics. This opponent is too weak. It can't withstand my hammer in front of me. Sumu looked at Wang Ting. You've lost, right? Wang Ting didn't want to admit it. It was indeed embarrassing for an alligator turtle to lose to a mantis shrimp. Seeing Wang Ting not speaking, Sumu smiled slightly. Then let's continue the competition for a while. Following that, the mantis shrimp struck again. Bang! Another dent the size of a peanut appeared. Sumu, stop. Wang Ting glared at Sumu with anger. Sumu was too mischievous. Wang Ting realized that if she didn't admit defeat, Sumu's mantis shrimp would continue attacking. After a moment, Wang Ting muttered quietly, you win. After Wang Ting finished speaking, the classmates were still in disbelief. This mantis shrimp actually won. Haha, who wouldn't be? Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still find it hard to believe. Wow, this mantis shrimp is so fierce, it can really be a battle beast. Right? Its combat power must be off the charts. Haha, this is probably the ceiling of the mantis shrimp's combat power. It's about this level. Indeed, after all, the dragon bone alligator turtle can grow over 3 meters long in the later stages, while the mantis shrimp is probably about this size. Although the classmates were all shocked by the mantis shrimp's combat power, it is still a mantis shrimp, and it has already reached its combat power limit. The alligator turtle can still grow, but how big it will get is still uncertain. After all, it's a mythical beast, and there are many things humans still don't understand. However, for now, generally, a level 3 beastmaster using an alligator turtle as a battle beast would have a dragon bone alligator turtle with a body length of over 3 meters. It can be considered a small to medium-sized battle beast. At this moment, the system prompt in Sumu's mind also sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Reward: 5,000 points and a skill upgrade card for battle beasts. A skill upgrade card? Good stuff. Sumu was delighted. This is indeed a good item. Although he doesn't plan to use it right now, in the later stages, if skills cannot be upgraded, this will be an excellent item. Just now, when the chubby kid saw that the mantis shrimp had dented the turtle shell, he was both shocked and relieved. He was shocked that the mantis shrimp was so powerful. If it hit his blazing python on the head, it might even take it down. He was relieved that Sumu didn't agree to the bet. Otherwise, he would have to be Sumu's underling for life. Wow, I thought you were joking. I didn't expect your mantis shrimp to be this strong. The chubby kid looked at Sumu with a hint of admiration. Being able to make a mantis shrimp this powerful is definitely a talent. Haha, how about I hit your blazing python with one punch? Sumu joked. The chubby kid waved his hand. No. That punch would probably dent the shell. I don't think my blazing python could take it. Just as Sumu and the chubby kid were chatting, they heard an angry roar beside them. Sumu, put away your mantis shrimp. Sumu turned to look, and it was Wang Ting glaring at him. What's the rush? Sumu didn't understand. Did Wang Ting really have to be that angry? Of course. Just now, when I was communicating with the alligator turtle, your mantis shrimp wouldn't leave, and the alligator turtle didn't dare to come up at all. Wang Ting was about to cry. The alligator turtle was clearly traumatized and was now afraid of the mantis shrimp. After returning, Wang Ting felt she needed to provide psychological counseling for the alligator turtle. When Sumu heard this, he barely suppressed the urge to laugh. He had gained an advantage, and if he laughed, Wang Ting would probably really get angry. The classmates nearby couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Haha, how did the alligator turtle get scared by a mantis shrimp? Haha, don't mention it. I'm worried about the alligator turtle's psychological issues. One of Wang Ting's friends comforted her. Wang Ting snorted coldly. After school, I'll buy 10 pounds of mantis shrimp and let the alligator turtle eat its fill. Chapter 18. Bastard Sumu, wait for it. At this moment, Sumu had already caught the mantis shrimp. After a while, when the alligator turtle sensed that the mantis shrimp was indeed no longer around, it cautiously poked its head out. As the alligator turtle crawled out of the pool, Wang Ting hurriedly checked its injuries. Woo, Sumu, you bastard. Look at the alligator turtle's back. there are several small pits," Wang Ting said, gently stroking the alligator turtle's back with a pained expression. At this moment, everyone could also see clearly that there were not just 3 small pits on the alligator turtle's back, but several. It was just that those were not obvious. And these 3 small pits were the largest and were the strongest hits from the mantis shrimp. Sumu, upon seeing this, felt both shocked and delighted. The mantis shrimp's strength was astonishing. If it kept hitting like this, the alligator turtle's shell could be cracked. However, seeing Wang Ting so heartbroken, Sumu felt a bit guilty. After all, it was his request for Wang Ting to battle. Moreover, he had received a generous system reward, which meant that Wang Ting had helped him. With this in mind, Sumu quickly took out a few band-aids and stuck them on the alligator turtle's back. Wang Ting was stunned. Xiao Pang was stunned. All the classmates were stunned. Putting on band-aids, is that effective? Bro, you're not joking, are you? Putting band-aids on the alligator turtle's back? Xiao Pang hurriedly approached Sumu and whispered, "That classmate Wang Ting, it's fine, the alligator turtle's back is like bone. It has calcium, and it'll recover in a few days." Sumu didn't understand and could only babble nonsense to comfort her. Wang Ting didn't understand either. Looking at Sumu, unsure whether he was serious or not. The other classmates were also clueless, as they had never studied this area. However, since it wasn't their battle beast, they didn't pay much attention. At this moment, teacher Fang Changxing spoke up. "Wang Ting, what did you realize from the battle just now?" Upon hearing this, all the classmates turned to Fang Changxing. Even Sumu became interested and listened carefully. At this moment, Wang Ting felt that her alligator turtle lost not because of strength, but due to its cowardice. If the alligator turtle had been braver and attacked the mantis shrimp, could the mantis shrimp still be a match? Fang Changxing shook his head upon hearing this. Did you not realize that you didn't carefully feel your battle beast at all? As soon as Fang Changxing finished speaking, all the classmates were puzzled. Not carefully feeling. What does that mean? Is that where she lost? The classmates looked at each other, all with puzzled expressions, wondering if the alligator turtle lost because of this. Wang Ting also didn't understand what the teacher meant. Seeing that everyone was confused, Fang Changxing looked at Sumu. "Sumu, why don't you say something?" "Sumu? Does Sumu know the reason?" "Yes, Sumu. Quickly tell us why your mantis shrimp won." Right. Hurry up and tell us. This will help us in future battles with our battle beasts." Xiao Peng laughed. Haha. "Don't rush. My bro is a top student. Let him give you a scientific explanation." At this moment, Fang Changxing was also curious and wanted to see Su Mu's explanation. Although he had some thoughts, he wasn't in a hurry to speak. After all, it wasn't easy to explain how a mantis shrimp defeated an alligator turtle. Su Mu saw that everyone was eager to listen, thought for a moment, and decided not to keep them in suspense. "I think there are 2 points. First, classmate Wang Ting thought my battle beast was just a mantis shrimp and that victory was certain. So she let her guard down and didn't communicate well with her battle beast or feel it out. Second, classmate Wang Ting was overconfident, not understanding the unusual behavior of the alligator turtle, and continually gave it wrong guidance, causing the alligator turtle to develop a sense of aversion towards her." After Su Mu finished speaking, all the classmates fell silent, carefully digesting his words. Teacher Fang Changxing nodded repeatedly. What Su Mu said is really good. He hadn't thought about how to put it before, but now that he heard Su Mu's words, it seemed he understood something. Yes, what Su Mu said is very important. Wang Ting, you made this serious mistake just now. You must know that on the battlefield, if you cannot communicate harmoniously with your battle beast, once your battle beast develops a sense of rejection towards you, it will greatly reduce its combat effectiveness. Fang Changxing spoke while scanning the crowd. After a moment, he looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting, now carefully feel your battle beast. Wang Ting nodded and then closed her eyes, concentrating on sensing. After a while, Wang Ting suddenly opened her eyes and hurriedly looked at the alligator turtle's jaw. She had just realized that the alligator turtle's jaw was very painful, almost like a bone fracture. Just moving its mouth slightly would cause a splitting pain. It was under such circumstances that Wang Ting had continuously ordered the alligator turtle to bite the mantis shrimp, without sensing the pain it was in. At this moment, Wang Ting felt very clearly and hurriedly went to check on the alligator turtle's injury. So, Su Mu ran away. Anyway, class was about to end, and teacher Fang Changxing didn't stop him. The other classmates thought Su Mu had something to do and didn't pay much attention. A moment later, the training room echoed with Wang Ting's furious shout. "Su Mu, you went too far. You broke my alligator turtle's jawbone." Upon hearing this, the classmates immediately understood. Damn, I said Su Mu ran away so fast. Turns out he was trying to escape the lioness's roar. Haha, I would run too. An angry woman is terrifying. I thought the mantis shrimp's victory was a fluke, but it turned out to be strength. Impressive. It's normal to have a mistake in a battle. If the mantis shrimp didn't use its full strength, it would probably have been eaten. Yeah, Wang Ting, don't be angry. Several classmates saw that Wang Ting was tearing up and hurriedly comforted her. Teacher Fang Changxing also hurriedly reassured her, "Classmate Wang Ting, it's fine. The bodies of alien beasts recover very quickly, and this is just a minor injury. It will be fine in a few days." As battle beasts, alien beasts are beings from another world and have many mysterious characteristics. A strong recovery ability is the most important, which is also to better cope with battles. The alligator turtle is also considered to have a strong physique among alien beasts. Although its jawbone is slightly cracked, it will recover in a few days. With the comfort of her classmates, Wang Ting finally felt a bit better. At this moment, Wang Ting had already made up her mind that in the future, her dragon bone alligator turtle's only food would be the mantis shrimp. Although she couldn't afford too many alien mantis shrimps, ordinary mantis shrimps were still plentiful. She must train the alligator turtle well. In the future, this dragon bone alligator turtle would become a professional killer of mantis shrimps. Chapter 19, Wang Ting's Plan. Teacher Qin Shui was also astonished. "Teacher Fang, you're not joking, are you?" Fang Changxing shook his head and smiled. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't believe it." Seeing that Fang Changxing didn't seem to be joking, Teacher Qin Shui became serious. A mantis shrimp defeating an alligator turtle, and she was familiar with Wang Ting's alligator turtle. Its combat power was still decent. Although its attack power was lacking, its defense was not a problem. It seems that Su Mu does indeed have a talent for beast taming. Teacher Qin Shui sighed. Fang Changxing also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's a pity that his battle beast is just a mantis shrimp. If it were a better alien beast, this student would definitely be considered an outstanding student. Although the teachers regretted Su Mu's talent, they knew that financial factors were a major hurdle to becoming a powerful beast tamer. Let us observe Su Mu for a while. If he really has talent, we can apply for the school's welfare alien beasts for him, Teacher Qin Shui suggested. Fang Changxing nodded, feeling that they could further understand Su Mu in the future. Several days passed. During these days, Su Mu spent his time studying and feeding the mantis shrimp. With the help of the system's feed, the mantis shrimp had already grown to half a meter long, and its body had become much bulkier. The pair of fist-sized iron fists had now grown to the size of glass balls, looking quite impressive. Of course, apart from Su Mu, no one else knew about the changes in the mantis shrimp. After all, during the usual training battles with exotic beasts, no one ever sought Su Mu's group. Moreover, the only beast suitable for underwater combat, the alligator turtle, was still busy learning to hunt mantis shrimp. Without Wang Ting accompanying Su Mu, none of the other combat beasts were currently suitable to fight the mantis shrimp. Meanwhile, Wang Ting looked at Su Mu with a gaze filled with a desire for revenge. On this day, during school, Teacher Qin Shui announced something that excited all the students. They would be going to Peach Blossom Island for practice. Peach Blossom Island was an island in another world, since it was discovered by the Huagua. It was deemed of little use and was later established as a training ground for new beast tamers, hence the name Peach Blossom Island. The island was large and did not have any particularly dangerous exotic beasts, so as long as one was careful, there would generally be no danger. The most dangerous beast on Peach Blossom Island was a wild boar-like creature, which, although fierce, posed no real risk with a mentor accompanying the students. After the students gathered, Teacher Qin Shui reiterated her instructions. "Students, this time we will enter along with Class 7. Once inside, you must listen to your mentors and absolutely must not act alone. Also, I want to emphasize again that while there are no particularly dangerous exotic beasts on the island, you must not be careless. One more important point, do not approach the seaside, as we are still uncertain whether there are dangers in the sea." After Teacher Qin Shui finished speaking, she glanced at Su Mu, for among these students, she was most worried about him. After all, Su Mu's combat beast was a mantis shrimp, the only exotic beast that fought underwater. "Su Mu, while the others will not approach the seaside, you must also stay away from it. There is a small lake on the island where you can practice." After repeated reminders from Teacher Qin Shui, Su Mu nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, teacher. I won't go near the seaside." With Su Mu's response, Teacher Qin Shui felt somewhat relieved. After a while, under Teacher Qin Shui's guidance, the students arrived at a large chamber filled with various instruments that Su Mu did not understand. In the center of the instruments was a large, oval black hole, over 5 meters in diameter, dark and swirling with particles inside. Once the students lined up, every 10 students were flanked by a mentor, all of whom were level 3 beast tamers, to accompany the students into the black hole. Su Mu's class had a total of 50 students, plus Teacher Qin Shui, making 6 mentors in total. Moments later, the students queued and entered the black hole one by one. As Su Mu stepped in, he felt a flash before his eyes and a slight dizziness. This sensation lasted only a few seconds, and then the scene before him changed. Su Mu looked around and found himself in a vast square of several thousand square meters, with sparse trees surrounding the perimeter. Behind him was another oval black hole, presumably leading back to Magic City University. Once all the students stood in line, Teacher Chen Shui began assigning tasks. Ma Xiao Wang, Zhang Yiming, L. Liang. You will follow Teacher Zhang. Be sure to listen to him. After Teacher Chen Shui finished speaking, several students responded excitedly and left with Teacher Zhang. Bro, how about I stay back to keep you company? Xiaopeng knew that Su Mu would not be in their group, and since he didn't lack practice opportunities, he felt it was fine to stay with Su Mu. Su Mu didn't want to hold Xiaopeng back, so he declined. Even though Xiaopeng's parents could provide him with such training opportunities, everyone was interested in outdoor hunting activities, and there was no need to affect Xiaopeng. No need. I'll go fishing by myself. Just don't disturb me, Su Mu said, realizing he would have to go alone. Seeing Su Mu refuse, Xiaopeng didn't say anything more. And the two chatted for a bit, while waiting for Teacher Chen Shui to continue assigning groups. A moment later, Xiaopeng was assigned to Teacher Fang's group and left with him. Teacher Chen Shui continued calling names. When she called out Wang Ting's name, she spoke up, Teacher Chen. My combat beast is an alligator turtle, so I won't choose to be in their group. Teacher Chen Shui was somewhat puzzled. Although the alligator turtle was stronger in water, it could still fight on land. Even if it wasn't as adept at hunting agile exotic beasts as others, it would still be good for training. Wang Ting. While the alligator turtle doesn't have an advantage on land, don't worry. There are armored beetles on the island that are also suitable for the alligator turtle to fight. Teacher Chen Shui, fearing Wang Ting didn't know this, specifically explained. Wang Ting nodded. Teacher, I know that, but since you mentioned there's a lake on the island, I'll train my alligator turtle in underwater combat. Underwater combat? Teacher Chen Shui thought for a moment and agreed. That works. You can accompany Su Mu. So he won't be lonely. Su Mu, seeing this, looked at Wang Ting in surprise. What was she planning? However, Su Mu didn't say anything. Where to go was Wang Ting's choice, and he had no right to intervene. Chapter 20. Su Mu, you bastard, so big. Seeing that Teacher Chen Shui agreed, Wang Ting was very happy and looked at Su Mu with a triumphant expression. Hee, you bastard Su Mu, soon you'll see how powerful my alligator turtle is. After days of continuous effort, the dragon-boned alligator turtle had become a professional killer of mantis shrimps. Whenever it saw a mantis shrimp, it would become incredibly excited. Wang Ting had paid a hefty price for this, not to mention how many mantis shrimp she had bought. At this moment, Wang Ting believed she would soon show Su Mu the terror of the alligator turtle. Su Mu could see Wang Ting's confident gaze and guessed her intentions. But he could only smile bitterly. The mantis shrimp had already grown to half a meter long, and in terms of size, it was not inferior to the alligator turtle. Adding to that, the mantis shrimp's incredible attributes, it could probably smash the turtle shell with a single punch. Su Mu felt helpless. It seemed he would disappoint Wang Ting. After a while, once all the students were assigned, Teacher Chen Shui finally looked at Su Mu and Wang Ting. Su Mu, Wang Ting, follow me. I'll take you to the small lake. Okay. Su Mu and Wang Ting responded and followed behind Teacher Chen Shui. After a while, they passed through a forest, and what came into view was a body of water. The lake wasn't large, but not small either, with an estimated diameter of several hundred meters. There weren't any powerful exotic beasts in the lake. It was originally prepared for students with water-based exotic beasts. But since there were too few students who chose water beasts, it gradually became less populated. Teacher Chen Shui looked at the lake and introduced it to Su Mu and Wang Ting. At this time, Su Mu also looked into the lake. The water was clear enough to see the bottom, with many large fish swimming around, forming a dark mass. Although these fish were quite large, Su Mu could tell they had little combat ability. Teacher, how many fish can I hunt? Su Mu asked. The school has regulations that each student can only hunt 2 exotic beasts, as if everyone hunted them all, future students would have nowhere to practice. Teacher Chen Shui gave Su Mu a glance. You can hunt as many as you want, with Su Mu's combat beast being a mantis shrimp of such a small size. Teacher Chen Shui thought that even if Su Mu was allowed to hunt freely, he could only manage to catch about 4 or 5. There are many strange creatures in the water, and it can be said that they are about to flood. You can kill as many as you want, and the school has no restrictions. Hearing this, Su Mu was somewhat excited. This time he could train the mantis shrimp well. Afterwards, Teacher Chen Shui instructed Su Mu and Wang Ting a few things, saying, you two pay attention, practice here, don't go too far. We will be in the woods ahead. If you need anything, you can come find us or send a distress signal. Su Mu and Wang Ting nodded, assuring her, don't worry, teacher. Teacher Chen Shui was not overly concerned. After all, Su Mu and Wang Ting usually didn't require her to worry about them. Moreover, there was even less danger here. The lake had been checked by powerful beast tamers previously and was very safe. The most dangerous creatures nearby were just the 2-headed wild chickens. Although these 2-headed wild chickens could be aggressive, escaping from them was not too difficult, and it was unlikely that a single 2-headed wild chicken could harm a person. After confirming that there was no problem, Teacher Chen Shui left. Once she was gone, Su Mu began to plan the training for the mantis shrimp. At this moment, Wang Ting looked at Su Mu with a big smile and said, "How about we have a match?" "A match? What are we competing in?" Su Mu pretended not to understand and asked. Wang Ting waved her arm, and the dragon-bone crocodile turtle appeared beside her. "Of course. We are comparing the battle power of our battle beasts. After my special training these past few days, the battle power of this dragon-bone crocodile turtle has improved a lot. This time, I definitely won't lose to you." Su Mu looked at the dragon-bone crocodile turtle, which seemed much more spirited than before, and it looked at Su Mu with a hint of anger. It seemed that the dragon-bone crocodile turtle also knew that the mantis shrimp was Su Mu's battle beast. "Are you sure?" Su Mu asked. Wang Ting scoffed. "What? Are you afraid?" "Don't worry, I won't let the dragon-bone crocodile turtle eat your mantis shrimp." Su Mu shook his head. "I'm not afraid. I'm worried that if I summon the mantis shrimp, your crocodile turtle will run away, and then you'll have to chase it, which would be a hassle." "You." Wang Ting, upon hearing this, angrily raised her delicate finger at Su Mu, saying, "Su Mu, don't get cocky. Today, I will teach your mantis shrimp a good lesson." Seeing that reasoning wasn't working, Su Mu decided to summon the mantis shrimp. With a wave of his arm, the mantis shrimp appeared beside him. When the mantis shrimp appeared, Wang Ting was dumbfounded. "What?" She was shocked to see a gigantic mantis shrimp lying on the ground, occasionally lifting its head and swinging its fists. Especially those iron fists the size of glass balls were particularly eye-catching. How did this mantis shrimp grow so big? Wang Ting couldn't believe it. It had only been a few days, and this thing had grown quite a bit, and it was so thick. At this moment, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel a bit of fear in her heart. Is this still the mantis shrimp? In her shock, the mantis shrimp glanced at the dragon-bone crocodile turtle on the ground. With that glance, the mantis shrimp immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the crocodile turtle it had fought before? Seeing the crocodile turtle, the mantis shrimp was very excited. Although it was on land, it didn't hinder the mantis shrimp's crawling at all. Then, the mantis shrimp began to move its claws and quickly ran towards the dragon-bone crocodile turtle. At that moment, the dragon-bone crocodile turtle was also dumbfounded. In its memory, the mantis shrimp wasn't this big, right? Upon seeing such a gigantic mantis shrimp, the crocodile turtle immediately became timid and turned to run away. Although the crocodile turtle usually crawled slowly, at a critical moment, its speed was not slow at all. Su Mu hadn't noticed earlier. But now he also realized that the mantis shrimp had grown quite a bit and had become much sturdier. Wang Ting was still in shock, her mind blank. Seeing this, Su Mu hurriedly controlled the mantis shrimp, fearing that the two beasts would start fighting. "Hey, you should hurry and chase. Your dragon-bone crocodile turtle has run far away." After Su Mu's reminder, Wang Ting finally reacted from her shock. When she turned to look, the crocodile turtle was running fast, heading straight for the woods. Wang Ting was stunned. Could the crocodile turtle really run this fast? "Su Mu, you bastard, you raised that mantis shrimp to such a size." Wang Ting shouted angrily and quickly ran towards the woods, intending to chase the dragon-bone crocodile turtle. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. "What did I say? I told you that your crocodile turtle would run when it saw the mantis shrimp, and you didn't believe me." With Wang Ting gone, Su Mu was left alone. All right, the hunting moment begins. Su Mu commanded the mantis shrimp to start moving towards the lake. Chapter 21, Special Beast Brugga. Just as the mantis shrimp entered the water, the system prompt sounded in Su Mu's mind. Ding, system task released. Host must control the battle beast to hunt 10 strange beasts. The stronger the hunted beasts, the higher the rewards. A task has arrived? Now there's a task, and Su Mu felt that he couldn't easily kill strange beasts anymore, as it was related to rewards. Su Mu looked carefully into the lake, but after a while, he didn't find any powerful fish. They are all too weak. If I hunt such weak beasts, the rewards will definitely be low. Su Mu felt a bit troubled. Teacher Chen Shui had said that there were no powerful strange beasts in this lake. He couldn't see what was at the bottom of the water, and he didn't know if there were strong strange beasts. Although the lake was very clear, it was also quite deep, making it impossible to see the bottom clearly. While Su Mu was troubled, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding, system-friendly reminder. The host has a perfect bloodline. As long as the host perfectly merges with their battle beast, they can perceive the battle beast's vision. After the system's reminder, Su Mu seemed to understand something. Humans and strange beasts could establish some kind of connection akin to invisible waves. It was like remote wireless monitoring, although it operated on a wireless network. The wireless network is still a form of existing wave in the universe. The connection between humans and strange beasts is a better form of wave, but this power cannot yet be explained. Thinking about this, Su Mu seemed to understand something. He then lay down on the grass, closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on the mantis shrimp. Gradually, a picture formed in Su Mu's mind, which started off a bit blurry. However, through Su Mu's continuous effort, the image became clearer. I can see it. I'm actually seeing through the mantis shrimp's eyes. Su Mu was overjoyed. This might be the phenomenon of perfect fusion with his battle beast. From the mantis shrimp's perspective, Sumu felt that the light in this world had changed. And there were many more types. These lights were beautiful, something Sumu had never experienced before. What kind of light is this? Sumu was shocked. He had previously learned that the mantis shrimp, due to its compound eyes, could perceive more light and was the strongest creature, said to even see into the fourth dimension. What this information represented, Sumu couldn't determine yet. With the mantis shrimp's perspective, Sumu no longer searched at the surface of the lake. He directly controlled the mantis shrimp to swim towards the bottom of the lake. After a while, the mantis shrimp reached the lake bottom and began to search. After searching for over 100 meters, Sumu felt a bit helpless. He still hadn't discovered any formidable strange fish. Just as Sumu was about to give up, he suddenly saw a circular opening on the cliff at the bottom of the lake. Inside the opening lay a strange beast. This beast had 2 forelimbs, somewhat resembling human arms, but its arms were covered in fish scales, and its 4 sharp claws glinted coldly. The creature had an upper body somewhat like a fish person, with ears resembling fish fins, while its lower body gradually tapered into a pointed conical shape, with a tail like a snake coiled beside it, appearing to be sleeping. What is this thing? Sumu was somewhat surprised and hurriedly used his inside eye on this creature. Bruga, currently in juvenile form. Combat power, ordinary level 1. Talent, level. Skills, tear, beginner, rapid attack, beginner. Advantages, extremely sensitive sense of smell. Weaknesses, severe visual impairment. Personality, fierce. Psychological state, hoo. Attributes, strength, 152 points. Agility, 167 points. Constitution, 132 points. Defense, 148 points. Spirit, 97 points. Distributable points, 0 points. After understanding this, Sumu was a bit astonished. This thing was so powerful. He chuckled, thinking this creature might be the strongest beast in the lake. Since Bruga was currently sleeping, Sumu didn't want to disturb it, especially since its combat power was ordinary level. Meanwhile, the combat power of the mantis shrimp was still subpar. Although it was subpar, Sumu felt that the mantis shrimp would soon reach ordinary level combat power. With the mantis shrimp's extraordinary attributes, Sumu didn't think he would lose. What Sumu didn't know was that Bruga was not a creature of the lake at all, but a very dangerous beast. Of course, Sumu didn't think about this. Teacher Chen Shui had said that the beasts in the lake could all be hunted. After deciding, Sumu carefully controlled the mantis shrimp to slowly approach Bruga. It was not good to disturb someone who was sleeping. Gradually, the mantis shrimp finally reached in front of Bruga. Bang! With a crisp sound, the mantis shrimp's iron fist struck hard on Bruga's head. This punch had great force, directly breaking through Bruga's defenses. After the punch, cracks appeared on Bruga's head, creating a pit in its skull. Gagaga! The intense pain startled Bruga, and it let out a piercing scream. As soon as Bruga reacted, 2 more fists struck down hard on its head. Bang bang! With these 2 punches, one landed on the back of Bruga's head, leaving it somewhat dizzy. Great! The ambush was successful, and Sumu hurriedly controlled the mantis shrimp to continue. In the water, the mantis shrimp moved very agilely, swimming quickly and continuously attacking Bruga. Having just been slightly dazed, Bruga felt intense pain in its body and suddenly swung its arm, one claw slashing across the mantis shrimp's body. Sizzle! The sharp fingertips slid across the mantis shrimp's hard shell, leaving 4 clear scratches. The sharp sound echoed in the water, and even Sumu could vaguely hear it. So fierce. Sumu was somewhat astonished. Despite the mantis shrimp's fierce attack, Bruga could still counterattack, indicating that this beast was not simple. If it hadn't been for the ambush, it would have been very difficult to win. Now, the mantis shrimp's punch was powerful enough to easily shatter a human skull. Such fierce power could probably leave a person either dead or severely injured. Looking at Bruga, its head was cracked, with 2 visible pits, yet it hadn't died, which showed its strong vitality. Although Bruga wasn't dead, it was severely injured and had difficulty moving. After its attack, Bruga hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the mantis shrimp also retreated to create distance from Bruga. Struggling to stabilize itself, Bruga tried to look ahead, vaguely seeing a massive creature resembling a shrimp. Due to its poor eyesight, it could only see a rough outline. This was still because the mantis shrimp wasn't too far away. If it were any farther, Bruga probably wouldn't even be able to see it. At this moment, Bruga was confused. It had been here for more than half a year and had never encountered such a powerful beast. Gagaga! Bruga roared a few times, its tail swishing as it quickly attacked the mantis shrimp. Chapter 22. Obtaining Skill Crystal. Bruga moved quickly, and Sumu hurriedly controlled the mantis shrimp to dodge. The mantis shrimp's tail flicked, and its body shot upwards like a bullet. Whoosh! Bruga's claw swiped empty, and it quickly wriggled its nose, trying to find the mantis shrimp's trail. Although Bruga had poor vision, its sense of smell was extremely sharp. In an instant, it locked onto the Mantis shrimp's position. Sumu also acted quickly. As soon as the Mantis shrimp dodged Brugge's attack, he directed it to attack Brugge's back. Bang bang. Just as the Mantis shrimp's 2 punches landed, Brugge's claw also reached in front of the Mantis shrimp. Whoosh. With one claw swipe. For more scratches appeared on the left side of the Mantis shrimp's body. If it weren't for the Mantis shrimp having a defense skill, this strike would have probably broken through its shell. The piercing sound echoed in the water as the Mantis shrimp and Brugge continued to entangle. Moments later, Brugge had numerous dents on its body, while the Mantis shrimp also looked worse for wear, covered in dense scratches. However, overall, Brugge was still more heavily injured, especially the 2 pits on its head, which directly affected Brugge's combat power. Under Brugge's fierce attacks, the injury on its head worsened, and blood began to seep from its skull. Just then, Brugge's body swayed, and its movement stopped for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Sumu clearly caught the opportunity. It seems it's severely injured. Great. After observing that Brugge's movements were restricted, Sumu seized the chance to continuously attack Brugge's nose. As long as Brugge's nose was injured, it would be equivalent to being blind. Moments later, after the Mantis shrimp's relentless attacks, it finally struck Brugge's nose. Gagaga. Hit on the nose. Brugge let out a wail and wildly swung its arms. Seeing this, Sumu quickly controlled the Mantis shrimp to retreat. After a while, the frenzied Brugge gradually stopped moving, carefully sensing everything around it. Meanwhile, the Mantis shrimp was right behind Brugge. Seconds passed, and Brugge still hadn't turned around. Great. It seems its nose is injured. Seeing this, Sumu knew he had won. At this moment, Brugge was like a blind person, allowing himself to be ambushed. After a while, under the Mantis shrimp's continuous ambush, Brugge's injuries worsened. Eventually, Brugge's limbs became weak and limp, and it collapsed. Ding. Congratulations to the host's battle beast for successfully leveling up, triggering hidden rewards. Ding. System reward. Battle beast's defense attribute increased by 10. Leveled up? Sumu was delighted and quickly checked the Mantis shrimp's attributes. Mantis shrimp. Super mutant. Combat power. Ordinary level 1. Talent. Level. Skills. Rapid attack. Ordinary. Heavy strike. Low. Armor break. Low. Defense. Beginner. Advantages. Extremely beautiful appearance. Courageous in battle. Weakness. Unyielding to anyone. Personality. Super fierce. Psychological state. Who else is there? Attributes. Strength. 159 points. Agility. 131 points. Constitution. 126 points. Defense. 138 points. Spirit. 87 points. Distributable points. 9 points. Seeing these attributes, Sumu nodded in satisfaction. This attribute was already very high and definitely ranked first in Class 8. Moreover, Sumu noticed that as the Mantis shrimp leveled up, its size seemed to have increased significantly, now estimated to be 60 centimeters long. A Mantis shrimp of this size could easily kill even a fierce dog like Zhang Yang with a single punch. Let's look for any remaining Bruja. Now that the Mantis shrimp has leveled up, Sumu feels it should be much easier to defeat Bruja. Just as Sumu was about to leave, he saw a blinding light emanating from the bottom of the water. What is that? Sumu was stunned for a few seconds before controlling the Mantis shrimp to swim towards the lake bottom. When the Mantis shrimp reached the bottom of the lake, Sumu saw the Bruja that had just died, its abdomen emitting a dazzling light. A crystal? In an instant, those 2 words appeared in Sumu's mind. Sumu was somewhat surprised. Some exotic beasts produce crystals upon death, but only special exotic beasts can produce them. The exotic beasts on Peach Blossom Island are all ordinary and cannot produce crystals. Sumu was astonished, but still decided to take a look. After a moment, Sumu controlled the Mantis shrimp to retrieve the crystal. Once he had it, Sumu saw that it was a purple crystal. This crystal was the size of an egg and emitted a purple glow. A skill crystal. This is a skill crystal. The purple color represents a skill crystal, something Sumu had learned about before. Haha, that's great. A skill crystal can sell for 20 million. Moreover, most of them are worth money but hard to sell. To find a skill crystal here, Sumu felt incredibly lucky. He then hurriedly controlled the Mantis shrimp to bring the skill crystal up. After obtaining the crystal, Sumu carefully examined it. Can my eye of insight be used on the crystal? With this thought, Sumu decided to give it a try. Skill crystal, attach skill. Lightning strike. This crystal actually has the skill of lightning strike. Lightning strike deals a lightning attack against enemies with a cooldown of 2 seconds. This is indeed the skill of lightning strike. What made Sumu even happier was that his eye of insight could see the properties of the crystal. Some high-level beast tamers use skill crystals on their battle beasts like gambling. Whatever skill they get is what they get. So far, human technology cannot probe the internal structure of skill crystals. Sumu remembered a news report from last time about a powerful beast tamer using a skill crystal on their battle beast. As a result, the attached skill was a high-level stun, nearly costing the battle beast its life. It was said that the Beast Tamer spent 500 million just to make the battle beast forget that stun skill. Therefore, for Beast Tamers without money, using skill crystals is like gambling. If the skill attached to the crystal is bad, then it's disastrous. Although Lightning Strike isn't an overly powerful skill, it is definitely a rare one. Of course, ordinary new tamers can also buy exotic beasts that come with the Lightning Strike skill. For example, the Wind Thunderbird inherently possesses the Lightning Strike skill to deal lightning attacks on enemies. However, the Wind Thunderbird has low defense, and if attacked, it could be fatal. If there is a Lightning Strike skill crystal, then the Beast Tamer can choose to use it on other exotic beasts. For instance, if Wang Ting's Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle had the Lightning Strike skill, it could unleash lightning attacks like a turret, remaining stationary with high defense. An absolutely perfect combination. But Sumu thought, considering Wang Ting's financial status, she probably couldn't afford this Lightning Strike skill. If just for the Lightning Strike skill, it could easily sell for 100 million. Of course, the damage from the Lightning Strike skill is also related to the battle beast's strength and mental power. However, if Wang Ting's Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle had this Lightning Strike skill, even if it couldn't kill the enemy, just shocking them a little could likely ruin their mindset. Chapter 23. I seem to see a crime scene. Sumu thought about whether to give the Lightning Strike skill to the Mantis shrimp. If he equipped the Mantis shrimp with the Lightning Strike skill, it could attack opponents from a distance. Even if the Lightning Strike couldn't kill the opponent, it could still serve to disrupt them. Additionally, while the Mantis shrimp can fight on land, it would be at a disadvantage against aerial beasts. If it had the Lightning Strike skill, it could attack airborne beasts. Many aerial beasts have low defense, making Lightning Strike the best skill. Just as Sumu was lost in thought, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Recycle? Trash crystal? Damn it. Sumu was furious. This was something that many people sought after in the market, yet the system called it trash. However, Sumu thought about it. Those skill crystals in the system were indeed extraordinarily powerful. For instance, the Thunderstorm Crystal, once used by an exotic beast. It could create dark clouds over a radius of hundreds of meters, controlling lightning to fall, a terrifying area of effect. But still, if the exotic beast's strength isn't strong enough, the effect of the lightning won't be very powerful either. However, 20,000 points seemed too little to Sumu. He felt he needed to clarify this issue. Oh. Upon hearing this, Sumu formed a good idea in his mind. This is an excellent plan to earn system points. If I sell this skill crystal, then spend money to buy a trash skill crystal and sell the trash skill crystal back to the system, I would make a huge profit in this transaction. Sumu thought to himself that he was definitely a savvy businessman. The system. After deciding, Sumu hurriedly stored the skill crystal. Alright, there's also the exotic beast's corpse. I heard that the meat from such special exotic beasts is quite valuable. With this in mind, Sumu controlled the Mantis shrimp to drag the Bruja's corpse up. Once the Bruja's corpse was brought up, Sumu finally saw that this guy was quite ugly. The Bruja was over a meter long on the upper body, and the tail was nearly a meter long. If counted together, it was probably over 2 meters long. However, the Bruja's tail was very thin, similar to that of a devil fish, so it wasn't very heavy. Looking at the pitted Bruja, Sumu thought it best not to eat it himself, mainly because it was too ugly for him to stomach. However, Sumu felt that if fed to some exotic beasts, it would probably be a hot commodity. After the Mantis shrimp swam several dozen meters into the cave, it encountered many broken stones that had sealed the entrance. On the other side of the woods, after Wang Ting's hard pursuit, she finally caught up with the Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle. Why are you running? Don't you have any ambition? That Mantis shrimp is just a bit bigger. Is it really that scary? Wang Ting pointed at the Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle, gasping for breath, perhaps from exhaustion. After scolding the Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle, Wang Ting then scolded Sumu. You bastard Sumu, you've raised the Mantis shrimp so big that my Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle got scared away. At this moment, Wang Ting felt the psychological trauma of the Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle was too great. No amount of Mantis shrimp could make up for it. Now, Wang Ting didn't even want to see Sumu, mainly because Sumu was too infuriating. All her hard training over the past few days had gone to waste, and she couldn't even seek revenge. After a while, Wang Ting passed through a grove and indeed saw Teacher Qinshui. At that moment, Teacher Qinshui was leading a few students to kill 2-headed wild chickens. From a distance, Teacher Qinshui spotted Wang Ting. As Wang Ting approached, Teacher Qinshui asked in confusion. Wang Ting still wore an angry expression. Teacher Qinshui, it's all Sumu's fault. He's too despicable. Despicable? Teacher Qinshui was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, the students beside Teacher Qinshui instantly began to speculate. Look at Wang Ting's expression. Did Sumu do something to her? Yes, a lonely man and woman, by the riverside woods. I seem to see a crime scene. Damn, Sumu is impressive. He's my idol, I admire him so much. If I had known, I would have gone over to spy on them. A few students were speaking very softly, but but they were still faintly heard by Teacher Chen Shui. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chen Shui's expression darkened. How could Sumu behave like this? This is a matter of character. Punishment is necessary, it must be done. Teacher Chen Shui had already made up her mind. Such a serious moral issue must be dealt with severely, regardless of Sumu's relationships or whether he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Wang Ting, their essay teacher here. What did Sumu do to you? Teacher Chen Shui asked, somewhat angrily. What did he do to me? Wang Ting was still angry and didn't think too much about it, blurting out, Teacher Chen, he didn't do anything to me. It's mainly about my alligator turtle. He's so infuriating. Alligator turtle? What is going on? In an instant, the classmates were dumbfounded. Even Teacher Chen Shui was taken aback. Was Wang Ting's alligator turtle female? Oh no, could it be that Sumu has such interests? Stop it, what are you talking about? I've never seen anyone commit a crime against an alligator turtle. The students' frivolous remarks were heard by Teacher Chen Shui, who instantly turned around and shot them a fierce glare. For a moment, several students were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Teacher Chen Shui was also puzzled. If Sumu didn't do anything to Wang Ting, then why was Wang Ting so angry? Wang Ting really didn't want to say anything. After all, it was too embarrassing. An alligator turtle was scared away by a mantis shrimp, and if this got out, it would probably make her the laughingstock of the entire school. However, now that Teacher Chen Shui had asked, Wang Ting thought for a moment and awkwardly spoke up. Teacher Chen, Sumu is really infuriating. He raised a mantis shrimp to 1/2 meter long, which scared my alligator turtle away. I chased it for quite a while before I caught up. What? After Wang Ting finished speaking, everyone looked at her in astonishment. Chapter 24, A Monster in the Lake? 1/2 meter long. Are you kidding? Can a mantis shrimp grow that big? Right, is Wang Ting out of her mind? Wang Ting, did you go out partying yesterday and haven't sobered up yet? The students shook their heads, all disbelieving. Even Teacher Chen Shui frowned. How could this be possible? Wang Ting became even angrier upon seeing their reactions. What are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth. Haha, really? Sure, it's true. Wang Ting, don't get angry. We believe you. Speak softer, or you'll get a lion's roar from you. Right, let's not talk. Seeing that Wang Ting's expression was getting worse, several students hurriedly hushed their voices. Teacher Chen Shui also shook her head. Whether to believe it or not was not the point, but in the current state, it wasn't the time to delve into this. Wang Ting, then you can join our group for now. Later, I will take you to find 2 armored beetles for your alligator turtle to practice with. Teacher Chen Shui said. Wang Ting nodded, okay. Meanwhile, on Sumu's side, after searching underwater with the mantis shrimp, he found no sign of Bluga. In the lake, Sumu also saw that the most formidable fish were similar to the master fish, although these fish were somewhat different from the master of Blue Water Star. They were not very aggressive. Helpless, Sumu could only hunt a few of the largest fish. When he had hunted enough 10 fish, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 10,000 points, and receiving a kiwi fruit. Sumu had learned about the kiwi fruit before. It randomly granted 1 attribute to a battle beast. However, Sumu didn't plan to use it now. After all, the mantis shrimp's attributes were a bit low, and it probably wouldn't increase much, so it felt more useful to save it for later. Sumu then gathered some dry wood, built a fire pit, and, while there was still time, prepared to roast some fish to eat. Their practice today lasted all day, and everyone brought their own food, but bread and sausages couldn't compare to the aroma of roasted fish. If Xiaopang were around, there would definitely be good food. But Sumu was too lazy to look for Xiaopang. Roasting some fish himself was quite good. After a while, Sumu roasted the largest master fish. And when it was ready, he began to eat heartily. Although it lacked some flavor, it was still decent. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Sumu noticed that the mantis shrimp was still hunting fish. Since there were so many fish, and the school didn't impose any restrictions, anyone could take them. Teacher Chen Shui had also said that there were no limits, so they could hunt freely. Now there were about 20 fish on the shore, and Sumu felt it wasn't enough. At least 1 fish per person would be required. At this moment, Sumu felt a bit tired in his head. Perhaps he had concentrated too hard earlier, focusing all his attention on the mantis shrimp. Now that he was full, he felt sleepy. He then found a huge tree, leaned against a large branch, and fell asleep. After all, this was the wild. Although there were classmates nearby hunting exotic beasts, it was still possible for a giant-toothed wild boar to come over and cause trouble. This branch was 3 meters high. Even if a giant-toothed wild boar came, Sumu could react in time. He didn't know how long it had been when he heard faint voices from a distance. Hee hee, Zhangyang, you're lucky. You actually hunted a giant-toothed wild boar. That's impressive. Unfortunately, this giant-toothed wild boar is a bit small, and that huge one, Teacher Fong won't let me hunt. He says that one is probably an ordinary-level exotic beast and very fierce. Of course, did you see the size of that wild boar? Even if it's an ordinary first-level exotic beast, it's not something your dog can handle, right? You've done well enough. Look at me. I only hunted a two-headed wild chicken. While these people were talking, a few others were conversing from the woods. Teacher Chen Shui, if you don't believe me, just wait and see if Su Mu's mantis shrimp is half a meter long. All right, Wang Ting, you've done well today. I've let you hunt 4 armored beetles. Your alligator turtle's combat skills have improved a lot. However, how could Teacher Chen Shui believe Wang Ting's words? Just as the students were getting closer to the lake, suddenly one person saw something and exclaimed, Teacher, look! Teacher Chen Shui was stunned and looked up in the direction the student was pointing, instantly dumbfounded. She saw that by the lake, there were densely packed fish, and they were all quite large. At a glance, there seemed to be nearly 200 of them. What is going on? Did these fish collectively commit suicide? What could make a fish feel so desperate? In an instant, this thought popped into Teacher Chen Shui's mind. The other students were also confused. Where did all these fish come from? Teacher, is there a water monster in this lake? One student asked cautiously while looking closely at the water. Water monster? Teacher Chen Shui was startled and hurriedly looked around for Su Mu, fearing that he might be in danger. However, after searching for a long time without finding Su Mu, she became anxious and rushed toward the lakeside. Su Mu, where are you? Teacher Chen Shui called out, her voice becoming louder. Just then, several students were shocked to see a fish leap out of the water and land directly on the shore. Once it reached the shore, the fish struggled a few times and then lay still. Seeing this scene, the students were all frightened and quickly stopped, not daring to approach. If a fish could jump out, there must be a water monster in that lake. Teacher Chen Shui also witnessed this strange sight and looked at the water in shock. Everyone stay back. Teacher Chen Shui waved her hand, signaling the students not to come closer, and with a wave of her arm, she summoned the bone-burst crocodile. Go. After giving the command, the bone-burst crocodile, which was over 5 meters long and extremely fierce, began to swim toward the water to see what was happening in the lake. Teacher Chen Shui believes that even if there is really a water monster, this bone-exploding crocodile can handle it. Hey, what do you think that water monster in the lake is? Damn, you're still worried about the water monster? Don't you think Su Mu was eaten by that water monster? Yeah, Su Mu is not here. Oh. Su Mu is so unlucky to come to Peach Blossom Island and end up in danger. At this moment, Wang Ting, who was nearby, suddenly felt down as well. It's all my fault. If I had stayed behind with Su Mu, he probably wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Wang Ting knew that even if she couldn't help much, she could still call for help. If she had called for help for Su Mu, maybe he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Chapter 25. Teacher Chen Shui was shocked. It's really that big. Just as the few of them were talking, Su Mu appeared behind them. Dead. Damn, you're the ones who are dead. Su Mu had just woken up a bit and became alert upon hearing this. Just as Su Mu was about to speak, his eyes suddenly focused. He sensed something in his mind. That information came from the Mantis shrimp. Mantis shrimp's inner thoughts. Finally, a decent opponent has come. Damn, that's a bone-exploding crocodile. In an instant, Su Mu concentrated all his attention on the mantis shrimp and felt that the bone-exploding crocodile was approaching it. The mantis shrimp was crouching, ready to ambush the bone-exploding crocodile. Teacher Chen Shui was also standing by the lake, sensing everything in the lake through the bone-exploding crocodile's consciousness. A shrimp? Why is this shrimp so big? Teacher Chen Shui was stunned. She was a level 3 beastmaster and could clearly feel the crocodile's consciousness. But a shrimp this big was surprising even to her. At this moment, Su Mu hurriedly shouted at Teacher Chen Shui, Teacher Chen, that's my battle beast. Su Mu's sudden shout startled several classmates, who turned around quickly. When a few timid classmates saw Su Mu, they were so scared that they fell to the ground, their legs going weak. A ghost! Someone suddenly yelled. This shout caused a few classmates who hadn't reacted to run away immediately. Wang Ting, frightened, kept retreating. Su Mu, don't blame me. I really didn't know you would get into trouble. If I had known. Before Wang Ting could finish her sentence, Su Mu rushed toward Teacher Chen Shui. If he didn't hurry, the bone-exploding crocodile would start fighting the mantis shrimp. Su Mu? Teacher Chen Shui turned her head and saw Su Mu running quickly toward her. Su Mu, you're not dead. Just as Teacher Chen Shui finished speaking, she felt that something was off and quickly corrected herself. Where have you been? Your mantis shrimp? Teacher Chen Shui was astonished. The mantis shrimp had really grown this big. However, this wasn't the time for Teacher Chen Shui to think too much. She needed to quickly command the bone-exploding crocodile to retreat so it wouldn't eat Su Mu's mantis shrimp. The bone-exploding crocodile sensed Teacher Chen Shui's intention and was about to turn away. Just then, it was a great opportunity. The mantis shrimp seized an excellent chance and struck the bone-exploding crocodile's mouth with a powerful punch. Mantis shrimp's inner thoughts. Big guy? Let us see the power of my iron fist. Su Mu was stunned. This mantis shrimp was really reckless. Just as Su Mu relaxed, the mantis shrimp actually struck the bone-exploding crocodile. Didn't it see how big the bone-exploding crocodile was? Su Mu was speechless. The Mantis Shrimp's punch was powerful, and a crisp sound exploded near the crocodile's mouth. The intense pain instantly enraged the bone-exploding crocodile. Roar! The bone-exploding crocodile let out a low growl, its temper flaring, and it opened its mouth to bite at the mantis shrimp. Oh no! Sumu was startled and hurriedly commanded the mantis shrimp to retreat. If it didn't back off, the mantis shrimp would really become a meal. Teacher Qinshui was also stunned. The bone-exploding crocodile was instantly enraged. Come back. Don't attack. Teacher Qinshui focused her mind and continuously issued commands to the bone-exploding crocodile. After a moment, the bone-exploding crocodile finally calmed down a bit, angrily staring at the mantis shrimp. At the same time, Teacher Qinshui also sensed that the crocodile's lips were indeed very painful and probably swollen. Damn Sumu! Teacher Qinshui gritted her teeth in anger. That mantis shrimp's punch was indeed no joke. My student. I must endure, my student. Teacher Qinshui continuously comforted herself mentally, and gradually, her emotions relaxed a bit. Battle beasts are very important to beastmasters, just like family. When a battle beast gets hurt, the beastmaster feels very distressed. But facing her own student, Teacher Qinshui endured. Seeing that the bone-exploding crocodile wasn't attacking anymore, the mantis shrimp began to stir again, preparing to ambush. Damn it, stop right there. Sumu sent out a strong thought from his mind. The mantis shrimp was very fierce, with strong territorial instincts. It wouldn't back down from anyone. This character is both a good and bad thing. Teacher Qinshui hurriedly controlled the bone-exploding crocodile to come ashore. She didn't want to deal with the mantis shrimp anymore. After the bone-exploding crocodile was on land, Teacher Qinshui quickly checked its injuries. Sumu stood behind Teacher Qinshui, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He felt really embarrassed. After Teacher Qinshui observed for a while, she sighed helplessly. Its lips were indeed swollen. Then, Teacher Qinshui recalled the bone-exploding crocodile and turned to look at Sumu. Teacher Qinshui asked. At this moment, Sumu noticed how many fish were on the shore. The time was tight earlier, so he thought about these things carefully. Now that he looked, Sumu was also astonished. In such a short time, the mantis shrimp had actually hunted so many fish. That should be the fish killed by my mantis shrimp. Sumu said awkwardly. Killed so many fish. Teacher Qinshui looked at him suspiciously. The mantis shrimp was indeed big, but could it really kill so many fish? Although these were fish, they were also exotic beasts and had combat power. Teacher Qinshui didn't believe it. Sumu, bring the mantis shrimp up. I want to see. Sumu nodded, okay. Then, Sumu controlled the mantis shrimp to come ashore. When the mantis shrimp came ashore, Teacher Qinshui finally saw clearly. What is this? Teacher Qinshui was dumbfounded. It was just too big, and it was thick and large, very frightening. My God. Sumu really raised the mantis shrimp to half a meter long. However, Teacher Qinshui felt it was not just half a meter, it was probably even bigger. It seemed that Wang Ting had lied. Just as Teacher Qinshui was astonished, the other classmates also quickly ran over. They had been startled earlier, but quickly regained their composure. Knowing that Sumu was not dead, they hurried over. When they arrived, these classmates were also shocked. Damn, so big, too terrifying. It really is very big. It seems Wang Ting didn't lie. Sumu, how did you raise this mantis shrimp to be so big? In an instant, this question piqued everyone's curiosity. Chapter 26. What did Sumu raise? It's so terrifying. Teacher Qinshui also looked at Sumu curiously. Sumu, how did you raise the mantis shrimp to be so big? Sumu shook his head. I don't know. It just grew this big on its own. Seeing that Sumu wouldn't say anything, Teacher Qinshui stopped asking. In the beastmaster world, it's not just a mantis shrimp. As long as you have money, you could even get an ant to grow several meters long. However, that would require powerful growth potions, and those potions are very expensive, made from exotic beast crystals and special herbs. But to feed a mantis shrimp with such a powerful potion, wouldn't that be a waste of resources? However, this is Sumu's own business. So Teacher Qinshui didn't ask further. But with such a large mantis shrimp, Teacher Qinshui thought that no matter where it went, it would be a beautiful sight. Regardless of its combat power, it was enough to attract attention. However, the number of fish in front of her left Teacher Qinshui speechless. Although she told Sumu that he could hunt freely without restrictions, the amount he hunted was just too much. In an instant, Teacher Qinshui felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have told Sumu that. Forget it. Let's call everyone over to help with the fish. These are all exotic beasts, and we can't waste them. You all wait here. I'll go get people. Sumu, you're amazing for catching so many fish. We can have fish for dinner tonight. Haha. I didn't expect Sumu to be the one with the biggest haul today. I thought he wouldn't catch much. Yeah, compared to these fish. I suddenly feel like my double-headed wild chicken isn't worth mentioning. Several classmates surrounded Sumu, praising him. Wang Ting looked at Sumu with anger. Especially when she saw that mantis shrimp, her teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it, if I had stayed here, I would have caught a lot of fish too. Wang Ting felt a bit regretful. Her dragonbone alligator turtle had only hunted for armored beetles, while Sumu had caught so many fish. The more battles exotic beasts fight, the stronger their combat power becomes, along with their battle experience. Clearly, Sumu had the greatest gain. After a while, under teacher Qinshue's lead, all the classmates and mentors came over. When they saw the large fish scattered on the ground, everyone was astonished. The fact that a mantis shrimp had hunted so many fish was already shocking enough. Xiaopeng hurriedly ran over to Sumu, saying, "Haha, brother, you're amazing for catching so many fish." Upon seeing Xiaopeng, Sumu waved his hand. "Come over here for a minute." Xiaopeng didn't understand, but followed Sumu to the side. Meanwhile, the other classmates started moving the fish under the mentor's directions. These fish were large, most of them about a meter long, making them difficult for one person to carry. As for the girls, they couldn't carry them at all. Most of the effort was done by the boys. Sumu and Xiaopeng went to the side and carefully searched. After a moment, Sumu moved a few large fish, and underneath them was the corpse of a bruga. When Xiaopeng saw the bruga's corpse, he jumped back in fright, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Sumu was speechless. Was it really that scary? Sumu said as he reached down to grab the bruga's tail. Xiaopeng looked at the bruga's corpse and asked, "Sumu, are you sure it's dead?" The bruga looked so fierce. If it wasn't completely dead, Xiaopeng was genuinely afraid it might come back to life and claw him. If that sharp claw caught him, it would probably break his bones. "Don't worry. It's as dead as can be." The crystal stone of this bruga exploded. There's no way it can still be alive. Hearing this, Xiaopeng felt a bit more at ease. However, Sumu holding the bruga's tail clearly indicated he wanted Xiaopeng to move the bruga's head. "Brother, what is this? Did your mantis shrimp kill it too?" Xiaopeng asked while lifting it. Sumu shook his head. "I don't know either. I just controlled the mantis shrimp to kill it." It wasn't that Sumu didn't know. He just had to pretend not to understand. That skill crystal was very tempting, and the less he revealed, the better it was for him. Xiaopeng examined the bruga closely. The more he looked, the fiercer it seemed. If such a fierce bruga could be killed by a mantis shrimp, it seemed the mantis shrimp was indeed powerful. What the hell is that? My god. What is Sumu lifting? It's so terrifying. The students' exclamations immediately attracted the attention of the mentors. Teacher Qinshui looked up and was shocked again. "Sumu, quickly put that thing down." Teacher Qinshui shouted as she hurried towards Sumu. Sumu was too bold. He dared to touch anything. Teacher Qinshui quickly recognized that the thing was not ordinary. Hearing Teacher Qinshui's words, Sumu confusedly put down the bruga's corpse. Moments later, several mentors quickly ran over to Sumu. Once they arrived, they nervously looked at the bruga. After confirming that it was dead, they finally felt relieved. Teacher Qinshui pointed at the bruga's corpse and helplessly asked Sumu, "What is this? You brought Sumu here today. I've been shocked many times." Sumu shook his head. "This is an exotic beast I hunted, right here in the lake." "What?" Upon hearing Sumu's words, all the mentors instantly became tense and hurriedly looked at the lake. The presence of a bruga in the lake was enough to make them fearful. This was a bruga, a very fierce exotic beast that could cause harm. At that moment, Teacher Qinshui felt a bit scared. She had trusted Sumu to stay here, and if he had been eaten by the bruga, it would have truly been her mistake. Sumu saw that the teachers were all nervous and didn't understand. Was a regular first-tier exotic beast really that serious? After a moment, Teacher Qinshui noticed the lake was calm and asked Sumu, "Sumu, do you know what this is?" Sumu shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't know?" Teacher Qinshui was speechless. He really had no fear of the unknown and dared to hunt anything. "This is a bruga, a very fierce exotic beast. Fortunately, you encountered a juvenile bruga, otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died." At this moment, Teacher Qinshui was also puzzled. Although it was a juvenile bruga, its combat power couldn't be underestimated. How did Sumu manage to hunt it? After Teacher Qinshui finished asking, she realized it was a sneak attack. However, Sumu didn't tell the truth and omitted some information, such as downplaying the strength of the bruga. After listening to Sumu's explanation, the mentors each spoke up. Fortunately, there was only one bruga in this lake. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. "Yeah, I heard that an adult bruga can grow to over 10 meters long, even dozens of meters, with terrifying combat power. Even if we encountered one, we'd likely be doomed." Chapter 27. It's just a few fish. How much could that be? Sumu and Xiaopeng were assigned to move fish. After the efforts of dozens of people for over an hour, they finally transported all the fish to the spatial rift. At first, the classmates were all very excited, but as they moved more and more, their desire to eat fish faded. "Damn, Sumu hunted so many fish. I'm exhausted. This is too much. Don't bring him next time." "Exactly. If we bring him next time, we might as well forget about the fish in this lake." Teacher Qinshui saw the boys collapsing on the ground, tired, and decided to let them rest for a while. After all, the transmission room wasn't very big. Once Teacher Fong agreed, Teacher Qinshui stepped into the black hole. Moments later, Teacher Chen Shui appeared in the transmission room. At that moment, the vice principal was waiting there with several teachers and directors, as sending students out for training was a significant matter that required their personal oversight. When Teacher Chen Shui came out, Principal Li curiously approached her. Principal Li was the school's vice principal, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a receding hairline. Principal Li hurriedly asked, "Did you hunt a lot of exotic beasts?" Teacher Chen Shui felt a bit awkward. How could she explain to the principal that Su Mu had caught so many fish? After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Principal Li to see his expression. Hunting many exotic beasts? Principal Li thought for a moment. Wasn't there a school rule that a student could hunt a maximum of 2 exotic beasts? Even if every student hunted 2, it wouldn't be that many. Teacher Chen Shui, did your students violate school regulations and privately kill more exotic beasts? Principal Li felt that must be the case. Teacher Chen Shui hurriedly explained, "No, Principal. It's one of our students. His battle beast is a mantis shrimp, and I let him hunt fish in the lake, so he caught quite a few." Mantis shrimp? Principal Li thought for a moment and immediately remembered that student. He was quite surprised when he heard about it. After all, who would use a mantis shrimp as a battle beast? But how many fish could a mantis shrimp catch? Thinking of this, Principal Li shook his head. Teacher Chen Shui, I thought it was something serious. If a mantis shrimp catches a few more fish, let it be. The fish in that lake are almost overpopulated. It won't matter how many are caught. Principal Li felt that there was no need for Teacher Chen Shui to be so nervous about it. And Teacher Chen Shui was just waiting for Principal Li to say this. Principal, I should mention that the mantis shrimp has caught quite a lot of fish. Teacher Chen Shui said again. Principal Li waved his hand. How many fish can a mantis shrimp catch? It's fine. The more the better. They will be the students' lunch tomorrow. Teacher Chen Shui felt relieved when she saw how casual Principal Li was about it. Then, Principal Li, our class is quite tired. Can I get some people to help with the transportation? Teacher Chen Shui made another request. Principal Li nodded, saying it was a small matter. He quickly called out, "Teacher Zhang, have the students wait a moment." Hearing this, Class 7's homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhang, hurried in. Principal Li, what's the matter? A student from Class 8 caught quite a lot of fish. Please leave a few students behind to help with the transportation, Principal Li said. Teacher Zhang didn't think much of it. Is it just a few fish? Sure. How many people does Teacher Chen Shui need? Teacher Chen Shui awkwardly replied. Just keep all the boys from your class here. This is physical work. Having girls stay 1T helps since the fish are too big. Teacher Zhang was stunned. Do we need that many people? Principal Li was also surprised. Do we really need these people? He asked Teacher Chen Shui. Teacher Chen Shui really wanted to tell Principal Li, what about 201-meter-long big fish? However, she thought better of it. She didn't want to be seen as foolish. After all, who would believe that a mantis shrimp could catch 201-meter-long big fish? Principal, I want to keep a few more people so everyone won't be too tired. Teacher Chen Shui said. Principal Li waved his hand. No need. Teacher Zhang, just keep 10 boys. If that's not enough, we teachers and directors are here too. Principal Li thought 10 people would be enough. He was even being generous. Teacher Chen Shui thought for a moment and nodded. All right then, just wait here. Don't let too many fish block this place. Then, Teacher Chen Shui entered the space rift to arrange the students on the other side to transport the fish. After Teacher Chen Shui left, the 10 boys from Class 7 were called in. Principal Li shook his head. Is it just a few fish? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? The students from Class 7 were also confused. What is going on? Class 8 has caught so many fish they can't move them, so they want us to help? Damn, no wonder Class 8 is the worst class. Their physical fitness is too poor. They can't even lift a few fish. Right? I hunted a giant wild boar, and I could lift it myself. The students who spoke were robust, and their physiques showed they were strong. Teacher Zhang from Class 7 had done well. The boys he kept were all strong. After giving a reminder, Teacher Zhang left, as there were still students to arrange on the other side. Then, Principal Li and a few teachers and directors waited there, along with the 10 boys from Class 7 who were preparing to transport the fish. Okay, I've arranged for people to transport the fish over there. Now everyone, let us work hard and throw these fish into the space rift. This good news made the students hurry to throw the big fish into the space rift. Moments later, the boys from Class 8 quickened their pace, and one by one, big fish were thrown into the space rift. Chapter 28. A mantis shrimp caught so many fish? Are you kidding? In the transfer room, Principal Li and the others were still waiting when suddenly, a 1-meter-long big fish came out of the space rift. Seeing this, Principal Li quickly arranged for 2 boys to help carry it. This fish is really not small. Principal Li was a bit surprised to see this 1-meter-long fish. Can a mantis shrimp catch such big fish? Before he could figure it out, 2 more big fish were thrown over. Send in 2 more people to help carry them. Principal Li directed, and 4 more students came up. Then, 2 fish were thrown over. 1 fish was thrown over. 3 fish were thrown over. Gradually, the number of fish kept increasing. Principal Li was dumbfounded, and the teachers and directors were also stunned. Principal, did they blow up the fish pond? A middle-aged director with gold-rimmed glasses asked in astonishment. There are way too many fish. Principal Lee was also astonished. Well, this should be it. Let us help out too. Then, Principal Lee and several directors also began to help carry the fish. They carried the fish to the corridor, letting the boys from Class 7 use a cart to send them to the cafeteria. But gradually, after more than 30 fish had been transported, fish continued to appear from the space rift. At this moment, Principal Lee and the directors were exhausted, panting heavily. Principal, something's not right. They couldn't really have blown up the fish pond, could they? No way. Could a student have brought explosives to Peach Blossom Island? Seeing this, the teachers just took a short break, thinking it was over, only to find more fish continuing to come out. Damn, the teachers were dumbfounded. They were truly out of strength. Quick, call Teacher Zhang and have him bring more people over. Principal Lee slumped into a chair and hurriedly instructed a director. After a while, a skeptical Teacher Zhang led his entire class of boys to rush over. Upon arriving at the scene, Teacher Zhang was also dumbfounded. The floor was covered with big fish, almost filling the room. Moreover, the space rift was still continuously spitting out fish. What is going on? Why are there so many fish? Teacher Zhang was stunned, and the students behind him were also shocked. There are too many fish, and they're all so big. Who are they trying to tire out? However, the fish had seriously blocked the area, so Teacher Zhang could only order the students to carry the fish. The boys from Class 7 were all panting heavily, straining to carry the fish. Damn it, who did this? They caught so many fish, it's exhausting. Seriously, this is to practice hunting skills, not to blow up the fish pond. I just heard the directors say that a student blew up the fish pond. As soon as this student finished speaking, all the other students were stunned. Is it really that intense? They blew up the fish pond. This student had only heard the directors teasing and didn't know the truth. However, the truth no longer mattered. Facts speak louder than words. With so many fish, it was clear that the pond had been blown up. It was a done deal. Damn, this is outrageous. Little trash. Can't play fair and actually blew up the fish pond. Yeah, no matter how many you hunt, it's not by real skill that you catch these beasts. The boys from Class 7 felt that Class 8 was just trying to save face by using such a despicable method. Principal Lee was also stunned. There were just too many fish. The director with gold-rimmed glasses pointed at the floor covered with fish, his face full of anger. An hour later, all the fish from Peach Blossom Island were finally transported into the space rift. Hearing this, all the boys quickly shook their heads. Teacher Qin Shui, no need to rush. Let us take a half-hour break. Yeah, we're too tired. Please let us rest for half an hour. Hearing all the boys say this, Teacher Qin Shui could only nod in agreement. Then let's take a half-hour break. Sumu looked at his classmates who were exhausted and felt a bit guilty. He had fallen asleep and didn't expect that the mantis shrimp had actually hunted so many fish. However, Sumu thought, since everyone would eat these fish together, tomorrow at noon the school cafeteria would turn the hunted exotic beasts into delicacies for the students to enjoy, and it would be free. With that in mind, Sumu felt relieved. At that moment, Xiaopeng was also panting and quietly asked Sumu, what do you think the teacher plans to do with the body of that Bruga? Sumu shook his head. I don't know. I was going to sell that body. I heard that the meat of such special exotic beasts is quite valuable, but now it seems neither of us will get a share. Xiaopeng felt it was a pity, but he regretted it for Sumu, as the body of that Bruga could sell for over 100,000 yuan. Xiaopeng himself didn't care much about the money, but for Sumu, it would be a significant amount. Sumu didn't mind. He had obtained a skill crystal worth 1 billion, so he wasn't concerned about that 100,000 yuan. Although he didn't get the body of the Bruga, it wasn't a big deal. Now Sumu could be considered a wealthy person. He had a certain perspective on things. After resting enough, Teacher Qin Shui led the class into the space rift. At that moment, in the transmission room, Principal Lee was eagerly waiting to question Teacher Qin Shui. While waiting, Principal Lee and others felt uneasy. The 8th class hadn't come back yet. Principal, why is there still no news? Could it be the fish hasn't been dealt with yet? A director asked cautiously, feeling a bit fearful at the sight of fish. Principal Lee's expression darkened, and he remained silent. He was scared too. Just then, Teacher Qin Shui led the students of the 8th class out from the space rift. Seeing the 8th class students emerge, the teachers and the 7th class students were ecstatic. Haha, great. They're out. Finally, there are no more fish. Damn, if they hadn't come out, I was considering running away. Of course, who wouldn't want to run? Didn't you see Teacher Zhang staring at us? At that moment, the 7th class students were jubilant. The 8th class students had really come out. Principal, didn't I tell you just now? It was the mantis shrimp that Sumu hunted. The mantis shrimp hunted them? Upon hearing this, Principal Lee and the directors were immediately dumbfounded. At this point, Teacher Qin Shui is still trying to pull a fast one on us. Is she kidding? How could a mantis shrimp hunt so many fish? No one would dare to believe that. Chapter 29. Is this person sick? How could they raise a mantis shrimp to such a size? Principal Lee was furious. Teacher Chen Shui, are you doubting my vice principal's intelligence? The directors nodded in agreement. Exactly. Teacher Chen Shui, are you trying to fool us? If I believed that a mantis shrimp could kill this many fish, I'd probably end up in a mental hospital. While several directors were speaking, Teacher Fang Chongqing and a few other mentors were also shaking their heads and smiling wryly. There was no way anyone would believe it. Even if they had seen it with their own eyes, they would still be skeptical, let alone Principal Lee and the others. Mainly, who would raise a mantis shrimp to such a size? Principal, what Teacher Chen Shui said is true. We can all testify to it. Yes, we can all testify. Several mentors who accompanied the 8th class hurriedly said. Principal Lee waved his hand. Stop talking. Bring out evidence. Otherwise, I won't believe it. At this moment, Principal Lee felt they must have colluded. Teacher Chen Shui also anticipated this outcome and wasn't anxious. Instead, she gave Teacher Fang Chongqing a glance. Teacher Fang Chongqing immediately understood and, along with a male teacher, brought out the body of the Bruga. Upon seeing the body of the Bruga, Principal Lee and the other teachers all focused intently. They recognized it immediately. This was the Bruga. Principal Lee pointed at the Bruga's body and asked. At that moment, Principal Lee thought, could it be that these fish were hunted by the Bruga? It should be. If the Bruga hunted them, that would make sense. As the combat power of the Bruga is indeed fierce. The directors also frowned deeply at this point. Principal, a Bruga was spotted in the lake, but fortunately, it was killed by the mantis shrimp. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, Teacher Chen Shui said. Killed by the mantis shrimp? Upon hearing this, Principal Lee slapped his forehead. At this point, Teacher Chen Shui is still saying this. What is this? A Bruga, a very fierce exotic beast. And adult Brugas are all top-tier exotic beasts. To think such a beast could be killed by a mantis shrimp, Principal Lee was left speechless. Although this Bruga was a juvenile and seemed not very strong in combat, it was still not something a mantis shrimp could handle. Principal Lee looked at Teacher Chen Shui, unsure of what to say. Teacher Chen Shui, do you think our leadership team would believe this? Exactly. What kind of mantis shrimp could kill a Bruga? Are you joking? Several directors scoffed, feeling that Teacher Chen Shui was treating them like fools. The 8th class students watched this unfold and all secretly laughed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it either. Even having seen it, they felt shocked, so it was normal that the principal and directors didn't believe it. Bro, you're really impressive. When you bring out the mantis shrimp later, it'll scare them to death. Xiao Pang snickered to himself. Su Mu also remained silent. It wasn't his turn to speak yet. At this moment, Teacher Chen Shui turned to Su Mu. Su Mu, summon your mantis shrimp and show Principal Lee. Su Mu agreed and didn't hold back. With a wave of his arm, the mantis shrimp was summoned. When the mantis shrimp appeared, Principal Lee and the directors were dumbfounded. Wow, it really is a mantis shrimp. How did this mantis shrimp get so big? Hiss, how did you raise this mantis shrimp to such a size? Does it really have such strong combat power? Principal Lee and several directors stared at the mantis shrimp, whispering to themselves, could it really be this guy's doing? At this moment, a biology teacher who understood the subject began to explain. Principal, mantis shrimps are very powerful creatures, although small. They are definitely masters of the sea and very formidable. With this teacher's explanation, Principal Lee and some directors began to understand a bit. But to say this creature is small? Principal Lee shook his head. If a mantis shrimp wanted to grow this big, it wouldn't be difficult. There are several methods in the exotic beast world, but growing a mantis shrimp this large would be very costly. Teacher Chen Shui, this mantis shrimp is indeed very large. But is everything you said true? Principal Lee thought for a moment and still wanted to confirm. Teacher Chen Shui looked at Su Mu. Su Mu, why don't you explain? Su Mu nodded and then recounted how he hunted the Bruga and the fish. Of course, he simplified many details. When Principal Lee and the directors finished listening, they still looked incredulous. Mainly, this was just too unbelievable. Meanwhile, the students of the 7th class outside were also dumbfounded. Damn. It was this kid's doing that made us work like dogs. Exactly. Damn it. Look at how big that mantis shrimp is. Is this person sick? Hey, I've seen this student. He took out a mantis shrimp when he registered, but it wasn't this big back then. The students of the 7th class looked at Su Mu, shocked by how big the mantis shrimp had grown, but more filled with resentment. If it weren't for Su Mu, how could they have been exhausted? After Su Mu finished explaining, he finally put away the mantis shrimp. Principal Lee nodded, although he still felt skeptical. He couldn't say anything at the moment. He decided to take the mantis shrimp to the lab for testing its combat strength. Principal Lee thought that it would be simple to clarify this matter. As long as they could test the combat power and injuries of the mantis shrimp, they could determine whether Su Mu was telling the truth or not. Meanwhile, on the school forum, someone had posted information online. Title, have you ever seen such a big mantis shrimp? When the students clicked in, it was a photo of Su Mu's mantis shrimp. There were also details about what Su Mu did today, including hunting a mantis shrimp and nearly 200 big fish. Once this information was posted, it instantly exploded on the school forum. The explosive news was undoubtedly as shocking as an ant killing an elephant. Although they didn't think the mantis shrimp had high combat power, the fact that it killed a mantis shrimp was interesting. Wow, this guy is impressive. Raising a mantis shrimp to this size. Could it really be that the mantis shrimp killed the mantis shrimp? Come on, how could that be? The mantis shrimp is very fierce. Even if this mantis shrimp is a bit larger, it's wishful thinking to think it could kill a mantis shrimp. Right? Just take a look, don't take it seriously. However, being able to raise a mantis shrimp to such a size, this person is quite talented. He must have spent a lot of money. What a waste. How big can a mantis shrimp get? Although the students were shocked, it was within an acceptable range. Of course, what they didn't know was that Su-Mu's mantis shrimp was not simple. With a top-level talent and a super mutated body, along with so many amazing skills, it was beyond their understanding. Chapter 30. The Plans of Class 7. The Big Competition at the End of the Month. The next morning, when Su-Mu got up, he immediately felt sore all over. The boys from Class 8 and Class 7 were also sore from exhaustion, just like Su-Mu. Damn, I'm exhausted. I can barely lift my arms now. Exactly, Su-Mu is such a pain. Next time, we can't let him enter Peach Blossom Island again. Right? It's fine to let him in, but we have to take turns watching him. We can't let him hunt these fish anymore. Although the students from Class 8 complained, it was just a bit of venting. The boys from Class 7 had a different mentality. They had already held a grudge against Su-Mu. Damn, boss. That kid from Class 8 is too despicable. My arms still hurt now because of him. Exactly. We helped them catch fish for free, and now we're all exhausted. The other classes must be laughing at us. Boss, we need to teach that kid a lesson when we get the chance. Several roommates said to a young man, who was the strength representative of Class 7, arguably the top student. The young man couldn't hold back his anger. How could they treat Class 7 like this? Moreover, Class 8 was the bottom class, the weakest, and they were actually doing manual labor for such a class. It was infuriating to think about. Don't worry. At the end of the month, there's a beastmaster competition for the whole school. First-year students will participate too, and then we'll slap Class 8 in the face. The young man thought that while they might not be able to contend with other classes, dealing with Class 8 would be very easy. Right. What the boss said is right. We will definitely slap the faces of Class 8 and let them know they are the bottom class. But will Class 8 even participate in this competition? Another student asked. After all, they knew that sometimes some students in Class 8 felt their battle beasts were too weak and chose not to participate, as it was too embarrassing. This competition mainly targeted second and third-year students, with first-year students just joining in for the fun. Just like a sports meet, even if Class 8 participated, it would just be for show. The young leader pondered for a moment and replied, "It's fine. We can let Teacher Zhang intervene, and there will definitely be a way for Class 8 to participate." The students thought about it and agreed that if Teacher Zhang intervened, it likely wouldn't be a problem. In Class 8, the boys dragged their exhausted bodies to school, but they didn't dare to say anything to Su-Mu. After all, Su-Mu and Xiaopeng were now the class leaders, definitely the representatives of Class 8's combat strength. And combat strength didn't refer to the strength of the battle beasts, but to the strength of the individuals. Faced with such terrifying combat strength, they were still somewhat apprehensive. Once Su-Mu sat down, he was hit by a strong smell of plaster. The smell was coming from Xiaopeng. "Xiaopeng, are you sick?" Su-Mu asked suspiciously. "Wasn't Xiaopeng lively just yesterday? He was strong when catching fish." Hearing this, Xiaopeng shot Su-Mu a glance. "What are you saying? Yesterday, catching fish nearly exhausted me. If it weren't for my brother's fish, I wouldn't have cared. I'm covered in plaster now. How are you going to compensate me?" Su-Mu shook his head and smiled at this brother. "All right, stop acting like a girl. You're this exhausted from catching fish. You need to work on your stamina. There's no need to be polite with a brother." After a moment, Teacher Chen Shui walked into the classroom and shot Su-Mu a fierce glare. While applying medicine, Teacher Chen Shui gritted her silver teeth in anger. If this weren't her own student, she would have definitely let out a fierce roar. Su-Mu also felt Teacher Chen Shui's unfriendly gaze and awkwardly looked around, pretending not to understand. The mantis shrimp now had great punching power. Fortunately, it was a bone-exploding crocodile. If it were any other exotic beast, it would be either dead or crippled. At this moment, Su-Mu felt that he needed to conduct special training for the mantis shrimp in the future. He couldn't scare off potential playmates by using excessive force right away. After class, Su-Mu thought about the skill crystal. Although this skill was good, it wouldn't be easy for Su-Mu to sell it. After all, in people's perceptions, skill crystals couldn't be detected. And if he told others that this was a lightning strike skill crystal, no one would believe him. If he sold it as an ordinary skill crystal, Su-Mu felt he would lose a lot. After thinking it over, Su-Mu still felt he should find someone familiar. It would be easier to sell at a high price. However, Su-Mu didn't know many people, as he was a transmigrator. But Xiaopeng was different. Both of his parents were powerful beastmasters, so he had a relatively wider network. Sumu walked with Xiao Pang on the playground. Xiao Pang, do you know if there's any beastmaster who has a magic-type battle beast, but that beast has lost its magical attack? Sumu thought that only such a beastmaster would want the lightning strike skill. Generally, battle beasts are broadly divided into 3 types: physical attackers, which have high defense, strong attacks, and are fierce in close combat. There's also a type that belongs to magic-type battle beasts, relying on powerful magic skills, which generally have low defense and no advantage in close combat. Once such a battle beast loses its signature magical skill, it's equivalent to being useless. After all, its main offensive direction is magic, and it has no advantage in close combat. It's precisely this type of battle beast that needs magic-type skill crystals the most. The third type is pure melee battle beasts, which do not require high attack or magical damage. They generally attract enemy fire, just like Wang Ting's Dragonbone Crocodile Turtle. As long as it can interfere with the enemy and draw aggro, that's enough. Xiao Pang looked at Su Mu in surprise. Su Mu, what are you thinking? Thinking about what? Su Mu was confused. He asked a question, and what did it have to do with thinking? Before Su Mu could react, Xiao Pang continued. I have to tell you, that aunt from my uncle's family is very fierce. You'd better stay away from her. Your uncle's aunt? Su Mu frowned. What does that have to do with my question? Besides, do you even have an uncle? Su Mu didn't recall Xiao Pang mentioning it before. What a mess. What does that have to do with your uncle's aunt? Su Mu shook his head, wondering what nonsense was being spoken. Xiao Pang also looked at Su Mu in confusion. Weren't you just asking about my uncle? Your uncle? Su Mu was bewildered. What's wrong with your uncle? Xiao Pang thought Su Mu was just pretending to be dumb, as he had already inquired about the situation at home, but still wouldn't admit it. You just asked if there are any powerful beast tamers who possess magical battle beasts, and that the magical battle beasts have lost their original spell skills. Xiao Pang asked. Su Mu nodded. Yeah, but what does that have to do with your uncle? Nonsense. What you said was about my uncle, and many people at Magic City University know about him. Xiao Pang looked at Su Mu, feeling that he was just playing dumb. Su Mu's mind was a bit chaotic, and he needed to sort things out carefully. Chapter 31. I'm only interested in your uncle. Your uncle's battle beast lost its spell attack, but what does that have to do with your sister? Su Mu asked in confusion. You're still pretending. Tang Bingwan from Class 2, Year 3, is my uncle's sister. She's recognized as one of the 4 school beauties of Magic City University, and you're not thinking of something. Are you? Xiao Pang looked at Su Mu, suspecting that he was trying to get close to Tang Bingwan by inquiring about his uncle. Tang Bingwan. Su Mu thought for a moment, as he had heard this name before. Many classmates had mentioned it, referring to her as the Ice Goddess. One of the 4 school beauties of Magic City University. He didn't expect this Ice Goddess to be Xiao Pang's sister, but he hadn't heard Xiao Pang mention her before. Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking about your uncle. Why are you bringing up your sister? I'm not interested in your sister. Su Mu just wanted to sell the skill crystal, make some money, and buy more skill crystals to earn points. As for what school beauty, he had no interest, let alone an Ice Goddess. It seemed boring to think about. Xiao Pang looked at Su Mu, not believing he was pretending, and muttered to himself, could I have guessed wrong? However, bro, since you're not interested in my sister, why are you asking about my uncle? Xiao Pang asked curiously. That's none of your business. Just tell me, Su Mu replied. All right. Xiao Pang thought this wasn't a secret, as many people knew about it, and began to explain. After Xiao Pang finished, Su Mu understood. It turned out that Tang Bingwan's father was named Tang Li, a level 5 beast tamer who had reached level 5, rank 8 in combat power, which was quite terrifying. Tang Li had a flamingo that excelled in fire-type spell attacks, capable of shooting a fire column to attack enemies, making it incredibly powerful. However, despite the flamingo having the fire column spraying skill, the other 2 skills severely affected its combat power. One was weak lightning, which feared lightning attacks, suffering a 50 increase in damage when hit by a lightning attack. This skill was a -1, meaning that when facing a lightning-type battle beast, the flamingo could only run away. The other skill was focus, where the battle beast would focus its attacks on one enemy, greatly affecting its flexibility on the battlefield. Although the flamingo was a rare beast, these 2 skills troubled Tang Li greatly. Once, Tang Li obtained a skill crystal and, with gritted teeth, wanted to change the flamingo's skills through the skill crystal, essentially altering the flamingo's constitution. After the skill crystal was consumed by the flamingo, its body underwent a mutation. And under the powerful force of the crystal, the flamingo gained a new skill, Heart of Demon. The Heart of Demon skill was powerful, increasing the spell attack damage of beasts with this skill by 20. The skill was formidable, but the fire column spraying skill was lost from that moment on. Without the fire column spraying skill, the Heart of Demon was of no use at all. For a time, Tang Li was filled with anguish. His flamingo, which he had painstakingly cultivated for over a decade, suddenly lost its combat power, which was undoubtedly a painful blow. As for using another skill crystal on the flamingo, Tang Li had thought about it, but skill crystals were very expensive. Moreover, there were hundreds of skills for extraordinary beasts, and the flamingo was only suitable for spell-type battles. If Tang Li had several billion, he could try his luck, as money could always bring chances, but his assets were only a few hundred million. So he didn't dare to gamble. After understanding this, Sumu shook his head, thinking that Tang Li's luck was quite poor. 3 skills. And he lost the most important fire column spraying skill. This negative effect caused by using a skill crystal was called forgetting. Because of this, it was a gamble for a beast tamer without economic strength to use skill crystals on their battle beasts. Winning meant soaring to great heights, while losing meant ruining their future. Tang Li was undoubtedly the latter. But I hadn't heard that you had an uncle before? Sumu asked curiously. Xiaopeng sighed. This uncle is my dad's captain, and they have a good relationship. They often go on missions together. Ever since my uncle's battle beast became useless, he has been drinking all day, which is why he lost his captain position and is now doing logistics. Upon hearing this, Sumu understood that Tang Li was undoubtedly the best candidate he was looking for. Additionally, Sumu had previously learned about Tang Li's position. Xiaopeng's father seemed to be in a special department in Huahua, called the Thunderstorm Team. However, Sumu didn't ask for specifics, as such departments were very mysterious. Can you take me to meet your uncle? Sumu asked. What for? You're not really going to propose, are you? Xiaopeng asked in astonishment. Was Sumu really that interested in his sister Bingwan? Stop with the useless talk. I'm not interested in your sister. I'm only interested in your uncle. Sumu didn't want to tell Xiaopeng yet, as the situation was still uncertain, and it wasn't necessary to reveal it. Although Xiaopeng could trust himself, he was still immature, and it would be hard for others to believe him. With Xiaopeng's character, he might make others see them as fools. Interested in my uncle? Xiaopeng was puzzled, but he also knew that with Su Mu's intelligence, it was hard to guess his thoughts. How about this, in the afternoon? I'll take you to meet my sister first, to find out how my uncle is feeling, and then decide. Xiaopeng said. Sumu thought this was reasonable. Given the situation with the battle beasts, Tang Li's mood must not be good. Alright. After making the agreement, Su Mu and Xiaopeng continued attending classes. The morning had many courses, while the afternoon had fewer activities, making it relatively free. The beast taming class was different from the liberal arts. Most of the time was spent training battle beasts. Su Mu and Xiaopeng's battle beasts also found it difficult to fight alongside them, so they simply didn't participate. In the afternoon, Xiaopeng led Su Mu towards the third-year teaching building. Magic City University was large, with each grade having its own teaching building and corresponding playground. This was to facilitate better combat communication among beast tamers. When Su Mu and Xiaopeng arrived at the teaching building in the back courtyard, many students were training their battle beasts on the playground. The third-year students' battle beasts already possessed a certain level of combat strength, which was quite intimidating. Xiaopeng took out his phone and dialed a number. After a moment, the call was connected. Xiaopeng, what's up? Tang Bingwan asked curiously, wondering why Xiaopeng suddenly called her. Hey, Bingwan Jia, are you at school? I need to ask you something, Xiaopeng said playfully. I'm on the playground. What do you need? Tang Bingwan asked. The playground? Xiaopeng immediately looked around, realizing they were indeed at the third-year playground. A moment later, he saw a group of people gathered in one spot, about dozens of them. Bingwan Jia, I'm at the playground. Xiaopeng continued. Hearing this, Tang Bingwan walked out of the crowd, waving at Xiaopeng, over here. Seeing this, Xiaopeng hurriedly walked towards Tang Bingwan with Su Mu. Chapter 32, Using the Blood Rage Pill. Moments later, Su Mu and Xiaopeng arrived in front of Tang Bingwan. Xiaopeng, if you have something to say, hurry up. I still have things to do. Bingwan Jia, it's nothing important. I just wanted to ask how my uncle has been doing lately, Xiaopeng said. Upon hearing this, Tang Bingwan felt that it was unnecessary for him to come all the way just for such a trivial matter. Could it be that Uncle Lu asked him to? Tang Bingwan thought that it must be Xiaopeng's father who told him to ask, so she didn't pay much attention. Oh, still the same, drinking every day. Just then, a snarky voice came from the crowd. What's wrong? Tang Bingwan, are you scared? The speaker was a boy wearing glasses, who looked quite cultured, but his expression always gave off a sinister vibe. Tang Bingwan immediately felt displeased and said, Li Hao, what are you talking about? Am I afraid of you? Xiaopeng and Su Mu sensed that something was off and decided to stay and watch the commotion. Tang Bingwan ignored Xiaopeng and walked towards Li Hao. Hee. Tang Bingwan, just say it. Do you dare to bet? Li Hao said with a smug smile. What is there to be afraid of? Bingwan. ISNT at just a 5-on-5 battle? Are you scared of them? Exactly. I'll team up with Bingwan to fight them. Count me in too. Tang Bingwan's classmates were all furious at Li Hao's arrogance. Seeing this, Tang Bingwan didn't hesitate. Fine, let us compete. Then, the two classes began to prepare for the upcoming battle contest. Xiaopeng, what is going on? Su Mu asked in confusion. Xiaopeng shook his head. I don't know, let me go ask. Xiaopeng often visits Tang Bingwan's house and knows her close friends. Soon, Xiao Peng approached one of Tang Bingwan's friends and cheerfully asked, "Big Beauty, what is happening here?" The girl, seeing that it was Xiao Peng, didn't hold back and began explaining the situation. Meanwhile, Tang Bingwan was discussing battle plans with 4 other students. The 5 of them, including Tang Bingwan, consisted of 2 girls and 3 boys. After Xiao Peng got the details, he turned around and glared at Li Hao with resentment. A moment later, Xiao Peng went to Su Mu and recounted what had happened. It turned out that today, Tang Bingwan's class was practicing on the playground, and Li Hao from class 1 suddenly led many classmates to cause trouble, even claiming to challenge Tang Bingwan's class. Su Mu was a bit puzzled. "Xiao Peng, didn't you just say your sister is in class 2? Class 2's strength should be weaker than class 1. It doesn't make sense for class 1 to initiate a challenge. You don't understand, the students from my sister's year are all very strong. It's normal for class 1 to not be able to handle class 2. Also, ever since my sister was placed in class 2 2 years ago, she has consistently ranked first in the Beast Tamer Grand competition, which has caused a lot of jealousy among class 1 students." Xiao Peng spoke with pride. Tang Bingwan definitely qualifies as a prodigy among Beast Tamers. Su Mu nodded. Class 1 has always been overshadowed by class 2. That's quite embarrassing. At this moment, Li Hao and 4 classmates surrounded a circle, also devising their battle plans. "Hee, how go? Next month is the grand competition. We must suppress Tang Bingwan this time and not let them take the team first place again. Hee, Tang Bingwan's father is already incapacitated, drinking all day. This is a perfect opportunity to suppress Tang Bingwan. As long as class 2 loses her combat power, victory is assured for us. Right? After class 2 loses the contest today, I'll find some classmates to hype it up, ensuring that Tang Bingwan's mindset explodes." At this moment, Li Hao thought the same way, delivering a fatal blow to Tang Bingwan when she was most troubled. "Don't worry, we are definitely going to win this time," Li Hao said confidently. "By the way, how go? Didn't you say you prepared something?" At this time, a classmate asked. Li Hao smiled mysteriously and took out several green pills from his pocket. "What are these?" Several classmates looked at Li Hao curiously. "Blood rage pills." Upon hearing this, all the classmates' eyes widened. Blood rage pills temporarily enhanced the combat power of battle beasts. Although blood rage pills are effective, beast tamers won't easily use them on their battle beasts, as any drug has side effects. Using blood rage pills can enhance the beast's strength, but it also causes significant damage to the beast. Such pills are usually used in critical situations on the battlefield, but using them in a contest is equivalent to cheating. This is like athletes using performance-enhancing drugs, which is a violation of rules that schools strictly prohibit. Thinking of this, the classmates became a bit worried. "How go? This isn't good, is it?" "Yeah, if we get caught, it'll be a big problem." Seeing them getting timid, Li Hao's expression darkened. "What are you afraid of? This isn't a formal contest, just our personal fight. Who would investigate? Besides, don't worry, these blood rage pills are processed, the effect is minimal, and it's hard to detect." Seeing Li Hao say this, the classmates nodded and decided to use them. After all, this was a prime opportunity to strike at Tang Bingwan. Over on Tang Bingwan's side, they were also formulating battle plans. "Feng, you hold down the average Ma Dong. Zhang Liang, try to engage with Li Yang. If he tries to avoid you, find a way to entangle him. As long as I take care of Li Hao's battle beast, we will win easily." Under Tang Bingwan's command, the students from class 2 were also ready. At this point, Su Mu had nothing else to do, so he used his insight eye to take a look at each of them. When he used insight eye on Li Hao, Su Mu's eyes narrowed. Li Hao, 23 years old, single. Occupation, level 3 Beast Tamer. Combat value, super level 1. Battle Beast, Ice Wolf, super level 1. Psychological insight. With the boost of blood rage pills this time, I don't believe I can still lose. Blood rage pills? Su Mu's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. He certainly knew what blood rage pills were. Using such pills is equivalent to cheating, and Li Hao was clearly despicable. At this moment, Xiao Peng curiously asked Su Mu, "Su Mu, can you guess what my sister's battle beast is?" Su Mu answered without hesitation, "A 9-tailed spirit fox, a pretty good battle beast." Su Mu had just checked. Tang Bingwan's combat power was decent and slightly stronger than Li Hao's. Xiao Peng's expression turned strange upon hearing this. "Damn, you say you're not interested. Yet you know so much." Su Mu has investigated Tang Bingwan's battle beast, yet he claims he is not interested. Who are you kidding? Chapter 33, Battle Artifacts Carried With You, Professional. Su Mu didn't explain, while Xiao Peng kept muttering beside him, "I advise you to give up on that thought. The nickname Ice Goddess is not given for nothing." Soon, after both sides were ready, they planned to start the contest. The students on the playground saw that there was a competition and all gathered around, curious about the battle. Tang Bingwan, quickly prepare 20 green radiant stones. We are sure to win this time. Li Hao provocatively said. Are you dreaming? With me, Tang Bingwan, you will never win. After a few taunts from both sides, they summoned their battle beasts. Class 1 and Class 2 each sent out 5 participants, a total of 10 battle beasts facing off. On Tang Bingwan's side, representing her was a 9-tailed spirit fox, measuring 2 meters long, with 9 tails swaying behind it, truly an enchanting sight. At first glance, this battle beast was anything but ordinary. On Li Hao's side, representing him was an ice wolf, measuring 3 meters long, its entire body transparent like an ice sculpture. The ice wolf's eyes emitted a terrifying aura, as if it wanted to crush all enemies. The third-grade students were familiar with these exotic beasts. They all had a rough idea of each battle beast's strength. After a moment, all the students retreated, creating a battlefield 100 meters away. As the impact range of such high-level battles was still considerable, 10 beast tamers stood apart, all ready to watch the battle. The onlookers were intently focused on the battlefield, as this fight promised to be quite thrilling, and no one wanted to miss a moment. With a furious shout from Li Hao, the battle began. Ice Wolf, go. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, Tang Bingwan waved her arm, commanding the 9-tailed spirit fox to kill that ice wolf. The 10 combat beasts received their orders and rushed wildly toward their opponents. After running several dozen meters, the ice wolf let out a roar and frost began to cover the ground. This was the ice wolf's skill, Frost Domain. However, the range of this level of domain was not large, only a few meters or so around it. Anyone within the ice wolf's frost domain would experience slowed movement, significantly reducing their speed. Tang Bingwan commanded the 9-tailed spirit fox to respond fiercely. The 9-tailed spirit fox waved its 9 tails, which quickly grew longer, resembling 9 plush ropes attacking the ice wolf. The tails extended to nearly 10 meters. The 9-tailed spirit fox engaged the ice wolf, while others sought their own opponents to begin fighting. Seeing this, Xiao Pang smiled confidently. Hee, Sumu, just watch. My sister's 9-tailed spirit fox will soon give that ice wolf a good beating. Sumu shook his head and smiled, thinking that if the ice wolf didn't use blood fury pill, it would definitely lose. But now he felt the 9-tailed spirit fox was bound to lose. Not only the 9-tailed spirit fox, but also the other combat beasts from Class 2 were likely to lose. On the battlefield, both sides fell into a stalemate. At this moment, the ice wolf let out a roar, breaking free from the 9-tailed spirit fox's entanglement, and charged wildly at it. The ice wolf was very fast, easily dodging the attacks from the 9-tailed spirit fox's tails. Tang Bingwan was startled, wondering when the ice wolf had become so fast. Meanwhile, Li Hao smirked. Hee, Tang Bingwan. Just wait and see as I bite off your fox's tail. As he spoke, his expression gradually became fierce. The onlookers became tense at the sight. Wow, the ice wolf is so fast. I think the 9-tailed spirit fox is going to lose. Look, the other combat beasts from Class 2 are also being suppressed. Seeing the battlefield situation, the students felt that Class 2 was definitely going to lose. The Class 2 students were anxious, fists clenched, as the battlefield situation was different from what they had expected. Wasn't Class 2 supposed to dominate Class 1? But now the opposite was true. At this moment, they didn't dare to cheer, fearing it might affect the spirit of each beast tamer. Xiao Pang, seeing this scene, became anxious. Sumu, not good. My sister seems like she's going to lose. Sumu thought to himself, they used blood fury pill. It's no wonder your sister's not familiar with it. He decided to use his old method. Sumu took out a stick from his backpack. The stick wasn't large, about the length of an arm, and quite sturdy. Xiao Pang was taken aback. Damn, you actually carry a weapon with you. Before Xiao Pang could finish, Sumu took out a bag of enzyme. The sequence of actions stunned Xiao Pang. Wow, carrying a battle artifact, professional. While Xiao Pang was in shock, Sumu handed the enzyme bag to him. Xiao Pang, used to this, hurriedly took the bag. Moments later, Sumu and Xiao Pang weaved through a few classmates and reached behind Li Hao. At this point, everyone's attention was on the battlefield, and no one noticed Sumu's actions. Bang! Just as Li Hao raised his arm to command the ice wolf to attack the 9-tailed spirit fox, he suddenly felt dizzy and his body went limp. Xiao Pang reached out to support Li Hao, and then the enzyme bag was placed on top of Li Hao's head. Let us go? Sumu exchanged glances with Xiao Pang, and they lifted Li Hao toward the restroom on the playground. The ice wolf lost Li Hao's control, significantly reducing its combat ability. After all, how much intelligence could a wolf possess? After a while, Sumu and Xiao Pang tossed Li Hao into a corner of the restroom and began to punch and kick him. Li Hao, feeling the intense pain in his body, suddenly woke up and struggled frantically. Who is it? Damn it, let go of me. Who? Ah, it hurts. Who? Li Hao curled up, shouting. But his body was at the mercy of Xiao Pang and Sumu's attacks. There was no way for him to resist as he was trapped in the enzyme bag. On the battlefield, the ice wolf realized that Li Hao had disappeared and was in pain, causing it to panic and lose focus. At that moment, the 9-tailed spirit fox seized the opportunity and wrapped 2 tails around the ice wolf. The ice wolf, entangled by the nine-tailed spirit fox, couldn't break free. Before the ice wolf could resist, several more tails wrapped around it. Once the ice wolf completely lost its ability to resist, the nine-tailed spirit fox quickly moved in and bit down on the ice wolf's neck. The ice wolf was nearly choked by the bite, and just as its vision blurred, the nine-tailed spirit fox swung its tail and tossed the ice wolf aside. The spectators gasped in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect the nine-tailed spirit fox to turn the tables. Hey, the ice wolf seems a bit off. It made several major mistakes just now. As everyone was puzzled, the nine-tailed spirit fox flicked its tail and attacked the other combat beasts, with the nine-tailed spirit fox joining the fray. The tide of battle turned instantly. Damn, how did you lose so easily? Yeah, I can't take it anymore. I want to surrender. That nine-tailed spirit fox is coming at me. Chapter 34. Sumu stands up. This is what I did. In an instant, the remaining 4 students from Class 1 chose to surrender. There was no point in fighting. 4 against 5 was impossible to win. Surrendering early to avoid injury to their combat beasts seemed like the wise choice. Xiao Peng smiled with satisfaction, seeing Tang Bingwan win. My brother has a way. After Class 2 students admitted defeat, they hurriedly looked over to Li Hao, feeling that he had let them down. Moments later, they were all stunned. Not only were they shocked, but everyone looking towards Li Hao was also dumbfounded. Where did Hao Gu go? Yeah, why isn't Hao Gu there? Did Hao Gu run away because he lost and was embarrassed? Just as they were wondering, they saw Li Hao staggering out from the restroom in the distance, his body swaying and a face full of anger. At that moment, Li Hao was gritting his teeth in rage, already on the verge of exploding. Due to the distance, they hadn't yet seen Li Hao's injuries. Damn, we fought hard, and Hao Gu went to the restroom. Yeah, this is too much. Going to the restroom in the heat of battle, isn't that sabotaging us? Li Hao's teammates were furious at this sight. Even though the combat beasts had used the blood fury pill, he shouldn't have been so careless. However, as Li Hao drew closer, everyone noticed something was off. He was limping as he walked. After Tang Bingwan and the others retrieved their combat beasts, they walked towards Li Hao. From over 100 meters away, Tang Bingwan was curious about why Li Hao's combat beast had become so weak. When Li Hao reached the Class 1 students, everyone could finally see clearly. Li Hao's hair was a mess. He was missing a leg from his glasses, and especially, he had bruises on his face. What happened? Did he fall in the restroom? In an instant, many students had this thought. Before they could ask what happened, they saw Li Hao angrily shout at Tang Bingwan. Tang Bingwan, you little trash, play dirty. You have no strength. At that moment, Li Hao was trembling with anger, his face pale. The rage had overshadowed the pain in his body. Tang Bingwan heard Li Hao's yelling, but was puzzled. Moments later, Tang Bingwan also got angry. Li Hao, what are you talking about? If you can't handle losing, then don't compete. Soon after, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 stood facing each other. When the students from Class 2 saw Li Hao's miserable state, they were all stunned. Li Hao limped forward, pointing at Tang Bingwan and shouted, Tang Bingwan, what were you planning when you threw me into the bathroom? That was a sneak attack. After Li Hao finished speaking, everyone seemed to understand something instantly. What happened? Li Hao was dragged into the bathroom and beaten up. Did you see Li Hao's injuries? It must have been them. Could it be the people from Class 2? I don't know, but it should be, right? Some onlookers whispered, all looking at Tang Bingwan to see what she would say. Seeing Li Hao in such a terrible state, Tang Bingwan felt a big sense of satisfaction. She didn't know who had done this good deed, but she truly didn't know. Li Hao, don't slander people. I think you knew you would lose and are deliberately putting on a show to gain sympathy. No one from Class 2 would do such a despicable thing. Tang Bingwan said sternly. The students from Class 2 quickly agreed. Exactly. I think you just can't handle losing and are pretending. But your acting skills are too poor. I didn't expect Class 1 to be so petty as to use a sympathy ploy. The students from Class 2 were still confident because, after all, no one had discussed this matter. Upon hearing this, Li Hao was instantly enraged. I'm like this, and you still say it's poor acting? Nonsense. I didn't act at all. The onlookers fell into contemplation after hearing Class 1's explanation. Although Li Hao was from Class 1, Class 2 had consistently come first in competitions every year. A strong person really wouldn't need to resort to such tactics. Not only were the onlookers curious, but even a few of Li Hao's teammates began to doubt him. Yeah, those bruises on your face must have hurt. Everyone whispered, and these words reached Li Hao's ears, making him tremble with anger. You Tang Bingwan, this must have been done by your Class 2. I won't let you off. Li Hao shouted, glaring at every student from Class 2. At this moment, a few of Li Hao's teammates whispered, Brother Hao, tell us the truth. Isn't this a sympathy ploy? Brother Hao, if it's a sympathy ploy, we can help you out. Hearing this, Li Hao kicked out in anger. A sympathy ploy? I've been beaten up like this and you think I'm blind? Seeing that Li Hao was genuinely angry, a few teammates realized this was serious. Damn it, Class 2, you think you can sneak attack? What kind of skill is that? Yeah, look at what you did to Brother Hao. We won't let this go. The two sides argued incessantly, almost on the verge of fighting. Just then, a deep voice came from afar. It was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Ma, from Class 1. Mr. Ma pushed through the crowd and saw Li Hao's injuries. After understanding the situation, he looked angrily at the students from Class 2. His student had been beaten like this. It was tantamount to slapping his face. The Beast Tamer class was different from the liberal arts. Every teacher had a bit of temper. After all, they were considered warriors. Humph, daring to sneak attack our Class 1 students. This matter is not over. Whoever did it, step forward quickly. If I find out, I won't let you off. Mr. Ma scanned the faces of every student in Class 2, trying to identify the culprit. At this moment, another voice came. All of us in Class 2 are just and righteous. No one would do such a thing. The speaker was the homeroom teacher of Class 2, who hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Mr. Zhao, if it wasn't your Class 2, who else could it be? Mr. Ma angrily replied. Mr. Zhao glanced at his students, seeing them all confident, which gave him confidence too. Mr. Ma, there are cameras on the playground. We can find out who did it by checking the footage. Mr. Zhao suggested. Mr. Ma nodded. All right, let's check the footage. If you don't step forward voluntarily, I will make sure you won't get away with it once we find you. Just then, a voice came from the back of the crowd. It was me. Everyone was startled by the voice and quickly turned to look. They saw a young man, with a handsome appearance, wearing the uniform of Magic City University. He was clearly a first-year student. Chapter 35. Tang Bingwan admits defeat. Su Mu's turnaround. Soon, the chubby guy shouted, "Me too." Since Su Mu had stepped forward, the chubby guy naturally wanted to face it together with him. The third-year students didn't recognize these two, but Tang Bingwan was quite surprised. Why is it him? She never expected that this incident was caused by the chubby guy. After a moment, Tang Bingwan shook her head helplessly. She knew that the chubby guy often got into fights in high school and could indeed do such a thing. Chubby you. Tang Bingwan angrily pointed at the chubby guy. Although it was the chubby guy who did it, it was equivalent to her doing it. After all, the chubby guy was her brother. When Li Hao saw Su Mu and the chubby guy walking out with such confidence, he quickly retreated 2 steps in fright. He was genuinely scared of being hit again by Su Mu and the chubby guy. Then, Li Hao hid behind Mr. Ma, angrily pointing at Su Mu and the chubby guy. You two did this, and I won't let you off. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, he thought of something and turned to point at Tang Bingwan. Oh, I just remembered. That fat guy came to find you, Tang Bingwan. You must have instructed them to do this, right? Now there's evidence. Tang Bingwan was instantly speechless upon hearing this. She really couldn't explain herself. At this moment, Su Mu sneered, "Don't wrongfully accuse people. It was my decision to beat you." It was you? Tang Bingwan was even more astonished to hear Su Mu speak. She knew this young man had come with the chubby guy. Just now, she had only glanced at Su Mu, but unexpectedly, he took the responsibility upon himself. Mr. Ma looked at Su Mu with a grim expression. Which class are you from? How could you do such a despicable thing? The students from Class 1 immediately pointed at Su Mu, angrily speaking. Sneak attacking from behind. Students like this should be expelled. Yes, not only expulsion, but we should also call the police. They must be severely punished. The chubby guy felt a tightness in his heart upon hearing these words and quickly stepped forward. I did it all. It has nothing to do with my brother. After all, the chubby guy had connections. But Su Mu was different. If he got involved, the consequences would be very serious. The chubby guy wanted to take all the blame. Su Mu understood the chubby guy's thoughts. But he wouldn't let the chubby guy bear the consequences alone. All right, chubby, what is there to be afraid of in admitting we both beat this bastard? Hearing Su Mu's words, Mr. Ma became even angrier. You, as a student, openly attacking others and being so arrogant. Just wait for me to punish you severely. If Mr. Ma weren't a teacher, he would have wanted to teach Su Mu a lesson himself. Tang Bingwan then spoke up. Li Hao, we in Class 2 lost. I admit defeat. Can we settle this matter simply? The students from Class 2 shook their heads helplessly upon seeing this. Since Tang Bingwan had said so, they decided to face it together with her. Upon hearing this, Li Hao became even more arrogant. Hee, Tang Bingwan, you think you can resolve this so easily? Dream on. I won't let this go. At this moment, Li Hao had already thought it through. Su Mu and the chubby guy were truly helping him out. Tang Bingwan had instructed her brother to sneak attack and then played dead. If this matter got out, it would surely tarnish Tang Bingwan's reputation. It would make it impossible for her to hold her head high in school. If they could also smear Tang Bingwan's father, claiming that Tang Bingwan inherited her father's character, that's why her father's combat beast was useless, it would be perfect. Once these words spread, how could Tang Bingwan still have the face to stay in school? Tang Bingwan's family was already in a terrible situation, and her family was very distressed. This was the perfect opportunity to strike at Tang Bingwan. Thinking of this, Li Hao felt that the beating was worth it. It was simply too worth it. The class teacher, Mr. Zhao, looked at Tang Bingwan and shook his head, feeling very disappointed in her. He had always had high hopes for Tang Bingwan, but he never expected her to do something like this. Brother, are you stupid? I can take the consequences for this myself, Xiao Pang said quietly to Su Mu. It's fine. Su Mu gave Xiao Pang a reassuring look. If he wasn't confident, how could he be so reckless? Seeing Su Mu's confident smile, Xiao Pang was puzzled. Every time Su Mu looked like this, there was bound to be a big turnaround. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Pang felt there would be no turnaround today. They had beaten someone up like this. Obviously, they wouldn't get away with it. Mr. Ma pointed at Su Mu and Xiao Pang angrily questioned, "What are your names? What year in class are you in? I'm going to report you two for expulsion." Upon hearing this, Tang Bingwan became anxious and said, "Mr. Ma, it's not their fault. I was the one who instructed them. If you need to punish someone, punish me." Now that Tang Bingwan had spoken, Mr. Xiao didn't even know how to defend her. "Li Hao, you tell me, what will make you back off? How about 40 green radiant stones as compensation?" Tang Bingwan said. Li Hao scoffed, 40 green radiant stones. "Do you think I, Li Hao, care about that little bit? No way, you two must be expelled." "Yes, they must be expelled. These two are too malicious." The students from Class 1 joined in the uproar, especially the 4 teammates of Li Hao, who were so happy they almost jumped up. Seeing this, Su Mu sneered and looked at Mr. Ma, asking, "Mr. Ma, if my actions are considered malicious, then your students are shameless. Moreover, I think with Mr. Ma's attitude, he can probably only teach shameless students." As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, Mr. Ma and all the students in Class 1 were instantly enraged. "What did you say? Kid, do you want to die? Yeah, say that again if you have the guts. Don't think just because the teacher is here we won't dare to hit you. If you say one more word, we won't let you off." The boys from Class 1 were seething with anger, ready to fight. Mr. Ma's face turned pale. Su Mu actually dared to openly insult a teacher. "All right, Su Mu. I don't believe I can't deal with you," Mr. Ma said angrily as he picked up his phone, intending to find out who Su Mu's class teacher was. Just then, Su Mu shouted again, "Class 1 can't handle cheating. I've never seen such shameless students." As soon as Su Mu's words fell, everyone was stunned. "What is going on? Class 1 cheating? Cheating at what? Yeah, how did Class 1 cheat?" Everyone was curious about why Su Mu suddenly said that. Li Hao and his 4 teammates immediately felt a chill in their hearts. "Kid, what are you talking about? I'll call the police and have you arrested." Li Hao shouted angrily at Su Mu. Chapter 36. Mr. Ma's partiality. Su Mu gets angry. "Heh, you actually used blood fury pills on battle beasts. This is strictly prohibited by the school," Su Mu said with a sneer. Blood fury pills? When everyone heard those 3 words, they were all astonished. They certainly knew what blood fury pills were. They were medicines that the school had explicitly banned. Although this medicine could temporarily increase a battle beast's combat power, it caused significant harm to them. After all, school competitions are not dangerous. It's not a life and death crisis, and using such medicine is simply irresponsible to one's battle beast. Moreover, if the Battle Beast Protection Association found out about this, it would undoubtedly lead to severe consequences. It would be difficult to become a beast tamer in the future. More importantly, if this got out, even after graduation, important departments in Huagua would not accept such students. Now that the spatial rifts are controlled by the Huagua government, the best way for beast tamers to gain resources is to join Huagua's combat departments. Once they lose the recognition of Huagua's combat departments, it would be a disaster for beast tamers, meaning they could lose all their resources. Of course, unless you are a fugitive, leaving Huagua to look for spatial rifts in smaller countries. But such places are not guaranteed. One has to face both the dangers of alien beasts and the mutual slaughter of beast tamers. Those who go to such places are akin to special forces in a war-torn country, which is a matter of life and death. Under such severe consequences, no one dared to take risks lightly. Therefore, when the words blood fury pills were mentioned, everyone was shocked. Li Hao and his 4 teammates felt their pupils constrict with fear, but quickly tried to defend themselves. "Kid, what are you talking about? What blood fury pills? Don't spout nonsense." "Yes, where did we use blood fury pills?" "Kid, you are slandering us, and that has serious consequences." At this moment, Li Hao was most afraid. But after thinking, he realized that the blood fury pills had been processed and had little potency, so he still felt somewhat confident. "Kid, if you dare to slander us, I won't let you off." Li Hao angrily pointed at Su Mu, truly looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. Mr. Ma looked at Su Mu with a solemn expression. "This student, do you have any evidence? How dare you slander my students?" At this moment, everyone was curiously looking at Su Mu. Using blood fury pills was a serious matter that shouldn't be said lightly. Su Mu coldly smiled. "It's simple. Just check if blood fury pills were used or not." However, if Xiao Pang stood firm, even if he caused a scene, his parents would back him up. It was evident that Xiao Pang was now confused, not expecting there to be a turnaround. With confidence, Xiao Pang switched to his assertive mode, shouting, "You guys actually dared to use blood fury pills. That is too despicable. Damn it, you must be severely punished." Xiao Pang rolled up his sleeves and angrily walked towards Li Hao. Seeing this, Li Hao was terrified and hurriedly hid behind Mr. Ma. What are you going to do? You have no evidence. Don't frame me. I want to let you off. Tang Bingwan hadn't reacted yet. How did Sumu know that Li Hao used blood fury pills? Even she and these third-year students hadn't noticed. Mr. Ma turned his furious gaze towards Li Hao and the others. Did you use blood fury pills? The five hurriedly shook their heads. Mr. Ma, we didn't. This kid is framing us. Yeah, it must be that Tang Bingwan can't handle it. She lost and is looking for excuses. How could we use blood fury pills? The consequences are too severe. Yes, Mr. Ma, we didn't use them. Although the five were vehemently denying it, their eyes revealed a hint of panic. Mr. Ma, being a person of middle age, had some life experience. Just from their dodging gaze, he could tell something was off. Sumu realized they were trying to deny it. You can handle it however you want. Let us first clarify the matter of the blood fury pills. Sumu said. Yes, damn it. If we don't get this sorted out today, I'll go find the principal right now. Xiao Pang also gained confidence. He unconditionally trusted Sumu. After all, Sumu had never let him down. With this confidence, Xiao Pang wasn't afraid of escalating the situation. Mr. Ma saw Sumu and Xiao Pang's attitude and felt they really intended to get to the bottom of the matter, leaving him somewhat troubled. Hey, do you really think those students in class 1 used blood fury pills? It can't be. I didn't feel anything. Yeah, if they really used blood fury pills. The battle beasts would have blood-red eyes and be extremely furious, but there was no such effect just now. Right, I suspect this kid is trying to frame Li Hao. Everyone thought they understood blood fury pills and knew the obvious effects after use. But they couldn't see any signs of Li Hao and the others' battle beasts having used blood fury pills. At this moment, Tang Bingwan sternly reprimanded Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang, don't make a fuss. We can tell if blood fury pills were used. Tang Bingwan thought Xiao Pang probably didn't understand blood fury pills, which is why he dared to speak recklessly. It's mainly not that Xiao Pang is talking nonsense, but that Sumu is talking nonsense. They just entered the school not long ago, and maybe it was because the teacher mentioned the effects of this kind of pill that he brought it up. It would be one thing to bring it up, but now he is misrepresenting the knowledge of the bloodburst pill. The way Li Hao and the others are fighting beasts doesn't look like they've used the bloodburst pill at all. Xiao Pang understands Sumu. If Sumu didn't have confidence, he wouldn't dare to say such things. Sister, my brother said they used it, so they definitely did use it. Xiao Pang, not convinced, retorted. Upon hearing this, Tang Bingwan was also surprised. Why does Xiao Pang believe Sumu so much? Sigh, Xiao Pang is good at everything, just not very bright. Tang Bingwan knows Xiao Pang. In terms of IQ, he is quite lacking. Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Sumu continued, whether I slandered them or not. Just a simple test will do. The school has testing facilities, it's very easy. Xiao Pang quickly echoed. Yes, we must do the test today. I need to find out the truth. Teacher Ma, seeing that Xiao Pang and Sumu were being relentless, immediately turned cold and said, nonsense. Is this school a place for you to act recklessly? Get out of here. With Teacher Ma's angry shout. Quite a few students were frightened and hurriedly took a few steps back. Several students, seeing this, moved even further away. However, Sumu and Xiao Pang remained unmoved. As if nothing had happened. Teacher Ma realized that Xiao Pang and Sumu were disobedient and could only take his students away. Sumu frowned slightly. The drug power that Li Hao used was originally weak, and with this delay, even if they checked later, they wouldn't be able to sustain it. If there is no evidence, then he would be slandering and fighting, a scapegoat he wouldn't accept. Resolving this, Sumu quickly stepped forward, raised his arm to block Teacher Ma and the others' path, saying, if we don't do the test today, none of you can leave. Chapter 37. Xiao Pang seeks help. Lu Daqiang takes action. Teacher Ma was furious that Sumu dared to block his way. Kid, do you really think this school is a place where you can run wild? Sumu sneered. It's just a test, if you have nothing to hide. What are you afraid of? Step aside. Teacher Ma glared at Sumu, enraged. At this moment, Xiao Pang also ran over and stood beside Sumu, saying, yes. If we don't do the test today, none of you can leave. Teacher Ma was furious. 2 students actually dared to block his path. Even though he was a teacher, he could no longer tolerate it. Good kid, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really think you can act without restraint. As soon as Teacher Ma finished speaking, he waved his arm and summoned a tree monster. This tree monster was 6 meters tall, with a round mass of branches on its head covered in green leaves. Its arms were dry, with long fingers, and its face looked like dead wood, with deep-set eyes and a somewhat sinister contour. This was Teacher Ma's fighting beast, the tree monster, which was considered a special exotic beast. Hiss! The students saw that Teacher Ma was furious and even summoned his fighting beast. And they immediately felt that Sumu was in trouble and would be beaten by Teacher Ma. This kid really doesn't know the height of heaven and the depth of the earth. He actually dared to offend Teacher Ma. He's in for it now. Yes, Teacher Ma's fighting beast is quite powerful, One of the top in the school. This kid really has guts. At this moment, all the students thought that Sumu would probably be whipped by this tree monster. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly and used his inside eye on the tree monster. Tree monster. Combat power. Tier 4, super evolution level. Talent level. Skills, vine attack, normal, regeneration, advanced. Strengths, suitable for group attacks. Weaknesses, attack power is slightly weak. Personality, average. Mental state, do I have many hands? Attributes, strength, 785 points. Agility, 694 points. Constitution, 988 points. Defense, 876 points. Distributable points, 55 points. Tier 4, super evolution level. Sumu's brows furrowed at this point, forming a frown. His fighting beast was only a normal level Tier 1, and there was no way to fight against a Tier 4 super evolution level fighting beast. However, even if he couldn't win, Sumu didn't want to back down. That wasn't his character. Sumu also waved his arm to summon his fighting beast. When Sumu summoned his fighting beast, all the students were even more shocked. What the hell is this kid summoning? Isn't that a mantis shrimp? Damn. Using a mantis shrimp as a fighting beast, this kid is quite interesting. Interesting? He raised a mantis shrimp to this size? Is this kid out of his mind? Of course, who would raise a mantis shrimp this big if they weren't crazy? At this moment, all the students' attention was drawn to Sumu's mantis shrimp. Once the mantis shrimp was summoned, it showed no fear in front of the tree monster and raised its head, instead looking quite excited. Teacher Ma, seeing that it was a mantis shrimp, was somewhat surprised but disdainfully sneered. A first-year student actually dared to fight him. It was simply wishful thinking. At this moment, Teacher Ma wanted this new student to understand that the beast taming class wasn't as simple as he thought. Xiaopeng thought for a moment. His fighting beast, the Crimson Flame Python, wasn't as powerful as Sumu's mantis shrimp, so he simply didn't summon it. Kid, today I'll teach you a lesson. As soon as Teacher Ma finished speaking, a vine shot towards the mantis shrimp. The vine moved quickly, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Bang! In an instant, a vine, like a whip, struck hard against the mantis shrimp's back. A crisp sound exploded in the air, and the mantis shrimp didn't even have time to dodge. Sumu was furious upon seeing this and quickly controlled the mantis shrimp to counterattack. Although this was on land and the mantis shrimp wasn't as agile as it would be in water, Sumu couldn't just concede defeat. The mantis shrimp wiggled its body and charged quickly towards the tree monster. However, before the mantis shrimp could reach the tree monster, another whip came down. Bang! Another crisp sound rang out, and the mantis shrimp was sent flying. This time the damage was considerable. A scar was left on the mantis shrimp's hard shell. It should be noted that this mantis shrimp had a defensive skill and a hard shell. Among exotic beasts, this shell was even harder than steel. That such a hard shell could be dented showed how powerful the tree vine's force was. If this hit a person, their bones would probably break instantly. This isn't good. The gap in strength is too great. Normal level, enhanced level, super evolution level. Sumu was only at normal level, while Teacher Ma's fighting beast was at super evolution level, a full 2 major tiers apart. The difference was too big. Just then, Teacher Ma commanded the tree monster to strike the mantis shrimp again. Just as the vine was about to hit the mantis shrimp, a fluffy rope suddenly attacked the tree vine. Everyone was startled and quickly turned their heads to see that it was Tang Bingwan controlling her 9-tailed spirit fox. The 9-tailed spirit fox whipped out a tail, blocking the strike. Teacher Ma, as a teacher, don't you think it's shameful to bully a first-year student? Tang Bingwan was also furious at this moment, coldly questioning Teacher Ma. Teacher Ma felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed somewhat shameful for a teacher to bully a new student. However, it was all because Su Mu blocked his path that forced him to act. After a moment, Teacher Ma put away the tree monster and snorted coldly. Kid, today let me show you something. Hurry up and get lost. Sumu did not move upon hearing this, glaring straight at Teacher Ma. Xiaopeng was also glaring at Teacher Ma with fiery eyes. Damn, you want to bully me, right? Fine, I'm calling my dad now. Let's see how you compare with my dad's beast. Xiaopeng said as he took out his phone and dialed. Teacher Ma didn't know Xiaopeng, but seeing his attitude, he seemed quite confident. Humph, go ahead. Even if you call your dad, what can he do? Teacher Ma said disdainfully. After a moment, the call connected. Hello Xiaopeng, what's up? A middle-aged man asked on the other end of the line. Dad, a teacher is hitting me, relying on being a level 3 beast tamer to bully me. Xiaopeng hurriedly said. Woo Dad, I came to find my sister Bingwan today, and then I saw her competing with some classmates from class 1. Later, I found out that the class 1 students were cheating using blood fury pills, so I helped my sister, and then the class 1 homeroom teacher hit me. Xiaopeng spoke with great grievance, tears streaming down his face, feeling utterly wronged. Lu Daqiang was instantly furious upon hearing this. Damn it, how dare they act so darkly? They've gone too far. Wait for me, I'm coming over right now. Lu Daqiang angrily hung up the phone and got ready to head to the school. Teacher Ma snorted coldly, intending to leave with the Class 1 students. Sumu stepped forward again. I said, "No tests today, you all aren't leaving." Chapter 38. Sumu takes action. The principal arrives. Teacher Ma's face turned angry. Even in this situation, Sumu still dared to block him. Get lost. But before Teacher Ma could finish his sentence, Sumu stepped forward and threw a punch. Bang! Sumu's punch was heavy, hitting Teacher Ma right in the face. Teacher Ma's head snapped back, almost falling over. Now that his battle beast was unreliable, Sumu decided to take matters into his own hands. Teacher Ma cried out in pain, instantly furious, raising his fist to strike back at Sumu. Sumu dodged to the side, and then delivered another punch hard into Teacher Ma's face. In an instant, blood flowed from Teacher Ma's nose. If it were Xiao Pang's father, a level 5 Beast Tamer, he would have merged his beast's bloodline, making his physical attributes extremely powerful. The Class 1 students saw Sumu actually daring to strike, and were instantly enraged, raising their fists to attack Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu was undeterred. His eyes narrowing, a sharp glint shooting from them. When it came to fighting, Sumu had never feared anyone. Over the years, Sumu and Xiao Pang often fought, developing strong combat skills, especially since Sumu was a transmigrator who trained hard. Let alone these students, even 10 professional fighters wouldn't stand a chance against Sumu. As over a dozen boys from Class 1 raised their fists to attack Sumu, Sumu's gaze was sharp, and he seized the moment to punch out. In an instant, one student staggered, nearly falling down. Seeing this, Xiao Pang was enraged. Damn it, how dare you hit? Then, Xiao Pang flew up and kicked hard into Teacher Ma's chest, without using their battle beasts. The more than 20 boys from Class 1 truly weren't enough to take on Xiao Pang and Sumu. After all, many of the boys were timid and lacked fighting experience. At most, they could just gather together and flail their arms. Sumu and Xiao Pang grew increasingly fierce, using their fists and feet to wildly retaliate against the Class 1 students. Teacher Ma sat on the ground, blood streaming from his nose, his hair a mess. Pointing at Sumu and Xiao Pang in fury, "You've gone too far. How dare you hit a teacher?" As he spoke, Teacher Ma summoned a tree monster, preparing to take action. At that moment, Tang Bingwan was dumbfounded, not expecting Sumu to actually start fighting. The other students were also stunned. This student actually dared to hit a teacher so fiercely, leaving them speechless in shock. Wow, this student is so fierce, his movements are incredibly agile. Agility is useless. In front of a battle beast, he's still no match. Just then, Teacher Ma summoned the tree monster. The students all gasped in shock. Hiss, Teacher Ma is angry. This is bad, those two are in trouble. Yeah, if Teacher Ma goes all out, those two students will definitely be finished. No, even if the students made mistakes, Teacher Ma wouldn't dare to kill them. However, that wasn't certain. Now that Teacher Ma was furious, he might act impulsively. The students quickly retreated far back, fearing that the battle would affect them. Tang Bingwan knew it was bad when Teacher Ma summoned the battle beast. Now that everyone was fighting like mad, she couldn't hold them back, so she hurriedly summoned her 9-tailed spirit fox to prevent Xiao Pang from getting hurt. Teacher Zhao also shouted, "Stop, everyone stop." Unfortunately, Teacher Zhao's shout had no effect in front of the frenzied students. Teacher Ma controlled the tree monster, sending a vine to strike at Sumu. The speed was fast, and with Sumu's reflexes, it was difficult to dodge. After all, this was an otherworldly beast, while Sumu was just flesh and blood. Just then, Tang Bingwan controlled the 9-tailed spirit fox to block the vine. Teacher Ma roared in anger. Tang Bingwan, do you dare to obstruct a teacher? In the past, Teacher Ma would have feared Tang Bingwan to some extent, as her father was quite powerful. However, now that Tang Bingwan's father's battle beast had been incapacitated and he had moved to a logistics role, their relative strength had diminished significantly. Moreover, Sumu and Xiao Pang were openly causing trouble, and it was a serious incident involving hitting a teacher. Even if Tang Bingwan's father had some power, the school wouldn't just let things slide. The school provided special treatment to these students just to avoid trouble. It didn't mean the school had no authority. As a key university, the principal of Magic City University was a terrifying Beast Tamer who held an important position in Huagua. The teachers there were also from formal departments in Huagua, not individuals that powerful Beast Tamers could bully. Tang Bingwan couldn't care about all that now. She couldn't let Xiao Pang get hurt. Tang Bingwan's father had told her that in future battles, every comrade must work together. If they couldn't cooperate, it would be very dangerous in another world. Influenced by Tang Li, the value of loyalty was deeply ingrained in Tang Bingwan, even though she was a girl. Teacher Zhao was also furious at this moment. Teacher Ma, how can you, as a teacher, fight with students? Teacher Ma shot a furious glance at Teacher Zhao, thinking that it wasn't him who started it. These two students were being relentless. All right, Tang Bingwan, you think being the best in the school makes you impressive? Today, the teacher will teach you a lesson. Tang Bingwan's nine-tailed spirit fox was only at the second stage of the super transformation level, so it certainly wasn't as strong as Teacher Ma's tree monster. However, with a difference of just 2 small levels, Tang Bingwan could still hold her ground for a bit. In an instant, the tree monster and nine-tailed spirit fox began to fight. The Class 1 students were being badly beaten by Su Mu and Xiao Peng, crying out in pain. Especially Li Hao and his group of 5, who were in a terrible state. They had to go all out. They absolutely couldn't let Su Mu succeed, or they would be finished. Seeing that they couldn't beat Su Mu and Xiao Peng, Li Hao hurriedly summoned his ice wolf. Once Li Hao summoned his beast, the other Class 1 students quickly summoned their own battle beasts as well. The Class 2 students were instantly furious upon seeing this. Damn it. 20 boys can't take on 2 people, and they still have the nerve to summon battle beasts? Do they think Class 2 is easy? Yeah, damn it, let's get them. Right, Tang Bingwan, we support you. The Class 2 students shouted as they hurriedly summoned their own battle beasts. In an instant, over 40 battle beasts appeared, making the space feel very cramped. At the same time, these students quickly retreated, as they couldn't be near the battle of the beasts. Teacher Zhao saw that he couldn't suppress the situation any longer and shouted a few times, but in this scene, no one listened to him. Just as all the battle beasts were getting ready for a major battle, a deep voice rang out. Everyone stop. The voice was deep and carried an incredibly strong penetrating power. When everyone heard this voice, they hurriedly looked to the side. They saw a middle-aged man quickly walking towards them, followed by more than a dozen teachers. Upon seeing the principal, everyone quickly stopped what they were doing. Chapter 39, Little Fatty was stunned, a series of crimes. After a moment, Principal Zheng led a group of people to the front of the crowd. When Principal Zheng got closer, Little Fatty saw that his father had come along, and he hurried over. Dad. Little Fatty glanced at his father and immediately transformed into a well-behaved child, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. Lu Daqiang looked at Little Fatty, first checking if his son was injured. Seeing that Little Fatty was unharmed, he felt somewhat relieved. At this moment, Principal Zheng spoke. Teacher Ma, how can you, as a teacher, fight with students? Teacher Ma, with blood flowing from his nose and his hair in disarray, looked aggrieved and quickly approached Principal Zheng. Principal, these 2 students are too despicable. Their behavior is too vile to actually hit a teacher. Principal Zheng looked at Teacher Ma and thought to himself, a level 3 Beast Tamer allowing 2 freshmen to beat him up, and he has the nerve to complain? Doesn't he feel ashamed? However, it was important to clarify the situation. Teacher Ma, what is going on here? Principal, these 2 students attacked during a class battle beast competition, committing such a vile act, and after being caught, they refused to admit their wrongdoing. Acting arrogantly, Teacher Ma vividly painted all the blame on Su Mu and Little Fatty. Lu Daqiang, listening from the side, was stunned. This situation was different from what he understood. Wasn't he a Teacher Ma who was unethical and bullying freshmen? But now it seemed that all the blame lay with Little Fatty. Lu Daqiang shot an angry glance at Little Fatty. Little Fatty, of course, was unwilling to accept this and hurriedly defended himself. He.s. lying. His classmate used blood fury pill, such a serious matter, and Teacher Ma wants to cover for them. That's why we wouldn't let them go. Blood fury pill? Upon hearing this, Lu Daqiang realized that this was exactly what Little Fatty had mentioned on the phone. At this moment, Tang Bingwan also walked up to Lu Daqiang with a guilty expression. Uncle Lu. Tang Bingwan thought for a moment. It was Su Mu who mentioned that the first class used blood fury pill, and she didn't know Su Mu well. However, based on her observations, the first class did not use blood fury pill, and she didn't dare to speak carelessly. Uncle Lu, I don't know if the first class used blood fury pill. Seeing this, Principal Zheng turned to Li Hao and the others and asked, did you guys use blood fury pill? Li Hao and the others quickly shook their heads. Principal, this kid has no evidence. He can't slander us like this. Yes. Principal, so many teachers and students are watching. If we used blood fury pill, wouldn't they see it? Exactly. They're just freshmen. What do they understand? They're just slandering us. Maybe it was Tang Bingwan who instigated it. Now these few people gained some confidence. Since Su Mu had stirred up such a big fuss, and everyone didn't believe they used blood fury pill, the principal might not believe 2 freshmen. Principal Zheng then asked Su Mu and Little Fatty, how do you know they used blood fury pill? Little Fatty couldn't answer and could only look at Su Mu. Su Mu, looking righteous, replied, because I saw it. You saw it. Everyone was astonished because they hadn't seen it. Li Hao, hearing Su Mu's words, suddenly gained confidence. Just because you saw it? Do you even know what blood fury pill looks like? Besides, my blood fury pill was processed. It's completely different from regular blood fury pill. So even if you saw it, you wouldn't recognize it. Huh, do you know what blood fury pill is? Do you know what it looks like? Li Hao questioned Su Mu disdainfully. Su Mu looked at Li Hao and scoffed. Your blood fury pill was specially processed, so the potency isn't strong, making it hard to identify. Li Hao never expected that Su Mu would be so attentive to his psychological dynamics. At this moment, Li Hao was shocked, thinking, how does Su Mu know so much? But given the situation, he couldn't admit it even if it killed him. What nonsense are you talking? Blood Fury Pill can be processed? You must not understand what Blood Fury Pill is. Li Hao could only pretend not to understand and desperately defend himself. However, who was telling the truth and who was lying couldn't be determined at this moment. Lu Daqiang looked at Su Mu. He knew Su Mu was his son's good friend and that the kid was steady in his actions, so Lu Daqiang was quite satisfied with Su Mu. At this moment, Lu Daqiang realized that it must be Su Mu's attention. Given his son's intelligence, it was probably a stretch. However, Lu Daqiang still chose to trust Su Mu. Little Su, are you sure? Lu Daqiang asked Su Mu. Su Mu nodded. Uncle Lu, I'm sure. Seeing Su Mu's confident expression, Lu Daqiang nodded and then looked at Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, we don't need to just talk. We can test it to find out. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, if it's true, then this matter is very serious. And the school must deal with it severely. But if the first class didn't use Blood Fury Pill, then Mr. Lu, your son will also face severe punishment. Principal Zhang wouldn't cover for students, nor would he favor students who made mistakes. When Teacher Ma and Li Hao and the others heard Principal Zhang's words, their emotions varied. Li Hao and his group were afraid of being found out, feeling a sense of dread. Teacher Ma was also fearful. If it were found out, it would clearly show he was covering for the first class, and the consequences wouldn't be good. Thinking of this, Teacher Ma stepped forward. Principal, how can you listen to the nonsense of two freshmen? They don't even recognize Blood Fury Pill. Lu Daqiang was already dissatisfied with Teacher Ma for bullying his son. At this moment, he was also somewhat angry. He had already given face to the school by not attacking Teacher Ma earlier, and now this teacher dared to speak further. This teacher, weren't you the one who fought with my son earlier? Lu Daqiang glared at Teacher Ma, questioning sternly. Teacher Ma noticed that Lu Daqiang was not simple. But with the principal present, he was not afraid. I'm a teacher. I only discipline students and would never hit students, Teacher Ma said. Discipline? Lu Daqiang scoffed. Fine. When the results come out, I hope you can teach me a lesson too. Principal Zhang coughed twice and said, Ahem, Teacher Ma. Let us focus on clarifying the situation first. Then, Principal Zhang spoke. Teacher Ma, you take the students and come with me. Teacher Ma, feeling helpless, could only glare at Li Hao and the others and say, come with me. At this moment, Li Hao and the others felt guilty and were scared of being found out. Now they could only silently pray for the effects of the medicine to wear off quickly. Seeing this, Su Mu and the others didn't wait around and quickly followed. Su Mu walked while keeping a close eye on Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao's battle beast's temporary state changed. The temporary state disappeared. Seeing this, Su Mu frowned. This meant that Li Hao's Ice Wolf's temporary state had vanished, indicating that the effect of Blood Fury Pill had completely worn off. Without the effect of Blood Fury Pill, detection would be difficult. What to do? Su Mu frowned, thinking that if it couldn't be detected, he would be left to bear the blame for both hitting someone and slandering them. Damn Teacher Ma, it's all your fault for wasting time. Su Mu gritted his teeth, pondering a solution. After a while, Principal Zhang led everyone to the school's testing building. Half of this building was for research and half for testing, capable of detecting the strength and potential of battle beasts and other information. Of course, if the combat beast used Blood Fury Pills, it could be detected. Once everyone arrived and stood in the hall, Principal Zhang spoke to Teacher Ma. Teacher Ma, let your students summon their combat beasts. Teacher Ma hesitated for a moment, but still spoke to Li Hao and the others. Summon your combat beasts. Li Hao and the other 5 had no choice but to brace themselves and summon their combat beasts. After the combat beasts were summoned, Principal Zhang supervised, requiring each combat beast to walk into a detection device. This device was large and equipped with the most advanced technology, capable of clearly detecting many attributes of the combat beasts. Seeing this, Su Mu tugged at Xiaopang's sleeve. Su Mu quickly made a silencing gesture to Xiaopang. Then, Su Mu waved his hand, signaling Xiaopang to follow him. After years of tacit understanding, Xiaopang immediately knew what Su Mu was planning and carefully stepped back a few paces, retreating to the back of the crowd. Meanwhile, everyone present was focused on the device, waiting for the results. After a moment, Su Mu and Xiaopang arrived at the entrance of the control room for the device. Xiaopang whispered, Bro, what's going on? Su Mu, feeling helpless, replied, Xiaopang, our lives depend on this. Then, Su Mu took out 2 sticks from his backpack. Seeing the sticks, Xiaopang was stunned. What the hell are you going to do? You aren't planning to ambush the staff, are you? Xiaopang asked in shock, wondering if Su Mu had gone crazy. He had just unconditionally trusted Su Mu, but now he was taken aback. Su Mu nodded, no time for nonsense. If you don't want to die, cooperate with me. However, with the situation being what it was, Xiaopang couldn't back down. He simply took the wooden sticks and waited for Su Mu's next instructions. Xiaopang, in a moment we'll go in through the door. There should be 2 staff members inside. We'll take advantage of them not being aware and knock them out, got it? Sumu asked. Xiaopeng rolled his eyes at Sumu. It's obvious what you're planning. If I didn't understand, I'd be an idiot. Seeing Xiaopeng nod, Sumu opened the door to the detection room. Inside, 2 staff members were seriously operating the machine to test the combat beasts of Li Hao and the others. They didn't take any safety precautions, as this was the school's testing center, and there was no sensitive information here. Furthermore, who would expect an attack in such a place? As the door opened, Sumu saw the 2 staff members working diligently, their eyes fixed on a screen. Sumu wave go. Chapter 40. Principal, someone is attacking. The staff members didn't notice them, thinking they were their colleagues. Moments later, accompanied by 2 muffled thuds, the 2 staff members in white coats collapsed to the ground. After dealing with the staff, Xiaopeng asked, "What now?" Sumu looked at the screen of the device, which was currently detecting the data of the 3rd exotic beast. This device was fully automated and didn't require manual operation. The staff merely monitored it to prevent the combat beast from suddenly going berserk or other situations. After a brief wait, when the 5th exotic beast was detected, Sumu picked up a microphone and lowered his voice, shouting, "Principal, the system has detected that these 5 combat beasts contain traces of blood fury pills." Sumu's voice echoed through the speakers outside the detection room, instantly catching everyone's attention. Hiss. Many students who had come to watch gasped in shock upon hearing this result. Wow, they really did use blood fury pills. Yes, this is a serious consequence. Li Hao and the others are too bold. When Li Hao and the others heard this result, they instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, nearly collapsing to the ground. Teacher Ma looked angrily at Li Hao and the others. You actually dared to use blood fury pills? Don't you know they are strictly prohibited by the school? As soon as Teacher Ma finished speaking, a student could no longer bear the pressure and hurriedly pointed at Li Hao. Teacher Ma, we didn't want to use them. It was all Li Hao's idea. He tricked us. Yes, Teacher Ma. Li Hao said the potency of the blood fury pills was very low and wouldn't be detected. Teacher Ma, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. The 4 quickly shifted the blame to Li Hao, who was also dumbfounded. Bullshit. You all asked me to do it. I'm the one who got harmed by you. It was all your idea. Li Hao hurriedly retorted, trying to push the responsibility back. Seeing this, Principal Zheng's expression darkened. Everyone be quiet. Once Principal Zheng spoke, Li Hao and the others dared not make a sound and looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping for leniency. At this moment, Sumu and Xiaopeng also stepped forward. Xiaopeng was still a bit confused. The previous test results seemed normal, so why did these 5 suddenly confess? Bro? What's going on? Wasn't that device working fine? Are these 5 out of their minds? But now that these people had confessed, Xiaopeng was completely baffled. Tang Bingwan was even more perplexed after hearing the results. Did they really use blood fury pills? But Tang Bingwan couldn't understand. How did she not notice? If she remembered correctly, Sumu was quite far from Li Hao and the others, so even if they used blood fury pills, she shouldn't have been able to see it. Moreover, using pills had to be done cautiously, without drawing attention. Thinking of this, Tang Bingwan hurriedly searched for Sumu's figure. Moments later, she spotted Sumu and Xiaopeng standing at the back of the crowd. This person is interesting. Tang Bingwan looked at Sumu, feeling he was quite mysterious. After pondering for a moment, Principal Zheng spoke. Blood fury pills are strictly prohibited by the school, and repeated warnings have been issued against their use. Although you used a small amount, you still violated school regulations. I hereby announce the expulsion of these 5 students, and the reason will be reported. When Li Hao and the others heard this result, they were instantly dumbfounded. Expulsion? Reported to the relevant authorities? This meant they would no longer be accepted by any departments in the future. Without recognition from any department, they wouldn't even be able to enter the spatial rifts in the future. If beast tamers cannot enter the spatial rifts, it means losing access to more resources. Even if they could still become beast tamers later, their achievements would be limited. In the beast tamers world, who wouldn't want to become a top-tier master? Without being a top-tier master, one has much less say. Although a level 3 beast tamer is decent, they're still not considered strong. Additionally, ordinary beast tamers can enter spatial rifts to find resources, but they wouldn't be able to in the future due to this stain on their record. Many rules in the beast tamers world are very strict. At this moment, Li Hao and the others looked ashen, completely powerless as they slumped to the ground. Seeing Li Hao and the others like this, the crowd shook their heads, feeling it was self-inflicted. What a pity, Li Hao was quite strong. Considered an excellent student at Magic City University. What does it matter how strong he is? He used blood fury pills on his own combat beast. He's unworthy of being a beast tamer. Exactly, your combat beast is like family. To harm it with blood fury pills just to win a match is despicable. Deservedly so. After merging with you, the combat beast trusts you immensely, yet you used blood fury pills on it. How shameless. Few students felt sympathy for Li Hao and the others as they condemned them. Just then, The door to the detection room suddenly opened, and two people ran out quickly. As they ran, the two shouted, "Principal, someone attacked us." The two felt a painful throbbing at the back of their heads and realized they were bleeding. Terrified, they dashed out. Their cries instantly drew the attention of everyone present. A moment later, two people in white lab coats rushed over, one holding the back of his head. Panting as he said, "Principal, we were just doing a test when someone attacked us from behind. Look, Principal, they hit me so hard that I'm bleeding from the back of my head. We must find this person. Their behavior is too despicable." Xiao Pang was dumbfounded. These two woke up so quickly, and he had been quite forceful just now. Sumu looked around, pretending to be just a bystander. Principal Zheng's face darkened upon seeing the two staff members injured. This was too outrageous to hit someone in front of him. At this moment, many students turned their gaze towards Sumu and Xiao Pang, as if they had seen this scene before. Xiao Pang, seeing so many people looking at him, hurriedly waved his hands. "Don't look at me. Why are you all looking at me?" However, Xiao Pang didn't dare to speak loudly and could only keep glaring at the classmates who were looking at him. Although Principal Zheng was angry, he considered this a minor issue. "Li Hao, you guys used the blood fury pill on the battle beast. This is a serious matter. I hope you all think carefully about why you want to become beast tamers and how to be a good beast tamer." After Principal Zheng finished speaking, he intended to deal with the matter of the two staff members. At this time, the two staff members were stunned. "No, Principal, what are you talking about? Who used the blood fury pill?" One of the staff members asked in confusion. Chapter 41. I will challenge you next month in the big competition. Principal Zheng was taken aback. "Weren't you the ones who said it was the test results?" The two staff members looked bewildered, shaking their heads repeatedly. "No. We checked the test results. Everything is normal." "What?" As soon as the testing personnel finished speaking, everyone was stunned. "Haha, how is that possible? Are you deaf?" Just now, Li Hao and the others admitted it themselves. "Oh right, but the test results are normal. What does it matter if Li Hao and the others admit it?" "Damn, I think I understand something." Meanwhile, Li Hao and the others' heads were buzzing. This series of blows had nearly driven them insane. "What is going on? Normal? Damn. It's actually normal. Then why did I admit it?" Li Hao couldn't understand why he had to admit it, feeling dizzy. After a moment, Li Hao roared in anger and kicked the first person who admitted it. "Damn it, you big fool. I said the dosage was small and can't be easily detected. Why did you admit it?" That person was also dumbfounded and regretted it. Then, the other three glared at that person, thinking if it weren't for this person admitting it first, they could have held on a little longer. Maybe just a little longer, and it would have passed. Principal Zheng's expression darkened upon seeing this scene, and he shouted angrily, "Everyone, be quiet." This voice rang out like a bell, instantly silencing the scene. The result was already very clear. Li Hao and the others indeed used the blood fury pill, but who went to the testing room? Principal Zheng had a notion in his mind. Someone who could do this must have wanted to see this result. Subsequently, Principal Zheng's gaze swept through the crowd, landing on Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu shook his head and smiled, stepping forward. "That's right. I was the one who attacked in the testing room just now. In fact, as personnel related to the beast tamer industry at Magic City University, everyone should have a mindset of being vigilant at all times. I just wanted to test the safety awareness of our testing room staff. As you can see, it doesn't meet the standard," Sumu said as he walked. The two staff members in white coats were instantly enraged upon hearing this. "Kid, are you sick? We are humanities students. We are doctors." "Yeah, are you sick? We are a humanities student PhD. What do we need safety awareness for?" The two were on the verge of tears. They were humanities students, doctors, technicians. And isn't safety awareness something that beast tamers should have? If there are many beast tamers like this testing them, they might as well wear helmets to work. The students almost burst out laughing upon hearing Sumu's words. "Haha, this guy has some awareness, establishing safety consciousness for two doctors. And they're not even going to the battlefield. Yeah, after this, these two will probably have a psychological shadow on their work. However, this kid is very clever. He actually exposed Li Hao's situation. Otherwise, our class would have been blamed. Yeah, I suddenly feel this little brother is quite cute. He's my type." Meanwhile, Li Hao and the others were furious, glaring at Sumu as if they could kill him. It was all Sumu's fault. If it weren't for him, how could they lose? If it weren't for Sumu, how could they have exposed the use of the blood fury pill? Even if they were exposed, if it weren't for Sumu, how could they have admitted it? Thinking of this, Li Hao stood up angrily and charged at Sumu. "Sumu, I'm going to kill you." But before Li Hao could get close to Sumu, Sumu lifted a foot and kicked Li Hao away. Subsequently, Principal Zheng angrily left, followed by more than a dozen teachers and directors. Lu Daqiang walked to Sumu's side, looking at him with approving eyes, nodding in satisfaction. If it weren't for Sumu, he would have been embarrassed today. "Dad, how will the school handle the two of us?" Xiao Pang asked. Now Xiao Pang was more confident, and his voice was much louder. Lu Daqiang laughed. "Don't worry, I'll go take a look." "Teacher Ma." Upon hearing Lu Daqiang's words, lowered his head, and remained silent. Sumu squinted at Teacher Ma and said, "Uncle Lu, Teacher Ma and I will handle this matter." "Oh?" Lu Daqiang was curious upon hearing Sumu's words. Sumu looked at Teacher Ma and continued, "Teacher Ma, you hit my mantis shrimp 3 times. I will challenge you next month in the big competition." How dare he hit Sumu's mantis shrimp? Sumu had to take revenge. The classmates were all confused upon hearing Sumu's words. Is this kid sick? He wants to challenge Teacher Ma's tree monster with his mantis shrimp? Isn't this asking for trouble? Right, and next month? Even if you give him 2 years, he wouldn't be able to do it. Nonsense. Who would raise a mantis shrimp to such a size if they weren't sick? Toothpick, what are you talking about? This little brother is so clever. I think you are the one who is sick. Haha, is Mimi interested in this little guy? She's actually helping him speak. Some students teased, while others shook their heads. Sumu challenging Teacher Ma next month? That's just crazy. Teacher Ma looked up at Sumu, revealing a disdainful expression. This student. You have the courage to challenge a teacher. That is commendable. Then, Teacher Ma turned and left. Sumu watched Teacher Ma's departing figure with sharp eyes. Just wait. Although Xiao Pang always believed in Sumu, a mantis shrimp challenging a 6-meter-tall tree monster, which was also a level 3 beast tamer. Not to mention the battle beast being at the super level, made him shake his head. However, Xiao Pang didn't say anything. He knew Sumu's temperament well. He would repay grudges and kindness alike. Today, Teacher Ma had severely beaten the mantis shrimp. Sumu wouldn't let this go. Xiao Pang thought that if Sumu fought Teacher Ma, it would even things out, but it seemed he was overthinking it. At this moment, Tang Bingwan came in front of Sumu. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Bingwan." Tang Bingwan extended her delicate hand, preparing to shake hands with Sumu. Xiao Pang was shocked, his pupils dilating. Who is Tang Bingwan? The ice goddess. And she actually took the initiative to shake hands with Sumu. At this moment, Xiao Pang felt as if the ice was melting. Sumu smiled slightly, extending his right hand. "Hello, my name is Sumu." Just like that, the two simply shook hands. "You are very impressive. I didn't expect that." Tang Bingwan did not waste words and said directly. At that moment, she sincerely felt that Sumu's intelligence and courage were unlike anything she had ever seen before. Chapter 42, I'm here to sell crystal stones, not to go on blind dates. Sumu waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing. By the way, I would like to meet your father. I wonder if that's possible?" Sumu asked Tang Bingwan. "Meet my father?" Tang Bingwan was a bit puzzled. Why would Sumu want to see her father? "Do you have something to discuss?" Tang Bingwan asked. If Sumu didn't have anything important, Tang Bingwan wasn't planning to let him disturb her father, especially since Tang Li was in a bad mood and didn't want to see outsiders. "I have something to discuss. But I just want to talk to your father alone." Sumu didn't reveal the reason. After all, if he said he had a skill crystal that was a lightning strike skill, no one would believe him. Tang Bingwan looked at Sumu, thought for a moment, and nodded. "All right, but I should warn you in advance that my father is in a bad mood. If he doesn't want to talk to you, I hope you can understand." Sumu nodded, and then he, Tang Bingwan, and Xiao Pang prepared to go to Tang Bingwan's home. Meanwhile, at the school, Principal Zheng was in a meeting with several vice principals and directors, discussing how to handle the situation with Sumu and Xiao Pang. After a while, under Tang Bingwan's guidance, Sumu and Xiao Pang arrived at Tang Bingwan's home. Tang Bingwan's home was in a high-end community, a large independent villa, clearly a symbol of wealth. Once inside, Tang Bingwan invited Sumu to take a seat, while Xiao Pang was completely at ease, as he was very familiar with the place. Shortly after, a maid came forward to serve tea to Sumu. "Sumu, please wait a moment. I will go check on my father," Tang Bingwan said. "Okay," Sumu replied, sipping tea while chatting with Xiao Pang as they waited for Tang Bingwan's news. A moment later, Tang Bingwan went upstairs and knocked on a door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, a weak voice came from inside. "What is it?" "Dad, it's me." "Bingwan," Tang Bingwan said. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Tang Li shook his head, looking quite drunk. "Come in," he said. Tang Bingwan pushed the door open and saw Tang Li leaning against the bed, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, looking quite unkempt. Tang Bingwan had often tried to persuade her father in the past, but to little effect. They had argued several times, and eventually, Tang Bingwan could only give up, as she needed to focus on her studies. However, seeing her father in such a depressed state made her heart sink, feeling a sense of inexplicable sadness. "Dad, get up and drink some water," Tang Bingwan said, going over to support her father and help him sober up. Now Tang Bingwan understood that her father had suffered a great blow and hoped he could pull himself together. Tang Li took the cup of water Tang Bingwan handed him and gulped it down. After finishing a large cup of water, Tang Li felt a bit more alert. He then looked at Tang Bingwan. He hadn't been very attentive to her over the past month. "Bingwan, are you back from school?" Tang Li asked. Tang Bingwan nodded. "Yes. Dad, I'm back. I have a friend who came to visit. He wants to meet you." Upon hearing this, Tang Li thought, could it be that his daughter had a boyfriend? She was growing up, and it was about time for her to find one. Having lost her mother at a young age, and with Tang Li often away on missions, he hadn't been very attentive to Tang Bingwan. Now that his daughter specifically mentioned a friend visiting, he assumed it was likely her boyfriend. With that thought, Tang Li nodded. All right, I'll come down in a bit. Dad, have another cup of water, Tang Bingwan said, pouring him another cup. She hoped that her father would meet more outsiders to lighten his mood, as it seemed he was now reluctant to even meet his best friends. Seeing her father willing to meet someone made Tang Bingwan feel a bit happy. Dad, I'll wait for you downstairs, she said before turning to leave. Tang Li drank another cup of water before getting up to change his clothes. When Tang Bingwan came down, Xiaopeng quickly asked, Sister, does my uncle want to see Sumu? Just wait a moment, Tang Bingwan replied. She then sat on the sofa, not engaging in conversation with Sumu, as she rarely chatted with others. Instead, Xiaopeng and Sumu chatted for a while. After a while, Tang Li came down dressed and refreshed. Sumu and Xiaopeng greeted him eagerly. Uncle Tang, Xiaopeng called out playfully. Tang Li nodded. Xiaopeng, you're here too. At this moment, Sumu also stood up and said, Hello, Uncle Tang. Tang Li carefully examined Sumu, scrutinizing him closely. In the room, besides Xiaopeng, he was the only other male. This young man looks quite handsome and energetic. But he seems young, Tang Li thought, and his initial impression was quite good. Please sit, Tang Li said, taking a seat across from Sumu. Tang Bingwan introduced, Dad, this is Sumu, my friend. Tang Li nodded, acknowledging her introduction. Since you're Bingwan's friend, I'll just call you Xiaosu. So, where are you from, Xiaosu? Tang Li asked. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he continued to ask, How long have you known my daughter? 1 day? Upon hearing this, Tang Li was stunned. They had only known each other for a day, and now they were in love? This was simply ridiculous. In Tang Li's understanding, his daughter didn't seem that casual. He then looked at Tang Bingwan with some dissatisfaction. Bingwan, you only met Xiaosu a day ago. Shouldn't you get to know each other better? Tang Bingwan was confused. Dad, even though I just met Sumu yesterday, I think he has great abilities and is quite different, brave and resourceful. Xiaopeng, on the side, appeared indifferent, as if he was just a bystander. Sumu sensed something was off and quickly used his insight eye on Tang Li. Wow. Upon seeing this, Sumu raised his eyebrows. What was Tang Li thinking? Moreover, Tang Bingwan, how did you introduce me to your dad? As just a regular friend? Tang Li was taken aback by this. He thought Sumu was Tang Bingwan's boyfriend. If they were just regular friends, he really wasn't in the mood to meet. Sigh. Bingwan, why would you bring a regular friend to see me? Tang Li said, looking displeased. You know I've been in a bad mood lately and don't want to see outsiders, yet you brought a regular friend to meet me. Tang Li stood up and said, Bingwan, you can stay with your friend at home. I'm going upstairs. Just as Tang Li was about to leave, Sumu spoke up. Uncle, I have a way to help your battle beast regain its fighting ability. Tang Li abruptly stopped at these words and quickly turned to Sumu. What method do you have? Sumu took out a skill crystal and said, Uncle, this is a lightning strike skill crystal. Are you interested? Lightning strike? Tang Li certainly knew about the lightning strike skill, but to claim that a single skill crystal was a lightning strike was simply a joke. At this moment, Xiaopeng and Tang Bingwan were also stunned. They knew about skill crystals, but they didn't believe it could be a lightning strike. Seeing their reactions, Tang Li's expression darkened. The momentary impulse he had felt earlier dissipated. Nonsense. If it were a skill crystal, it's not that I can't afford it, but I can't buy too many. It's like a person with a terminal illness. Even if there's a 5 chance of recovery, the cost would be losing everything. If it works, that's great. But what if it doesn't? What will happen to the family? Especially since Tang Bingwan was also a beast tamer and needed more resources. Because of this, Tang Li found it difficult to make a decision. Sumu saw that Tang Li didn't believe him, which was also within his expectations. How about this? You can try this crystal stone. If it's not a lightning strike skill, I won't take a single cent. If it is a lightning strike skill, then you pay me 200 million. How about that? Sumu continued. Tang Li, upon hearing this, looked closely at Sumu, wondering where this kid got his confidence. After all, there are hundreds of skills contained in skill crystals. Claiming that a single crystal would have a lightning strike skill has less than a 1% chance. Isn't that just a joke? Tang Li had also considered using skill crystals for his battle beast, but if the result was just a useless skill, his battle beast would be completely ruined. Right now, the Fire Phoenix at least had a magic heart skill, which is also a very good skill. The cost of carelessly using skill crystals is too high. However, Tang Li had also thought it over and decided to gamble 300 million this time. It couldn't go on like this. Although he only had a net worth of 500 million, if 300 million couldn't give his battle beast a magical skill, then the remaining 200 million would be left for Tang Bingwan, and he would completely give up. Currently, on the market, 300 million could buy about 11 skill crystals, and the estimated chance of obtaining a magical skill crystal was only about 3%. To be honest, Tang Li had no confidence in that probability at all. Tang Li looked at Sumu, feeling a bit torn. After a moment, he sighed helplessly. Well, I've thought it over and decided to use the skill crystal for my battle beast, but I don't believe it's a lightning strike skill. Sumu nodded. It's normal that you don't believe me. I said it. If it's not a lightning strike skill, I won't take a single cent. Tangli thought for a moment and said, how about this? I won't take advantage of you. According to the current market price, I'll buy this skill crystal for 25 million. Upon hearing this, Sumu felt that Tangli was reasonable, but this was not the result he wanted. Selling the skill crystal was easy, but he wanted more money. Uncle Tang, I said, if it's a lightning strike skill, you give me 200 million. If it's not a lightning strike skill, I won't take a cent. If you agree, I'll sell it to you. If you don't agree, then forget it. Sumu insisted on his opinion. Chapter 43. Bingwan quickly helped Xiao Su with his food. Although Tang Li didn't believe it, since Sumu said so, he thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. Alright. Xiao Pang was a bit shocked. He knew Sumu well and could see from Sumu's eyes that he was telling the truth. If Sumu could really identify the skills in the skill crystals, that would be incredibly abnormal. Tang Bingwan, not understanding Sumu, stared at him, perplexed. As of now, no technology in the world can detect the attributes of skill crystals. So why was Sumu so confident? Sumu handed the skill crystal to Tang Li. Uncle Tang, use it now? Tang Li nodded. Okay. Then, Tang Li took the skill crystal and walked outside with Sumu and Tang Bingwan. Once Tang Li arrived in the villa's courtyard, he waved his arm, and a gigantic fire-red bird appeared. This bird was over 10 meters long, and when it spread its wings, it truly had a feeling of blocking out the sun. Caw! The fire phoenix let out a cry, circling in the air. Then, under Tang Li's command, the fire phoenix landed in the courtyard. Tang Li approached the fire phoenix with the skill crystal, and the fire phoenix opened its beak to swallow the skill crystal. Boom! After the skill crystal was swallowed by the fire phoenix, a surge of energy erupted within the fire phoenix. This energy released a flow that spread around the fire phoenix, creating ripples in the air. Caw! The fire phoenix let out a cry, as if some energy was rapidly condensing inside it. Moments later, strands of lightning began to entwine around the fire phoenix. Although the appearance of the fire phoenix didn't change much, everyone could see that it had undergone a significant transformation. Especially with the strands of lightning entwined around it, it looked even more imposing. Tang Li quickly sensed the skill of the fire phoenix. Moments later, Tang Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the fire phoenix. This is actually a lightning strike skill. Moreover, this lightning strike skill perfectly replaced the weak lightning skill, meaning the fire phoenix would no longer have to fear beasts with lightning attacks. Tang Li was overjoyed, and his hands trembled with excitement. After a moment, he waved his arm, and the fire phoenix let out a cry and soared into the sky. Then, under Tang Li's command, the fire phoenix slightly opened its mouth, forming a circular lightning energy ball. Moments later, the fire phoenix released it, and a pillar of lightning shot straight down to the ground. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a massive 5-meter-high boulder was instantly shattered into powder. Not only was the boulder reduced to dust, but even the ground was blasted into a 10-meter-wide deep pit. This demonstrated just how powerful this strike was. Tang Li was stunned by this scene, his eyes wide open. He had just tried to control the fire phoenix to attack casually and hadn't used full force. Yet, even such a simple attack already exceeded the fire phoenix's previous combat power by far. The enhancement from the magic heart was indeed impressive. In fact, the power of the lightning strike skill was roughly comparable to the fire phoenix's own fire column attack. Both had their strengths, and the specific damage depended on the spirit points and the innate qualities of the battle beast. However, with the magic heart's enhancement, the attack power was directly elevated to a new level. Haha, great, great! Tang Li shouted excitedly. Xiao Pang and Tang Bingwan, witnessing this, were even more shocked. Is this really a lightning strike skill? How did he know? Brother, you have to tell me. How did you know that the skill crystal skill was a lightning strike skill? Xiao Pang couldn't help but ask eagerly. Tang Bingwan also looked at Sumu, realizing that being able to discern the attributes of skill crystals was simply terrifying. If Sumu could truly know the attributes of skill crystals, it would be a tremendous help to every battle beast, leading to a revolutionary change. In the context of Huagua, Sumu would undoubtedly be the most important focus for the country. There are tens of millions of beast tamers in Huagua, and even more who need to use skill crystals. Previously, using skill crystals was akin to gambling, with a high cost. But now, it was an ultra-low cost. As long as one selected a few desired skill crystals, any battle beast could acquire excellent skills. Especially for Huagua, the official power would be exponentially strengthened. It could be said that in the future, Huagua would become the absolute overlord globally, in an unassailable position. Thinking of this, how could Tang Bingwan not be shocked? Sumu smiled slightly. It's a secret. Of course, Sumu would not reveal to outsiders that he possessed a system in the Eye of Insight. Hearing this, Tang Bingwan couldn't help but smile wryly. It was like a top-tier scientist inventing an incredibly advanced weapon. Would he share it with others? Of course not. Sumu looked at the excited Tang Li and said, "Uncle Tang, when will you give me the 200 million? At this moment, Tang Li was so happy. Sumu had saved him. Without Sumu and this skill crystal, his battle beast would have been rendered useless. Once a magical battle beast was rendered useless, its combat power would be pitifully low. Physical attack battle beasts could still retain their attributes even if their skills were useless. For example, if their strength was high and defense was strong, they could still manage even with slightly lower attacks. But magical battle beasts were different. The focus of their combat was magical damage. When it came to strength, they were negligible among battle beasts of the same level. At this moment, if it weren't for Tang Li also being relatively wealthy, he would feel that giving Sumu 1 billion would not be too much. Tang Li quickly took out his phone and asked Sumu for his account number. Moments later, Sumu's phone beeped with a message. Sumu looked at the message, which read that 300 million had been credited. 300 million. Sumu shook his head and smiled. Tang Li was quite decent, knowing how to be grateful. All right, Uncle Tang. The deal is done, and I should take my leave. After saying that, Sumu intended to leave with Xiaopeng. After all, this was merely a transaction, and there were no feelings involved. Seeing this, Tang Li quickly waved his hand to stop Sumu. I say, Xiao Su, you can't just leave after coming here. That's not acceptable. Come inside. I want to thank you properly. Sumu could only nod in agreement. After a while, a table full of delicious dishes was set up, and Sumu and Tang Li took their seats. Tang Li raised a glass and said, Xiao Su, as the saying goes, great kindness is not to be spoken of. But today I must say it again. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be done for in this lifetime. Sumu quickly stood up and waved. Uncle Tang, there's no need for thanks. You've already given me an extra billion. I'm very satisfied with this deal. Tang Li replied, oh, that's not enough. How can your help to me be repaid with just 3 billion? If I had the money, I'd gladly give you 10 billion. Tang Li spoke the truth. He could only take on missions because he had a combat beast. Only in the otherworldly space could he gain more resources. Now, Sumu was not just saving him, but also his future and Tang Bingwan's future. After expressing his gratitude, Tang Li downed his drink in one go. Sumu also drank heartily. After Tang Li sat down, he quickly said to Tang Bingwan, Bingwan, quickly serve some food to Xiao Su. Chapter 44. Sumu is a steel-straight man. Tang Bingwan felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. After all, she was the cold goddess. However, after a moment, she still picked up a piece of meat and handed it to Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu quickly held up his bowl. It was polite, and he couldn't lose his manners. Xiaopeng was shocked on the side, thinking that such a simple skill crystal was actually worth 10 billion. It was simply terrifying. If it weren't for hearing it directly from his grandfather, Xiaopeng would never have believed it. Grandpa, is that skill crystal my brother has really worth 10 billion? Xiaopeng asked in shock. Tang Li rolled his eyes at Xiaopeng. Not just 10 billion. In the future, Sumu's status will be frighteningly high. A person with such abilities cannot be an ordinary one. Xiaopeng, having a brother like Xiao Su is simply your luck accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Xiaopeng agreed with Tang Li. He always felt that Sumu was impressive. After a while, after several rounds of drinks and various dishes, both Sumu and Xiaopeng were a bit drunk. Tang Li, however, appeared very energetic. As a level 5 beastmaster, his physical attributes were strong. And as long as he didn't want to get drunk, it would be hard to intoxicate him with any amount of alcohol. Uncle Tang, I can't drink anymore. I'm really done, Sumu said, trying to stay sober. Xiaopeng was even more disoriented, starting to mumble nonsense. Hee, Uncle Tang. I thought my brother came to propose when he came to your house. Xiaopeng said, his eyes hazy and his words slurred. Tang Bingwan's heart jumped when she heard this. Over the years, no boy had made her look twice. But now, she couldn't explain why she was inexplicably focused on Sumu, especially when Xiaopeng said that. It seemed to bring a hint of sweetness to her heart. Tang Li enjoyed hearing this, laughing. Haha, if Xiao Su is willing, I'd really love to have a son-in-law like him. Dad, you're drunk and talking nonsense again. Tang Bingwan shot Tang Li a glance. Her old man was too out of line after a few drinks. Sumu pretended to be drunk and didn't respond, as he had never thought about looking for a woman. After a while, when the last cup was downed, Sumu hurriedly said his goodbyes. He helped Xiaopeng walk towards the door. Sumu wanted to refuse, but Tang Li waved his hand. That's not okay. Let Bingwan see you off. In the end, under Tang Li's repeated insistence, Sumu could only reluctantly get into Tang Bingwan's car. As a socially savvy person, Tang Li wouldn't ask Sumu how he knew the skill crystal had lightning skills. Such secrets should not be disclosed to outsiders, and if he asked too much, it might annoy Sumu. For now, observing and paying attention to Sumu was the best choice. In the car, Tang Bingwan was driving. Sumu sat in the passenger seat, and Xiaopeng lay in the back seat, still mumbling nonsense. How did you and Xiaopeng know each other? After driving for a while, Tang Bingwan finally mustered up the courage to ask this question. Mainly because Su Mu wasn't speaking, she felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After that, Su Mu chatted with Tang Bingwan for a bit, having a casual conversation. When they arrived at Xiao Pang's villa, a housekeeper hurried out. "Young master, why did you drink so much?" A middle-aged housekeeper said as she hurriedly helped Xiao Pang inside. After a while, Su Mu also arrived home. "Thank you for the ride," Su Mu said, directly getting out of the car. Tang Bingwan looked at Su Mu's back, feeling a bit unhappy for some reason. Was this what they called a steel straight man? Anyway, Tang Bingwan felt that Su Mu's way of speaking to her was perfunctory, unlike some boys who always try to please her. At school, under Lu Daqiang's efforts, they finally came up with handling suggestions for Su Mu and Xiao Pang. Zhang Ma didn't mention that Xiao Pang was drunk, fearing Lu Daqiang would get angry. "Sleeping? This kid, I clean up after him, and he sleeps like a log." Lu Daqiang walked toward Xiao Pang's room to tell him the school's handling suggestions. When Lu Daqiang entered Xiao Pang's room, he found Xiao Pang lying on the floor, sprawled out, clearly drunk. "This little brat, I spoke well for you two at school, and you actually went out to drink." Seeing this, Lu Daqiang, who initially didn't want to deal with Xiao Pang, was a bit angry now. "Brat, get up," Lu Daqiang said as he kicked him, but not too hard. Grandpa, let's have another drink." Xiao Pang swayed and murmured, "Have another drink? I'll make you drink again." Lu Daqiang casually picked up a cup of water from the bedside and was about to pour it on Xiao Pang's face. Just then, Xiao Pang continued speaking. Hearing this, Lu Daqiang was about to pour the water on Xiao Pang's face, but suddenly stopped. "What? You drank with Tang Li?" Lu Daqiang certainly didn't believe Xiao Pang's words. With Tang Li's combat beast trying to regain its combat power, that was simply a slim hope. Although he felt sorry, after all, he had a good relationship with Tang Li. Tang Li was his captain, and they were like brothers in the team. Sighing, Lu Daqiang put down the cup and carried Xiao Pang onto the bed. The next morning, when Su Mu and Xiao Pang walked into the classroom together, they found all their classmates discussing something. When they saw Su Mu and Xiao Pang, many boys hurried over. "Su Gu and Pang Gu are here." "Haha, Su Gu. Pang Gu, you two are really awesome, even daring to hit a teacher." "Haha, Su Gu, you're famous at Magic City University, students daring to hit teachers." "This is the first time." "Yeah, we've all seen the photos. Teacher Ma from the 3rd grade had his nose bloodied by you." "Su Gu is awesome. Pang Gu is awesome." A few boys surrounded Su Mu and Xiao Pang, praising them, all envious. Although they were in Class 8, so what? Even among the students from Class 1 and Class 2, how many dared to hit a teacher? At this moment, many students from Class 8 felt that with Su Mu and Xiao Pang in their class, they wouldn't be bullied anymore. After all, in regular terms, the last class often faced some bullying. How many students from Class 1 and Class 2 would dare to retort if they scolded Class 8 students? But now it was different. Class 8 had a Su Mu and a Xiao Pang. Would they still be bullied? That was impossible. Su Mu, on the other hand, seemed very low-key. This matter was nothing special. Xiao Pang raised his chin proudly and said, "Hee, what's the big deal about hitting a teacher? If the principal messes with me, I'll hit him too." Just then, 2 coughs were heard at the door, and teacher Chen Shui shot Xiao Pang a glance as she walked in. Chapter 45, Su Mu buys skill crystals. Upon seeing teacher Chen Shui, the students quieted down. Teacher Chen Shui looked at Su Mu and Xiao Pang, realizing that these two were quite the troublemakers. She was shocked for a while after learning about the incident yesterday. A student actually dared to hit a teacher. Such a thing had seemingly never happened at Magic City University. "Su Mu Lu Taiju. I am now announcing the school's disciplinary decision regarding you two," teacher Chen Shui said, and the classmates turned their attention to Su Mu and Xiao Pang, curious about what kind of punishment the school would impose, as this was a serious matter. Teacher Chen Shui continued. "Su Mu and Lu Taiju openly fought in school and assaulted a teacher, which is a serious offense. Therefore, the school has decided on the following punishment. Both Su Mu and Lu Taiju will receive a major demerit, and each of you must write a self-reflection, which you will read aloud in front of the entire school tomorrow morning. This decision could be considered serious, but not too severe. A major demerit means that if Su Mu and Lu Taiju make another mistake, they could be expelled." After announcing the punishment, teacher Chen Shui continued with the lesson. "Students, the end of the month is the registration time for the school's beastmaster competition. Our class has 5 slots available. If anyone is interested in participating, please contact me in advance." In a class like Beastmaster Class 8, teacher Chen Shui did not insist that anyone participate, as this was a bottom-tier class. And even if they did, they would likely come in last. As for rankings, that was just wishful thinking. After class, many students began discussing. "Zhang Yang, are you participating?" a student asked. Zhang Yang was considered a strong student in Class 8, while his jackal could not compare with those in the top classes. It could still compete with students from classes 6 and 7. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it, I don't want to embarrass myself. Even if I participate, I'll just be beaten by others." The other students realized this too. After all, this was Class 8. And if Zhang Yang's jackal didn't participate, they certainly wouldn't. It wasn't that Zhang Yang's jackal lacked combat power, but its growth potential was quite limited, as jackals were not particularly strong. Although Xiao Pang's flame python was not as powerful as the jackal now, it would be very strong once it matured, which is why Xiao Pang had high potential for development and qualified for Class 2. After Teacher Chen Shui left the classroom, Su Mu followed her out. Teacher Chen Shui. Su Mu called out from behind. He nodded and said, I want to register for the Beastmaster competition. You want to participate? Teacher Chen Shui was somewhat surprised. Although Su Mu's mantis shrimp had some combat power, it was still just a mantis shrimp. In the eyes of the stronger students in the top classes, it was not much. Su Mu, are you sure? Teacher Chen Shui asked. Yes. Seeing that Su Mu was serious, Teacher Chen Shui nodded. All right then. I'll put your name down. However, Su Mu was not looking to stand out in his first year. On the day of the school's Beastmaster competition, some relevant departments would also come to observe. On one hand, it was for observation, and on the other hand, it was to select students who could directly enter important departments in Huagua after graduation. The better the department that selects a student, the more resources they will receive later on. This is also the fastest way for a Beastmaster to grow. Su Mu did not want to spend 3 years in university. He wanted to speed up and enter some departments in Huagua as quickly as possible, then go to the otherworldly space to seek his fortune. Attending university would only waste Su Mu's time. Moreover, Su Mu's plan was not to compete with first-year students, but to set his sights on third-year students. And that Teacher Ma. Once Su Mu defeats Teacher Ma as combat beast, he would definitely attract attention from some departments. And perhaps he could directly enter the combat department of Huagua as an exception. After school, Su Mu said to Xiao Pang, come with me to the Beast Trading City. The Beast Trading City was different from the Beast Market. The Beast Market was more like a flea market, mostly selling inexpensive beast-related items. In contrast, the Beast Trading City sold higher-end items, usually frequented by powerful beastmasters. Bro, it seems we can't get in, Xiao Pang said, knowing that the Beast Trading City had regulations that required beastmasters to be at least level 3 to enter. As this place was not for just any cat or dog lover, Su Mu was aware of this rule too. Think of a way, otherwise, why would I come looking for you? After some thought, Xiao Pang said, all right, let my sister take us in. Tang Bingwan was a level 3 beastmaster and qualified to enter. It wouldn't be a problem for her to bring them in. Your sister? Upon hearing it was Tang Bingwan, Su Mu thought for a moment and didn't say anything. Getting things done was more important. Moments later, after Xiao Pang finished the call, the three of them agreed to meet at the university gate. Tang Bingwan drove and took Su Mu and Xiao Pang to the Beast Trading City. Su Mu, are you going to buy something at the Beast Trading City? Tang Bingwan asked. Su Mu nodded. Yeah, I want to buy a few skill crystals. Hearing this, Tang Bingwan was slightly taken aback. Su Mu buying skill crystals piqued her interest, and she was eager to see how he would select them. Haha bro, you're amazing. Are you going to make a lot of money flipping these? Xiao Pang was now in awe of Su Mu. Xiao Pang's parents had assets of just over $1 billion, while Su Mu made $3 billion from selling a single skill crystal, which was what his parents would earn in 2 years. Furthermore, Xiao Pang's parents were looking for resources in the otherworldly space, which involved significant risk. But Su Mu was different. If possible, Xiao Pang really wanted to work for Su Mu. After a while, Tang Bingwan arrived at the Beast Trading City. The Beast Trading City was large, with more than 10 floors, each selling different items. There were also higher-level beasts for sale, along with many rare species. After the guards checked Tang Bingwan's level 3 Beastmaster credentials, they allowed Su Mu and the others to enter. This was Su Mu's first visit to the Beast Trading City, and the variety of items for sale was astounding. Su Mu had no idea there were so many auxiliary items related to beasts. Some floors sold armor and attack-related items, while others sold beast potions, etc. There were also various crystals from the otherworldly space, such as the green radiant stone, priced at 100,000 each. Su Mu found everything very novel, and the three of them walked around while examining the items. At that moment, Xiao Pang pointed to a stall ahead and said, Su Mu, look. Following Xiao Pang's finger, Su Mu saw from the back that it was actually Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan standing in front of a shop, seemingly buying something. Chapter 46, Heart of the Universe, Heart of the Star-Eating Beast. Seeing this, Xiao Pang jogged over with interest. What are those two beautiful ladies buying? Wang Ting didn't mind Xiao Pang's presence since they were classmates, but when she looked at Su Mu, she shot him an annoyed glance. If it weren't for Su Mu, would her dragon-bone crocodile be fleeing from shrimp now? The psychological shadow was too great, and it would likely be hard to overcome. Xiao Pang, Zhang Mohan, and I came here to shop. What are you here to buy? Wang Ting asked. I'm accompanying Su Mu to buy some things. Just as Xiao Pang spoke, Su Mu and Tang Bingwan also approached Wang Ting. At that moment, Su Mu suddenly heard the system's notification in his mind. Heart of the Universe? Sumu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then hurriedly asked the system in his mind, "System, what is the heart of the universe?" Ding, the heart of the universe, the heart of the star-eating beast, the master of the dimensional universe. Hiss, the star-eating beast? The master of the dimensional universe? After these two pieces of information appeared, Sumu gasped in surprise. After a moment of shock, Sumu quickly looked towards the counter. Using his inside eye, Sumu carefully observed the strange items, but after looking for a long time, none of them were fragments of the heart of the universe. Just as Sumu was at a loss, the female attendant at the counter spoke up. "Miss, this bottle of flower water is on special. If you want to buy it, it will only cost 800,000. Xiao Pang, who was beside him, was very curious and asked, "Zhang Moan, are you going to dye your little cat?" The flower water is used for dyeing exotic beasts. And since the body structure of exotic beasts is special, the materials for this flower water are also obtained from otherworldly spaces, making it a luxury item. Dyeing a blue-eyed spirit cat costs 1 million. Zhang Mohan is quite wealthy indeed. Although Xiao Pang's family is also very rich, his dad wouldn't spoil him like that. "Yeah, I want to make my spirit cat look nicer," Zhang Mohan said. "With money, you're simply a rich lady," Xiao Pang said, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Wang Ting, on the other hand, shook her head and smiled bitterly. Although this action wasn't very obvious, Sumu clearly caught it. "Sigh, this girl just loves beauty. It's really extravagant. 800,000 to dye a cat. It's of no use other than looking good. If it were me, even if it cost 50,000 to dye a mantis shrimp, I wouldn't pay." Zhang Mohan looked at the female attendant and asked, "Is this flower water really made from colored fruits?" "Of course. Miss, rest assured, our company values its reputation greatly. You can completely trust this," the female attendant said with a smile. Zhang Mohan nodded. "All right then, I'll take it." "Okay. Miss, please wait a moment," the female attendant said and hurriedly went to package the item for Zhang Mohan. Xiao Pang clicked his tongue, watching 800,000 disappear just like that without blinking. Truly a rich person. "Wang Ting, are you planning to dye your alligator turtle too?" Xiao Pang curiously asked. Wang Ting shook her head and smiled. "I'm not as rich as Zhang Mohan." Then, Wang Ting sighed. "Sigh, I came with Zhang Mohan to sell something, but she doesn't want to buy it." Xiao Pang nodded upon hearing this. In his perception, Wang Ting indeed couldn't be considered wealthy. Sumu quickly glanced over the goods on the counter, but still found nothing. At this moment, Sumu also noticed Wang Ting's words. He then looked at her and asked, "Wang Ting, what are you selling? Why doesn't anyone want it?" Although Wang Ting held some resentment towards Sumu, it wasn't a deep-seated hatred. "Sigh, don't mention it, it's just a piece of stone." Wang Ting didn't elaborate. She felt embarrassed enough after taking it to that person for appraisal. The appraiser said it was just an ordinary stone from another world. Although it was somewhat special, it had no real use. Therefore, Wang Ting didn't want to say much more. Bringing a stone for appraisal was embarrassing enough. "Can you show it to me?" Sumu was eager to find the heart of the universe and didn't want to miss any item. Wang Ting thought for a moment and nodded. "I'll show you." Then, she took out an irregularly shaped stone from her backpack, which was about the size of a watermelon and was light blue all over. Seeing this, Sumu quickly used his inside eye on the stone. Fragment of the heart of the universe. Heart of the star-eating beast. Effect unknown. Is it actually this? Sumu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this seemingly unremarkable stone to be a fragment of the heart of the star-eating beast. "Wang Ting, can you sell me this stone?" Sumu asked. Wang Ting was surprised upon hearing this. What would Sumu want with this useless stone? "If you want it, just take it," Wang Ting said, handing her backpack to Sumu. "Brother, what do you want this thing for?" Xiao Pang also saw the stone. Although it was somewhat special, there were all sorts of special stones in the otherworldly space, so it wasn't surprising. Sumu didn't explain, but instead asked Wang Ting. "Wang Ting, how did you get this stone?" Wang Ting spoke casually, but her expression couldn't hide her disappointment. At this moment, Zhang Mohan shot Sumu a glare, saying, "It's all your fault, Sumu." "My fault?" Sumu was confused. How was this related to him? "Mohan, stop talking." Wang Ting quickly interrupted Zhang Mohan, who was about to say something more, but reluctantly swallowed it back. Xiao Pang was also a bit bewildered. "Mohan beauty, what's going on? How is this related to my brother?" "Humph." Zhang Mohan snorted coldly and turned away, refusing to look at Xiao Pang and Sumu. Sumu was also puzzled and hastily used his inside eye on Wang Ting to see what she was thinking. Wang Ting's psychological dynamics. Sigh. "It seems my little strong is going to be wasted." Wang Ting's battle beast? What happened to the battle beast? Since Wang Ting hadn't summoned her dragon bone alligator turtle, Sumu couldn't probe its specific attributes. If something really happened to Wang Ting's dragon bone alligator turtle, it might indeed have something to do with him. Sumu asked, 100,000 points? And this is just a fragment. Sumu could tell that this heart of the universe was just a small fragment. If it were the whole heart of the universe, how many points would that cost? Seeing this, Sumu didn't want to take advantage of Wang Ting. Chapter 47. Zhang Mohan in shock. Sumu turns out to be a tycoon. However, before that, Sumu still needed to clarify what the heart of the universe was used for. System, what is this thing used for? Ding. The heart of the universe can be consumed by special exotic beasts, which will change their constitution after consumption. It can actually be eaten? What are the benefits of changing the constitution? Sumu continued to ask. Ding. Unspecified, unknown. Unspecified, which means the system doesn't know what will happen either. After all, points can be earned back, but good items are hard to find later. Knowing how many points the heart of the universe could be exchanged for, Sumu also knew how much he should give Wang Ting. After all, he couldn't just take someone else's things for free. Besides, Wang Ting's family wasn't particularly wealthy. After Sumu's calculations, this fragment of the heart of the universe could be exchanged for 5 skill crystals. Currently, on the market, a skill crystal is about 30 million. That means Sumu would have to pay Wang Ting 1.5 billion, which is quite a large amount. Wang Ting, I can't just take your stuff for free. I've decided to pay you for it, Sumu said. Wang Ting shook her head. No need, it's just a useless stone. Wang Ting wasn't in the mood to deal with Sumu now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mohan turned to look at Sumu. At least you have a bit of conscience. Besides, even if you pay Wang Ting, how much can you give? Can you come up with 30 million? Zhang Mohan's words made Xiao Pang a bit displeased. I said, Zhang Mohan, asking my brother for 30 million for a stone is too black-hearted. Also, how did my brother offend Wang Ting? Isn't it related to Sumu? Zhang Mohan said angrily. What? Sumu and Xiao Pang were both dumbfounded upon hearing this. The dragon bone alligator turtle actually comprehended the skill of dullness, and it was a high-level dullness skill. This was equivalent to being scrapped. Originally, the alligator turtle was slow in action, and adding a high-level dullness skill was equivalent to being useless. Of course, the dullness skill was also a signature skill of the dragon bone alligator turtle. But Wang Ting had bought this alligator turtle precisely because it didn't have the dullness skill. The shopkeeper who sold the dragon bone alligator turtle to Wang Ting repeatedly assured her that the turtle was already so big that it basically wouldn't comprehend any skills anymore. The shopkeeper did not lie to Wang Ting. This dragon bone alligator turtle was very fast in its youth, and it was the same when Wang Ting bought it. Exotic beasts are easiest to comprehend skills during their juvenile stage, and as they continue to grow, comprehending their innate skills becomes nearly impossible. Moreover, this dragon bone alligator turtle already possessed 2 skills, so the chance of it comprehending its innate skill was even less than 1 in 1,000. However, once the dragon bone alligator turtle acquired the dull skill, it became immediately obvious. In future battles, the dragon bone alligator turtle would stick to one strategy, lying still and letting opponents attack it, and if they couldn't kill it, it would outlast them. Perhaps its first battle left a significant psychological shadow after being battered by the mantis shrimp. It was like a boxer who, full of confidence, gets beaten up by their opponent. Some would be defeated and unable to recover, while others would strive to improve. Clearly, Wang Ting's turtle was the former. Without having developed a strong fighting spirit, the dragon bone alligator turtle's mentality collapsed. Thinking of this, Sumu felt it was somewhat related to himself. If it weren't for his challenge to Wang Ting for system rewards, he probably wouldn't have beaten the dragon bone alligator turtle so badly. But now, the dragon bone alligator turtle was out of commission, while Wang Ting was only a level 1 beast tamer. Beast tamers could only attempt to fuse a second combat beast after reaching level 5. Clearly, Wang Ting couldn't do that. If she wanted to abandon this dragon bone alligator turtle and choose another combat beast, she couldn't do that either. The combat beast had already undergone bloodline fusion with the beast tamer, and abandoning it would require enduring the pain of flesh and blood separation. This pain was excruciating, and some people couldn't endure it and died. From any perspective, Wang Ting's career as a beast tamer had ended. Unless Wang Ting had a lot of money in the future to use skill crystals on the dragon bone alligator turtle, there was really no good solution. If she wasn't a beast tamer, making big money in the beast taming world wouldn't be easy. Given the current state of the dragon bone alligator turtle, it was likely no one would join Wang Ting in exploring otherworldly spaces. Who would want to carry a burden? If it weren't for the dull skill, many would be willing to team up with the dragon bone alligator turtle. After all, it didn't need to be strong in combat. It just had to disrupt enemies and hold opponents back. But now, the dragon bone alligator turtle lay still in front of enemies. Who could it hold back? Thinking of this, Sumu could understand Wang Ting's despair. Wang Ting, what Zhang Mohan said makes sense. Your dragon bone alligator turtle is like this now, and it has something to do with me. However, I'm the kind of person who takes responsibility for my actions. I'll return you a dragon bone alligator turtle with combat power. Sumu said. Return? Zhang Mohan immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Sumu, what do you mean? Do you want to harm Wang Ting? Sumu's thoughts were unknown to Zhang Mohan. She thought he wanted Wang Ting to undergo bloodline severance with the dragon bone alligator turtle, which would leave her with only half a life. Zhang Mohan certainly couldn't accept that outcome. After all, they were sisters. How could she bear to see Wang Ting endure such pain? Sumu looked at Zhang Mohan with a serious expression. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Then what do you plan to do? Zhang Mohan asked. Isn't it just about skill crystals? I'll buy them for Wang Ting. Sumu said dismissively. You buy? Zhang Mohan was a bit surprised. Is Sumu really that rich? If Sumu were that wealthy, why would he still use a mantis shrimp as a combat beast? Xiao Pang, standing beside them, also sneered, don't underestimate my brother. He's a tycoon. Tycoon. Upon hearing Xiao Pang's words, both Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting looked at Sumu with disbelief. This was a tycoon. How could they not believe it? Sumu. Even if you can buy a skill crystal, can you guarantee that one skill crystal will remove the dull skill? Zhang Mohan continued. Sumu shook his head. If one doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then three. I'll keep going until it works. This. Wang Ting was shocked to hear this. She looked at Sumu in disbelief, unsure if what he said was true. Hee, are you dumbfounded? That's my brother. He's amazing, Xiao Pang said, lifting his chin. The current Sumu was not the same as before. Let's go. Come with me to buy skill crystals. After saying this, Sumu led the way to the 5th floor. Chapter 48. What's going on? Are you just looking and not buying? Tang Bingwan followed closely behind Sumu, excited to see how he bought skill crystals. This was a rare opportunity. Mahuan, do you think what Sumu said is true? Wang Ting still had some doubts. Come on, whether it's true or not. Let's go see. Zhang Mohan pulled Wang Ting's hand, and the two followed behind Sumu. Xiao Pang and Sumu led the way, with 3 beautiful women closely following them. Along the way, many single men looked on enviously at this scene. Tang Bingwan, the cold goddess, exuded a high and aloof aura, and her exquisite face gave people a fairy-like illusion. Zhang Mohan, with 2 ponytails and a delicate doll-like face, could be said to be the absolute pinnacle of lowly types. Although Wang Ting wasn't as pretty as Tang Bingwan and Zhang Mohan, she could still be considered a beauty. It could only be said that everyone has their own preferences. Under the gaze of many single men, Sumu led the group to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a trading hall for various crystals. Behind each store was a large group. The group had its own beast tamers who searched for resources in spatial rifts. Of course, they also collected various crystals and then resold them to those in need. Sumu brought everyone to a more impressive product display and stopped. Hello, may I ask what you need? A beautifully dressed female attendant looked at Sumu and asked. Skill crystals, Sumu replied. Okay, young master, how many skill crystals would you like to purchase? The female attendant asked. Take them all out for me to see. Sumu said. The female attendant was somewhat surprised. This was the first time she had seen someone buy skill crystals this way. Usually, people would say how many they wanted and then discuss the price, but Sumu wanted to see all of them first. What is there to look at? They're all the same. Young master, the current price for a skill crystal is 28.5 million. How many would you like to buy? The female attendant asked with a smile. I said, take them all out for me to see before I decide whether to buy. Sumu replied, feeling speechless. See, young master, skill crystals are valuable items. If you're not familiar with them, I can show you one, the female attendant thought to herself. If it weren't for the 3 beautiful women behind Sumu, and seeing that these ladies looked wealthy, she would have really wanted to ask Sumu if he was here to cause trouble. You have to take them out. How can I buy them if you don't? Sumu was somewhat dissatisfied. The female attendant was being too slow. The female attendant looked at Sumu, feeling troubled. If she took them all out and something went wrong, how would she take responsibility? Young master, all skill crystals are the same. I'll take one out for you to see first. The female attendant had no choice but to take one out for Sumu. Subsequently, she walked over to a secure cabinet behind her. After communicating with the manager, a middle-aged manager looked at Sumu and then took out a key, retrieving a skill crystal from inside. Moments later, the female attendant returned, holding an exquisite box, which contained a skill crystal. Sumu had no choice but to accept this. After all, this item was valuable, and everyone was afraid of making mistakes. This is different from buying diamonds. If you accidentally give the skill crystal to a battle beast, and you don't have any money, even if you kill it, the skill crystal will still be gone. The waitress opened the box and showed the skill crystal to Sumu. Skill crystal, hidden skill, weak water. A piece of junk. Let me see another one. Sumu said. Another one? The waitress was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone buy skill crystals like this. Young master, all skill crystals are the same. Do you really think it's necessary? The waitress asked. Yes, you can change it for me to take a look. Under Sumu's insistence, the waitress had no choice but to turn and leave. Tang Bingwan stood by Sumu's side, watching this scene closely, afraid of missing something. Why doesn't he buy this skill crystal? Can he really tell the skill inside this skill crystal? How is that possible? Tang Bingwan had also carefully examined the skill crystal just now. There was nothing special about it. just an ordinary skill crystal. Xiaopeng was also curious, but did not disturb Sumu. Emohan. Wang Ting wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. She was afraid that Sumu was just teasing her. After all, she had just felt a glimmer of hope. It's fine, Wang Ting. Let's see what he is playing at. Zhang Emohan also felt that Sumu's actions were somewhat different, but since Sumu didn't say he wouldn't buy, she wasn't in a hurry. Skill crystal, hidden skill, enhanced smell. Enhanced smell, useless. Sumu thought. What use is enhanced smell for Wang Ting's dragon bone crocodile? Still junk. Let me see another one. Sumu said again. At this moment, the waitress was about to cry. If it weren't for her professional training and the strong belief that the customer is king, she would really want to ask Sumu if he was just here to make trouble. Young master, the waitress said awkwardly. I'm here to buy something. Isn't it normal for me to take a look? Sumu said. The waitress gritted her teeth. Fine, please wait a moment. After a moment, the waitress found the manager again. Manager Shui, that customer wants to change to another one to take a look. He wants to change to another one? Manager Shui frowned slightly. Are you sure that kid is okay? The waitress thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't feel anything wrong. All right, then let him change once more. The waitress then brought another skill crystal to Sumu. Can you change it for me to take a look? As soon as Sumu spoke, the waitress's mentality exploded. Are you messing with me? I don't think I've offended you. The waitress felt wronged. She would probably be scolded by the manager after this. In the beastmaster world, it is not easy for ordinary people like her who are not beast tamers to find a job, especially such a good job. Young master, if I have offended you in any way before, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness, the waitress said with a face full of grievance. Sumu felt a bit embarrassed when he saw this. If he continued to change, the waitress would probably cry. At this time, Tang Bingwan hurriedly spoke. Miss, I'll buy 5 green radiant stones. Can you help him change a few times? The waitress hurriedly nodded upon hearing this. After all, this counted as a purchase, so she wouldn't be scolded by the manager. After a while, Sumu looked at a total of 9 skill crystals, but none of them were to Sumu's liking. Just when the waitress was holding the last skill crystal, looking hopefully at Sumu, thinking that he would buy it, Sumu spoke up. Let's go. Change to another shop and continue looking. What's going on? You're just looking and not buying? Chapter 49 Brothers, keep your guard up. This kid might commit a crime. The waitress felt wronged. She had been busy for half a day, and this kid was just looking. But fortunately, Tang Bingwan bought a few green radiant stones. Otherwise, she would really be scolded by the manager. As Sumu walked toward the next shop, the waitress's eyes narrowed, and she hurriedly asked the manager beside her, Manager, that kid is coming this way. What should we do? This was a female manager, and she had seen Sumu's actions clearly. The female manager pondered for a moment and quickly took out her phone to make a call. Hello, security department? Please send someone over quickly. After the female manager finished calling the security department, she felt somewhat relieved. A moment later, Sumu led everyone to the front of this shop. Hello, do you have skill crystals? Sumu asked. The waitress glanced at the manager and then nodded. Young master, we do. Then take them all out for me to see. Sumu said. The female manager signaled the waitress with her eyes, and the waitress turned to walk to the back. These skill crystals have a high safety level, unlike those cheap crystals that are just displayed in glass cabinets. Manager, what should we do? Should we give them to him? The waitress asked. Don't rush, wait a moment. I've already called security, the female manager said as she started to dawdle with the waitress. A moment later, 20 security guards arrived at Sumu's side, standing behind Sumu and the others, looking unfriendly at them. However, the security guards did not take action since Sumu hadn't done anything. But to be cautious, they still kept an eye on him. As long as Sumu and his group dared to make any moves, they would take them down immediately. Of course, Sumu and the others noticed this as well. Zhang Emohan, although she didn't know Sumu well, her privileged family background still made her feel unafraid. With the security present, the female manager finally took out the keys and brought out the only 6 skill crystals. Such precious gems are not available in large quantities at any shop. After a moment, Sumu looked at the 6 skill crystals, but did not find one suitable for the dragon bone crocodile. The compatibility of the battle beast with the skill is crucial for maximizing its combat strength. Let's go. Change to another shop. After Sumu finished speaking, the group walked toward the next shop. Emohan, do you think what Sumu said is true? They've looked at 2 shops, and he hasn't bought anything? Wang Ting asked with confusion. She was genuinely afraid that Sumu was just teasing her. Zhang Emohan also frowned, looking at Sumu's back. Wang Ting, don't worry. If he deceives you, I'll make sure to scold him later. I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Zhang Emohan had already decided in her mind. If Sumu dared to deceive Wang Ting, that would be too despicable. Wang Ting was already very sad. Even if he couldn't apologize, he shouldn't deceive her. Giving Wang Ting hope and then not fulfilling it is a second blow to her. The security guards behind Sumu saw that he was heading to the next shop and asked the captain beside them, Captain, this kid is a bit strange. What should we do? Should we take him down and ask? The security captain thought for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. Let's follow this kid. With me here, I want to see what tricks he is playing. Subsequently, 20 security guards followed behind Sumu. Wherever Sumu went, these security guards would follow. This strange scene drew the attention of many people watching Sumu and his group. Hey, this kid might commit a crime. Let's keep our distance. Yeah. Didn't you see how the security is always keeping an eye on him? The security is very tight. With the security guarding Sumu, other shops felt much more at ease and were not afraid to take out the skill crystals for Sumu to see. After all, Sumu's actions were indeed strange. At that moment, in the 5th shop, after they brought out their only 4 skill crystals, Sumu immediately set his eyes on one of them. Skill crystal, hidden skill. Strengthened. Strengthened, a good skill. Strengthened can increase the physical fitness of the battle beast, making it stronger. In other words, it becomes more resilient. Although Wang Ting's dragon bone crocodile turtle has defensive skills, it accidentally fell. This strength can just make up for the defensive skills. Although they are different, they have a similar effect. After making the decision, Sumu spoke to the waitress. I'll take this skill crystal. What? As soon as Sumu's words fell, everyone was stunned. Tang Bingwan looked at Sumu in shock. He actually chose this skill crystal. How did he choose it? Tang Bingwan was astonished. From the appearance, this skill crystal didn't seem special at all. At this moment, the waitress, holding the skill crystal, was afraid that Sumu would suddenly take action to snatch it. However, upon hearing that Sumu wanted to buy the skill crystal, the waitress was overjoyed. Haha, he is not robbing us. He really wants to buy the skill crystal. The waitress was excited and looked at Sumu with gratitude. He was indeed buying the skill crystal. At this moment, she felt a sense of relief from near disaster. Captain, is this kid really going to buy the skill crystal? A security guard, hearing Sumu's words, had a look of disbelief. If he was buying the skill crystal, then why didn't he buy it earlier? That shop had already given Sumu a discount, 25 million each. What a huge discount. This kid didn't buy it. But this shop's skill crystals were 30 million each, and he actually bought one. Isn't that insane? However, everyone thought about it and realized it wasn't insane. Who would do such a thing if they weren't crazy? Don't panic. Everyone keep your guard up. The security captain, with his years of experience, believed this matter was not so simple. Going against the grain, there must be something fishy about it. If Sumu doesn't pay or makes any unusual moves, no need to say more, just take him down. Young master, are you sure you want to buy this skill crystal? The waitress asked Sumu in disbelief. Sumu nodded. Yes, that's the one. Young master, our shop is known as a lucky store. Generally, the skills and skill crystals are good, so the prices are non-negotiable. The waitress quickly explained, fearing Sumu didn't know. Sumu sneered inwardly. What a broken lucky store. If those remaining skill crystals were bought by someone else, they would probably feel like killing you. However, merchants always find a way to boast about themselves, so Sumu didn't mind. Then, Sumu took out a bank card and said, swipe it. Okay, young master. The waitress, with doubts, took the bank card and tried to swipe it. Ding. After the prompt sound, the waitress looked and saw that this young master could really take out this money. Hee, young master, here is your card. And this is your skill crystal. The waitress smiled and approached Sumu with great respect. When Sumu received the skill crystal, Tang Bingwan hurriedly said, Sumu, can I take a look at that skill crystal? Chapter 50. What is wrong with committing a crime against you? Laser cannon crystal. Sumu smiled slightly. He certainly knew what Tang Bingwan was thinking. Sure. Sumu handed the skill crystal to Tang Bingwan, letting her look at it as she wouldn't be able to discern much. Tang Bingwan examined the skill crystal closely, almost needing a magnifying glass. Little Fatty also curiously came to Tang Bingwan's side, staring intently at the skill crystal. Sister, I can't see anything special. Aren't they all the same? Little Fatty said suspiciously. Tang Bingwan remained silent, and then leaned closer to Sumu, whispering, Sumu, what skill is in this? Tang Bingwan's intimate action immediately attracted everyone's attention. A stunning beauty was almost about to kiss Sumu's face. Sumu felt the heat of Tang Bingwan's breath near his ear and slightly turned his head away. If she got any closer, she would kiss him. Tang Bingwan didn't notice her actions. She was only focused on the skill crystal. Sumu turned his head and whispered, strong, strong. As soon as Sumu's words fell, Tang Bingwan was instantly petrified. Strong was a good skill, and many battle beasts with the strong skill were very powerful. He really could see it. Tang Bingwan was stunned, her heart shaken. Just as she was contemplating the skill crystal, Sumu's voice reached her ears. I say, beautiful lady, don't do that next time. If I don't dodge a bit, others might think you're going to commit a crime against me. After saying that, Sumu walked directly to the next shop. Commit a crime against you? Humph, what is wrong with committing a crime against you? You have the ability to sue me? Tang Bingwan murmured softly, and then hurried to catch up with Sumu. A security guard saw that Sumu had indeed come to buy something, so there was no need to be nervous. Useless, Can't you see this kid is just trying to distract us? As long as we leave, this kid might just make a move. I tell you, the more it is this time, the less we can let our guard down. Everyone be ready. The security captain said, and a group of security guards hurriedly followed Su Mu and the others. Su Mu was calculating that to give Wang Ting's dragon bone crocodile turtle the skill crystal, at least 4 were needed. Currently, Wang Ting's crocodile turtle had the skills, advanced defense, basic bite, and advanced dullness. If defense isn't forgotten, as long as the remaining 2 skills are replaced, it would be fine. But can it guarantee a successful replacement in one go? Obviously not. Moreover, the bite skill is useless for the crocodile turtle. Although some battle beasts inherently have the bite talent, like tigers, hunting dogs, leopards, etc., battle beasts with the bite skill have a better understanding and more power behind their bites. And the dragon bone crocodile turtle is slow. It's not easy to bite an enemy. Therefore, Su Mu didn't plan to keep this skill for the dragon bone crocodile turtle. Just when Su Mu was troubled about what attack skill to equip the dragon bone crocodile turtle with, this shop brought out 8 skill crystals. Skill crystal, hidden skill, laser cannon. Laser cannon? Su Mu's eyes lit up when he saw this skill crystal. A nice skill. Although it's a bit wasteful to use such a powerful skill on the dragon bone crocodile turtle, since he promised Wang Ting he would let her be shocked. Su Mu thought, this is also Wang Ting's fortune. The laser cannon skill is quite rare. It might appear once in 10,000 skill crystals. This one now belongs to Wang Ting. I want this skill crystal, Su Mu said, pointing to one. With the previous 2 times Su Mu bought skill crystals, the waitress was now much more relaxed. Okay, young master, I'll wrap it up for you now. Afterward, Su Mu completed the payment and bought this skill crystal. After selecting a suitable skill crystal for Wang Ting, Su Mu bought 3 more for himself, but they were all useless. Therefore, the skills of these skill crystals were not important. In total, Su Mu bought 7 skill crystals, spending 200 million. He kept 100 million for himself. Who knows when it might come in handy. Wang Ting, seeing Su Mu buy 7 skill crystals behind him, was overjoyed. That is 7. This time her dragon bone crocodile turtle is saved. Even if these skills might not be good, having advanced dullness is still better than nothing. Wang Ting was happy and looked at Su Mu's back, which seemed so strong. Zhang Mohan was also astonished. All the classmates had always thought Su Mu was out of money, just having a good relationship with little fatty, which is why many classmates treated him with respect. But at this moment, Zhang Mohan couldn't understand it all. Why was Su Mu so wealthy, and why did he choose a mantis shrimp for his battle beast? Tang Bingwan walked alongside Su Mu, curiously asking, Su Mu, what skills do you plan to use for that little girl's battle beast? Su Mu casually replied, nothing much. Just strong, defense, and laser cannon. As soon as the words laser cannon came out, Tang Bingwan was immediately shocked. The first 2 skills were still within her acceptance range. But when the laser cannon appeared, how could she not be shocked? Laser cannon, a very powerful long-range attack in certain combat aspects. The power of the laser cannon is even more formidable than a lightning strike. Such a powerful skill being used by a dragon bone alligator turtle is simply too extravagant. If outsiders knew this was a skill crystal for the laser cannon, they would probably go crazy trying to snatch it. Su Mu, are you sure? Tang Bingwan asked in shock. Su Mu smiled slightly. It's just a laser cannon skill. What's the big deal? Seeing Su Mu's casual demeanor, Tang Bingwan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's just a laser cannon skill, but this is the laser cannon, a skill that countless people dream of. Even Tang Bingwan herself was tempted. If her 9-tailed spirit fox had such a skill, its combat power would increase several times. At this moment, Tang Bingwan looked at Wang Ting with envy. This little girl is so lucky to receive such attention from Su Mu. Could it be that Su Mu likes this little girl? As she thought of this, a hint of jealousy flashed in Tang Bingwan's eyes. A feeling she didn't even notice herself. Su Mu let a few people out of them all. Let's find a place to use that skill crystal for your dragon bone alligator turtle, he said. The group looked around. It was too crowded here to use it. How about this? I'll take you to my house. It's more convenient there. Tang Bingwan's home is in a high-end community where most residents are powerful beast tamers. So, there are no security guards in this community. After all, what kind of security can protect these beast tamers? Even if there's a bit of a commotion, the neighbors are used to it, as battle beasts aren't anything unusual. Su Mu thought this was fine, as he also wanted to find Tang Li for something. Okay, then let's go to Tang Bingwan's house. After that, Tang Bingwan drove, taking the group to her home. Chapter 51, Wang Ting's shock, the ultimate battle beast, is born. On the way, Zhang Mohan was genuinely surprised that Su Mu actually kept his word. Wang Ting, I hope your dragon bone alligator turtle can learn a good skill. Zhang Mohan said, wishing her well. Wang Ting nodded vigorously, filled with hope. Su Mu, thank you, Wang Ting said sincerely while looking at Su Mu's back. Su Mu waved his hand from the passenger seat. No need to be polite. Your dragon bone alligator turtle is somewhat related to me, so this counts as your opportunity. In the world of beast taming, Beast Tamers also value opportunities greatly. After all, good luck indicates that you will gain stronger power. Sumu believed that once Wang Ting's dragon bone alligator turtle took shape, it would surely become a powerful being. After a while, the group arrived at Tang Bingwan's house. After receiving the message, Tang Li hurried out to greet them. Haha, little Su. Just now Bingwan called and said you were going to use a skill crystal on a battle beast. I'm really fortunate to witness this scene, Tang Li said. Looking at Sumu, curious about whether Sumu was telling the truth. Although he somewhat believed Sumu now, it was still good to confirm it further. Sumu spoke, Uncle Tang, after using the skill crystal on this battle beast, I would like to ask you for a favor. Sure, no problem, Tang Li quickly agreed. Then, Sumu turned to Wang Ting. Wang Ting, summon your dragon bone alligator turtle. Wang Ting nodded and summoned the dragon bone alligator turtle. When the dragon bone alligator turtle appeared, it looked around. Upon seeing Sumu, it immediately turned and ran away. It knew that this guy had a very powerful shrimp that hurt a lot. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. The dragon bone alligator turtle ran too fast. It didn't look like a high-level sluggish creature at all. Wang Ting quickly chased after the dragon bone alligator turtle. Seeing this, Sumu shook his head and smiled. There was nothing he could do. Zhang Mohan glared at Sumu. Look what you've done. This alligator turtle is so scared of you. Everyone burst into laughter. You're really something. It doesn't even attack you, why run? Wang Ting chided the dragon bone alligator turtle as she walked. When the dragon bone alligator turtle stood beside everyone, Sumu took out a skill crystal. Wang Ting, first let your dragon bone alligator turtle use this one. Wang Ting nodded and took the skill crystal from Sumu. Then, Wang Ting had the dragon bone alligator turtle swallow the skill crystal. Boom. After the skill crystal was swallowed, an energy erupted from within the dragon bone alligator turtle. Sumu quickly used insight on the dragon bone alligator turtle, directly checking its skill section. Skills, defense, advanced. Damage absorption, low. Sluggish, advanced. The bite skill has been forgotten. Sumu was very satisfied with this result. Then, Sumu took out another skill crystal. Wang Ting, let the dragon bone alligator turtle eat this one too. Wang Ting was stunned, and everyone was confused. Sumu, wait a minute. Let me feel what skills the dragon bone alligator turtle has now. Wang Ting was a first-level beast tamer, which is just the entry level. So sensing her battle beast was relatively slow, Sumu shook his head. No need, just listen to me. Everyone was puzzled by this. What does that mean? You're not even going to check what skills the battle beast has now, just using skill crystals blindly? That's too reckless. This is like guessing in the dark. Of course, they didn't know that Sumu had already seen everything clearly. Just as Wang Ting hesitated, Sumu directly held the skill crystal up to the dragon bone alligator turtle's mouth, and it swallowed it. Hearing Sumu's words, the dragon bone alligator turtle quickly swallowed the skill crystal. Boom. When the energy from the skill crystal spread, Sumu again used insight on the dragon bone alligator turtle. Skills, defense, advanced. Damage absorption, low. Strong, normal. Hee, good luck. Didn't expect 3 skill crystals would be enough. Now, the dragon bone alligator turtle has only defensive skills. Now let's use a laser cannon crystal. No matter which skill it drops, this dragon bone alligator turtle will definitely be considered a powerful battle beast. Sumu took out the laser cannon skill crystal and had the dragon bone alligator turtle swallow it. Boom. When the energy from the skill crystal spread, a light burst forth from within the dragon bone alligator turtle. This light enveloped the entire dragon bone alligator turtle and then slowly dissipated. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Hiss. What skill is this, to be visible from the outside? A skill crystal that produces such an effect must be extraordinary. Tang Bingwan knew what skill Sumu was using on the dragon bone alligator turtle. Her eyes widened in shock. It really is the laser cannon. Tang Li and the others were astonished, all eagerly awaiting what kind of dragon bone alligator turtle this would be. Alright, Wang Ting. Now feel the skills of your dragon bone alligator turtle. Wang Ting quickly nodded and began to connect her mind with the dragon bone alligator turtle. After a while, Wang Ting exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the dragon bone alligator turtle, this. Everyone was curious seeing Wang Ting's reaction was so intense. Wang Ting, quickly tell us, what skills does your alligator turtle have now? Zhang Mohan asked nervously. I think my dragon bone alligator turtle is too powerful. Wang Ting was shocked. She had felt very clearly that this alligator turtle was like a complete transformation, so powerful it made her question her life. Powerful? Too powerful? As soon as this word came out, everyone was even more curious. I sensed that my dragon bone alligator turtle has defense skills, strong skills. And one skill is the laser cannon, Wang Ting said in shock. Laser cannon? Hiss. Everyone gasped in disbelief. The laser cannon. Other skills might not be so shocking, but this laser cannon is too powerful. Wang Ting, are you serious? Yes, quickly show us. We want to see. Yes, hurry up, this is too shocking. Wang Ting saw that everyone was anxious. and she was also very excited. All right, you all watch. After Wang Ting finished speaking, she issued a command to the dragon bone crocodile turtle. Xiao Chong, launch the laser cannon. The dragon bone crocodile turtle received Wang Ting's command, opened its mouth, and a ball of light quickly condensed inside. Then, the dragon bone crocodile turtle spat it out, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. This green light pierced through the void, appearing so dazzling. Hiss! It really is a laser cannon. Yes, this is a laser cannon. Tang Bingwan watched this scene, and it really was just as Su Mu had described. The value of this is simply immeasurable. Chapter 52, Designated Agent, Tang Li. Su Mu, thank you. Thank you so much. Wang Ting excitedly thanked Su Mu. At this moment, she really wanted to hug Su Mu and give him a few kisses. No need to be polite. We are even now. No one owes anyone anything. Now that Wang Ting's battle beast has taken shape, Su Mu has also made some amends to Wang Ting. Moreover, the dragonbone crocodile turtle only used 3 skill crystals. So Su Mu should have given Wang Ting 60 million. After all, that fragment of the universe heart is worth 1.5 billion. Now, Su Mu doesn't need to give Wang Ting money anymore. It can be considered his service fee. Su Mu, I'm sorry. Zhang Mohan was shocked for a moment and bowed to Su Mu. Forget it. Zhang Mohan didn't mean any harm. She was just complaining about Su Mu for her good friend, and Su Mu didn't bother to argue with her. Zhang Mohan stood up, looking at Su Mu with a complex expression. Before this, she hadn't really paid much attention to Su Mu, but at this moment, for some reason, she felt that the man in front of her was full of mystery. Haha, Xiaosu, you are amazing. Tang Li looked at Su Mu, unable to help but praise him. Uncle Tang, I want to ask you for a favor. Su Mu spoke up. There's no need to be polite. It's my honor to help Xiaosu. Tang Li lowered his posture, not underestimating Su Mu because of his age or strength. Uncle Tang, can you help me introduce a few clients? If there are beast tamers who need skill crystals for their battle beasts, they can hire me. Su Mu needed money now to purchase a large amount of resources. Upon hearing this, Tang Li was instantly excited. What does this represent? This means that I will be Xiaosu's agent in the future, with Xiaosu's powerful abilities. There will be a crowd of people wanting to seek him out in the future. At this moment, Tang Li knew he would be standing at the peak in the future. No matter how high your status is, you will still need to use him. Even some top-tier powerhouses would have to look at Tang Li's face. Thinking of this, Tang Li's heart surged with excitement. There was a reason Su Mu sought out Tang Li. First, Tang Li believed in him. Second, as a small leader in the main combat department of Huagua, Tang Li's character was still reliable. He was also somewhat connected to the official side. Now that Su Mu had no connections, even if he claimed he could help beast tamers use skill crystals for their battle beasts, how many people would believe him? Besides, he didn't know any wealthy people. Opening up his visibility through Tang Li was very important. Tang Li's eyes flickered as he pulled Su Mu to the side. I say, Xiaosu, you see, with your abilities, you shouldn't expose them easily. Su Mu looked at Tang Li without speaking, waiting for him to continue. Xiaosu, how about this? In the future, if I contact a client, you can secretly meet with them, so that many people won't disturb you, right? Tang Li said this with some selfishness. He didn't want to expose Su Mu to everyone. After all, if everyone knew about Su Mu, what would that mean for him? Of course, while benefiting, Tang Li would also bear the corresponding risks. Su Mu thought for a moment and felt that Tang Li's arrangement was fine. Although he knew Tang Li's intentions, he also didn't want to be disturbed by too many people. Okay, let's do it Uncle Tang's way. After Su Mu and Tang Li reached an agreement, they planned to leave. Tang Li wanted to keep Su Mu for a meal, but Su Mu refused. Su Mu, can I ask you to help me use 2 skill crystals for my 9-tailed spirit fox? Tang Bingwan's face turned slightly red, and after saying this, her heart raced. She was really afraid that Su Mu would refuse her. Sure, but if your 9-tailed spirit fox loses its unique skill, the 9-tailed bind, it would be a bit of a pity, so think it through. Su Mu said. Tang Bingwan pondered. This skill was indeed the 9-tailed spirit fox's signature skill and quite powerful. Of course, there are gains and losses. After thinking for a moment, Tang Bingwan nodded vigorously, yes. I've thought it through. I've decided to use skill crystals for my battle beast. Tang Bingwan nodded excitedly. Xiao Peng saw this and quickly spoke up, bro. What about me? What about me? Su Mu rolled his eyes at Xiao Peng. Don't just jump in. Your fire python skills are already very impressive. What else do you want? The fire python has a toxic fire attack, which is also a magical skill. Moreover, the fire python's toxic fire is different from ordinary fire. It comes with a deadly poison. Combined with Deathbind, it can be said to be effective in both close and range combat. The only drawback is that it only has 2 skills. However, if he comprehends 3 skills in the future, he could consider it. Hearing Su Mu's words, Xiao Peng chuckled. Hee, I was just kidding. Zhang Mohan, listening from the side, hesitated for a moment and murmured, Su Mu, can you help me use a skill crystal for my blue-eyed spirit cat? Earlier, Zhang Mohan had spoken poorly of Su Mu, and she was really afraid he wouldn't help her. Su Mu turned to Zhang Mohan. a slight smile on his lips, not helping. When Zhang Mohan heard Sumu say not helping, her mood plummeted to the bottom. Sumu looked at Zhang Mohan's disappointed expression, her head down, looking very wronged, and found it amusing. After a while, Sumu finally spoke up. Haha, I was just teasing you. But I think it's best not to use skill crystals on your cat. Why? Zhang Mohan asked, puzzled. Because your cat is very powerful, its skill is hidden. Meaning you haven't activated it, so you haven't realized it has very powerful skills, right? Sumu asked. Zhang Mohan quickly nodded. Yes, I feel this cat is very agile. It should have an agility skill. Sumu smiled slightly. This cat is a rare exotic beast, and you usually pamper it, so it hasn't encountered any danger, naturally. It hasn't activated its potential. I can tell you that your blue-eyed spirit cat has an illusion skill. This skill is a mental type skill. Although it doesn't deal physical damage, it is definitely a powerful support skill. Zhang Mohan was shocked upon hearing Sumu's words. Illusion? What is that? Zhang Mohan hurriedly asked. Haha, just wait until we get to the place. Follow my instructions and compete with Wang Ting's dragon bone crocodile turtle, and you'll know. Sumu said. Zhang Mohan nodded in agreement, feeling very confident in Sumu's words, believing it from the bottom of her heart. Wang Ting teased Zhang Mohan upon hearing this. Sumu, my dragon bone crocodile turtle is already so powerful. Can it really not defeat Mohan's cat? In Wang Ting's mind, her dragon bone crocodile turtle was already very strong, and dealing with a cat would be very easy. Sumu shook his head. It's useless. Your dragon bone crocodile turtle really isn't a match for this blue-eyed spirit cat. Chapter 53, Prepared, Demigod Bloodline. Upon hearing Sumu's words, everyone had expressions of disbelief. In their impression, the blue-eyed spirit cat was definitely not a match for the dragon bone crocodile turtle. However, since Sumu said so, even if they didn't believe it, they still trusted Sumu. Moments later, Tang Bingwan drove to a less crowded square. A crowd stood in the square as Zhang Mohan summoned her blue-eyed spirit cat. Sumu, what should I do? Zhang Mohan asked. Sumu looked at Tang Bingwan. Tang Bingwan, summon your nine-tailed spirit fox to help. Tang Bingwan nodded and summoned her nine-tailed spirit fox. Sumu whispered a few words in Tang Bingwan's ear. Tang Bingwan nodded and waved her arm. Nine-tailed spirit fox. Entangle the nine tails. When Tang Bingwan gave the command, the nine-tailed spirit fox quickly swung its nine tails. And then two of its tails rapidly grew and rushed toward the blue-eyed spirit cat. The nine-tailed spirit fox was a strengthened battle beast, making it far too easy to deal with a mediocre blue-eyed spirit cat. The blue-eyed spirit cat didn't even have time to react before being ensnared by the nine-tailed spirit fox. In an instant, two tails wrapped around the blue-eyed spirit cat, continuously tightening. Zhang Mohan was stunned. How did the nine-tailed spirit fox suddenly attack? Snowball, snowball! Zhang Mohan shouted nervously. Sumu approached Zhang Mohan and sent a mental command to her snowball to use an illusion. Just as Zhang Mohan hesitated, Sumu spoke again. Hurry and give Snowball a command. If it doesn't use the illusion, it will definitely die. Hearing Sumu's words, Zhang Mohan was instantly terrified and hurriedly followed his instructions. The blue-eyed spirit cat struggled desperately under the entanglement of the nine-tailed spirit fox, but it couldn't break free from the tails. The nine-tailed spirit fox's tails grew tighter, and gradually, the blue-eyed spirit cat found it hard to breathe. Then, the blue-eyed spirit cat felt a strong sense of danger. Its eyes flashed, and the blue eyes appeared as hollow voids, as if devouring something. Meow? Accompanied by a chilling cry from the blue-eyed spirit cat, the nine-tailed spirit fox also looked toward it. When their eyes met, the nine-tailed spirit fox's eyes instantly became dazed. Subsequently, it seemed to see something terrifying and quickly released its tails, stepping back a few paces. Tang Bingwan saw this and quickly commanded her nine-tailed spirit fox. It must be said that Tang Bingwan, as a level 3 beast tamer, had a strong perception of battle beasts. In an instant, she made the correct guidance. Hiss! The crowd gasped at this scene. Even Tang Bingwan frowned. She realized how powerful the blue-eyed spirit cat was. Tang Bingwan knew this was a matter of level suppression, as the nine-tailed spirit fox was a strengthened battle beast. If the blue-eyed spirit cat were also a strengthened battle beast, the nine-tailed spirit fox would have a hard time escaping this illusion. At this moment, Tang Bingwan could feel the fear that had just engulfed the nine-tailed spirit fox. This damn cat is actually so strong? Little Fat said in disbelief. Sumu smiled slightly. Of course, for some battle beasts, the blue-eyed spirit cat is a natural nemesis. Every animal has its own natural enemy and something it fears. The illusion skill of the blue-eyed spirit cat makes these battle beasts see what they fear most. After saying this, Sumu thought to himself, it's a pity that the blue-eyed spirit cat's skill is useless against my mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp indeed has natural enemies, and many creatures can eat it. However, one thing is certain. The mantis shrimp is fearless and dares to strike anyone. You could say that there is nothing the mantis shrimp fears. Therefore, Even if the blue-eyed spirit cat's illusion is strong, it is useless in the eyes of a fearless exotic beast. This is also one of the reasons Sumu really likes the mantis shrimp. Zhang Mohan excitedly hugged the blue-eyed spirit cat and showered it with kisses. Snowball, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Snowball, you are amazing. Meow. The blue-eyed spirit cat cried out and directly burrowed into Zhang Mohan's arms. Wang Ting, how about it? Do you want to have a match? Now Zhang Mohan was confident and wanted to test the blue-eyed spirit cat's skills again. Wang Ting nodded, okay. Subsequently, the two battle beasts stood facing each other. Having gained experience, Zhang Mohan directly gave the command to the blue-eyed spirit cat, Snowball, illusion attack. Meow. As soon as Zhang Mohan's words fell, the blue-eyed spirit cat let out a chilling cry. Then, the dragon-boned crocodile turtle, which had just poked its head out, became dazed. In an instant, it seemed to see something terrifying and turned to run. However, after just a couple of steps, another horrifying thing appeared in front of it. Thus, the dragon-boned crocodile turtle was frightened and kept spinning in place. Wang Ting, witnessing this scene, gritted her teeth in anger. Brother, what do you think it saw? Why is it so scared? Little Fat asked Sumu as he approached. Sumu thought for a moment, glancing at Wang Ting's furious expression, and remained silent. After a while, the dragon-boned crocodile turtle simply shrank its neck and stopped moving. Zhang Mohan was overjoyed, jumping up and down. Haha, great. I won. Wang Ting, somewhat angry, walked over and directly recalled her dragon-boned crocodile turtle. After hugging Snowball and showering it with kisses, Zhang Mohan also put it away. Sumu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known Snowball was so powerful, Zhang Mohan said, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Sumu replied. Zhang Mohan, feeling happy, insisted on treating everyone to a big meal. Sumu wanted to refuse, but seeing how happy everyone was, he had no choice but to agree under their persuasion. In the capital, in a luxurious office, several middle-aged big shots sat on the sofa, looking at a report in their hands, deep in thought. After a while, a portly middle-aged man spoke. It seems they are not here with good intentions. Director Gao, over the years, Huahua has developed rapidly and trained many powerful beast tamers. It's normal for those countries to be jealous, said Zhao, the director of the Beast Taming Education Bureau, in a small conference room. Now Huahua is developing quickly. But this time the Japanese and Lighthouse nations, along with a few other countries, have sent youth delegations to Huahua for a competition. They are likely not here with good intentions. Director Gao, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, noted that according to the feedback from his subordinates, these countries were well prepared and aimed to make Huahua lose face on the world stage. I've also heard that a genius youth has emerged in Japan, growing rapidly, and has been identified as a semi-divine bloodline beast tamer. Another big shot chimed in. Yes, they are well prepared and confident. Otherwise, it would be pointless. Director Gao mused for a moment before asking, Director Zhao, do we have any promising talents at the moment? Chapter 54. The mantis shrimp experiences an anomaly. Zhao pondered for a moment and replied, I've seen the previous statistical report, and there are indeed several promising talents. For instance, Meng Hao from Jingda, the talented Tang Bingwan from Moda University, and Li Hui, among others, are all good candidates worth cultivating. After hearing this, Director Gao nodded. Director Zhao, since they are well prepared, we must also get ready. At this time, we cannot afford to lose face. Everyone understood this principle. Huahua's development was rapid, and the number of beast tamers was approaching 100 million, instilling fear in them. How about this, Director Gao? Since the annual beast tamer competition is about to start, we should also go observe and scout for good talents. Once we select the top students from various institutions, we can have them compete and choose the best ones to face this international youth friendship competition. Everyone agreed with Zhao's proposal. If the strongest youth representatives selected from across the country lost, it would be an unavoidable situation. After the meeting concluded, Zhao began issuing notifications to various institutions. Modu. Before parting, Little Fat drunkenly slung an arm over Sumu's shoulder and said, Brother, I still need you to help me write that reflection. Sumu rolled his eyes at Little Fat, finding it harder to get this guy to write than to kill him. Tang Bingwan drove Sumu. I've heard about you. You're the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Your writing must be quite good, right? Sumu smiled slightly. It's okay. After a while, the two chatted casually and soon arrived at Sumu's single dormitory. Tang Bingwan looked at Sumu's back and then at his living place, deep in thought. After a moment, she smiled sweetly and drove away. He was eager to test this thing. However, after looking at it for a long time, Sumu found that this thing was just a light blue stone, nothing particularly special about it, especially since this stone was so large. How could he get the mantis shrimp to swallow it? Sumu thought for a moment, found a hammer, and struck the cosmic heart with force. Ding ding. Two crisp sounds rang out, and Sumu felt his palm tingle. But looking at the cosmic heart fragment, it was unharmed, not even a chip came off. This thing is so hard. Sumu frowned, then summoned the Mantis shrimp. Hammer this stone for me, Sumu instructed the Mantis shrimp. Upon receiving Sumu's command, the Mantis shrimp threw 2 punches at the cosmic heart. Ding ding. Again, 2 crisp sounds echoed, and the cosmic heart remained completely unscathed. Mantis shrimp's thoughts. Is my master stupid? Asking me to hit a stone? Sumu rolled his eyes at the Mantis shrimp. It was all for you anyway. Well, more for myself. Sumu pondered. The Mantis shrimp was now about 1 meter long, and its punching power was astonishing. Even a 5 centimeters thick steel plate would be dented by a punch from the Mantis shrimp, which shows how powerful it was. Yet, despite such force hitting the stone, it was completely unharmed. This indicated that the stone was even harder than steel. Sumu looked at the soccer ball-sized cosmic heart fragment, and then at the Mantis shrimp. If I directly tried to feed it to the Mantis shrimp, it probably wouldn't work. The stone was too large. System, do you have any good methods to break down the cosmic heart? Sumu asked in his mind. Get lost. Hearing the system's prompt, Sumu cursed. Relying on this artificial intelligence was futile. He began checking the system store. He directly focused on the auxiliary section. After a moment, Sumu's eyes lit up. Dissolution liquid. Can dissolve any object and restore the object to its essence. What is this? Sumu looked at the price. 10,000 points per bottle. Let's buy a bottle to try. Sumu hurriedly sold 4 skill crystals to the system, exchanging them for 80,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a bottle of dissolution liquid, consuming 10,000 points. Sumu held a bottle, about the size of a Coke bottle. Then, Sumu placed the cosmic heart into an iron basin. Dissolution liquid dripped onto the cosmic heart. After a moment, the cosmic heart began to dissolve, turning into a blue liquid. Useful. Sumu felt joy in his heart. Once the effect of the dissolution liquid wore off, he quickly took out a small spoon. Open your mouth, Sumu commanded the Mantis shrimp. The Mantis shrimp opened its mouth, and Sumu directly poured the cosmic heart into it. For the first time, Sumu didn't feed too much, wanting to observe the reaction first. 10 minutes passed. Sumu stared at the Mantis shrimp, pondering how to treat it if it got poisoned. But after more than 10 minutes, the Mantis shrimp seemed fine and very energetic. No effect? Sumu was astonished and hurriedly dissolved some more. Then, he poured several more spoonfuls of blue liquid into the Mantis shrimp's mouth. After another 10 minutes, the Mantis shrimp still showed no changes. System, are you messing with me? Sumu felt that the system claimed this thing could be fed to exotic beasts. Yet he saw no effect. If it was just like humans eating, with little effect, Sumu thought he was at a loss. It would be better to exchange for points. After some thought, Sumu gritted his teeth. Without risk, there would be no reward, so he decided to go for it. Sumu completely dissolved the cosmic heart fragment and then poured it all into the Mantis shrimp's body. After a while, the Mantis shrimp seemed to be in great discomfort. Writhing violently, Sumu was stunned. What was going on? For a moment, Sumu was at a loss, and the Mantis shrimp's frantic movements made him hesitant to approach. Sumu quickly merged his thoughts with the Mantis shrimp, feeling the sensations within its body. After a moment, Sumu felt a surge of energy inside, which was extremely hot, as if it was about to ignite. Sumu clenched his fists and did not withdraw from the mental connection with the Mantis shrimp. We share the hardships. Sumu would not let the Mantis shrimp endure the pain alone. Several minutes passed, and the pain gradually diminished. Soon, the Mantis shrimp calmed down. At this moment, Sumu was sweating profusely. After stabilizing his mind, he hurriedly looked at the Mantis shrimp. When Sumu clearly saw the Mantis shrimp, he was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 55. What the hell, bro? Are you messing with me? Sumu was shocked to see that the Mantis shrimp's body had undergone a transformation. The originally hard shell had become somewhat bone-like, with noticeable protrusions in many places, resembling 2 mountain ranges on the Mantis shrimp's back. Seeing this, Sumu was astonished. It was known that the reason Mantis shrimps couldn't stay on land for long was that their bodies had scales similar to fish, which would crack if left out of water for too long. But now, Sumu felt that the Mantis shrimp had undergone a mutation and should no longer suffer from cracked scales. More importantly, on either side of the 2 mountain ranges on the Mantis shrimp's back, there were many irregular blue dots. These dots were the size of yellow beans. If it were just these small dots, Sumu wouldn't be that shocked. However, at the center of these blue dots, it seemed there were particles swirling around. Sumu had seen this effect somewhere. After pondering for a moment, Sumu exclaimed, "Space tunnel." He could clearly sense that these yellow bean-sized dots were somewhat similar to space tunnels. The space tunnels were black and circular, with a particle storm swirling at the center. But the blue dots on the Mantis shrimp's back were different. They were deep and mysterious, like a cosmic black hole, as if they were constantly devouring something. What is going on? Sumu was astonished and reached out to touch the blue dots. As soon as Sumu's fingertip touched the blue dot, he felt a very weak, pulling force tugging at his fingertip. This feeling was quite evident. Hiss. Sumu inhaled sharply. What the hell is going on? After thinking for a moment, Sumu hurriedly opened a drawer and took out the ear-cleaning device he had bought earlier, a mini probe that could connect to his phone. After connecting it to his phone, Sumu held the camera probe against the mantis shrimp's back, inserting it into the blue dot. As soon as the probe entered the blue dot, the phone screen flickered continuously, as if something was interfering with the signal. After a moment, as the probe went deeper, the image gradually became clearer. The next moment, the phone screen was filled with thick gray mist. The mist was dense and swirling continuously. Sumu frowned. He couldn't see anything, just mist. What was going on? However, Sumu noticed that behind the blue dot was a space, as the probe did not touch anything. There was nothing visible apart from the gray mist, so Sumu withdrew the camera probe. Hey, what's going on with you? Sumu asked the mantis shrimp casually while organizing his things. The mantis shrimp wiggled its body, appearing lively and no longer showing the pain it had before. This guy is too small right now. Maybe when it grows a bit larger, that blue dot might also get bigger. By then, I'll buy a professional probe to check it out properly. Sumu thought to himself, feeling that this mantis shrimp was becoming more and more mysterious. After that, Sumu fed the mantis shrimp some system rations, and now the mantis shrimp had grown bigger and was eating more. Once the mantis shrimp finished eating, Sumu took out a syringe, inserted it into that blue dot, and drew a syringe full of the gray mist. Tomorrow at school, I'll find a professor to help test it and see what this gas is. There are still more than 20 days left. So it seems I need to earn some points quickly to help the mantis shrimp evolve as soon as possible. With more than 20 days until the school competition, Sumu needed to make the mantis shrimp grow quickly. This competition was also an excellent opportunity for Sumu to enter an important department in Huagua. Once he entered such a department, he could quickly go explore resources in the otherworld space. Right now, he hadn't graduated yet, and the otherworld space tunnels wouldn't let him in. Calming his mind, Sumu took out paper and pen and wrote 2 self-reflections. The next day at school, Xiaopeng saw Sumu and asked, "Brother, have you finished your reflection?" "Don't worry, it's done," Sumu replied. "Hee, I trust my brother to get things done. You're the best." Xiaopeng gave Sumu a big thumbs up, feeling grateful for having a brother like him. As Sumu and Xiaopeng walked into the classroom, Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan immediately noticed them. "Sumu, you're here." "Sumu, I bought you breakfast, try it," Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting said, quickly taking out the breakfasts they had prepared for Sumu. This scene instantly shocked all the classmates. What the heck? Why are these 2 beauties being so nice to Sumu? Yeah, they even specially bought breakfast. I'm really jealous. What did Sumu do for them? I feel like I missed something. All the classmates were astonished, and Xiaopeng was envious, saying, "Hey, beauties, I haven't eaten either. Why didn't you buy me some? If you want to eat, buy it yourself. This is for Sumu." "Exactly," Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting said, hurriedly putting their heartfelt breakfast in front of Sumu. Sumu looked at the breakfast, which was quite abundant. It was clear that a lot of effort had gone into it. "I've already eaten this morning, and next time, don't prepare anything too sweet. I don't like it." As soon as Sumu said this, all the classmates felt sour. "Damn, you have beauties delivering breakfast, and you're still picky? That's really infuriating." Yeah, hearing this guy's tone, I just want to punch him. I'm thinking the same thing. How can I, a single dog, handle this? Just when the classmates thought that Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan would be angry upon hearing Sumu's words, they were shocked to hear. "Okay, Sumu, I'll pay attention next time." "Yeah, I'll pay attention too. If there's anything you want to eat, you can tell me in advance, and I'll make sure to prepare it." The 2 quickly nodded, their eyes filled with little stars. At that moment, everyone was speechless and felt envious. It was just too sour. They couldn't even focus on class. "All right then, let us see how you both perform tomorrow," Sumu said as he walked back to his seat. Xiaopeng snatched the breakfast from Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting's hands, saying, "Hee, if my brother isn't eating, I will. I love sweet stuff." "Brother, you're going too far. I really want to punch you." Xiaopeng stuffed the heartfelt breakfast into his mouth, thinking that if he could beat Sumu, he wouldn't be able to stand it. "I don't want to either. It's not easy to shake off women. Over the years, who knows how many girls liked Sumu. To refuse them, Sumu was also quite troubled." Xiaopeng glared at Sumu, knowing that during high school, he had received quite a few love letters. If you added them up, it would be enough to write a 1,000,000-word novel. Here, Sumu and Xiaopeng were going to broadcast their self-reflections. 2 directors and several broadcasting students were also present. After a moment, the school's loudspeaker sounded, and all classmates paid attention. "Next, we have the self-reflections of 2 students." Once the announcer finished introducing, one of the directors looked at Xiaopeng and Sumu and asked, "Which one of you will go first?" Sumu glanced at Xiaopeng and handed a piece of paper to him. "I'll go," Xiaopeng said as he stepped forward, took the microphone. And just as he was about to read, his eyes suddenly widened. "Damn, brother, are you messing with me?" The first few lines of text that came into Xiaopeng's view made him dumbfounded. Xiaopeng turned to look at Sumu, who nodded and gestured for him to read. The two directors, seeing this, urged, "This student, please be quicker, cherish everyone's free time." Xiao Peng nodded, bracing himself, and began to read. Self-reflection. I, Lu Taizhu, a student from Class 8 of Year 3, am reflecting due to fighting at school yesterday. Although Teacher Ma used vulgar language in front of my army, barking like a dog, we, the children of Huaxiao, should have a broad mind and must not argue with petty people over trivial matters. As Xiao Peng read, all the students who heard the broadcast were astonished. Is this really a self-reflection? Haha. Why do I feel like he is openly insulting Teacher Ma? Haha. This student is a bit fierce, openly broadcasting insults to a teacher. Impressive. Tang Bingwan and others also knew that Xiao Peng and Su Mu were going to do self-reflections, so they listened even more carefully. Teacher Ma, sitting in the classroom, was so furious that he was grinding his teeth. The surrounding teachers also looked at Teacher Ma, pointing fingers. In the broadcast room, the two directors felt increasingly that something was off. Stop, stop, stop. This student, please stop your reading. One of the directors angrily said to Xiao Peng. Teacher, I haven't finished reading yet, Xiao Peng replied. All right, don't read anymore. A director waved his hand at Xiao Peng, telling him to stop reading immediately. Seeing this, Su Mu stepped forward, took out his own self-reflection, and said, "It's my turn." The two directors hurriedly stopped Su Mu, saying, "Ahem, forget it. You don't need to read either." The two directors had already decided that if Su Mu read, it might not necessarily lead to anything good. After saying a word, Su Mu and Xiao Peng walked back to their classroom. Damn, brother, are you messing with me? Xiao Peng asked angrily as they walked. No, I'm not. Su Mu shook his head. No way, let me see what you wrote. Xiao Peng snatched the self-reflection from Su Mu's hand, wanting to see what Su Mu had written. Upon seeing the content of the self-reflection, Xiao Peng was dumbfounded. Damn, you say you're not messing with me? This is a song lyric. Oh, is it? Maybe I took the wrong one. Su Mu pretended to be very innocent, shaking his head, feeling embarrassed about his poor memory. Su Mu had no intention of doing a self-reflection. It was a small matter, and selling out a brother was acceptable. It's all my fault for being so forgetful. Xiao Peng knew that with his intelligence, he could only accept his misfortune. When Teacher Chen Shui was teaching, Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting stood up simultaneously. Teacher, we want to participate in the Beast Tamer competition, Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan said at the same time. Now that their battle beasts were so powerful, Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting felt they could aim for a good ranking. Teacher Chen Shui was a bit surprised to hear this. Yesterday, only Su Mu had signed up. And now these two wanted to sign up as well. Wang Ting's beast was a dragonbone crocodile turtle, and Teacher Chen Shui thought it was worth participating. Although the dragonbone crocodile turtle wasn't very powerful, it had high defenses, so it wouldn't lose terribly. However, Zhang Mohan also wanted to participate, which surprised Teacher Chen Shui. Of course, it wasn't just Teacher Chen Shui who was surprised. All the classmates, except for Xiao Peng and Su Mu, were also very surprised. Zhang Mohan, are you sure? Teacher Chen Shui asked suspiciously. Of course, teacher, Zhang Mohan said with a confident smile, now believing she could compete for a good ranking. After Su Mu's guidance, the combat power of the blue-eyed spirit cat had also changed. All right, Teacher Chen Shui nodded. Since Zhang Mohan wanted to participate, she would try to arrange for Zhang Mohan to battle weaker battle beasts. After all, it was just a simple competition, and the first-grade competition wasn't that important. Zhang Yang felt some inner struggle upon hearing this. Why should that be? If a turtle and a cat could participate, why should he be afraid? Teacher, I want to participate too. Zhang Yang quickly stood up and said. Teacher Chen Shui nodded. Okay. Zhang Yang's wild dog was decent, so it was expected that such participants would compete. Class 8 had 5 spots. Yesterday there was only Su Mu, but now there were suddenly 4 more. Su Mu stood up. Teacher, classmate Lu Taizhu wants to participate too. The chubby boy was confused. He hadn't intended to participate. Besides, his red flame python hadn't even grown up yet. Classmate Lu Taizhu, do you want to participate too? Teacher Chen Shui asked. Bro, what are you doing? The chubby boy whispered to Su Mu. Stop talking, just participate, Su Mu said. Fine. Since Su Mu spoke, the chubby boy could only agree. Teacher Chen Shui, I want to participate too. Teacher Chen Shui nodded, and that completed the representation for Class 8. All right, Class 8 will be represented by the 5 of you. Winning isn't required. Just make sure your battle beasts don't get hurt. That's the highest standard expected from Teacher Chen Shui. After school at noon, Su Mu went to the liberal arts teaching building by himself. This area housed research graduate students and professional professors. Su Mu entered a research building and really found an old man inside. After some inquiries, Su Mu learned that the professor here, Wan, had a deep understanding of gases and was quite knowledgeable. Knock, knock, knock. Su Mu arrived at Professor Wan's classroom door and knocked. Please come in. A voice from inside responded. A moment later, Su Mu pushed the door open and saw an old man sitting at a desk, writing something. Who are you? Professor Wan looked up at Su Mu. Hello, Professor Wan. I'm a student from the Beast Taming class. I have a gas here, and I would like you to help identify it, Su-mu said as he took out the syringe, which was sealed at one end to prevent gas leakage. Professor Wan looked up. Just put it there. Su-mu could tell that Professor Wan's expression was dismissive. However, after thinking for a moment, he placed it on the desk. Then, Professor Wan, please continue your work. I'll take my leave, Su-mu said and turned to leave. Professor Wan didn't pay much attention. After all, he was used to encountering many people like this. In the afternoon, the door to Professor Wan's office was pushed open, and two students walked in. Professor? After seeing that Professor Wan wasn't in the office, the two simply sat on the sofa to wait. These two were also favored students of Professor Wan and were quite familiar with him. After a moment, one of them casually glanced at the desk. Hey, what's that? The person got up and walked over to pick up the syringe left by Su-mu. Upon seeing the gray gas inside, he found it intriguing. Li Ming, what do you think this is? He asked while shaking the syringe. Li Ming looked up. Oh, the color of this gas is interesting. Although some gases were also gray, they had never seen this particular shade of gray before. Chapter 57. Professor Wan, don't be anxious. I will definitely help you find that student. Yes. And why haven't we encountered this gray gas before? Wang Lei said, holding the syringe with curiosity. The professor isn't here right now. Let's go to the testing room and see what this gas is, Li Ming suggested, and the two headed to the testing room. They were familiar with Professor Wan and knew that if it were something important, he wouldn't casually leave it there. After some time, as Li Ming and Wang Lei conducted tests, the data began to astonish them more and more. What kind of gas is this? Li Ming exclaimed in shock upon seeing the data. Wang Lei's brows furrowed. Based on their current tests, this gas contained over 1,000 different gases. Moreover, they seemed to discover that this gas contained dark matter and dark energy from the universe. This dark matter and dark energy were merely speculation. After all, even the top scientists currently couldn't provide a reasonable explanation. The two were astonished as they pondered over the data. At that moment, Professor Wan walked into the testing room. Li Ming, Wang Lei, what are you two doing? Professor Wan asked upon seeing them in a daze. A moment later, the two seemed not to have heard Professor Wan's question and continued to ponder. Professor Wan walked over suspiciously and asked, what are you two doing? Then, he noticed them staring blankly at a test report. At this time, the two reacted. Professor, please tell us, what is this gas? Yes, this gas is too mysterious. It's something we haven't encountered before. Professor Wan was also confused. What are you two talking about? He asked, puzzled. Professor, look at this data. Wang Lei hurriedly handed the test report to Professor Wan. When Professor Wan saw the data on the report, he was also shocked. Is this data fake? Professor Wan thought that no gas could have such components. Fake. Professor, this is the gas testing result from the syringe on your desk. Li Ming was also confused. Did Professor Wan not know? On my desk? Professor Wan pondered. There isn't anything special on my desk. Yes, it's the gas in that syringe on your desk. Wang Lei quickly reminded him. Suddenly, Professor Wan remembered that it seemed a student had delivered it, claiming it was from the Beast Taming class. This data was obtained from testing this gas? Professor Wan asked incredulously. Professor, you might not believe this, but we tried to separate the gas and found that it couldn't be separated. Moreover, there is dark matter and dark energy within the gas. Wang Lei said excitedly. Li Ming also looked at Professor Wan, eager to see if their speculation was correct. Dark matter and dark energy? Professor Wan felt that the two were getting more and more outrageous. Let me take a look. Subsequently, Professor Wan decided to operate the equipment himself. After some time, with a flurry of operations, Professor Wan became engrossed, his face filled with astonishment. What is this gas? Professor Wan exclaimed in shock, his heart trembling. Seeing this, Wang Lei and Li Ming were also shocked. Even Professor Wan didn't know. After finishing his instructions, Professor Wan quickly ran outside. Professor? Wang Lei and Li Ming were bewildered. Why was Professor Wan in such a hurry? Over at the Beast Taming Teaching Building, Principal Zheng held a document issued by the Beast Taming Education General Bureau. The content stated that this major competition needed to be taken seriously, and that the best students from Magic City University would participate in the National Beast Taming Competition to prepare for the Youth Beast Taming Competition among the 5 countries. Upon seeing this document, Principal Zheng contemplated that the top student at Magic City University was currently Tang Bingwan, and whether to give her more resources. After all, this was the reputation of Magic City University. If Tang Bingwan achieved good results, it would also bring glory to the university. Just as Principal Zheng was deep in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open. Principal Zheng frowned and looked up to see Professor Wan rushing in, panting. Professor Wan, one of the important professors at Magic City University. Seeing this, Principal Zheng wanted to get angry but held back. Professor Wan, is there something wrong? Principal Zheng asked. Professor Wan, panting heavily, took a moment before finally speaking. Principal, something has happened. As soon as the word something has happened came out, Principal Zheng's brow furrowed. Professor Wan, take your time. No rush. Did the laboratory explode? Did a student get killed? Principal Zheng's thoughts were racing. It was only such a big matter that could make Professor Wan so anxious. Professor Wan took a few deep breaths to calm his wildly beating heart. Principal Zheng, we have discovered a mysterious gas. Mysterious gas? Upon hearing this, Principal Zheng's frown eased. As long as it wasn't a laboratory explosion, that was fine. However, just a mysterious gas, is it worth your excitement like this? But then Principal Zheng thought. Scientists and professors were obsessed with this. To them, research was more important than their lives. With this in mind, Principal Zheng felt relieved. Come on, Wan Lao. Take your time and explain, don't rush. Principal Zheng poured a glass of water for Professor Wan and invited him to sit down and talk. Principal, you don't know how important this gas is. After a moment, Professor Wan explained a lot to Principal Zheng. However, most of it was scientific terminology and specialized knowledge that Principal Zheng couldn't understand. After all, he was a beast tamer, not a scientist. But through Professor Wan's description, Principal Zheng understood a bit. This gas was impressive, considered a top-notch research achievement. Professor Wan, you said I should report it to the Academy of Sciences immediately. But what if something goes wrong? It would be a huge embarrassment for us. Wouldn't it be better to clarify the situation first? Principal Zheng said. Upon hearing this, Professor Wan suddenly remembered. He had been so anxious that he forgot the most important thing. Yes, there's a student from your beast taming class. Find him quickly. He brought this sample. Professor Wan said urgently. A student from the beast taming class? Principal Zheng pondered. Which student could have such ability? Wan Lao, don't worry. Take your time. What does this student look like? Which year and class? Hearing Principal Zheng's words, Professor Wan regretted. He had forgotten. He didn't pay attention when Sumu came and didn't even look at him closely. At this moment, Professor Wan regretted deeply. If Sumu ran away, it would be a significant loss for scientific research. Seeing Wan Lao so anxious, Principal Zheng quickly comforted him. Don't worry, Wan Lao. I will definitely help you find that student. Chapter 58, Tang Bingwan's Little Thoughts. Then, Principal Zheng hurriedly picked up the phone and called the security. The security received Principal Zheng's message and quickly checked the surveillance. However, after checking for a long time, they found no footage of Sumu's face. At this moment, Tang Bingwan found Sumu. Sumu, my dad wants you to come over. Okay, Sumu replied and went to Tang Li's house with Tang Bingwan. At the school, Principal Zheng frowned upon receiving feedback from the security. If the surveillance didn't capture anything, let's broadcast a search. After all, this student is too important to Professor Wan. Seeing Principal Zheng frown, Professor Wan nervously asked, how is it? Principal, have you found that person? Principal Zheng hurriedly comforted Professor Wan. Wan Lao, don't worry. I'm requesting a school-wide broadcast. That student will come to find me when he hears it. Soon, the school's broadcast announced the search. Attention, students. If anyone went to Professor Wan's office at noon today, please contact Principal Zheng immediately. What is going on? Publicly searching for someone at school? Yeah. Did something go missing at Professor Wan's place? Impossible, but since Principal Zheng is personally involved, it seems this student's matter is significant. In Principal Zheng's office, Wan Lao was looking very anxious. If that student can't be found, I might as well kill myself. It's all my fault, all my fault. If I had looked at him properly, I could have remembered what he looked like. Professor Wan said, full of regret. Principal Zheng hurriedly reassured him, Wan Lao, don't worry. As long as you can confirm he's a student from the beast taming class, he won't be able to run away. On Sumu's side, he had already arrived at Tang Bingwan's house. Tang Li saw Sumu and quickly came out to greet him. Haha, Xiaosu, you're here. Uncle Tang. What's the urgent matter? Sumu asked. Xiaosu, you don't know, I mentioned your situation to a colleague. And he was so excited that he wanted to meet you right away. But I was afraid of disturbing you, so I had to calm him down. Tang Li said as he invited Sumu into the house. Sumu knew that Tang Li was exaggerating, but he didn't mind. Uncle Tang, where's your colleague? Sumu asked. Tang Li waved for Sumu to sit down. Xiaosu, I have an idea I want to discuss with you. Sumu nodded. Uncle Tang, please go ahead. It's like this, Xiaosu, I have an idea. What if we buy all the skill crystals on the market, and then you label what skills these skill crystals have? That way, I won't have to keep bothering you. If beast tamers need to buy skill crystals, we can sell them to them. Tang Li explained his business idea to Sumu in detail. After all, this could be a huge fortune and unimaginable wealth. Yesterday, Tang Li thought about it all night. He wanted to bind himself tightly to Sumu's giant ship. Sumu thought for a moment and felt that Tang Li's suggestion was excellent. In the future, as long as he identified the skills, Tang Li could sell them, allowing beast tamers to choose the skill crystals that suit them without bothering him. Sure, Uncle Tang, your proposal is great. Sumu said. Then, Xiaosu, how should we set the price? Tang Li already had plans in mind, but he didn't dare to make a decision without Sumu's input. Sumu thought for a moment. Uncle Tang, you decide this matter. As for the specific profit sharing, let us do a 70-30 split. I get 70, you get 30. It's better to clarify this in advance since it's a business. Tang Li was very satisfied when he heard this. Although he only got 30. That was already a significant profit he could foresee, a great opportunity for getting rich. Okay, then it's settled, Xiao Su. After Tang Li finished speaking, he quickly took out a box. Once he took out the items from inside, Su Mu saw that they were skill crystals. He glanced at them and saw there were about 100 pieces. Xiao Su, look, I've prepared everything. It must be said that Tang Li's efficiency in handling matters was also extremely high. Su Mu shook his head and smiled. Tang Li was indeed a good businessman, and having such a partner would save him a lot of trouble. Although Tang Li had his own selfish motives, Su Mu didn't mind. Everyone has their own interests, as long as he can maximize his benefits. Then, Su Mu picked up a pen and labeled each skill crystal box with the corresponding skill. Su Mu didn't ask where Tang Li got so many skill crystals. That was not his concern. After labeling all 100 skill crystals, he found that 9 of them had the worst skills, which no one would buy. The other skills, even if not great, still had a market. After all, the skills contained in skill crystals depended on specific battle beasts. Some skills might be useless for one battle beast, but could be very effective for another. For example, Su Mu's Mantis shrimp mainly developed physical attacks. Using a skill like Thunderstrike on it would at most create interference. In fact, it was not powerful. Skills with little damage were essentially useless. Su Mu said. At this moment, Tang Li was stunned. With so many good skills, selling them would yield billions in profits. He bought a skill crystal for only 25 million, and after Su Mu's appraisal, the price of each skill crystal skyrocketed tenfold, some even more. Good. Xiao Su, this is all your wealth. You don't have to be polite. Tang Li hurriedly said. In Tang Li's eyes, Su Mu was like a god of wealth. Then, Tang Li, feeling excited, hurriedly gave Tang Bingwan a look. Seeing this, the cold goddess Tang Bingwan also smiled and said, Su Mu, I have something I want to give you. Oh, what is it? Su Mu asked. Come with me, Tang Bingwan said, a bit shy as she pulled on Su Mu's arm. Su Mu stood up, feeling a bit awkward. But he endured it. Sometimes, being charming is a bit of a hassle. After all, there are too many people who like him. So Su Mu intentionally kept his distance from many girls. It would be easy for Su Mu to find a woman, but he didn't want to just pick anyone casually. After leaving Tang Li's house, Su Mu pretended to tie his shoelaces and let go of Tang Bingwan's sleeve. After a while, Tang Bingwan led Su Mu to a villa. This villa was not far from Tang Bingwan's home, both located in the same community, about 100 meters apart. Although the villa was not as big as Tang Bingwan's house, it was still decent and had been renovated. Su Mu, this is what my dad asked me to give you. He said it would be convenient for him to communicate with you since you live here, Tang Bingwan said. Su Mu smiled and shook his head. It probably isn't just for your dad and me to communicate, right? Su Mu thought about it and decided he also planned to buy a house. But now that he had one, he wouldn't have to buy another. Then, Tang Bingwan showed Su Mu around the villa. Su Mu was quite satisfied. The villa was beautifully decorated, and even the garage had a luxury sports car, showing that Tang Li had thought this through. While showing Su Mu around the villa, Tang Bingwan said, cough. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I can cook. Su Mu directly declined. Although he wasn't very familiar with Tang Bingwan, and despite her good looks, there were many beautiful women, and he couldn't like them all. If he did that, wouldn't it be better to hire 30 beautiful maids with $1 billion? Su Mu chatted with Tang Bingwan for a bit, and then found an excuse to take the sports car out. He still had some personal items to sort out at the dormitory. Over the past 3 years, Su Mu had endured quite a bit. After that, he exchanged all 9 skill crystals for points. Adding the points he had left and the points he had spent, he now had 240,000 points. Su Mu checked the system mall. The low-level feed was a bit slow for the growth of the Mantis shrimp, so he spent 100,000 points to exchange for a bag of intermediate feed. The effect of the intermediate feed was 10 times that of the low-level feed, of course. The price was also 10 times higher. While feeding the Mantis shrimp, Su Mu murmured to himself, this guy is getting bigger and eating more. I'm afraid the points he will need in the future will be astronomical. Now Su Mu was careful with his points, saving them to exchange for food for the Mantis shrimp. After feeding the Mantis shrimp, Su Mu called Xiao Pang. After a while, Xiao Pang arrived at Su Mu's villa, driving his father's luxury car. Wow, bro, you've moved into a villa? Xiao Pang said enviously while looking around. Hee, what can I say? It was a gift from your Uncle Tang, Su Mu replied. Xiao Pang was immediately envious, saying, man, it's really frustrating. My uncle only sends me things worth a few 100,000, and he gifts you a villa. Su Mu thought to himself. Your uncle even wants to send his daughter to me. After looking around Su Mu's villa, Xiao Pang was very pleased and said, bro, can I move in with you? Get lost, Su Mu directly refused. If Xiao Pang moved in, he wouldn't have any peace. Come on, bro, I really want to move out. You don't know how much pressure I'm under at home, Xiao Pang said pitifully. Sumu ignored him. He knew what Xiao Pang was thinking. If Xiao Pang weren't under strict supervision from his parents, he probably would have been in trouble long ago. It was precisely because his parents were strict that he didn't act as arrogantly as other rich second-generation kids. Sumu exchanged 4 bags of low-level feed for Xiao Pang. After all, they were brothers, and Sumu still wanted to take care of him a bit. What is this? Xiao Pang asked, confused. Why do you care so much? Just listen to me, Sumu said. After chatting with Xiao Pang for a while, he sent him away. As Xiao Pang was kicked out the door, he shouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, bro, if you let me stay, I'll bring Zhang Mohan over to keep you company tonight. Get lost, Sumu shouted back at the door. What are you thinking? Letting her come over so you can eavesdrop? The next morning, before Sumu even got out of bed, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host Battle Beast for successfully leveling up, receiving a passive reward, 1 bottle of evolution potion. Sumu woke up groggily at the system's notification sound. Level up? Sumu was a bit surprised. Just yesterday, the Mantis shrimp was only at the ordinary level 6 combat power, and he didn't expect it to level up after using the intermediate feed. He quickly summoned the Mantis shrimp to see how big it had grown. When the Mantis shrimp was summoned, Sumu was shocked. It was now 16 meters long, and especially those giant claws, which were now as big as 2 hammers, were very eye-catching. It actually grew 50 centimeters overnight, which was way too fast. Sumu quickly checked the Mantis shrimp's attributes. Mantis shrimp, super variant. Combat power, strengthened, level 1. Talent, level. Skills, rapid attack, advanced. Heavy strike, ordinary. Armor break, ordinary. Defense, advanced. Advantages, extremely beautiful appearance, brave in combat. Disadvantages, doesn't respect anyone. Personality, super fierce. Mental state, what's wrong with me? Why am I so big? Attributes, strength, 423 points. Agility, 389 points. Vitality, 401 points. Defense, 446 points. Mental, 278 points. Available points, 34 points. The skills leveled up too. Sumu noticed that not only had the Mantis shrimp's power increased, but its skills had also leveled up. Defense had become advanced, and the other skills had all improved by 1 level. This meant that the Mantis shrimp's combat power was now stronger. Not bad. Sumu was very satisfied with these stats. Although the Mantis shrimp's strength was only over 400, its unique physique allowed it to unleash a force 10 times greater in an instant. This meant that Sumu was confident that even if faced with a super-level battle beast with lower defense, the Mantis shrimp could still kill it with 1 punch. After all, the Mantis shrimp's explosive power and speed were at their peak. Just as Sumu was feeling happy, the Mantis shrimp raised its head and threw a punch straight at the wall beside it. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire house shook. Sumu was startled and quickly looked towards the sound. The next moment, Sumu's expression turned furious. Damn, are you crazy? Are you trying to demolish the house? Sumu saw that the wall of the bedroom had been completely smashed in by the Mantis shrimp's punch. The round hole, over a meter high, with bricks flying everywhere and dust in the air, vividly demonstrated the power of that punch. The wall was half a meter thick, but even such a thick wall crumbled like tofu under the Mantis shrimp's punch. The Mantis shrimp flexed its fists excitedly. What the heck? Do you want to tear the house down? Sumu angrily scolded. We just moved in, and the house has already turned into this after 1 night. Especially those flying bricks. Who knows how many things they have broken? Chapter 60. Evolution, the terrifying combat power of the Mantis shrimp. Sigh, it's my fault. I need to be more careful next time. The Mantis shrimp is growing day by day, and Sumu must pay attention in the future. He can't casually summon the Mantis shrimp like before. If this guy punches someone, that person would probably be dead. Moreover, the Mantis shrimp has a strong territorial awareness. Any animal that approaches it doesn't end well. Sumu felt it was hard to reason with such a creature, which was like a fool among shrimp. Subsequently, Sumu communicated with the Mantis shrimp, telling it to behave and not to attack the walls. Mantis shrimp's psychological state. I'm just testing my iron fist. Damn, you test your iron fist, my house can't take it. Forget it. Sumu took out some food and started feeding the Mantis shrimp. Evolution potion? Sumu looked at the evolution potion in the system warehouse in his mind, and thought for a moment that it would be better to use it on the Mantis shrimp. After the Mantis shrimp ate its fill, Sumu poured the evolution potion into it. Moments later, the Mantis shrimp's body emitted a white glow. The light flickered continuously, enveloping the Mantis shrimp entirely. The blinding light made it impossible for Sumu to look directly at the Mantis shrimp. The glow lasted for more than a minute before gradually fading. Then, Sumu moved his hand away from in front of his eyes and carefully looked at the Mantis shrimp. It had evolved. Sumu noticed that although the overall appearance of the Mantis shrimp hadn't changed much, its legs were noticeably different. Originally, The mantis shrimp's legs were thin and not suitable for long-term standing. After all, it was an aquatic creature. But now, each leg of the mantis shrimp was thick, somewhat resembling the legs of a grasshopper, with well-developed muscles. Moreover, its stance had also changed. It was now clearly more suitable for land combat. Interesting. Sumu immediately became interested and hurriedly took the mantis shrimp outside. Moments later, Sumu arrived in the villa's yard and summoned the mantis shrimp. Come on, take a couple of steps for me to see. Sumu commanded the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp had a total of 10 pairs of legs. However, now the 5 pairs of legs at the back had evolved, resembling the powerful hind legs of a grasshopper. The 3 pairs of front legs were sharper, like spears, seemingly able to easily pierce through steel plates. The 2 pairs of feeding appendages resembled irregular curved blades. It could be said that apart from the pair of iron fists, the other changes in the mantis shrimp's 10 pairs of legs were quite significant, especially the 5 pairs of walking legs at the back. Upon receiving Sumu's command, the mantis shrimp lifted its head, and the 5 pairs of walking legs began to move rapidly. Whoosh! In an instant, Sumu felt a shadow flash by. The speed was so fast that he could barely catch a glimpse. Hiss! A gust of wind swept past, leaving Sumu stunned. Is this still the mantis shrimp? Sumu was shocked. This speed was unbelievable. The mantis shrimp stood upright on its 5 pairs of walking legs, lifting its head with an exceptionally stable center of gravity. Then, the mantis shrimp swung its iron fists and 3 pairs of front legs. The speed of the iron fists was extreme. Sumu couldn't even see the after images. However, the 3 pairs of front legs didn't have that kind of speed. This guy could now punch faster than a bullet, and with such quick movement, it was simply terrifying. Sumu was astonished, unable to imagine how terrifying this mantis shrimp could become. Jump for me to see. Sumu issued the command. The mantis shrimp received the order, bent its 5 pairs of walking legs, and then forcefully propelled itself. Whoosh! Again, an extreme speed. Sumu quickly looked up. In an instant, he saw a small dot in midair. Then, Sumu hurriedly ran to the side. What if it falls and hits me if I don't run? After a while, accompanied by a dull thud, the mantis shrimp finally landed. How high was that jump? Sumu couldn't estimate how high the mantis shrimp had jumped, but this height had left him astonished. Just that moment had truly instilled a sense of fear in Sumu. After testing the mantis shrimp's strength, he had a better understanding of its capabilities. Subsequently, Sumu put the mantis shrimp away. Back inside the house, just as Sumu was about to cook, he saw the living room that looked like an explosion site. Forget it, I'll find someone to renovate. Sumu took out his phone and called Xiao Pang to ask him to help request a leave of absence. After hanging up, there was a knock on the door. Sumu opened the door to find Tang Bingwan. You're here, Sumu said. My dad said you might not be able to make breakfast alone, so he asked me to bring it to you. Tang Bingwan said as she took out a heart-shaped lunchbox. Come in. Sumu took the breakfast and invited Tang Bingwan inside. Once Tang Bingwan entered the house, she was immediately shocked. Sumu, what happened to your home? It was fine yesterday, and now it looks like this. Tang Bingwan thought Sumu might have encountered some danger. Sumu shook his head with a bitter smile. It's nothing, just a small experiment. Experiment? Tang Bingwan looked suspicious. What kind of experiment could lead to this? Sumu sighed. You see, this is what happens when an experiment fails. Tang Bingwan suddenly thought of something and quickly asked Sumu with concern, You weren't hurt, right? Sumu shook his head. I'm fine, but I need to find a renovation worker to fix the place. Seeing that Sumu was okay, Tang Bingwan felt relieved. Then I'll go with you to find one. Tang Bingwan said. No need. I can go by myself. After all, you don't know anything about renovations. This was a minor issue, and Sumu didn't want to trouble Tang Bingwan. All right. Tang Bingwan nodded. After Sumu finished his breakfast, she finally left. Sumu drove off to find a renovation worker, while Tang Bingwan drove to school. In Principal Zheng's office, he was filled with regret. Without any news from Sumu in the afternoon, Professor Wan couldn't even eat. Professor Wan, don't worry. I'll arrange for the security to check each class and make announcements. We will definitely find that student, Principal Zheng assured. Professor Wan nodded. All right, we must find that student. At this moment, Professor Wan's mind was filled with questions, just waiting to ask Sumu. Meanwhile, the school's broadcast began to make announcements. On Xiaopang's side, after receiving Sumu's call and realizing that Sumu wouldn't be coming, he also skipped class and headed straight for Sumu's villa. Chapter 61, Combat Plan. Zhang Yang's Confidence. In Class 8, Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting prepared breakfast, but after not seeing Sumu, both looked disappointed. When teacher Qin Shui arrived for class, she also noticed that Sumu and Xiao Pang were absent. Does anyone know why Sumu and Lu Taizhu are absent? Teacher Qin Shui asked. The students all shook their heads. Teacher, Sumu must have something going on. I'll ask him after school. Zhang Mohan hurriedly said. Teacher Qin Shui nodded and continued with the lesson without paying much attention. At this moment, the head of security came to the classroom to inquire about the situation. Teacher Chen Shui and all the students were astonished. What kind of student would warrant such a search from the school? After the security chief's inquiries, all the students shook their heads. It's all my fault, all my fault. Professor Wan felt even more guilty upon hearing this result. The entire school had been searched. Yet they still couldn't find that student. It seemed the hope was dim. Professor Wan, don't worry. Since that student came to find you, he will probably come back to inquire about the results. Principal Zheng could only comfort him repeatedly. Professor Wan left Principal Zheng's office dejectedly, while also requesting that Principal Zheng report it. In Japan, Inoue, you are now a level 4 beastmaster. We are hiding your identity and secretly training you in order to suppress the morale of Huagua. I hope you won't let us down. An elder said solemnly to a young man. Don't worry, teacher. I have stayed at the school for 2 years just to bring glory to Great Japan, Inoue said, a confident smile on his face. To suppress Huagua, Taro Inoue had indeed stayed at the school for 2 years. During this time, he was still nominally a student at the Japanese university, but in reality, he was a secret member of the combat department. With his bloodline and 2 additional years of experience compared to other students, he was determined not to lose this time. In Lighthouse Country, Mr. George asked unhappily, this time, students from Lighthouse University are also participating, and they are only level 3 beastmasters. In George's mind, students who have not undergone actual combat cannot possibly reach level 4 beastmaster strength. Arthur smiled at George and said, Mr. George, don't be angry. Huagua is growing too fast now. We need an ally to boost morale. However, George was dissatisfied. But why choose the Japanese? If the Japanese students take first place, it means Lighthouse Country will lose face. Especially for this university, the negative effects were also significant. Mr. George. Don't you think it's even more exciting that our dogs can outclass Huagua? Isn't that a more thrilling thing? Arthur held an opposing view to George, believing that Japan was like Lighthouse Country's dog. If the dog was this strong, how could the master be weak? However, in George's eyes, he prioritized the reputation of Lighthouse University. There was nothing he could do. After all, Arthur's status was higher than George's. In the end, George could only helplessly agree. In the capital of Huagua, the Beast Control Education Bureau also received a document. When some leaders saw the content of this document, they all fell silent. The document contained the personal information of the genius boy Taro Inoue from the Japanese Beast Control University. I didn't expect Taro Inoue to be a level 4 beast master, Director Zhao said with a worried expression. He knew that the strongest student in Huagua currently was only a level 3 tier 3 beastmaster. Facing a level 4 beastmaster, there was no chance of victory. Additionally, Taro Inoue possessed a demigod bloodline, and the combat beast he fused with was said to be the strongest exotic beast in Japan, the 8-headed serpent. This 8-headed serpent is a legendary demon beast of Japan, discovered in an alternate space resembling this creature, hence named the 8-headed serpent. This exotic beast was fierce and had terrifying combat power, making it a rare exotic beast. Of course, to fuse with such an exotic beast, the requirements for the Beastmaster were extremely high. Even a level 6 bloodline Beastmaster could not fuse with such an exotic beast. Thinking of a genius boy with such a powerful combat beast, Director Zhao could only shake his head helplessly. Director Zhao, it seems we have made a huge fool of ourselves this time, a deputy director said somewhat helplessly. There is nothing we can do but tell our students to work even harder. Director Zhao knew that although having a demigod bloodline would give a beast master an advantage, diligent effort was also very important. At Moda University, in the training room, Zhang Yang said, Zhang Mohan, Wang Ting, I think the 5 of us should come up with a plan for this school's beast master competition. Zhang Yang looked at the two. What do you mean? Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan looked at Zhang Yang discontentedly, thinking that even if a battle plan were to be made, it should be Su Mu who devised it, not Zhang Yang. Seeing the two beauties getting angry, Zhang Yang quickly smiled and said, Ladies, don't be upset. You see, among the 5 of us, my combat beast is the strongest, so we should center the competition around me at critical times. Zhang Yang said confidently. Individual competitions would be futile for them. But in a 5-on-5 battle, tactics would still play a role. You think your wild dog is strong? Exactly, what are you thinking? Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting both looked disdainful. Their combat beasts were already very powerful, while Zhang Yang's wild dog was nothing to be concerned about. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang became dissatisfied and retorted, Zhang Mohan, your combat beast is a blue-eyed spirit cat. While it has some attack power, its defense is too low. And you, Wang Ting, your dragonbone crocodile tortoise has high defense, but no attack power. I'm different. My wild dog has balanced defense and attack power, making it the strongest among us 5. Zhang Yang thought of something and quickly added, by the way, although Su Mu's shrimp has some attack power, it's still a shrimp. And on the battlefield, it's not agile. If it were a water battle, I would be willing to listen to him. As for Lu Taiju, You all know his Scarlet Flame Python is still in its juvenile stage and has no combat power at all. Zhang Yang analyzed the situations of the other four thoroughly. So at present, he was undoubtedly the main combat representative among the five. Zhang Yang, go dream. Yeah, we only listen to Sumu. Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting quickly said. Chapter 62, Wang Ting's Confidence. No need to treat Zhang Yang like this. I wonder what kind of magic Sumu gave them to mesmerize these two, Zhang Yang thought, feeling a bit jealous of Sumu at this moment. The two beauties were so protective of Sumu that Zhang Yang felt somewhat discontented. What is the use of being handsome when strength matters in the beastmaster world? He thought. I also want to win a match, so our class 8 doesn't look bad. How about this? If you're not convinced, let us have a match. Whoever wins gets to decide. How about it? Zhang Yang said confidently. This was a good opportunity for him to showcase his strength. Zhang Mohan's combat beast was a blue-eyed spirit cat, which he didn't need to worry about, as his wild dog could easily defeat it. As for Wang Ting's dragonbone crocodile tortoise, it was a bit tricky, although it didn't have strong combat power. Its high defense made it hard for the wild dog to injure it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting scoffed. They would have easily lost to Zhang Yang in the past, but now, they viewed him as too weak. Alright, let us compete and show you the strength of our combat beasts. Exactly, Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting agreed in unison, thinking it was necessary to teach Zhang Yang a lesson so he wouldn't feel too proud. Ladies, how about this? Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you both team up against me alone, Zhang Yang said confidently. Haha, that's just asking for death. Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting thought that since Zhang Yang said so, how could they not oblige? Okay, it's settled. Then, the three found a spacious area to prepare for their match. All the classmates became interested and stopped practicing to come watch the excitement. After all, they were representatives from their class 8, and everyone was curious about what kind of combat power they would display. Even teacher Fang Chongxing became interested, standing by to give pointers to the three students later. Moments later, Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting summoned their combat beasts. The dragonbone crocodile tortoise and the blue-eyed spirit cat stood on one side, while Zhang Yang summoned his wild dog. The three combat beasts formed a triangular formation. Zhang Yang looked at the dragonbone crocodile tortoise and the blue-eyed spirit cat, pondering for a moment before making a decision. He decided to attack the blue-eyed spirit cat first. It had low defense and was easier to attack. Once he dealt with the blue-eyed spirit cat, he would handle the dragonbone crocodile tortoise, which had the highest defense. After making up his mind, Zhang Yang waved his arm. Wild dog, attacked the blue-eyed spirit cat. The wild dog, hearing Zhang Yang's command, charged wildly at the blue-eyed spirit cat. Zhang Yang believes that dogs are the natural enemies of cats, although there are some differences between the species. Whether in size or combat style, the wild dog completely overwhelms the blue-eyed spirit cat. With one strike, the blue-eyed spirit cat would turn and flee. Just when Zhang Yang and all his classmates thought this way, Zhang Mohan called out sharply, "Snowball, illusion attack." Meow. As Zhang Mohan's command fell, the blue-eyed spirit cat let out a sinister cry. This cry was somewhat sharp, causing anyone who heard it to involuntarily feel a chill down their spine. Subsequently, the blue-eyed spirit cat's blue eyes spun as it fixed its gaze directly on the wild dog. The wild dog also looked at the blue-eyed spirit cat. When their eyes met, the scene in front of the wild dog suddenly changed. From the wild dog's perspective, there appeared a gigantic beast opposite it. With a gaping maw and a fierce expression, the monster was dozens of meters tall, seemingly ready to swallow the world whole. Upon seeing this, the wild dog was immediately frightened and let out a shriek, turning to run away. But just a few steps later, another giant beast appeared in front of it. In an instant, the wild dog was paralyzed with fear, looking around frantically in search of an escape route. However, looking left and right, all around it were such ferocious beasts, each one looking fierce and clawing at the air, truly terrifying. Awoo! The wild dog let out a miserable cry, crouching on the ground and trembling, not even daring to open its eyes. Zhang Yang was stunned upon witnessing this scene. What is going on? What happened to my wild dog? Hiss. All the classmates were equally astonished at this scene. What is happening? What is wrong with the wild dog? Yeah, I don't know, but it seems that the wild dog is very afraid of Zhang Mohan's blue-eyed spirit cat. How is that possible? A wild dog is afraid of a blue-eyed spirit cat? That is unbelievable. But look, the wild dog is already trembling and too scared to get up. How do you explain that? Exactly. Did you see the wild dog's hind legs shaking? It's almost reaching the frequency of a vibrating rod. All the classmates were puzzled and turned to look at Zhang Mohan. Teacher Fang Chongxing also frowned, looking at the scene in disbelief. What is going on? When did the blue-eyed spirit cat become so powerful? However, teacher Fang Chongxing, being a level 3 beast tamer, reacted quickly and hurriedly ran to Zhang Yang's side. Zhang Yang, quickly, carefully sense your battle beast and see what it's thinking. Teacher Fang Chongxing reminded Zhang Yang urgently. Moments later, Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Teacher, I can feel that my wild dog is very scared to the extreme." Hiss. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, all the classmates gasped in shock. It's already scared to the extreme. It won't scare this wild dog to death, will it? I think if this continues, it might be close to that. At this moment, a classmate also reacted quickly and shouted to Wang Ting, "Wang Ting, good opportunity. Quickly let your dragon-bone crocodile attack the wild dog while you can." Right. Yes, this is a perfect opportunity. All the classmates turned to Wang Ting, not expecting her and Zhang Mohan to actually win against Zhang Yang. That's just too unbelievable. But when Wang Ting heard this, she showed a look of disdain, saying it wasn't necessary to go this far to deal with Zhang Yang. The classmates, seeing Wang Ting not making a move, were all confused. This was a golden opportunity. If they didn't defeat Zhang Yang's wild dog now, would they wait for it to recover? Just as the classmates were all perplexed, Wang Ting spoke up, "Zhang Yang, you should admit defeat, then I'll fight you." What? When Wang Ting said this, all the classmates were shocked. Exactly. How could the dragon-bone crocodile possibly defeat the wild dog? It's okay, even if it can't win. It wouldn't be easy for the wild dog to hurt the dragon-bone crocodile. After some discussion, the classmates understood. Wang Ting probably wanted to test the offensive power of her dragon-bone crocodile. Zhang Yang's face twisted. He didn't want to admit defeat, but if he didn't, the wild dog's fear would only grow. "Zhang Yang, sacrificing your battle beast for the sake of face. What has the teacher taught you?" Teacher Feng Changsheng, seeing this, became dissatisfied and sternly questioned Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, helpless, could only shout to Zhang Mohan, "Zhang Mohan, I admit defeat." Zhang Mohan smiled slightly. Dealing with your wild dog really isn't difficult. Chapter 63. Quickly find Su Gu to come back. I can't wait any longer. Once the blue-eyed spirit cat released the illusion, the wild dog finally stood up, trembling. At this moment, Wang Ting spoke, "Zhang Yang, let your wild dog recover a bit. We'll continue fighting." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression darkened. He felt he had lost face, as even Wang Ting dared to look down on him. "No need. Let us go right now." Wang Ting nodded. "All right, you go first." Zhang Yang knew that Wang Ting's dragon-bone crocodile was more about defense. The attack still had to rely on him. Bullet, bite the dragon-boned crocodile hard. Facing the dragon-bone crocodile, Zhang Yang didn't plan to hold back. Since the dragon-bone crocodile had high defense and wouldn't be afraid of being bitten, Wang Ting smiled slightly and issued a command to the dragon-bone crocodile, "Little Chong, defend." Upon receiving Wang Ting's command, the dragon-boned crocodile retracted its body into its shell. This exotic beast, the dragon-boned crocodile, after entering a defensive state, protected even its limbs and head very well. The wild dog frantically gnawed at the back, left side, and right side of the dragon-boned crocodile. But no matter from which angle it bit or clawed, it couldn't injure the dragon-boned crocodile in the slightest. Minutes passed, and the wild dog was panting, no longer biting desperately because it was useless. The classmates nodded upon seeing this scene. It seems the dragon-bone crocodile's defense is indeed high. It won't be easy to win against Wang Ting. Right, but it's not easy for Zhang Yang to win against Wang Ting. Wang Ting also can't win against Zhang Yang. Yeah, but dragging this out isn't a solution. No, actually, it can already be determined that Zhang Yang has won. Teacher Feng Changsheng spoke at this time. The classmates didn't understand and looked curiously at Teacher Feng Changsheng. Teacher Feng Changsheng began to explain, "Think about it. If your battle beast only defends on the battlefield, then the opponent will attack the Beast Tamer. If the Beast Tamer dies, how important is the battle beast then?" Upon hearing this, all the classmates understood it was indeed the case. Now it was a competition. If it were a battlefield, Zhang Yang could command the wild dog to attack Wang Ting, then Wang Ting would be in danger. Zhang Yang's face was filled with excitement. Wang Ting, you lost." The classmates also thought that Wang Ting should admit defeat. If she didn't, it would mean she couldn't take it. At this moment, Wang Ting smiled slightly at Zhang Yang. "I'm giving you a chance, and you're getting all proud." The classmates were somewhat shocked upon hearing Wang Ting's words. What is going on? Wang Ting is actually saying she's giving Zhang Yang a chance? Yeah, I must not have heard wrong. Your dragon-boned crocodile isn't even counterattacking and is actually giving Zhang Yang a chance. Girls care about face. Everyone just take it as a joke and don't take it seriously. Just as everyone thought this way, Wang Ting waved her arm. "Little Chong, counterattack." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang showed a look of disdain. Counterattack? I'm afraid you won. Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, he was stunned to see the dragon-boned crocodile shoot a beam of light from its mouth. This beam was extremely fast and hit his wild dog hard. The next moment, the wild dog let out a miserable cry and was sent flying back several meters. At the same time, wisps of black smoke were rising from the wild dog's right arm, probably having burned off its fur. Hiss. Everyone was dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. What is going on? What did I just see? Yeah, what was that? Can someone explain? Is this the dragon-boned crocodile? Teacher Fong Changxing was even more shocked. He immediately recognized it as a laser cannon. When did Wang Ting's dragon-boned crocodile get such a powerful skill? Teacher Fong Changxing was so astonished that his jaw almost dropped. Wang Ting, when did your dragon-boned crocodile acquire the laser cannon skill? Teacher Fong Changxing asked Wang Ting urgently. Laser cannon? The students were shocked upon hearing this. Except for Zhang Mohan. Wow, Wang Ting's battle beast actually has such a powerful skill as a laser cannon. Yes, a laser cannon, an incredibly powerful skill. Does that mean Wang Ting will be the representative of our Class 8's combat strength in the future? Definitely, it must be so. Such a powerful battle beast would even make the students from Class 1 envious. Everyone knows that the dragon backbone crocodile tortoise has a laser cannon, high defense, and decent damage. It's like a mobile cannon with astonishing power. Zhang Yang was stunned. He couldn't believe how these two girls had become so monstrous. Wow. Seeing this, Zhang Yang hurriedly ran towards the jackal to check on its injuries. Zhang Yang, just now I had the dragon backbone crocodile tortoise go easy. Or else your jackal would probably be taking a dirt nap, Wang Ting said. Hiss. Wang Ting held back. Otherwise, that jackal would have died in one hit. Of course, it's a laser cannon. Against a jackal with relatively low defense, it could easily pierce through its body. Not just pierce, it could probably crush the jackal. Hiss. Some students who didn't understand this felt a tinge of fear in their eyes. They decided at that moment to keep their distance from Wang Ting in the future. This woman is very violent. Wang Ting, quickly tell the teacher when your dragon backbone crocodile tortoise gained the laser cannon skill. Teacher Fong Changxing asked in shock. Teacher, my dragon backbone crocodile tortoise not only has a laser cannon, but also has 2 defensive skills now, Wang Ting said, recalling Su Mu with a look of happiness. Without Su Mu, how could she be so powerful? 2 defensive skills? Does that mean Wang Ting's dragon backbone crocodile tortoise will be invincible in the later stages? Whether it's invincible or not is hard to say, but it would be quite difficult for others of the same level to defeat this dragon backbone crocodile tortoise. The students were shocked, and teacher Fong Changxing was even more shocked. Good. I didn't expect Wang Ting's dragon backbone crocodile tortoise to be so powerful. Teacher Fong Changxing was astonished, then suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at Zhang Mohan. Zhang Mohan, what is the situation with your blue-eyed spirit cat? Zhang Mohan stroked the blue-eyed spirit cat in her arms and proudly said, Teacher, it was Su Mu who guided me, allowing my blue-eyed spirit cat to awaken the illusion skill. Illusion? The students were confused and all looked at Zhang Mohan, waiting for her to explain. Even teacher Fong Changxing wasn't very familiar with this skill and looked curiously at Zhang Mohan. Teacher, Su Mu helped my blue-eyed spirit cat awaken the illusion skill. And now this blue-eyed spirit cat has very strong attack power. Zhang Mohan explained a bit, and the students understood some of it. No wonder Zhang Yang's jackal was so frightened earlier. It must have seen something terrifying. Indeed, this illusion skill is powerful enough, not at all weaker than the laser cannon. Does that mean we now have 2 powerful beast tamers in Class 8? Yes, this time Class 8 is going to shine. At this moment, a student hurriedly spoke up. By the way, Su Mu is so powerful. Let's ask him to help check our battle beasts too. Maybe they also have hidden skills that can be awakened. Right. Where's Su Mu? Suga, where's my Suga? Stop shouting. Have you forgotten he didn't come today? Chapter 64. The whole class skips class. Su Mu is an invisible rich second generation. Large chapter 3,500 words. Why didn't you come to school? Su Mu asked as he got out of the car. Damn, who skipped class? I have something to do. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. He should have expected this outcome. Soon, Xiao Peng saw several cars following behind Su Mu's vehicle, along with a small cart carrying a lot of bricks and cement. Are you really renovating? Xiao Peng asked in confusion. When he came yesterday, the house was fine. Of course, just come and help me, Su Mu said, then instructed the workers to start working. Xiao Peng walked into the villa and immediately saw a scene that looked like an explosion site. Wow, brother? What is going on? Did your house get ambushed? Xiao Peng asked in astonishment. Yes, 2 beautiful women broke in yesterday, trying to seduce me. I struggled hard and eventually won. The 2 beautiful women ran away. Su Mu casually said while organizing things. 2 beautiful women? Trying to seduce you? Who are you kidding? Xiao Peng shook his head. He would be surprised if he believed that. A few of the renovation workers heard Su Mu's words and chuckled, finding the young man quite amusing. By the way, brother, what was that feed you gave me yesterday? I found that my scarlet flame python has grown quite a bit. This morning, Xiao Peng fed the scarlet flame python and was startled by its size. The scarlet flame python was just over a meter long yesterday, but it grew almost 15 centimeters overnight and got considerably thicker. This obvious change was immediately noticed by Xiao Peng. Just feed it. Why ask so much? That 4th generation feed costs 50 million. Everyone was stunned when they heard Su Mu's words. 50 million? Hiss. This guy is so rich. Especially the renovation workers. They weren't beast tamers and could only do ordinary jobs, so 50 million was unimaginable for them. Xiao Pang was also shocked. He didn't expect this stuff to be so valuable. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Su Mu's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Zhang Mohan. Hello, Zhang Mohan, is there something? Su Mu asked. Su Mu, why didn't you come to school? The classmates really miss you, Zhang Mohan said on the phone. Surrounding Zhang Mohan were a group of classmates, all stretching their necks, eager to hear the conversation on the phone. Oh, my house needs renovation, so I didn't go today, Su Mu said casually. Hearing that Su Mu's house needed renovation, several boys quickly chimed in. Su Ji's house needs renovation. We should help. Right. Such a big deal, and Su Ge didn't say anything. Let us go help right now. With a few boys prompting, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Mohan also wanted to check it out, so she said, Su Mu, we will come help with your house renovation. Su Mu had just hired over 10 renovation workers and had even hired extra hands to speed up the process. He really didn't need these classmates. No need. I've already hired people, Su Mu hurriedly refused. What could they help with? What could some students do? However, Su Mu didn't expect that his refusal would mean nothing to these classmates. Let us go help Su Ge at his house. Yes, let us go. We're going right now. The students were all excited. They were more eager to ask Su Mu how to enhance the strength of their battle beasts. Teacher Fang Chongxing saw this and realized the class hadn't even finished yet, and the students were about to run away. However, at that moment, Teacher Fang Chongxing had many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Su Mu. The students looked at Teacher Fang. After all, the teacher was here, and they felt a bit guilty about running away. Teacher Fang met their gazes. It wasn't good to agree or disagree. So he turned his head and said, oh, why does my stomach suddenly hurt? I need to go to the restroom. Then, Teacher Fang ran away. Seeing Teacher Fang leave, all the students felt even less restrained and directly ran towards the school gate. Teacher Fang hid behind the door and carefully followed the students out. Once everyone was outside the school gate, Zhang Mohan called Su Mu again to ask for his location. Su Mu had no choice but to tell Zhang Mohan. After a while, more than 10 cars stopped at the gate of Su Mu's villa. The students got out of the cars and were immediately stunned. Hiss. I didn't expect Su Mu to be so rich. This villa is too beautiful. Yes, I thought Su Mu was poor. I didn't expect he was actually an invisible rich second generation. Su Mu's concealment is really impressive. This house must be worth at least 100 million, right? Hearing this, Zhang Mohan hurriedly explained that the housing prices in Xian Renju start at 200 million, and not everyone can live here. Starting at 200 million? Hiss. Zhang Mohan. What do you mean by saying that not everyone can live here? A classmate asked in confusion. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, Zhang Mohan began to explain that those who can purchase villas here must at least be 5th level beast tamers, and their social status also matters. Zhang Mohan didn't specify what kind of status, as many things are confidential. Zhang Mohan's family also lives in a community of this level, so she is not unfamiliar with such high-end neighborhoods. It really requires the strength of a 5th level beast tamer. It seems that not just anyone can afford to live here. Their class 8, has parents who are not beast tamers. Even if they are only 3rd or 4th level beast tamers, with 4th level being the highest. However, facing a 5th level beast tamer, the status difference compared to a 4th level is significant. Soon, a group of students noisily entered Su Mu's villa. The villa's door was not closed since workers also needed to come and go to transport bricks and cement. At this moment, Su Mu was chatting with Xiao Pang in the living room. Seeing his classmates arrive, he quickly stood up to greet them. Brother Su, your concealment is really good. I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Yeah, you've hidden it too well. You could be a spy. Su Mu, are we bothering you by coming? Several classmates who were close to Su Mu stepped forward. Although they were joking, their envy was evident in their eyes. Su Mu still had the manners of a host and quickly said, everyone, don't be polite. Just treat this place like your own home. The fridge has drinks. Feel free to help yourselves. After Su Mu finished speaking, several classmates did not stand on ceremony, saying they would not be polite. Xiao Pang, seeing how polite Su Mu was to his classmates, suddenly felt dissatisfied. Brother, why aren't you this polite to me? Get lost. Do you need me to tell you? Su Mu replied irritably. The classmates laughed heartily, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting were somewhat puzzled. Su Mu had not lived here just the day before, so how did he suddenly move in? However, they thought about it and figured that with Su Mu's abilities, buying such a villa would not be difficult. It could be said to be quite easy. Just as the classmates were happily chatting, another person walked in at the door. When the classmates saw that it was Teacher Fang, they were surprised. Teacher Fang cleared his throat and pretended to say, all right, teacher, if you want to come over, just come. Why pretend? Exactly. How about we have a gathering at Su Mu's house today? Su Mu, are we bothering you? Su Mu found it a bit amusing upon hearing this. Since they were already here, how could he chase them away? It's fine, you're not bothering me. I'll have Xiao Pang go buy some things later, Sumu said. Meanwhile, at school, when teacher Qin Shui arrived at the classroom, she found no one there. What's going on? Where is everyone? Teacher Qin Shui was a bit confused. Sumu and Lu Taizhu had not come in the morning, and the morning class was not over yet, but the whole class was missing. Teacher Qin Shui thought for a moment and took out her phone to call Teacher Fong. A moment later, after hanging up, Teacher Qin Shui's face darkened. This Teacher Fong is too outrageous. He took the students to skip class and even lied to me that Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting's battle beasts were too powerful. I know about Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan's battle beasts. What a joke. He even said Su Mu is a beast taming genius. Teacher Qin Shui shook her head at this thought. She admitted that Su Mu was very impressive, a top student in liberal arts. But studying well does not mean that a beast tamer's worth is just based on academics. Teacher Qin Shui angrily walked out of the classroom and drove towards the community mentioned by Teacher Fong. The renovation workers were quick, mainly because there were many of them. And the work was naturally fast. In just over an hour, the interior had been tidied up and the walls had been built. After the renovation workers left, a group of classmates started to help Su Mu clean the furniture, as many of them had gathered dust. Xiao Pang and a few classmates also bought a lot of food, including barbecue and hot pot. Now that Su Mu had money, the cost of a meal was insignificant to him. Teacher Qin Shui was astonished when she arrived at the community where Su Mu lived. She didn't expect him to live in such a good place. How could someone so rich use a mantis shrimp as a battle beast? What a waste of his talent. However, thinking about it, Teacher Qin Shui wondered if Su Mu was just playing around. Although it is quite troublesome to break the connection after a beast tamer merges with a battle beast, there are easier ways. That is, if the battle beast dies. Once one's battle beast dies, the connection will naturally be broken. Of course, if given a choice, Teacher Qin Shui would rather endure pain than kill her bone explosion crocodile. After all, beast tamers have feelings for their battle beasts and cannot do such cruel things. In Huagua, there are regulations that prohibit killing one's battle beast indiscriminately. However, in Japan, there are no such regulations. For those powerful beast tamers in the later stages, if they no longer want a battle beast, they can just kill it, as the cost is very low. For many beast tamers, this practice is considered inhumane and condemned by the World Beast Taming Protection Organization. But in a shameless country, condemnation has no effect. Chapter 65. The classmates shocked. How did this shrimp grow legs? Large chapter of 3,500 words. Thinking of this, Teacher Qin Shui felt that Su Mu was just playing around. What was the use of merging with a mantis shrimp? Perhaps Su Mu originally bought it to eat. After all, this is just a mantis shrimp. Even if it is a strange beast, it is still food for strange beasts. Even if such a battle beast is killed, the country would not interfere. Teacher Qin Shui never expected that Su Mu would raise this mantis shrimp to such a size. At first, she even thought of applying for school benefits for strange beasts for Su Mu, but now she finds it ridiculous. After a while, Teacher Qin Shui arrived at the entrance of Su Mu's villa according to the address. In the villa yard, many classmates had already started barbecuing, and the atmosphere was very warm. Teacher Qin Shui is here. Teacher Qin Shui, come join us for the barbecue. The classmates greeted Teacher Qin Shui with playful remarks. Seeing this, Teacher Qin Shui's initial anger was suppressed. You all go ahead and barbecue. While saying this, Teacher Qin Shui asked where Teacher Fong was. Then, she walked into the villa and saw Teacher Fong and Su Mu sitting on the sofa, discussing something. As Su Mu spoke, Teacher Fong nodded repeatedly. Hiss, Su Mu. I didn't expect you to understand more than I do as a teacher. The more Teacher Fong chatted with Su Mu, the more shocked he became. Su Mu's understanding of strange beasts was so deep, far exceeding that of his teacher. At this moment, Teacher Qin Shui approached Teacher Fong and said, Teacher Fong, could you come over for a moment? Teacher Fong nodded and walked to the side with Teacher Qin Shui. Teacher Fong, how can you be a teacher? Although my class 8 students are the weakest, it shouldn't be so casual, right? Teacher Qin Shui questioned Teacher Fong with dissatisfaction on her face. Teacher Fong felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly explained, No, Teacher Qin Shui, listen to me. Class 8 is not simple, through my observations. A few students even have more potential than those so-called prodigies in Class 1. Teacher Qin Shui rolled her eyes at Teacher Fong upon hearing this. What is this? This is Class 8, the bottom class. I'd be grateful if they could match the strength of Class 5. And you say they are better than the prodigies in Class 1? What a joke. Teacher Fong also knew that Teacher Qin Shui didn't believe him and quickly spoke up. Do you know about Zhang Mohan's battle beast and Wang Ting's battle beast? Of course, I'm their homeroom teacher. I know the situation of every student clearly. Teacher Qin Shui said. Teacher Fong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you know that Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan's battle beasts are no longer what they used to be? Huh. Teacher Qin Shui noticed that Teacher Fong was not joking and began to think carefully. Soon, Teacher Fong started to explain the details to Teacher Qin Shui. After listening, Teacher Qin Shui looked astonished. Are you serious? Teacher Fong smiled slightly. What would I lie to you for? Moreover, I was chatting with Sumu just now, and I found out that Sumu knows a lot more about battle beasts than we do. At this moment, Teacher Fong was truly a bit impressed by Sumu. The intelligence of the liberal arts top student was indeed different. Sumu? Hearing Sumu's name, Teacher Qin Shui looked at him. Is he really that amazing? What do you think? Teacher Fong said. All right, let Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting show you in a bit. I believe Class 8 might just win first place in the Beastmaster competition. When Teacher Fong mentioned first place, he was of course referring to the first place in the first grade. Teacher Qin Shui looked a bit skeptical, but Teacher Fong seemed very serious. If Class 8 really wins first place, that would be such an honor for me. At this moment, Teacher Qin Shui was also very excited. If Class 8 won first place, it would really give her, as a new teacher, a lot of face. Even though she was a newcomer, the more experienced teachers at the school would not dare to look down on her. With curiosity, Teacher Qin Shui also joined the students group. After a while, Teacher Qin Shui found Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting, asking them to show her their battle beasts. Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting were not shy and demonstrated for Teacher Qin Shui in the courtyard of Sumu's villa. Wow! Teacher Qin Shui was shocked to see that this blue-eyed spirit cat really had illusion skills, and Wang Ting's dragon bone crocodile actually fired a laser cannon. I can't believe my classmates' battle beasts are this powerful, and I didn't even know. The other students were also excited. Sumu, can you help me see if my poison spike porcupine has hidden skills? Yes, Sumu. Can you check if my Komodo dragon has hidden skills? And me? My giant tooth monster too. The students all surrounded Sumu and asked him. Sumu could only helplessly point out a few things to these classmates. However, everyone gained something to some extent. After all, their battle beasts were too weak and cheap, so there wasn't much to advise on. Wang Ting was an exception. Having used skill crystals, it was clear that these classmates couldn't afford to buy skill crystals. Zhang Mohan's blue-eyed spirit cat was a rare beast that wasn't even available on the market, according to Sumu's understanding. This blue-eyed spirit cat was a gift from Zhang Mohan's brother. Zhang Yang took a bite of a meat skewer, feeling that he had really embarrassed himself today, being scolded by Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting. At this moment, Zhang Yang looked at Sumu, pondering something. Moments later, Zhang Yang approached Sumu. Sumu, since the 5 of us are participating in the Beastmaster competition, shouldn't we get to know each other's battle beasts better? Hearing this, Sumu asked, how do you want to get to know? Well, I've already battled with Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan's battle beasts today, and we are all clear on their strengths. You might as well summon your Mantis shrimp so we can learn about it too. In the student's impression, Sumu's Mantis shrimp was still from that time on Peach Blossom Island. Forget it. What's so interesting about a Mantis shrimp? Sumu directly refused. With so many students here, that Mantis shrimp is just a fool. If it punches any student, they might just fly away. Now that the Mantis shrimp is so fast. If Sumu isn't careful, he might not even react. Zhang Yang smirked when he saw Sumu's refusal. Haha, right, your battle beast is just a Mantis shrimp. On land, it's useless. Although you're rich, your Mantis shrimp isn't my opponent right now. No worries, Sumu. Everyone is curious about how powerful your Mantis shrimp is. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, the other students also became interested. Yeah, Sumu, just summon it so we can take a look. Come on. Your Mantis shrimp is so beautiful, we all like it. Let us see. The students said, and even Teacher Qin Shui and Zhang Mohan were curious. Sumu sighed helplessly upon seeing this. It's not that I don't want to summon it. You all know that the Mantis shrimp has a very strong territorial awareness. It will attack any creature within its vicinity. If I'm not quick enough, you guys will be in danger. The students all understood this reasoning. They were also startled when they realized how powerful the Mantis shrimp was, far beyond their imagination. It's fine, just stay a bit farther away from us. Then we won't be in danger, Zhang Yang suggested smugly. Yeah, just keep your distance. Exactly, if you're a bit far, we can still see it, after all. Your Mantis shrimp is quite large. Yes, hurry up. Sumu had no choice but to satisfy the curiosity of these classmates. He then walked towards the open space on the west side of the villa. That area was relatively spacious and had no residents. The students and teachers all looked at Sumu curiously. However, gradually, they noticed something was off. Sumu had walked more than 10 meters away, but his footsteps did not stop and continued to walk. What's going on? Where is Sumu going? Yeah, it's just to show us. He doesn't need to go that far, right? Exactly. If he goes any further, I won't be able to see it. After all, that Mantis shrimp is only half a meter long, right? The students were curious, but Sumu kept walking. Hey, bro, that's enough. Where are you going? Little Fatty shouted at Sumu. Sumu ignored Little Fatty and continued walking a bit further. At this distance, the Mantis shrimp would arrive in an instant. Gradually, the students' expressions became strange. Sumu had walked 100 meters away. Standing there, Sumu looked around. This distance should be fine. After confirming, Sumu shouted to the students 100 meters away. Can you all see clearly? See clearly? Damn, you walked so far. How can we see anything? The students all shook their heads in confusion, but still looked carefully in Sumu's direction. Moments later, they saw Sumu wave his arm, and a mantis shrimp appeared beside him. However, no matter how they looked at it, the mantis shrimp seemed a bit strange. Is this the mantis shrimp? Why does it seem to have legs growing underneath? Yeah, I think so too. And why is it so big? Wow, what did Sumu do to the mantis shrimp? Why is it like this? Everyone was shocked at that moment. Of course, the most shocked were Teacher Qin Shui and Teacher Fong. Having been beast tamers for so many years and having fought in other worlds, they had never seen such a beast. Wow, my bro is amazing. He actually raised the mantis shrimp like this. Little Fatty was so excited. Right, it has grown a bit bigger, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has combat power. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and shouted at Sumu. Sumu, let your mantis shrimp show us its power. We want to broaden our horizons. Chapter 66. The competition begins. I want to step on your head to rise to power. Yes, Sugu, quickly let your mantis shrimp demonstrate its power. We want to see. Hurry, Sugu. I'm so looking forward to it. All the students clamored, curious about what kind of combat power the mantis shrimp would have. Power? Sumu thought for a moment and turned to look at a rock not far away. The rock was 4 meters high and over a meter thick. Even at a distance of 100 meters, the students could see such a large rock clearly. All right, you all watch closely. After Sumu finished speaking, he issued a command to the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp received the order and suddenly turned its head, charging towards a large rock 10 meters away. In the blink of an eye, the mantis shrimp reached the rock. Then, it struck the rock with a powerful punch. Bang! In an instant, a loud sound erupted, resembling a muffled thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Accompanied by the tremendous impact, the massive rock instantly shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions. It was as if explosives had been buried within the boulder, with large chunks flying dozens of meters away. Some small fragments even splattered towards the villa. Hiss! In that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. After a while, they finally reacted from their shock. What did I just see? Yes, what just happened? That rock was smashed by the mantis shrimp with a single punch. Is this really a mantis shrimp? I haven't attended school much, don't lie to me. The classmates were all in disbelief, while teachers Fang Changxing and Qin Shui also gasped in astonishment. After all, they were teachers and could tell at a glance that although that punch was powerful, it wasn't terrifying. What was frightening was how fast the mantis shrimp moved just now. Although they were a bit far from Sumu, they could see that the boulder was 10 meters away from him. At such a distance, the mantis shrimp's swift movement was astonishing. What did he do to the mantis shrimp? Teacher Qin Shui asked in horror. Teacher Fang also shook his head, saying that the mantis shrimp was too terrifying, its speed was incredible. At that moment, everyone heard Xiao Pang's cheers. Wow, brother, you're awesome. Haha, my brother's battle beast is too fierce. Xiao Pang's voice broke everyone's train of thought, and soon all the classmates began to cheer for Sumu. Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting looked at Sumu, both shocked and excited, their eyes filled with stars. I knew it, this guy is amazing. Yes, Brother Su is the best. Sumu was also relieved at this moment, glad that he ran fast. Otherwise, a rock would have nearly hit him. Damn, that was too dangerous. I didn't expect this guy could shatter that massive rock. The explosive power of the mantis shrimp truly shocked Sumu. Zhang Yang was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He had just thought about letting his wild dog compete with the mantis shrimp. At this moment, he was grateful to his ancestors, thinking that if he had let the wild dog and mantis shrimp compete, his wild dog would have been done for. Everyone had a great time at the meal, and many boys drank too much. Teacher Qin Shui drank a lot too, through today's events. She seemed to foresee the trophy for Class 8. Time flew by quickly. Before long, it was time for the great selection competition. Sumu estimated that Professor Wan wouldn't pay attention to him. The day after Professor Wan failed to find Sumu, he received a call from the Academy of Sciences in the capital, asking him to bring the samples to the academy. After Professor Wan left, Principal Zheng also stopped looking for Sumu. As a soldier, he thought that Professor Wan was making a big deal out of nothing. What was there to study about a bit of smoke? In Class 8's classroom, Teacher Qin Shui said, "Students, tomorrow is the first round of selections. We will battle Class 7. I know that all of you are very strong, but the school is also worried about Class 1 being too strong, which could lead to your battle beasts getting injured, so that's why this arrangement was made. I hope you understand." Hearing that they would battle Class 7, even Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting lost interest, mainly because Class 7 was too weak. They only wanted to battle strong opponents like Class 1. Bro, battling Class 7 is pointless. I think we should apply to the school to battle Class 1 directly, Xiao Pang suggested to Sumu. That's your business. I want to battle Teacher Ma. Sumu's target wasn't Class 1 students at all. He had set his sights on Teacher Ma. Teacher Ma? Xiao Pang thought for a moment, and then remembered. You really want to fight him? Of course, he dared to fight my Mantis shrimp. I won't forget that grudge. Revenge against Teacher Ma was one aspect, but Sumu also wanted to earn himself a fast pass ticket through Teacher Ma. Alright, but how strong is your Mantis shrimp now? Xiaopeng asked. It's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes, Sumu replied. Although the Mantis shrimp had the combat power of a second-tier superclass, its unique characteristics and skills made it incredibly powerful at the moment. Xiaopeng thought for a moment, realizing that Sumu's Mantis shrimp must be formidable. Moreover, its combat power had reached the third-tier enhancement level, making it nearly unbeatable in the first year, even against the second-year prodigies. Xiaopeng was confident in putting up a fight. Tang Li's efficiency was also very high. In the past 20 days, he had earned Sumu over 80 billion. Sumu exchanged some similar skill crystals for points, and now he had 500,000 points available. The first reason was to prepare for emergencies, and the second was to save enough for 1 million points to exchange for high-grade rations, allowing the Mantis shrimp to grow faster. The next morning, Modi University welcomed the most festive day of the year. The preliminary competition for Beast Tamers was bustling with activity, with even the liberal arts students coming to watch the excitement. The large square was filled with people. In the center of the square, there was a massive playground with a diameter of 500 meters, serving as the competition venue for the Beast Tamers. On the north and south sides of the square, there were 2 giant electronic screens to clearly transmit the images from the playground to every viewer. This competition was particularly important, and the head of the Modu Beast Taming Education Bureau had come in person. As the host began to speak, all the Beast Tamers representing their classes gathered in the square. Sumu looked towards the third-year direction and murmured to Teacher Ma, "Hee, today is your unlucky day. I'm going to step over your head to rise up." Chapter 67, Little Strong, Take It Easy, Chapter 3500 words. Hee, old Zheng. I hope this time Modi University can produce a few more prodigies, Director Fan said with a smile. Director Fan, there are indeed some good talents in Modi University this time. I think Tang Bingwan will represent Modi University in the national competition and should have no problem placing. Principal Zheng replied. A few leaders chatted as they walked onto the podium, along with some leaders from combat departments who were also there to scout talent. By the way, old Xia, I heard your team is also recruiting this time? Director Fan asked a middle-aged man in military uniform. Hee, Director Fan. Our team has 3 reserve spots this year. I wonder who will be lucky enough to be selected, the man replied. As they spoke, they all turned their attention to the playground. The 2 hosts began the opening ceremony on stage. The first competition was a team battle, requiring students to use their battle beasts to achieve the best cooperation. After the team battle ended, the individual selection would take place. With the host's voice, the first-year students from the 4 groups went to their respective battle areas. The battle area for the first-year students wasn't large, as the combat power of beasts at this level was also weak, and they didn't need such a large fighting space. Sumu's Class 8 from Group 3 was battling Class 7 from the same group. Boss, this is great. This time we can teach those guys from Class 8 a good lesson. I still remember the grudge from that time with the common fish. Just then, Class 7's leader Su De said proudly, looking at Sumu and the others. Don't end the battle too quickly. Let's have some fun with them. Don't worry, boss. This time we will definitely make those guys from Class 8 understand that they should be more polite when they see us in the future. Meanwhile, the viewing platform for Class 8. Wow, that's great. I can see Su Ji's performance soon. Mating, are you daydreaming? What is so interesting about a match against Class 7? Exactly, Class 7 is too weak. There's hardly anything to watch. Do you think our hidden strength will shock the principal when Sumu and the others reveal their true capabilities? Of course. Not to mention the principal. The whole school will probably be stunned. The students in Class 8 haven't revealed Wang Ting and the other strengths to the outside world just to make a good impression today. Teacher Qin Shui stood proudly in front of the students, watching the playground. At that moment, Teacher Zhao from Class 7 approached Teacher Qin Shui and said, "Don't worry. I've instructed my students to go easy on yours. We won't injure your battle beasts." Teacher Zhao spoke casually, but his disdain was palpable. "You're too polite. I told my students the same," Teacher Qin Shui replied defiantly. Oh, Teacher Zhao frowned slightly upon hearing this. It seems Teacher Qin Shui has a different teaching method and is very confident in her students. Likewise. Although they were teachers, there was still rivalry among them. On the podium, Director Fan was very satisfied with the prepared students. Old Zheng, this year's new students are quite good. They all seem very spirited. Yes, Principal Zheng replied, accompanying Director Fan as they chatted and watched the competition. After the host finished announcing, all teams began to prepare. On Class 8 side, Sumu stood in the middle of the 5, with each member spaced 20 meters apart for better communication and command of the battle beasts. They each wore a special headset that allowed them to hear their teammates clearly even from 100 meters away. Hey, bro, fighting Class 7 is boring. We can't go all out for fear of accidentally hurting their battle beasts, Little Fat complained. Sumu helplessly replied, Wang Ting, Zhang Mohan, Zhang Yang. You three go up first. Little Fat, and I will just watch the show. Upon hearing Sumu's words, the three nodded. There was no need for everyone to go against Class 7. 3 versus 5 would be easy. Wang Ting even felt she could handle it alone. Mohan, you should rest. I can take on all 5 of them myself, Wang Ting said. Zhang Mohan thought for a moment and agreed. All right, just be careful. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt a bit awkward because he knew it didn't matter whether he win or not. But this was a good opportunity to show himself, and he wanted to perform as well. Unlike Su Mu and the others, his battle beast was not as strong or confident. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang quickly spoke up. Wang Ting, can you leave me the weakest battle beast? The principal and others are watching this competition. If I can perform a bit better, it might leave a good impression on the leaders. All right, you handle it. If you can't, just call for me. Wang Ting didn't refuse. Understanding Zhang Yang had his own thoughts. Moments later, as the host's voice fell, all participants summoned their battle beasts. In an instant, the large square was filled with flashing lights. One by one, battle beasts appeared beside their beast tamers. On Class 7 side, Suda represented his team, summoning a 2-meter-tall ironback brown bear that stood upright next to him. Other members of Class 7 summoned various beasts like huskies, giant-toothed beasts, and leopards. On Class 8 side, only Wang Ting and Zhang Yang summoned their battle beasts, a dragon backbone crocodile and a jackal. After Suda and the others summoned their battle beasts, they looked towards Su Mu, who was 100 meters away. Although they were quite far apart, they could still see some details. Hey, boss, it seems they only summoned 2 battle beasts? Yeah, just 2. It looks like one is a dragon backbone crocodile and the other a jackal. The students from Class 7 were confused. Why did Class 8 only summon 2 battle beasts? Suda looked closely and seemed to realize something, laughing. That makes sense. Makes sense. The others didn't understand and quickly looked at Suda to think about it. That guy from Class 8, his battle beast, is a mantis shrimp. Although it's a bit bigger, it's not effective in land battles. If it stays on land for too long, it would probably die. Not summoning it is normal. Hearing Su Da's words, the others nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. But what about the remaining few? Boss, even if that guy Su Mu doesn't summon his battle beast, what about the others? Suda thought for a moment and continued. You guys are useless. Class 8 doesn't have any strong battle beasts. They probably know summoning them wouldn't help and chose not to summon to avoid embarrassment. Look, a turtle is the strongest battle beast in Class 8. Hearing Suda's explanation, the others pondered for a moment and nodded. Boss, that's true. Can a turtle even compete? Who can it attack? Exactly. My leopard is so fast. In the crocodile's eyes, it must look like a high-speed plane, unbelievably fast. On the podium, Principal Zheng was still boasting about his school to Director Fan when Director Fan pointed and said, Hey, old Zheng, why aren't those students summoning their battle beasts? Upon hearing this, Principal Zheng hurriedly looked in the direction Director Fan pointed. At the same time, leaders from various battle departments also looked over. Moments later, when Principal Zheng saw it clearly, he quickly explained, Well, Director Fan, you don't know, but this is Class 8. They don't have any good battle beasts. Especially the student in the middle, his battle beast is a mantis shrimp. If it stays on land for too long, it would probably die. Upon hearing Principal Zheng's explanation, everyone understood. However, soon, Director Fan and several leaders looked surprised. Isn't that so, old Zheng? Can a mantis shrimp be used as a battle beast? Exactly, old Zheng. Is that student okay? Seeing their questions, Principal Zheng hurriedly explained, Everyone, don't misunderstand. The school initially didn't plan to accept this student. But he is somewhat special, so the school decided to take him. Oh, many people became interested upon hearing Principal Zheng say this. What is so special? One person asked Principal Zheng. Principal Zheng explained, This student is the liberal arts champion. We believe he still has potential. Upon hearing this, people were a bit surprised, followed by a burst of laughter. Old Zheng, we believe he is the liberal arts champion. But saying a mantis shrimp can grow big and still have combat power is a bit far-fetched. Exactly. How big can a mantis shrimp get while still having combat power? Old Zheng, you're quite amusing. Everyone laughed heartily. Principal Zheng also chuckled, not wanting to explain further. The more he explained, the more embarrassing it became. After all, who would believe it? Even Principal Zheng was shocked when he first saw that mantis shrimp, which had grown over half a meter long. It was quite impressive. Of course, Principal Zheng's understanding of the situation was still from over 20 days ago. He didn't know what the mantis shrimp looked like now. Wang Lei, Xiu Chen, you two go up first. Since they only summoned 2 battle beasts, we in Class 7 can't bully them either. We'll send out 2 battle beasts to compete. Suda said, Boss, let Wang Lei and the others have some fun first. But Wang Lei, don't hurt those 2 battle beasts. I want to make an appearance later. And for me, that turtle looks like it can take a beating. Save it for me. After a few people finished speaking, Wang Lei and Xiao Chun commanded their battle beasts to walk into the battlefield. On Su Mu's side, he simply sat in a row with Xiao Peng and Zhang Moan, chatting while watching the match, completely forgetting their identities as contestants. At this moment, Wang Ting also issued a command, Xiao Chong, take it easy. Don't let those battle beasts get killed. Chapter 68. Wang Ting, killed at Ironback Brown Bear. On Class 8 side, Teacher Qin Shui saw Su Mu and the others and summoned 2 battle beasts, shaking her head with a smile. These kids are something else. Teacher Qin Shui knew that Su Mu and the others must have thought Class 7 was too weak, making them lazy to summon their own battle beasts. However, even if the opponent was weak, they shouldn't disrespect them like this. Seeing this, Teacher Zhao from Class 7 smiled slightly. Teacher Chun, I know it's not easy to select 5 students for a match from your Class 8, but even if the battle beasts are weak, they should be summoned. They can still play a role, right? The students from Class 8 scoffed at Zhao's words. What's the point of summoning them? To have them killed by your Class 8's battle beasts? Exactly. Just summoning one would be enough to give your Class 8 some face. The students from Class 8 spoke quietly, as they didn't have Su Mu's courage to confront the teachers head-on. As Wang Ting's words fell, the Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise began to walk towards the center of the battlefield. The Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise moved slowly, swaying back and forth, causing the watching students to laugh uncontrollably. Haha, look, the Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise summoned by this student is moving so slowly. Who can it possibly attack? Come on Li Chong, after all. This is the last Class 8. Having such a big Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise is already impressive. What more can you ask for? Exactly. It's good enough to watch as an entertainment item. On the stands, although the Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise was not strong, it attracted a lot of attention. Zhang Yang commanded his wolfhounds to run wildly towards the center of the field. One must say, the wolfhounds were very fast, far from something the Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise could compare to. On Class 7 side, a spotted leopard also rushed towards the center of the field. Following the spotted leopard was a giant tooth monster. The giant tooth monster had a large head, somewhat square-shaped, with a row of huge exposed teeth that shook up and down continuously. The giant tooth monster walked upright and held a bone club, running at a decent speed. After a moment, the giant tooth monster also arrived in the center of the battlefield, holding its club. At this time, Zhang Yang's wolfhounds faced 2 battle beasts, a leopard and a giant tooth monster. Meanwhile, the Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise was still crawling over, not moving quickly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yang became a bit anxious. Wang Ting, please, can you make your Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise move faster? Zhang Yang wanted to fight the giant tooth monster, but he didn't dare to command the wolfhounds to attack because the spotted leopard was too close to the giant tooth monster. If those 2 battle beasts joined forces to attack his wolfhounds, they would be finished in no time. Wang Ting, hearing Zhang Yang's words, didn't care at all. Why hurry? I don't want my Xiao Chong to get tired. Zhang Yang was about to cry. All right, big sister, I can't afford to provoke you. Then, Zhang Yang commanded his wolfhounds to quickly retreat towards the Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise. Your Dragonbone Crocodile Tortoise is slow, but my wolfhounds are fast. I'll just go find you. Wang Lei and Xiao Chun, seeing the wolfhounds run away, burst into laughter. Haha, the wolfhounds ran away before they even got to fight. What a waste. Exactly. They run while I chase. Then, the spotted leopard suddenly accelerated to chase after the wolfhounds. The giant tooth monster also followed closely, charging at the wolfhounds with its bone club. Everyone who saw this burst into laughter. This first-grade competition is really interesting. They ran away before they even fought. Yeah, starting with an entertainment item is not bad. The students from Class 7 were even more proud, looking at the Class 8 students with a sense of superiority. There was nothing they could do. The 2 classes were seated right next to each other. Class 8, your battle beasts are really embarrassing. At least fight a bit before running away. Exactly, running away without even fighting is really shameful. Hearing this, the students from Class 8 scoffed. Humph, don't be anxious. If your Class 7's battle beasts run faster, you might lose your lives. Exactly, I'm worried Wang Ting will be too harsh and kill your battle beasts. What? The students from Class 7 laughed upon hearing this. This is really interesting. The battle beasts ran away and are still boasting. Nothing to worry about. Go ahead and boast. After all, what can Class 8 do besides brag? Seeing this scene, Teacher Zhao smiled slightly. Teacher Qin Shui, your tactics are quite good. They run away very quickly. Isn't this luring the enemy in? Oh, you actually noticed. Teacher Zhao, you are indeed not simple. Teacher Qin Shui replied with a smile. On the battlefield, the spotted leopard and giant tooth monster were running very fast, and they were about to catch up to Zhang Yang's wolfhounds. Wang Ting, help quickly, or my wolfhounds will be in danger. Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Wang Ting was helpless. This Zhang Yang was really useless. Which one do you want to keep? Wang Ting asked. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and quickly replied, Leave that giant tooth monster for me. Although the giant tooth monster had some attack power, its speed was not fast, much worse than the spotted leopard, and his wolfhounds were far faster than the giant tooth monster. Wang Ting nodded. Okay, let your wolfhounds dodge. Upon receiving Wang Ting's order, Zhang Yang hurriedly commanded the wolfhounds to run to the side. As the wolfhounds turned, the spotted leopard and giant tooth monster also turned to chase. At that moment, the dragonbone crocodile tortoise opened its mouth, and a beam of light shot out. The beam sliced through the air at high speed, directly attacking the spotted leopard. This shocking scene stunned everyone. Even Wang Lei and Qiu Chun were taken aback, staring blankly. Boom. In an instant, the beam violently struck the spotted leopard's right arm, causing the leopard to screech and be blasted away. The power was controlled just right. If it were stronger, it would have been bad. Wang Ting felt relieved. She commanded the dragonbone crocodile tortoise to release 50 of its attack power. What is going on? Is that a laser beam from the dragonbone crocodile tortoise? Yeah, I just saw the dragonbone crocodile tortoise spit out a beam of light. I saw it too. Am I seeing things? Everyone was dumbfounded. How could the dragonbone crocodile tortoise shoot a laser cannon? On the podium, Fan Zhu and a group of leaders were still chatting, not paying much attention to the first grade competition. At that moment, a leader from the combat department exclaimed, "Look, this dragonbone crocodile tortoise actually has a laser cannon skill?" What? At that moment, several leaders who hadn't been paying attention all looked surprised. The dragonbone crocodile tortoise has a laser cannon skill? How is that possible? Then, the leaders hurriedly looked in the direction the person was pointing. Teacher Zhao from class 7 was also astonished. He had just been thinking about the wolfhound's dire situation. How did the dragonbone crocodile tortoise suddenly fire a laser cannon? This. Teacher Qin Shuiyu. Teacher Zhao wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express it. Teacher Zhao, my tactic of luring the enemy in was quite good, right? Teacher Qin Shui said proudly. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhao's expression darkened. He didn't expect the dragonbone crocodile tortoise to have a laser cannon. This backup plan was too deep. He didn't even know about it. This must be the strongest battle beast in their class. Thinking of this, Teacher Zhao hurriedly shouted to the battlefield, "Suda, don't be careless. That dragonbone crocodile tortoise is not simple." At this moment, Suda and the others were also stunned. How did the dragonbone crocodile tortoise suddenly shoot a laser cannon? Boss, what do we do? That dragonbone crocodile tortoise is so powerful. In an instant, the other few were also shocked. Suda reacted quickly and hurriedly said, "Quick, let's attack together, snake-like positioning, and first attack the dragonbone crocodile tortoise." Accompanied by Suda's command, the remaining 3 hurriedly commanded their battle beasts to charge towards the dragonbone crocodile tortoise. Qiu Chen's face was twisted with rage. He had just felt that his golden leopard was heavily injured, with his right arm in great pain. It seemed he couldn't use it anymore. He quickly commanded the golden leopard to retreat, fearing that the dragonbone crocodile would take advantage and pursue. However, Qiu Chun was overthinking. As Wang Ting had no intention of dealing with the golden leopard at all, Zhang Yang, seeing the golden leopard flee, immediately rejoiced, laughing, "Haha, giant tooth monster. Here I come." He then arrogantly waved his arm, commanding bullets to attack the giant tooth monster. After receiving Zhang Yang's order, the jackal swiftly turned and charged towards the giant tooth monster. Wang Lei also reacted quickly, urgently commanding the giant tooth monster to raise its bone club and attack the jackal. At the same time, Suda's iron-backed brown bear and the other 2 combat beasts also charged madly toward the dragon-bone crocodile. The 3 of them focused solely on the dragon-bone crocodile. As soon as they saw a beam of light condensing in its mouth, they quickly maneuvered their combat beasts to dodge. Not good. Dahan, quickly dodge. Suda saw that the dragon-bone crocodile was about to fire its laser cannon again and hurriedly ordered his iron-backed brown bear to run to the side. The other 2 combat beasts also quickly evaded. Boom. A beam of light erupted from the dragon-bone crocodile, but unfortunately, it missed this time. The laser cannon struck the ground, creating a hole the size of a basin. Although this attack missed, it grazed the iron-backed brown bear's rear, causing Suda to break out in a cold sweat. The laser cannon had a cooldown time of 2 seconds, but these exotic beasts were also astonishingly fast. In just 2 breaths, they covered the distance of several dozen meters and reached the dragon-bone crocodile. The iron-backed brown bear looked at the dragon-bone crocodile, suddenly raised its body, and then slammed its paws down onto the turtle shell. This was the iron-backed brown bear's signature skill, Earth's Fury. With this strike, even several thick steel plates could be deformed. The power was astonishing. Suda was excited in his heart. This was the iron-backed brown bear's powerful blow. Haha. Isn't your shell tough? Let me smash it. Boom. In an instant, the iron-backed brown bear's paws struck the turtle shell, causing the dragon-bone crocodile's body to sink sharply. And the ground even caved in, showing just how powerful this strike was. Although the iron-backed brown bear's strength was impressive, the impact area was large. And for the dragon bone crocodile, which had 2 defensive skills, the damage was not significant. The ground shook, and even the students on the viewing platform nearby felt it. Hiss. This student is a bit harsh. Is it a death match? Exactly. Damn. I felt the ground shake. The power is too great. If it were a combat beast with low defense, this strike would have killed it. Yeah. Although there are mistakes in competitions every year, this obviously looks intentional. Wang Ting didn't pay attention. Although this attack was powerful, it still couldn't hurt the dragon bone crocodile. Wang Ting wasn't malicious and didn't think that way. Su Mu, seeing this, furrowed his brows. He felt something was off. Damn, how dare they try to kill? Seeing this, Su Mu shouted angrily, Wang Ting, don't hold back. Take down that iron-backed brown bear. Chapter 69. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Mu is not my brother. Wang Ting was a bit surprised to hear Su Mu's words, but she quickly nodded. She would listen to Su Mu. Xiao Chong, full power laser cannon. Wang Ting issued the command, and the dragon bone crocodile quickly condensed a beam of light in its mouth. At this moment, the distance between the dragon bone crocodile and the iron-backed brown bear was very close, almost touching. Boom. The beam violently struck the iron-backed brown bear's chest, and in an instant, a flame erupted from its chest. Subsequently, the massive iron-backed brown bear was knocked backward by the laser cannon, flying several meters away. Fortunately, the iron-backed brown bear had high defense, with its chest as hard as a steel plate. However, even so, the laser cannon pierced through the bone plate on the iron-backed brown bear's chest, and smoke started to rise, giving off the scent of roasted meat. Hiss. When everyone saw the tragic state of the iron-backed brown bear, they all gasped in shock. Did its chest explode? Yeah. Is this iron-backed brown bear dead? I don't know. Everyone stared at the battlefield, all eyes on the iron-backed brown bear. Suda was also stunned, shouting angrily, Dahan, Dahan. At this moment, Suda clearly felt that the iron-backed brown bear was in great pain, especially in its chest, where the pain was like being scorched. The other 3 were also startled. The attack power of the dragon bone crocodile was too strong. For a moment, the other 3 didn't dare to act. Su Mu stood up at this time and shouted at Su Da and the others, if anyone dares to fight with deadly intent in this match, I'll have the dragon bone crocodile crush you. Everyone gasped at Su Mu's words. Hiss. This student is a bit fierce. How can he be so arrogant? Yeah. The principal is still on the podium, and he dares to say that. Several students who didn't know Su Mu thought he was too arrogant. However, some third-year students who recognized Su Mu smiled slightly, and some started to introduce him. Haha, did you forget? The one who dared to hit Teacher Ma is this student. Yeah, this kid dares to hit teachers. Does he still care about this? Hearing some students' explanations, many were shocked. Are you saying the one who hit Teacher Ma is this kid? Wow, this kid is impressive. When I first heard it, I thought it was a joke. But I didn't expect it to be true. Yeah, students daring to hit teachers hasn't happened in Moda University before, right? The students were discussing animatedly, and Teacher Ma heard a bit of it. Upon hearing this, Teacher Ma's face darkened, and he turned to angrily say, be quiet, if you want to watch the match. Then watch it. Why talk so much? The students from Class 1 fell silent at Teacher Ma's words, but Class 2 was different. Their voices grew louder. After all, Teacher Ma wasn't their teacher. Haha, Tang Bingwan, your brother is a bit fierce. I really like him. Yeah, the little brother is so cute. Why not introduce him to me as a boyfriend? Haha, this kid is fearless. I'm reminded of the battle scene from half a month ago. It was really exciting. Hearing this, Teacher Ma turned and glared at the students from Class 2. However, the students from Class 2 were not afraid at all. Tang Bingwan rolled her eyes at several girls and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Mu is not my brother. We are friends. If she admitted that Su Mu was her brother, wouldn't that imply a sibling romance? Naturally, Tang Bingwan couldn't admit that. Teacher Zhao from Class 7 was also angry at this moment. Teacher Chen Shui, shouldn't you manage your students properly? Teacher Chen Shui was also unyielding. Although she was a new teacher, it was her duty to protect her students. Teacher Zhao, your students are trying to kill. Don't cover for them. Teacher Chen Shui said. Humph. Teacher Zhao snorted and fell silent. On the battlefield, after hearing Su Mu's words, Suda and the others were also too scared to make a move. If they acted now, the combat beasts would likely be in real danger. Suda wanted to get angry, but he couldn't fight back, and it wasn't appropriate to get angry now with all the leaders and the principal watching from the podium. At this moment, the iron-backed brown bear let out a low growl and spat out a mouthful of blood, barely shaking its body to stand up. It wasn't dead. It seemed that the iron-backed brown bear's defense was still quite high. Yeah, and the dragon bone crocodile's level is too low. Its attack power isn't strong enough. Many people breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the iron-backed brown bear wasn't dead. Suda hurriedly ran towards the iron-backed brown bear. Along with Suda were several doctors, specialized veterinarians for treating combat beasts. Wang Ting's dragon bone crocodile stood majestically on the battlefield. Moments later, the students from Class 7 shouted, "We concede." They had no choice but to concede. They didn't dare to act, especially since the ironback brown bear had been beaten to such a state. On the podium, Principal Zheng felt a bit awkward. Su Mu was indeed a thorny student. Principal Zheng quickly said. Fan Zhu waved his hand, saying it was nothing. Just young people being a bit arrogant. The leader of the combat department, Xia, looked at Su Mu with satisfaction, chuckling that this student had a good personality and courage. Suitable for the combat department, but unfortunately. Old Xia thought for a moment and asked Principal Zheng, "You just said that Student S Battle Beast is a mantis shrimp, right? What a pity." Old Xia felt that if Su Mu's battle beast were not a mantis shrimp, he would really take note of him and observe him more in the future. Principal Zheng nodded awkwardly. Yes. On the battlefield, Zhang Yang commanded the jackals to attack the giant tooth monster, and it looked like victory was imminent when Class 7 surprisingly surrendered. This was a chance for him to shine, but at that moment Class 7 gave up, and he couldn't attack the giant tooth monster anymore. Whoa, big sister. Can you go a bit easier? Why are you attacking so fast? Zhang Yang felt like crying. Now that Class 7 had surrendered, he could no longer attack the giant tooth monster. Subsequently, the referee announced that Class 8 had won. Su Mu led everyone to the rest area, as they would have to compete again with the winning team shortly. An hour later, Class 8 faced Class 6, and surprisingly, Class 6 had defeated Class 5 and was about to compete against Su Mu's class in 2 rounds. Once Su Mu and the others took the stage, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although that dragon-boned alligator turtle is powerful, relying on it to defeat Class 6 seems a bit difficult, right? Yeah, Class 6 is not foolish. They must have developed a strategy to fight the dragon-boned alligator turtle. Many students were discussing it. On the battlefield, the students from Class 6 stood about 100 meters away from Su Mu and the others. Boss, that dragon-boned alligator turtle is really strong. I'll use my lightning marten to entangle the dragon-boned alligator turtle's laser cannon. You all attack quickly, said a student. Every class had a leader, and the leader of Class 6 had a steel-spine beast. This type of exotic beast was large, had extremely high defense, and was strong in power. Though it moved a bit slowly, Class 6's leader nodded upon hearing this. Good, everyone follow behind my steel-spine beast. My steel-spine beast will absorb the laser cannon's damage, and you 3 look for the right moment to attack the dragon-boned alligator turtle. Class 6 was formulating a perfect battle plan. On Su Mu's side, Emohan, I estimate Wang Ting can't handle this round on her own. You go up. Chapter 70. The terror of the blue-eyed spirit cat shocks everyone. Okay, Zhang Emohan responded, stepping forward. At this moment, the students from Class 1 were not in the rest area but had come out to watch the excitement, as the winning side would compete against them. This match was Class 1 against Class 2, and Class 3 against Class 4. The top 4 classes would compete against the remaining 4 classes' top performers. The school arranged it this way to motivate the last few classes to work harder, leaving a second-place spot available. If it weren't divided this way, then first and second places would just go to these 2 classes, which would be unfair to the others. Boss, it seems we're going to battle Class 6 this time, said a student from Class 1. Class 1's leader, Pang Kuan, nodded. Yeah, that dragon-boned alligator turtle is strong. It's a pity for Class 8. Even if it enters Class 1, it wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, boss, it's just that Class 8 has this one dragon-boned alligator turtle that's a bit stronger. It definitely can't win against Class 6. Exactly, I just saw that jackal. It's just garbage, with pathetic combat power. At this moment, many students in Class 1 felt regret for Wang Ting. With such a good battle beast in Class 8, no single battle beast could save Class 8's chances of winning. At this time, the host's voice fell, and all the contestants began to prepare, summoning their battle beasts. On the battlefield, Wang Ting undoubtedly became the focus of the entire school, as everyone wanted to see if this dragon-boned alligator turtle could create a miracle. Teacher Qin Shui relaxed when she saw Zhang Emohan summon her battle beast. Thinking that these kids were doing well, she had expected them to be arrogant again. They were doing well, realizing the importance of their opponents. Teacher Qin Shui knew that with Zhang Emohan participating in this match, there should be no problem. However, when all the spectators saw that Class 8 had summoned another battle beast, they were all confused. What is going on? Didn't Class 8 just summon their battle beast? Why are they summoning again now? Yeah, but look, they added a cat. Does that cat have combat power? It should have some. Look at the size of that cat. It's almost as big as a small leopard. Previously, Zhang Emohan had not intended to treat the blue-eyed spirit cat as a battle beast, as it was meant to be a pet. But when Zhang Emohan realized how powerful the blue-eyed spirit cat was, she had spent a lot of money to train it, as her family was quite wealthy. Under the nourishment of powerful potions, the blue-eyed spirit cat had grown significantly larger, almost the size of a small leopard. On the battlefield, the students of Class 6 also noticed the appearance of the blue-eyed spirit cat. Boss, they've summoned another battle beast," said a Class 6 student. Class SAXS leader, Tan Hui, looked at the blue-eyed spirit cat and said, "It's okay. The cat is a bit bigger, but it probably lacks combat power. We should focus all our efforts on attacking the dragon-boned alligator turtle." All right. Upon hearing Tan Hui's words, the students of Class 6 concentrated all their attention on the dragon-boned alligator turtle, automatically ignoring the jackal and the blue-eyed spirit cat. The match began. As soon as the host's voice fell, Class SIXS student Xiaogua shouted, "Lightning Martin, go!" With a piercing cry, a lightning marten, about 1 meter in size, shot through the air directly towards the dragon-boned alligator turtle. The lightning marten was extremely fast, almost reaching halfway across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Tan Hui quickly gave the order, "Steel-spine beast, go!" The steel-spine beast, a giant beast standing 5 meters tall, walked on 4 legs. Its back covered with diamond-shaped bone plates, as hard as steel. Behind the steel-spine beast were the other 3 battle beasts, hiding behind it to perfectly avoid the laser cannon's attacks. The steel-spine beast charged at the dragon-boned alligator turtle like an armored vehicle. Seeing this, Wang Ting quickly gave the order, not expecting the opponent to strike so quickly without hesitation. "Xiaochang, laser cannon attack." The dragon-boned alligator turtle raised its head and unleashed the laser cannon in response to Wang Ting's command, aiming straight at the lightning marten. Screech. The lightning marten screeched and quickly soared into the air, perfectly dodging the laser cannon's attack. Then, the lightning marten dove sharply, attacking directly towards the dragon-boned alligator turtle. The lightning marten's 2 claws were as sharp as steel, easily capable of slicing through 3 thick steel plates. Before the dragon-boned alligator turtle could react, the lightning marten's claw struck fiercely at its back. Rip! Accompanied by a piercing sound, the lightning marten clawed fiercely at the back of the dragon-boned alligator turtle. Unfortunately, the back of the dragon-boned alligator turtle was very tough, making it impossible for the lightning marten to lift it into the air. It could only quickly scratch at the back of the dragon-boned alligator turtle and then fly away swiftly. On Class SIXS side, Xiaoguo was very pleased to see this scene. His goal was not to injure the dragon-boned alligator turtle, but to create a disturbance. As long as he could distract the dragon-boned alligator turtle, it would be enough to buy time for his teammates. "Emohan, this lightning marten is a bit troublesome. You go attack the steel-spine beast." Wang Ting saw that the steel-spine beast was almost charging over and quickly shouted, "Don't worry. Leave the steel-spine beast to me." Zhang Emohan replied, quickly directing the blue-eyed spirit cat to fight. "Snowball, illusion attack." Meow. The blue-eyed spirit cat responded to the command, emitting a chilling cry. This cry was piercing and carried an eerie terror. Anyone who heard this cry, including the battle beasts, unconsciously turned their gaze towards the sound. This sound was especially penetrating for the battle beasts. In an instant, the steel-spine beast lifted its head to look at the blue-eyed spirit cat. When the blue-eyed spirit cat and the iron-spine beast locked eyes, in an instant, the iron-spine beast saw the blue-eyed spirit cat's eyes swirling, and then its mind was suddenly filled with a loud bang as the scene changed. The iron-spine beast quickly stopped in its tracks and suddenly turned to attack a mud monster. Bang! The mud monster, which had been following the iron-spine beast closely, was caught off guard by the sudden attack. The iron-spine beast collided heavily with the mud monster, sending it flying several meters away. Everyone present was astonished. What was going on? Why was the battle beast from Class 6 attacking its own teammate? Yes, what was happening? The iron-spine beast had suddenly turned on its own team. "Damn, boss, why are you hitting me?" Shirley from Class 6 hurriedly exclaimed. At the same time, Tan Hui was also confused. Something was wrong. His iron-spine beast seemed to have lost control. Just a moment ago, Tan Hui felt that his iron-spine beast was acting differently. But before he could react, he saw the iron-spine beast attacking the mud monster. Just then, while they were still in shock, the iron-spine beast raised its 2 front legs and stomped towards the skeleton monster. This was the iron-spine beast's unique attack method, stomping. The student commanding the skeleton monster was immediately alarmed, realizing that it was bad, and shouted to run. Fortunately, the skeleton monster reacted quickly, rolling backward to avoid the stomp. Boom. When the iron-spine beast's massive body stomped down on the ground, the surrounding earth shook. Phew, my skeleton monster reacted fast, otherwise, it would have been crushed. The student was relieved, as he had just broken out into a cold sweat. Quickly, keep the battle beast away from the boss's iron-spine beast. The student suddenly realized and hurriedly commanded his battle beast to retreat from the iron-spine beast. At the same time, the remaining 3 students also reacted and commanded their battle beasts to withdraw. On the podium, Fanju and the leaders were equally astonished by the scene. Leader Xia stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the blue-eyed spirit cat. Is this the special skill of the blue-eyed spirit cat? This creature is rare, and they had not studied it extensively. However, Leader Xia was a level 5 beast tamer and had a keen sense of the battlefield. He immediately thought that everything was caused by the blue-eyed spirit cat. It was after the blue-eyed spirit cat's call that the battle beasts from Class 6 began to act strangely, just as everyone was astonished. The blue-eyed spirit cat let out a chilling cry. Meow. This time, many who heard the cry felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, the skeleton monster closest to the blue-eyed spirit cat hurriedly looked towards it. The next second, the skeleton monster's eyes became dazed, and it lifted a spiked club, attacking the iron-spined beast wildly. Bang! The spiked club struck the iron-spined beast's thigh with a sound like steel clashing. The iron-spined beast was enraged, roaring as it charged at the skeleton monster. On the podium, old Xia clenched his fists, shocked by the events of the day. Even Fan Zhu's expression turned serious. Old Zheng, do you think this is the 8th class? The strength of these two battle beasts had deeply astonished them. A dragon-bone crocodile with a laser cannon and high defense, coupled with strong attack power, was like a moving turret. Now, the blue-eyed spirit cat was even more formidable. With just a couple of calls, the opposing battle beasts were fighting among themselves. If this were on the battlefield, it would mean the enemy was killing each other, too powerful. Principal Zheng was also stunned. He truly did not know when the battle beasts of Class 8 had become so strong. Principal Zheng wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express it since he had no prior information. Fan Zhu, seeing Principal Zheng at a loss for words, was somewhat dissatisfied. Old Zheng, you are not serious about your work. The school has produced such good talent, and you don't care at all. Principal Zheng could only nod helplessly. Damn, did the admissions team take bribes? How could such good talent end up in Class 8? Principal Zheng gritted his teeth in anger. It was a loss of talent to have such good talent assigned to Class 8. At this moment, the students from Class 6 were already dumbfounded. No matter how they tried to communicate with their battle beasts, those beasts seemed to have lost control. Just then, meow, another chilling meow sounded. And everyone quickly looked at the battle beasts of Class 6, curious about which one would lose control this time. Chapter 71. These two students are reserved by my Qinglong team. Following that, everyone saw the mud monster go crazy as well, starting to attack its teammates nearby. In an instant, the battlefield was thrown into chaos, with several battle beasts fighting fiercely among themselves. Hiss! This cat is too terrifying. If it grows up, it would be simply monstrous. Yes, to have such combat power in the first year. It wouldn't be long before it becomes one of the strongest battle beasts in the school. In Class 6, no matter how they communicated with their battle beasts, those beasts just wouldn't stop. At this moment, Xiaogua suddenly realized and hurriedly looked at the blue-eyed spirit cat. That's right, this abnormal situation is related to that cat. Thinking of this, Xiaogua quickly commanded the lightning ferret to attack the blue-eyed spirit cat. Screech! The lightning ferret screeched and quickly dove towards the blue-eyed spirit cat. The blue-eyed spirit cat reacted quickly, using its agility skill to dash towards the dragon-bone crocodile. The two battle beasts were not far apart, and almost in the blink of an eye, the blue-eyed spirit cat reached the dragon-bone crocodile. Wang Ting also dared not be careless and quickly commanded the dragon-bone crocodile to kill the lightning ferret. Just as the lightning ferret was diving down, another laser cannon shot towards it. The lightning ferret hurriedly dodged to the side, the laser cannon barely grazing its chest. In an instant, the lightning ferret's chest feathers ignited, causing it pain as it quickly flew away. Meow! At that moment, the blue-eyed spirit cat let out another cry. Its gaze fixed on the last battle beast of Class 6. In an instant, that battle beast also fell under the illusion. Now, except for the lightning ferret in the air, the other 4 battle beasts of Class 6 were all affected by the illusion attack. Zhang Yang grinned upon seeing this. His opportunity had come. Fire! Zhang Yang issued the command, and the jackal rushed towards the battlefield. Moments later, the jackal arrived next to the 4 battle beasts, carefully maneuvering as it looked for a chance to ambush. Just then, the skeleton monster accidentally got knocked away by the iron-spined beast. Bang! The skeleton monster flew back more than 5 meters before landing. A good opportunity. Seeing this, Zhang Yang hurriedly commanded the jackal to attack. The jackal charged towards the skeleton monster, and before the skeleton monster could get up, the jackal bit down hard on its calf. Growl! The jackal growled lowly, pulling and tugging at the skeleton monster's leg bone. Crack! With a crisp sound, everyone saw the skeleton monster's leg bone being torn off by the jackal. Then, the jackal excitedly ran away with the leg bone in its mouth. Lu Feng from Class 6 shouted urgently upon seeing this. Damn it, kid, you're ambushing. You little trash, quickly give me back my skeleton monster's leg bone. Lu Feng knew that if he was even a moment slower in shouting, the jackal would eat it. And that would be bad. Zhang Yang didn't care about that. This was his chance to shine. The jackal ran wildly with the skeleton monster's leg bone, clearly excited. Meanwhile, in Class 1, when they saw this battle scene, their expressions turned serious. Boss, I didn't expect Class 8 to be this strong. Yes, This cat is quite troublesome. Can we handle it? The students in Class 1 felt uncertain. After all, if their battle beast lost control and started attacking their own, how could the battle continue? Peng Kuan, the leader of Class 1, had a serious expression, constantly thinking of ways to deal with the cat. After a while, his expression finally relaxed, and he chuckled. It's okay, the cat's attack should be a type of mental skill. I have a way to deal with it. Away. The classmates of Class 1 immediately became interested. Leader, what is it? Hurry up and tell us. Yes, leader, please tell us. Peng Kuan was not in a hurry. Instead, smiling slightly, you'll know in a bit. On the battlefield, at this moment, Class 6 still had 4 battle beasts with combat capability, while the skeleton monster had lost its shins and could barely stand. Caw! At that moment, another eagle cry rang out as the lightning weasel swooped down to attack the blue-eyed spirit cat. Wang Ting, seeing this, focused solely on the lightning weasel, preparing to defend the blue-eyed spirit cat from its attack. Xiao Chong, fire the laser cannon. Longu Crocodile Turtle received the order and launched another laser cannon attack at the lightning weasel. As Longu Crocodile Turtle became accustomed to the lightning weasel's attack patterns, the accuracy of the laser cannon significantly improved. The lightning weasel, realizing it couldn't dodge, quickly flew away. The blue-eyed spirit cat raised its head, staring only at the lightning weasel. Now, the only battle beast left to be caught in the illusion was this one. Class 8, stop. We concede. Tan Hui shouted loudly. If they didn't stop, their battle beasts would be ruined. The remaining 3 land monsters were fighting desperately, truly risking their lives. Hearing that Class 6 had surrendered, Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting both smiled slightly. Haha, Mohan, great. We won. Yes, since they conceded, this young lady will let them go. Upon hearing Zhang Mohan's words, the blue-eyed spirit cat finally turned and ran towards her. At the same time, the iron-spined beast, which had just wanted to attack the mud monster with its tail, instantly halted its movements. Wang Lei from Class 6 was startled. In that moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness, it finally stopped. Wang Lei said, somewhat scared. Just now, those battle beasts had fought too fiercely, truly going for the kill. The result was in, and the host began to announce, in this round, Class 8 wins. If it weren't for the 2 powerful battle beasts of Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting, Lu Feng really wanted to teach Zhang Yang a lesson. This kid was too annoying, not daring to fight face-to-face and instead resorting to sneak attacks. However, with Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting around, Lu Feng had no choice but to swallow his anger. On the podium, after the battle ended, Old Xia finally calmed his excited emotions and sat down. Old Zheng, what are the names of those 2 girls? We want to reserve them for our team. Old Xia looked at Principal Zheng with a playful smile. Such great talent. With battle beasts so powerful, Old Xia wouldn't wait for others to snatch them up. Hearing Old Xia's words, before Principal Zheng could speak, another leader objected. Captain Xia, isn't that inappropriate? Shouldn't students choose for themselves? We can't form cliques. Another middle-aged man said. Haha, Deputy Wang, what's wrong? Your captain didn't come today, and you dare to compete with me for recruits? Old Xia said disdainfully. Captain Xia, my captain may not be here, but your way of choosing recruits isn't fair. Exactly. Why should all the good recruits belong to your Qinglong team? Another person voiced their discontent. Old Xia, upon hearing this, scoffed. What? We're the Qinglong team, the top of the 4 sacred teams. Isn't that qualification enough? The deputy captains immediately became dissatisfied. Just because your Qinglong team ranks first doesn't mean you're the strongest. Our Baihu team isn't weak either. Yes, our Xuanwu team is also not weaker than your Qinglong team. The few of them started arguing back and forth, refusing to accept Old Xia. However, Old Xia did not care. He was the captain and had the right to speak. Haha, who told your captains not to come? Can you make decisions? I can make decisions. I want these few people for Qinglong Team 1, and I've decided just now. Old Xia said proudly. The remaining deputy captains were left speechless. There was nothing they could do. They were deputies, and some decisions truly couldn't be made by them. Ah, this captain too. Old Xia has come, yet they didn't show up. Seeing Old Xia so assertive, the other 3 deputy captains stood up and left. Old Xia laughed and said, Principal Zheng, did you see that? These 2 are reserved for my Qinglong Team 1. Principal Zheng shook his head and smiled. It was quite rare for first-year students to be directly reserved, especially for Qinglong Team 1. After the 3 deputy captains left, they didn't actually go away but secretly made phone calls in the back. Hello, Captain, you need to come here quickly. If you don't hurry, the good recruits will be gone. Deputy Wang said urgently. At this moment, the Baihu team captain was preparing because Team 5 was about to explore a different world, and he still needed to give some last-minute instructions. No, Captain, if you don't come now, it will really be too late. Then, Deputy Wang quickly described the situation on the battlefield. The Baihu team captain was shocked after hearing it. What? A first-year student taking on 5? The Longu Crocodile Turtle has a laser cannon skill? What? The blue-eyed spirit cat is so powerful? Are you serious? All right, stop old Xiao. I'm coming over right now. The Baihu team captain hurriedly hung up the phone and quickly instructed the Team 5 leader, driving straight to Magic City University. At the same time, the other two team captains also dropped their work and hurried to Magic City University. Yes, our captain is also on the way. Upon hearing this, Principal Zheng immediately had a helpless expression. Old Zheng, don't mind them. What can they do when they arrive? This person, I'm going to reserve. Old Xia said proudly. Why? Just why? Wait until our captain arrives, and then you can talk. That's right. Don't think your rank gives you the upper hand. Our captain wants to go easy on you. Fan Zhu quickly stopped these people. Disputes over recruits often occurred, but this time it was a bit serious. The podium was in an uproar. The audience on the stage was also discussing. I didn't expect Class 8 to be this powerful. Yeah, do you think Class 8 will take first place in this first-year competition? Probably not. Class 8 is very strong, but they only have 2 battle beasts with combat capability. And their coordinated battle is still a bit lacking. Not necessarily. Look, Class 8 has just summoned 3 battle beasts. There are still 2 that haven't been summoned. Yes. Could it be that they have hidden strengths? Everyone was very curious. In the first round of the competition, Class 8 summoned a Longu crocodile turtle, shocking everyone. They thought the Longu crocodile turtle was Class 8's strongest battle beast. But in the second round, they summoned a blue-eyed spirit cat, which was even more powerful. At this moment, many people were curious about what battle beast Class 8 would summon in the third round. Chapter 72. The Nemesis of the Blue-Eyed Spirit Cat, Tali Beast. In the rest area, Peng Kuan, the leader of Class 1, gathered his teammates together to discuss battle plans. Songzhe, don't go against Class 8. Go get Zhou Lily, Peng Kuan said to a young man. Songzhe was puzzled. Leader, why can't I go? Besides, Zhou Lily's battle beast isn't strong. How can it compare to mine? The other 3 teammates also looked at Peng Kuan in confusion. Although Songzhe was the weakest among the 5, he was still far stronger than Zhou Lily. Songzhe, although Zhou Lily's battle beast isn't as strong as yours, her battle beast has the sound of Tali, which is a supportive type of battle beast and can greatly help in team combat. Moreover, to break the cat's illusion, only the sound of Tali can interfere. Everyone finally understood after hearing Peng Kuan's words. Alright, Songzhe felt helpless, but he also knew that facing Zhang Mohan's cat, Zhou Lily's battle beast indeed had a greater effect than his own. Soon after, Songzhe left to find Zhou Lily at the first-class viewing area. When Zhou Lily learned she had the chance to go on stage, she was very excited. After a while, Zhou Lily arrived at the first-class's lounge. Peng Kuan looked at Zhou Lily and said, Zhou Lily, your Tali beast has the Tali sound skill. This skill can soothe the emotions of battle beasts and can also hypnotize them. Of course, I don't need you to hypnotize them. As long as you use Tali sound to stabilize the emotions of our battle beasts, we can control them. Zhou Lily nodded upon hearing Peng Kuan's words. Don't worry. Peng Kuan, leave this to me. Seeing Zhou Lily's firm response, Peng Kuan nodded in satisfaction. He believed that as long as Zhou Lily's Tali beast interfered with that cat, he would be confident of winning. Although the dragon bone crocodile turtle had high defense, it was not without countermeasures. Another hour later, after the other teams finished their matches, it was Su Mu and their turn to go on stage. This year's first grade finals had a larger venue. The entire playground was only occupied by the 8th class and the first class for the competition. 2 large screens displayed the scenes, showcasing both Su Mu's side and the first class's side comprehensively. On the big screens, one played Su Mu and the other's personal footage, while the other played the footage of the first class. Everyone focused their attention, ready to watch as they saw the competition was about to begin. It's starting. I really look forward to whether the 8th class can create a miracle. Yes, I didn't expect the 8th class to be so powerful. It really surprised me. Look, it seems the first class has changed teammates. Have they already adjusted their tactics against the 8th class? Yes, just now the first class had 5 boys. And now there's an extra girl in the team. Is this looking down on the 8th class, or have they set up a special battle mode? They can't look down on us, right? After all, that cat is too powerful. I estimate they must have thought of a way to deal with it. Everyone was discussing fervently, and at that moment, no one could guess the outcome. On the podium, the leaders of the other 3 major teams had also arrived, arguing with Lao Xia, their necks thick and faces flushed. At this time, Vice Captain Wang pointed at the competition arena and said, Captain, look, it's these 2. They are about to compete. Make sure to watch closely. Upon hearing this, the leader of the White Tiger team stopped arguing and quickly turned his attention to the battlefield. At that moment, he wanted to carefully observe whether these 2 students were truly as powerful as Vice Captain Wang said. The others also stopped arguing and focused their gazes on the battlefield. Sumu looked at the prepared first class and used his insight eye to check each of them. After a moment, Sumu smiled slightly. Hee, little fatty, your opponent is a bit strong. It's your turn to go on stage. Little fatty grinned upon hearing this. Haha. Brother, you take a break. I really want to show off. Then, Little Fatty stepped forward and stood side by side with Wang Ting and the others. Sumu remained standing behind the group, making it clear to outsiders that he did not intend to take the stage. On the viewing platform, everyone was curious to see Little Fatty step out. Look, the 8th class has sent out another person. I told you they still have a trump card. Yeah, but what will this Fatty's battle beast be? Could it be even stronger than that cat? Hard to say after all. The battle beasts sent out by the 8th class have been getting stronger each time. On the 1st class's side, Pang Kuan also saw Little Fatty step out. Boss, the 8th class sent out another person. Is this Fatty strong? 1st class's Guan Xiaofei asked in confusion. Pang Kuan didn't care about that. Instead, his expression was somewhat displeased. The 8th class is too arrogant, sending one person out after another. What does it mean that the guy at the back hasn't come out yet? Pang Kuan had observed that Su Mu spoke with weight among the 5, and a person who spoke with weight not going on stage was clearly looking down on them. Damn it! Pang Kuan shouted angrily. He originally thought the 8th class would go all out against their 1st class, with everyone participating. But now it seemed the 8th class was too arrogant. When the time comes, hit them a bit harder. Let us teach these people a good lesson. Pang Kuan said to his teammates. He wanted to see if Su Mu could still sit still. Okay, boss, don't worry, I will make them doubt their lives. Exactly. The 8th class is a bit strong, but they are still far from being able to compete with our 1st class. Everyone in the 1st class had confident expressions. They were sure they would win this match. All the competitors were ready. As the host's voice fell, the 9 beast tamers summoned their battle beasts. In an instant, the 1st class summoned 5 battle beasts. One wind thunderbird nearly 2 meters long appeared beside Pang Kuan. The other 4 battle beasts were also extremely powerful. There was a stone giant, nearly 4 meters tall, with 4 thick limbs like iron towers. Zhou Lily smiled slightly at Zhang Mohan and summoned her battle beast. This battle beast resembled a standing butterfly, with colorful wings behind it. However, the abdomen of this tali beast was not like that of a butterfly, although it was similar. It had legs that were only 40 centimeters long. On the back of the tali beast, there were 2 rows of resonators, like the sound pieces of a cicada. There were many sound pieces, each capable of producing different sounds. The sound pieces could create any desired melody when combined with the vibrations of the wings. This melody could interfere with the emotions of people and other beasts. Just like listening to fast music while driving, one would unconsciously speed up. If listening to slow music, one would unconsciously slow down. This is how sound affects emotions. Of course, in front of some beasts with poor hearing, this tali beast would be useless. On Su Mu's side, Little Fatty waved his arm, and the Crimson Flame Python appeared beside him. When everyone saw the Crimson Flame Python, they were all shocked. Hiss. This Crimson Flame Python is quite large, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably about 7 meters long, right? Pretty much. Look how thick that Crimson Flame Python is. It's thicker than my thigh, and its scales look very tough. What level do you think this Crimson Flame Python has reached? Everyone was astonished at the sight of the Crimson Flame Python. The Crimson Flame Python itself had strong combat power, entirely fiery red, especially this extraordinary beast, whose scales were incredibly hard. It could be said that the Crimson Flame Python not only had high defense, but also extremely strong attacks. On the 1st class's side, Pang Kuan said, Boss, they indeed have a trump card. This Crimson Flame Python is a bit fierce, isn't it? Yeah. How come every battle beast from the 8th class is stronger than the last? Several teammates lost their confident smiles at this point. Pang Kuan's expression also became serious. He realized the Crimson Flame Python was not simple. On the podium, Lao Xia looked at the Crimson Flame Python with shining eyes. Lao Zhong, your school really has quite a few good talents. This Fatty's battle beast is not weak either. The other team leaders hurriedly chimed in. Lao Xia, don't just get all excited seeing a good talent. My White Tiger team needs some too. Exactly. This Lao Xia is used to hogging all the good talents, never letting go once he sees one. All right, stop arguing. Let us first see how strong this Fatty's combat power is. They all quieted down. Although the Crimson Flame Python was a good battle beast, they still needed to observe its combat power. If this Crimson Flame Python lacked powerful skills or talent, its battle prowess would be greatly diminished. On the battlefield, when the referee announced the start of the match, both teams sprang into action. Little Fatty, attack that tali beast first, Su Mu instructed Little Fatty. Okay. Little Fatty responded quickly, hurriedly directing the Red Flame Python to attack the tali beast. On the other side, Pang Kuan also quickly issued commands. Zhou Lily, your tali beast doesn't need to move forward. Just prepare to release the tali sound in a defensive stance. Okay. Zhou Lily quickly agreed. Zhang Mohan commanded the blue-eyed spirit cat, Snowball, an illusion to attack. Aim. Receiving the order. The blue-eyed spirit cat looked at a unicorn pattern beast and directly used the illusion skill. As soon as the unicorn pattern beast showed any movement, the tali beast quickly released the tali sound. On the back of the tali beast, 2 rows of sound plates continuously emitted sound. This sound was beautiful, and any beast that heard it had its violent emotions stabilized significantly. As the illusion attack weakened, the unicorn-patterned beast shook its head repeatedly, and its gaze became clear again. Sumu smiled slightly. This outcome was within his expectations. On the other side, the red flame python quickly crawled towards its opponent. The dragonbone crocodile turtle followed closely behind the red flame python, not daring to be careless, and its speed increased significantly. As for Zhang Yang's hyena, it didn't dare to approach at all. These beasts were too powerful, and Zhang Yang simply didn't have the courage to command the hyena to attack. So it could only wander at the edge of the arena. Caw! At this moment, a hawk's cry echoed in the sky, and Pang Kuen's Thunderbird launched the first attack. Crack! The Thunderbird condensed energy in its beak, sending a lightning strike towards the red flame python. The red flame python was hit by this lightning, causing its body to shudder quickly, and then it roared at the Thunderbird. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The red flame python spat out its core, and at the right moment, it spewed a column of fire. This fire column soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the Thunderbird. Pang Kuen hurriedly commanded the Thunderbird to dodge. One must say, Pang Kuen was indeed the leader of his class. His combat experience was quite strong. Seeing that the red flame python actually had a poison fire skill, everyone knew that this red flame python was not simple. The presence of the poison fire skill made it a very formidable combat beast. Indeed, having the poison fire skill compared to not having it was like night and day. On the judges' stand, Old Xia and the captains were focused on the battlefield. This red flame python is impressive. Once it grows, it will definitely be a powerful combat beast. Old Xia said, and everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the red flame python itself was a good combat beast and quite expensive. Just then, the stone giant charged in front of the red flame python. The stone giant was huge, raising its fist to smash down on the red flame python. Although the red flame python didn't crawl quickly, its attack speed in close combat was very fast. Moreover, the red flame python itself was extremely agile. As the red flame python saw the stone giant attacking, it whipped its tail and coiled around the stone giant. The unicorn-patterned beast followed closely behind, lowering its head and fiercely stabbing at the dragonbone crocodile turtle with its sharp horns. Unfortunately, the dragonbone crocodile turtle had a very low base. And with the unicorn-patterned beast over 3 meters tall, aiming at it was not easy. What should we do, Sumo? Zhang Mohan was a bit anxious. Her blue-eyed spirit cat was ineffective against these combat beasts, which meant it had no value at all. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the red flame python was already engaged in close combat with the stone giant. The dragonbone crocodile turtle was being attacked by the unicorn-patterned beast, and there was also a thunderbird in the air. Zhang Mohan was worried that if the thunderbird kept attacking her blue-eyed spirit cat, it wouldn't be able to hold on. Fortunately, Pang Kuen's attention wasn't on Zhang Mohan's blue-eyed spirit cat. With the Tali beast present, there was no need to waste time on the blue-eyed spirit cat. The priority was to deal with the red flame python first. The dragonbone crocodile turtle fired its laser cannon at the unicorn-patterned beast, although it caused some damage. It wasn't enough to make the unicorn-patterned beast lose its combat ability just yet. As for the unicorn-patterned beast hurting the dragonbone crocodile turtle, that was impossible. Over time, the dragonbone crocodile turtle would definitely defeat the unicorn-patterned beast. It could just outlast it. Caw! When the Thunderbird's skill cooled down, it unleashed another lightning strike at the red flame python. At that moment, the red flame python was just coiling around the stone giant, opening its mouth and continuously spraying poisonous fire attacks at the stone giant's head. The stone giant had high resistance to both physical and magical damage. However, over time, even its hard defenses would be broken down by the red flame python. Pang Kuen knew this, so he aimed to help the stone giant as much as possible. The remaining combat beast from their class, the iron-armed giant, originally planned to attack Zhang Mohan's blue-eyed spirit cat, but upon receiving Pang Kuen's order, it hurriedly helped the stone giant. The red flame python was too powerful, restraining the stone giant, so it couldn't move. Pang Kuen was genuinely worried that the stone giant wouldn't be able to hold out any longer. Hiwei from their class followed Pang Kuen's command, ordering the iron-armed giant to constantly pull and strike the red flame python, trying to get it off the stone giant. For a moment, several combat beasts were locked in a stalemate. The red flame python was restraining 3 combat beasts at once. Unexpectedly, the tactical application of this class was quite good. Seeing this, Sumu also felt that Pang Kuen was indeed commanding well. In a battle, battlefield command is crucial. Zhang Yang, let your hyena go up and bite the Tali beast, Sumu commanded. Zhang Yang hesitated upon hearing Sumu's order. The opposing combat beasts were too powerful, and he truly didn't dare to approach. Seeing Zhang Yang hesitate, Sumu scolded, "Damn it, with that little courage, what kind of beast tamer are you?" Zhang Yang felt a bit dissatisfied and lowered his head. After a moment, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, thinking, if I die, I die. Let us give it a shot. Hyena go? Zhang Yang commanded. Upon receiving Zhang Yang's order, the hyena dashed madly towards the tally beast. Pang Kuan hadn't even noticed this hyena. He didn't expect it to come at all. As a key class, their strength was not weak. Especially Pang Kuan, who had a strong grasp of the overall battlefield. Thinking of sneaking up on the tally beast? You wish, Pang Kuan sneered and quickly ordered Zhou Lily, have your tally beast fly up into the air. Okay, Zhou Lily nodded and hurriedly commanded the tally beast. Soon, the tally beast flapped its wings and quickly ascended into the air. When the hyena had just run halfway, Zhang Yang saw the tally beast take off. What should we do, Sumo? I can't attack the tally beast in the air. Zhang Yang asked anxiously. Quick reaction, Sumo chuckled lightly. Zhang Yang, do you dare to have your hyena distract the unicorn pattern beast? Zhang Yang was taken aback. That was the unicorn pattern beast. So powerful that his hyena might not withstand even one hit. Seeing Zhang Yang scared, Sumo smiled slightly. He was just teasing him. Dragonbone crocodile turtle and red flame python. Fire your skills at the tally beast, Sumo commanded. Okay, got it, brother. Wang Ting and Little Fatty responded quickly and issued orders. The Dragonbone crocodile turtle and the red flame python received the command and found the right moment to release their skills towards the tally beast. However, just as the Dragonbone crocodile turtle was about to unleash its skill, the unicorn-patterned beast blocked it. Boom. The unicorn-patterned beast leaped up, using its body to block the laser cannon. The laser cannon hit the unicorn-patterned beast, leaving a charred mark on its abdomen. The unicorn-patterned beast let out a painful cry and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Its massive body crashed onto the ground with a dull thud. The situation for the red flame python was similar, just as it was about to launch a poison fire attack. The iron-armed giant quickly pulled the red flame python's head, causing its poison fire skill to go off course. Kid, if you want to sneak attack the tally beast, watch out for me. Pang Kuan's expression darkened. He didn't expect the red flame python to be so fierce. In a 1-on-3 situation, it wasn't at a disadvantage and seemed to be on the verge of victory. Because if this continued, the stone giant wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. The commands from both sides were issued quickly, and a series of orders were given in just under 2 minutes. Old Xia was excited when he saw the fierce red flame python. Haha, just right. My team has 3 slots available, and these 3 candidates are all good. I'll take them all. Old Xia thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to argue with these guys. The other team leaders were the same, looking at Xiao Peng and Zhang Mohan with shining eyes, already thinking about how to snatch them up. If they could obtain 3 such powerful students, the combat power of their team would greatly increase in the future. Sumo frowned at this, thinking the red flame python would easily handle these battle beasts, but unexpectedly, these battle beasts had some strength, especially their cooperation, which was really impressive, using tactics to compensate for the level difference. No need to waste time, let me take action. Chapter 74. Are you kidding me? Is that a mantis shrimp? At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield. The fight was too intense, and no one wanted to miss a single moment. Even the 6 cameras were closely monitoring the battlefield, capturing every scene clearly. Sumo glanced at the Thunderbird and tally beast in the sky and smiled slightly. Then, with a wave of his arm, the mantis shrimp was summoned by Sumo. Go! Sumo shouted lightly, and the mantis shrimp suddenly leaped, its body shooting into the air like a bullet at incredible speed. It was so fast that it was almost a blink of an eye. At that moment, the Thunderbird and tally beast did not perceive any danger. Even if they did, with the reaction speed of the Thunderbird and tally beast, it would be difficult to evade. Bang! In an instant, the sky emitted a dull sound, as if the Thunderbird had been hit by a truck, its body flying off to the side. After knocking the Thunderbird away, the mantis shrimp quickly descended. Just as the mantis shrimp landed, Pang Kuan was taken aback, realizing that the Thunderbird was injured. Then, in disbelief, he hurriedly looked up at the sky. The next moment, Pang Kuan was dumbfounded. The Thunderbird was struggling to flap its wings, but it seemed so weak. Soon after, the Thunderbird began to descend at a slower speed. Before Pang Kuan could react, he suddenly seemed to see something flash past his eyes. The speed was so fast that he almost didn't see it. The next moment, another dull sound echoed in the sky. Bang! The tally beast was the same. As if it had been hit by a truck, its body quickly flying off to the side. Although Pang Kuan couldn't see what had hit the tally beast, he clearly saw that the tally beast was injured. What is going on? Pang Kuan exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Lily reacted slower than Pang Kuan. She was still watching the battle on the ground, and hadn't thought that her tally beast would be attacked. By the time she reacted, the tally beast was rapidly descending. At this moment, several classmates also noticed the anomaly. What is going on? Why are the Thunderbird and tally beast falling? Yeah, I think I saw something rush towards them just now. Those who didn't understand quickly asked, and everyone shook their heads. Then, The Mantis shrimp quickly descended to the ground and then leaped again, charging towards the Iron Arm King. Bang! Another dull sound. The Iron Arm King didn't even have time to react, its body quickly flying backward. Sumu commanded the Mantis shrimp to knock away 3 battle beasts in just a few seconds. When the Mantis shrimp knocked the Iron Arm King away, some people finally saw it. They only caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing past, and the Iron Arm King flew out. As for what that thing looked like, they really didn't see clearly. At the judges' table, Old Xia and Director Fan were wide-eyed at this scene. They were all level 5 beast tamers. Their bodies had inherited attributes, and their reactions were very quick. At their level, even 1 second felt very slow. They could even see the speed of a bullet. The Mantis shrimp was fast, but it still wasn't faster than a bullet. What is that? Old Xia exclaimed, shocked at how fast that thing was running. He could see the general shape of the Mantis shrimp, but it looked too bizarre. Everyone else was also shocked, their eyes wide open. After knocking away the Iron Arm King, the Mantis shrimp ran straight towards Sumu. Sumu didn't expect the Mantis shrimp to take down all 3 battle beasts. He was too lazy to care about the remaining 2. Old Xia and Director Fan were stunned at this scene. That thing is actually this kid's battle beast? Director Fan said in disbelief. At this moment, Old Xia seemed to realize something and suddenly looked at Principal Zheng. Old Zheng, didn't you say this kid's battle beast was a Mantis shrimp? Principal Zheng was also stunned. He was shocked by this sudden turn of events. This should be it. Principal Zheng really wanted to curse. Why are you all asking me? I don't know either. At this moment, he wanted to know the answer more than anyone else. In Class 1, the 3 team members saw their battle beasts get injured in an instant, all with faces full of fear. How terrifying. Their battle beasts were killed in an instant. At this moment, the 3 felt a huge shock in their hearts. The other 2 team members were still fighting hard and hadn't noticed this sudden scene. It could also be said that this scene happened too quickly. At the viewing platform. What was that just now? I don't know. I didn't see clearly. That guy was too fast. Yeah, even I didn't see clearly. Was that a battle beast? No way. Do first-year battle beasts have such speed? Everyone was shocked, but they didn't understand what had just happened. After the battle beast from Class 1 landed, they struggled a few times but didn't die. They just had difficulty getting up. Sumu didn't hold back. After all, this was a competition. Just now, Sumu controlled the Mantis shrimp to collide with the 3 battle beasts, not to attack with punches. The Mantis shrimp's punching power was astonishing. If it had attacked those 3 battle beasts with punches, they would have been dead long ago. Sumu controlled the Mantis shrimp to punch, which was like holding a gun but not firing it, instead using the gun to hit someone directly. The power, of course, is related to the running speed. Even so, it was still beyond what those 3 battle beasts could withstand. The Thunderbird. Pang Kuan was the first to react, shouting as he ran toward the Thunderbird. The other 2 suddenly heard Pang Kuan's words and quickly reacted, running toward their battle beasts. Moments later, Pang Kuan reached the Thunderbird's side, shaking its neck. Seeing that the Thunderbird wasn't dead, Pang Kuan felt a bit relieved. What is going on? You Class 8 can't play fair, actually cheating. Pang Kuan yelled angrily, looking in the direction of Class 8. At this moment, the students of Class 8 were also stunned. What just happened? I don't know. It seems like it was done by Sumu. Could it be that Sumu summoned the Mantis shrimp? The students of Class 8 were shocked, and Teacher Chen Shui was even more shocked. Even she hadn't seen clearly the speed of the Mantis shrimp just now. This kid's growth speed is terrifyingly fast. In the past 20 days, Sumu had not summoned his battle beast to show everyone, but now he unleashed a big move. After a moment of shock, Teacher Chen Shui shook her head and smiled bitterly. As a teacher, she felt she was too untalented, being surpassed by a newcomer who had been in school for less than 2 months. At the viewing platform, many people heard Pang Kuan's roar and were all confused. Class 8 ambushed? How did they ambush? Yeah, I don't know. Some audience members far away couldn't hear Pang Kuan's words, but the hosts could. The hosts could hear Pang Kuan speaking through the headset. What is going on? This student said their battle beasts were ambushed by Class 8. At the host table, the 2 hosts spoke. The director was still in shock. The cameras are recording everything clearly. Anyone trying to cheat can be captured by the cameras. On the battlefield, Class 1 suddenly lost 3 battle beasts, and the situation changed in an instant. The Crimson Flame Python let out a roar, firmly wrapping around the stone giant and tightening its grip. In that moment, the massive body of the stone giant emitted creaking sounds as it struggled. This sound made people's scalps tingle, fearing that the next moment the stone giant would be choked to death by the Crimson Flame Python. At the Unicorn Rainbow Beast side, Huey was also stunned. Losing 3 battle beasts all at once left him in disarray, and the roar of their leader, Pang Kuan, clearly reached his ears. For a moment, Huey was thrown into chaos. The Dragonbone Crocodile seized the opportunity and launched another powerful laser cannon shot at the Unicorn Rainbow Beast. Boom. This shot hit the Unicorn Rainbow Beast's chest, causing it to stumble backward. At this moment, there were no less than 20 scorched areas all over the unicorn rainbow beast's body, all inflicted by the laser cannon. Just moments ago, the unicorn rainbow beast had barely held on, and now Wei hurriedly ordered, "Unicorn rainbow beast, retreat." Seeing that the stone giant was done for, Xiao Pang commanded the crimson flame python to release it. Xiao Pang had not used his full strength earlier, otherwise, the stone giant would have been finished long ago. Once the stone giant was released by the crimson flame python, it collapsed helplessly to the ground, unable to rise again. Just when everyone was shocked and confused, the loudspeakers on the playground emitted a sound. Everyone turned to look at the big screen, eager to find out what had just happened. Then, the two giant display screens began to play the footage recorded by the cameras in slow motion. Everyone was shocked to see Sumu wave his arm, and a mantis shrimp appeared beside him. Following that, the mantis shrimp bent its legs and sprang into the air. As the mantis shrimp's body exited the camera's recording range, it switched to the next scene. The mantis shrimp landed and quickly charged towards the iron-armed golden giant. When the footage ended, everyone gasped in astonishment. What kind of exotic beast was that? It was incredibly powerful. It looked like a mantis shrimp. Does your mantis shrimp have 5 pairs of such thick legs? Exactly. Just looking at those legs shows how explosive its power is. Class 3 Year 2. Tang Bingwan, what kind of battle beast does your brother have? It's so fierce. A girl asked in terror. Tang Bingwan shot her a glare. I told you, Sumu is not my brother. Then she continued, haven't you seen it before? It's that mantis shrimp. What? The students in Class 3, Year 2 were all astonished to hear this. At that time, they did see Sumu summon that mantis shrimp. But it looked different. Bingwan, are you kidding? Is that your mantis shrimp? Exactly. How come I didn't know mantis shrimp looked like this? Has it mutated? The classmates were shocked, and Principal Zheng and the others were even more stunned. Sumu, however, ignored them and slowly walked towards Teacher Ma. Chapter 75. Sumu speaks eloquently. Teacher Ma is in a dilemma. On the podium, when the leaders saw the footage, they were also shocked. Old Zheng, what kind of battle beast does this student have? It's so unique and powerful. Director Fan asked Principal Zheng. Didn't you see it? It's a mantis shrimp. Principal Zheng said helplessly. The size was clearly that of a mantis shrimp, can't you see? When Director Fan and the others heard this, they all frowned. Old Zheng, don't joke around. Is your mantis shrimp really like this? Exactly. Besides, this mantis shrimp is over 3 meters long. Are you kidding? I've eaten mantis shrimp before. And it was delicious, but how can you tell me this is a mantis shrimp? How can we believe that? All the leaders shook their heads. A mantis shrimp with 5 pairs of such thick legs? Seriously? Principal Zheng was nearly in tears. In his mind, this was indeed a mantis shrimp. But now, why had the mantis shrimp changed like this? He had no idea. Didn't I tell you before? Mantis shrimp can grow very large. Principal Zheng felt that this matter wasn't his fault. He had warned them. It was their disbelief. You call that growing very large? It's downright terrifying. Exactly. If a mantis shrimp can grow this big, then I'll get one tomorrow to raise. The leaders were incredulous, and Principal Zheng was too exasperated to explain further. Just as the students were discussing, Sumu had already approached Class 1. Then, Sumu pointed at Teacher Ma and said, Teacher Ma, I said I would challenge you during the school-wide competition. Do you dare to accept? When some classmates heard Sumu say he wanted to challenge Teacher Ma, they were shocked again. This kid really wants to challenge Teacher Ma. I thought he was just joking in the testing room that day. Yeah, I didn't expect him to actually want to challenge Teacher Ma. Now that this kid's battle beast is so powerful, does Teacher Ma dare to accept? I don't know. Let us see how it goes. It should be interesting. On the viewing platform, Teacher Ma looked at Sumu with a grim expression. Suddenly standing up, you brat, don't be too arrogant. Now, Teacher Ma was in a dilemma. Agreeing or disagreeing was both difficult. He had seen the footage earlier, and he felt he couldn't win against Sumu. Seeing Teacher Ma back down, Sumu sneered, what? You bullied me when I was weak, and now you're scared? Is Teacher Ma only capable of bullying the weak? Sumu spoke eloquently, infuriating Teacher Ma to the point where he was speechless and didn't know what to say. He could only point at Sumu in anger. You. The classmates of Class 3, Year 2 quickly jumped in to support, as they were also not fond of Teacher Ma. Oh, Teacher Ma is back down. Haha, how is that possible? Who is Teacher Ma? He is a capable teacher at Magic City University. How could he be afraid of a student? Exactly, Teacher Ma's tree monster is very powerful, capable of punching old folks' homes and kicking kindergartens. He is truly invincible among the young and old. The witty remarks from Class 3, Year 2 made Teacher Ma blush furiously. Meanwhile, the students from Class 3, Year 1 all lowered their heads. They were truly embarrassed. How could a class teacher be intimidated by a student pointing a challenge? What else could they say? Some students who were further away didn't know what Sumu and Teacher Ma were discussing and could only guess continuously. At this moment, the host exclaimed, this student is actually challenging Teacher Ma. What courage! Yeah, It's rare for a student to openly challenge a teacher at Magic City University. The host's words were broadcasted, and everyone heard them. What? Sumu is actually challenging Teacher Ma? Yeah, it seems we're in for a show. It has never happened before for a first-year student to challenge a teacher at Magic City University. Not just first-year students, even third-year students don't do this very often. On the podium, at this moment, Sumu was doing it deliberately to slap Teacher Ma's face hard. Principal Zheng pondered for a moment, but felt that this shouldn't happen. After all, so many leaders were watching. Haha, old Zheng, this student is quite interesting. Daring to challenge Teacher Ma. Director Fan still remembered Teacher Ma. That tree monster had decent combat power. Seeing this, Principal Zheng hurriedly explained, Director Fan. This kid is just a troublemaker. Let me go talk to him, so he doesn't make a scene. Then, Principal Zheng planned to get up and leave. Old Xia waved his hand. Hey, old Zheng, what is strange about a student challenging a teacher? I think it's great. Let us see this student's strength. Exactly. I'm really curious about how powerful this kid's battle beast is. Upon seeing that several leaders had spoken up, Director Fan was also curious. Hee, old Zheng. I think what old Xia and the others meant was that it was just a competition. A little contest would be good. We didn't get a clear look at that mantis shrimp earlier. Fan Zhu said with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Principal Zheng could only remain silent. Damn it. Old Ma, why did you offend Sumo? You're really asking for trouble. I can't help you now. Principal Zheng thought to himself, but he couldn't do anything about it. Teacher Ma is a professor at Magic City University, and Principal Zheng still had to take care of him to some extent. Seeing that Teacher Ma had been reluctant to agree, Sumu sneered. What's wrong? Is Teacher Ma afraid? The host was also a great help, explaining perfectly. This student wants to challenge the teacher. How could Teacher Ma not agree? Yes, we also want to see Teacher Ma's style. Let's cheer for him. The host said. And the crowd erupted into cheers, shouting in unison, Teacher Ma, agree. Teacher Ma, agree. To others, this cheer was exhilarating, but to Teacher Ma, it sounded ear-piercing. After a while, Teacher Ma could no longer bear the inner struggle, mainly because it was too embarrassing, being cornered at the door. All right, I agree, kid. Don't get too cocky. Teacher Ma gritted his teeth and said. Sumu smiled slightly. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. He then turned and walked towards the battlefield. Teacher Ma nodded vigorously, gathering his courage and slowly walking down from the viewing platform. After a while, Teacher Ma stood on the battlefield as well. He and Sumu stood parallel to each other, 50 meters apart. In the vast playground, only the two of them were battling. At this moment, everyone involuntarily held their breath, all focused, anticipating this vastly different competition. Sumu waved his arm, summoning the mantis shrimp. Teacher Ma did the same, summoning the tree monster. The two battle beasts slowly walked towards the center of the arena. The mantis shrimp raised its head, looking at the tree monster with disdain. Remembering that this guy seemed to have fought it before, it was going to give that guy a few punches to show it the power of its iron fists. Chapter 76. Bark cracks, branches break, our accounts are settled. Moments later, the two battle beasts stood facing each other. This was still Sumu constantly commanding the mantis shrimp to behave. Otherwise, given the mantis shrimp's nature, it would probably have rushed in by now. The competition began. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Teacher Ma took the lead. The tree monster exerted force, its branches shaking violently, and then 10 vines shot out from its body. These 10 vines quickly extended, striking fiercely towards the mantis shrimp. Sumu was not in a hurry. He wanted to test the mantis shrimp's defense. Crack! In an instant, several vines struck hard against the mantis shrimp, creating a loud cracking sound. However, the mantis shrimp stood there unmoved. Even its expression remained natural. Teacher Ma was taken aback. Although he had commanded the tree monster to use only 50 of its strength, that was still considerable force. Given the tree monster's level, a single vine could break even a stone the size of a millstone. But looking at the mantis shrimp, it didn't even leave a mark. At that moment, Teacher Ma began to panic. He remembered that when he used the tree monster against the mantis shrimp before, he had used less than 2/3 of its strength. But now, thinking of this, Teacher Ma's expression grew serious. Sumu smiled slightly. This mantis shrimp's defense is not bad. Teacher Ma, your tree monster is a bit weak. Sumu taunted. Upon hearing this, Teacher Ma's expression turned even angrier. Tree monster, strike harder. Following Teacher Ma's command, the tree monster's 10 vines swung rapidly, striking madly towards the mantis shrimp. The dense vines fell like rain, almost hitting every inch of the mantis shrimp's shell. Among them, 2 of the vines had even greater power, fully charged, and struck hard at the mantis shrimp. The crisp sounds were dense like firecrackers. Yet, the mantis shrimp remained completely still. Sumu realized that this was likely the tree monster's strongest attack. Now it's my turn. As soon as Sumu's voice fell, the mantis shrimp exerted force, charging towards the tree monster against the vines. Teacher Ma was startled and hurriedly gave instructions. The tree monster quickly formed a tree shield with 4 of its vines in front of itself, to block the Mantis shrimp's charge. Sumu smiled slightly. A tree shield? Can you block it? The Mantis shrimp's punching speed was extremely fast, and its power was astonishing. If a human possessed the Mantis shrimp's strength and method of exertion, they could easily throw a baseball bat into Earth's synchronous orbit. This shows just how special the Mantis shrimp's body is. Bang! The Mantis shrimp hit the tree shield with a powerful punch. The punch's speed was faster than a bullet, creating friction with the air, making even the space seem a bit illusory. Then, everyone saw a flash of fire on the tree shield, and immediately afterward, the shield was sent flying. Along with the 4 vines being torn apart, the tree shield flew into the sky until it became an invisible speck. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Even the leaders on the podium were the same. Is this punch's power too great? Yes. I estimate that even a dominant level battle beast would struggle to withstand this punch's force. The tree shield was sent flying, and the vines were snapped. What kind of strength is this? Everyone was astonished. The power was terrifying. Teacher Ma was even more horrified. How is this possible? Before Teacher Ma could react, the Mantis shrimp charged again towards the tree monster. The Mantis shrimp was extremely fast, and Teacher Ma panicked. Run, quick, run. The tree monster also realized how terrifying the Mantis shrimp was. Without thinking, the tree monster turned and fled. Unfortunately, it was a tree monster, and its speed was not fast. In less than 2 breaths, the Mantis shrimp caught up with the tree monster. Bang! The Mantis shrimp delivered a punch directly to the tree monster's back. The tree monster's barrel-shaped body made a sound like wood breaking, and then it was sent flying into the air. The crowd looked up, staring at the direction of the tree monster. After the tree monster flew nearly 50 meters into the air, it finally fell back down in a parabolic arc. Bang! Moments later, the tree monster crashed heavily onto the ground. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the Mantis shrimp jumped and leaped dozens of meters high, then slammed down onto the tree monster. Bang! The Mantis shrimp landed heavily, its 5 pairs of thick legs stomping down on the tree monster. Even the ground sank a little. At this moment, the tree monster was already dazed, unable to fight back at all. Seeing this, Teacher Ma shouted in terror, "Kid, that's enough, you've won." But to Sumu, Teacher Ma's voice was utterly ineffective. Is it over? Not yet. Sumu smiled slightly and continued to command the Mantis shrimp. The Mantis shrimp received Sumu's order, and its 4 pairs of chest legs swung rapidly. The Mantis shrimp's legs were as sharp as sickles, continuously slashing at the tree monster. Moments later, the crowd was shocked to see the tree monster's branches scattered, peeling off from its trunk. Hiss! What is this kid trying to do? I don't know, but I don't think it's a good thing. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Sumu commanded the Mantis shrimp to stop. The Mantis shrimp halted, casting a disdainful glance at the tree monster. Mantis shrimp's psychological dynamic. This guy is too weak. Does he have a stronger opponent? Then, the Mantis shrimp exerted force with its legs and ran towards Sumu. Meanwhile, the tree monster had regained some energy and slowly stood up from the ground. Teacher Ma was extremely anxious, his eyes fixed on the tree monster. The next second, Teacher Ma's expression turned to despair. Others watching this scene also had strange expressions. This kid is a bit cruel. He even cut off the branches of the tree monster. Yeah, the tree monster is now completely bare. Really alone, Commander? Damn, I feel like the tree monster at this moment is just like a thick wooden stick. Does it even look like a tree monster anymore? As everyone saw, the tree monster, which originally had a round top and was lush with leaves, was now completely bare, leaving only a trunk. Fortunately, the tree monster was still alive. At this moment, the audience behind the tree monster gasped as they saw that the back of the tree monster had been dented and a large piece of bark had fallen off. The exposed tissue, resembling wood and flesh, looked quite terrifying. Teacher Ma, our account is settled, Sumu said, and he no longer looked at Teacher Ma but walked towards Class 8. Teacher Ma gritted his teeth in anger. He felt very clearly that the tree monster was in great pain at this moment, just like a person who had lost their limbs. However, fortunately, this was a tree monster, and it could recover in a few years. Kid, you're too much. Teacher Ma gritted his teeth. But he couldn't do anything to Sumu right now. On the podium, Old Xia nodded slightly as he watched this scene. He really liked Sumu's character. Fearless and very good at grasping the right measure. They weren't fools either. They had overheard the conversation between Sumu and Teacher Ma just now and realized that these two had a grudge. Old Xia glanced at the other 3 team leaders, his eyes spinning as he pondered how to draw Sumu closer to their team. Chapter 77. I'm leaving, see you again if fate allows. The next competition was a team battle between the 2nd and 3rd grades, while the 1st grade could rest for 2 days. In the 1st grade, Class 3, without a doubt, was Class 8, led by Sumu, which won 1st place in the team battle. The other groups in the grade were relieved that they didn't get assigned to Class 3 after seeing Sumu's Mantis shrimp. The first day of competitions ended in the afternoon, and Teacher Chen Shui led the team for a dinner to celebrate Class 8's victory. At the gathering, the classmates chatted endlessly, all of them extremely happy. Class 8 had finally made a name for themselves. Sumu, I really didn't expect you to raise the Mantis shrimp to such a powerful level. You've truly brought glory to Class 8, Teacher Chen Shui said excitedly. Sumu raised his glass and replied, Teacher Chen Shui, I also thank you for being such a good teacher. Subsequently, all the classmates raised their glasses and drank in one go. Sumu looked at these classmates. Although they hadn't spent much time together, they had developed some feelings. I'm leaving. I hope you all achieve good results in the future, Sumu murmured to himself. He knew that after showcasing his strength today, someone would soon come looking for him. Even if no one sought him out, Sumu would apply for graduation from the school. Without the school's diploma, it would be difficult to be accepted by important departments in Huagua. Moreover, those special spatial rifts and resources were all in the combat departments of Huagua. Especially, the better the combat department, the more mysterious the alternate worlds they could explore. Sumu believed that with his performance today, it was impossible for the leaders of important departments not to notice him. In any place, credentials mattered. That crucial certificate was also an important factor in how life would develop next. Bro, come on, let's have a drink. From now on, Class 8 will be the strongest in the whole school, Xiao Peng said excitedly, standing up to toast Sumu. Zhang Mohan, Wang Ting, and others also looked at Sumu, fantasizing about how Class 8 would be powerful and shock everyone in the future. Of course, they had no idea Sumu was planning to leave. All right, let's all have a drink together. Sumu stood up and drank with everyone. Xiao Peng, Class 8 still needs you to hold it up in the future, Sumu said playfully, looking at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng waved his hand. Bro, are you laughing at me? With you here, who would dare to mess with Class 8? Exactly, with Sumu here. Our Class 8 students will walk with their heads held high. Haha, I'm really lucky to be in Class 8. Even if they offered me a spot in Class 1, I wouldn't go. The classmates all chimed in, clearly showing that everyone was very happy. Sumu, when you help me train my blue-eyed spirit cat, I can hold up Class 8 even without you, Zhang Mohan said playfully. The more the classmates cared about Sumu, the more he felt a bit guilty. However, there are no eternal feasts in the world. Sumu couldn't waste time at school. He just felt that he shouldn't mention his departure, lest it dampen everyone's spirits. After the meal, everyone had drunk a lot. As they were about to leave the restaurant, Wang Ting kept looking at Sumu. Sumu helplessly understood what these girls were thinking. Wang Ting, you can go ahead, Sumu said. Wang Ting hurriedly nodded in agreement. Okay. Although Zhang Mohan had some thoughts, she didn't say anything. Bro, send me one more, Xiao Peng said, swaying as he spoke. Sumu felt that the route to send Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan wasn't far, but sending Xiao Peng would require a lot of detours. Damn, bro, that's not fair. You're being excessive, Xiao Peng complained. This little fat guy's parents knew he was immature, competitive, and had never let him drive, mainly to avoid creating another road hazard. Based on Xiao Peng's family conditions, there wasn't a luxury car he couldn't afford. Sumu ignored Xiao Peng and directly took Wang Ting and Zhang Mohan away. Hey bro. Can you manage that? Xiao Peng complained, watching Sumu's departing figure and shouted. Once Sumu got into the car, he asked, who should I drop off first? Zhang Mohan quickly spoke up. I'm not in a hurry. Drop off Wang Ting first. Wang Ting wanted to say something, but upon hearing Zhang Mohan, she felt a bit disappointed, realizing she was slow to react. Okay, Sumu replied and started the car, heading east. After a while, Sumu stopped the car at the entrance of Wang Ting's community. Well, I'm leaving, Wang Ting said, looking at Sumu. Be careful, goodbye. Sumu replied to Wang Ting. Does Sumu not like me? Is he interested in Zhang Mohan? Wang Ting kept pondering in her mind, feeling that it must be the case. Zhang Mohan, sitting in the back seat, smiled slightly. Now that Wang Ting had left, she could be alone with Sumu. After that, Sumu started the car and drove towards Zhang Mohan's villa. Sumu, next to my villa, there's another villa that my dad gave me as a dowry. I haven't been there for a long time, and I'm a bit scared to go alone. How about you accompany me to take a look? Zhang Mohan asked, looking at Sumu's back. She was a bit scared to be alone in the villa at night. Sumu replied, you can look at the villa anytime. You can go tomorrow during the day. Zhang Mohan was speechless at Sumu's next sentence. Sumu, you big straight man, am I really just going to see the villa? Zhang Mohan looked at Sumu's back, her cheeks puffed up in anger. She really wanted to go up and punch Sumu twice. But being a girl, she had to be gentle. After a while, Sumu drove the car to the entrance of Zhang Mohan's villa. Alright, we've arrived, Sumu said. Bastard, Zhang Mohan secretly cursed, reluctantly getting out of the car. Sumu said goodbye to Zhang Mohan and drove away. How could Sumu not know Zhang Mohan's little thoughts? But Sumu was going to leave. He didn't know what would happen in the future, so why leave so many attachments? If fate allows, they could naturally be together in the future. Sumu's primary goal now was to become powerful, to become extremely strong enough to make everyone fear him. In the world of other beasts, if you don't have strength, your life doesn't even belong to you. Sumu deeply understood this point. Once Sumu walked into the villa, he saw someone sitting on the sofa in his home. Who? Sumu exclaimed in surprise. Haha, don't be nervous. The person looked at Sumu and chuckled. Sumu looked at the man, whose square face did not seem like that of a bad person. I am the captain of the Qinglong team, Xia Guoho. Nice to meet you. Captain Xia stood up and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. Chapter 78. Old Xia, are you coming or not? Sumu smiled slightly upon hearing this. He didn't expect this person to come. Hello. Sumu also extended his right hand to shake hands with Captain Xia. Subsequently, the two sat across from each other on the sofa. Your battle beast is very powerful and unique. Our Qinglong team really needs warriors like you. Captain Xia was direct and straightforward. Sumu thought for a moment. He knew that the Qinglong team was the top squad in the Magic City's combat department. Every year, the Qinglong team recruits new members, but the number of recruits for the first team is limited. After all, those who can enter the first team are definitely powerful talents. Okay. Thinking of this, Sumu directly agreed. Seeing that Sumu had agreed, Captain Xia was immediately pleased. Haha, great. Since you've agreed, I will start making arrangements right away. You are now a member of my Qinglong team, Captain Xia said to Sumu, fearing that he might not understand. Sumu nodded. I know this, and I agree. Students who leave the school need to undergo secondary training in the war zone they enter. This training is practical combat training and will involve entering otherworldly spaces. However, these otherworldly spaces are relatively not very dangerous. After training in the special training camp, teams will be divided based on strength. Currently, the weakest members of the Qinglong team are all level 5 Beast Tamers. Without this strength, they cannot explore such dangerous otherworlds. Although Sumu has great potential, he still needs to go to the special training camp. Now that Sumu is internally confirmed and has been clearly told that he is a member of the first team, Captain Xia happily left after finalizing the agreement with Sumu. At Principal Zheng's home. Knock, knock, knock. Principal Zheng heard the knocking and opened the door to find Miao, the captain of the Baihu team. Oh, Captain Miao, what brings you here this late? Principal Zheng pretended to be confused, noticing that Captain Miao was holding 2 large bags of gifts. Hee, old Zheng, I'm here. And you aren't going to invite me in? Captain Miao said. Principal Zheng nodded. Please come in. A moment later, the two sat in the living room. And only then did Captain Miao speak. It's like this, old Zheng. I need you to help me. I have reserved those 4 students. Principal Zheng knew why Captain Miao was there. Captain Miao, the schools in the war zones only provide opinions to students. Ultimately, it depends on the students' choices. I know this, but I want to tell you to frequently speak well of my Baihu team to those students. After all, they still have 2 years before graduation. You should hype it up in advance. Captain Miao was very clever and knew that he had to do a good job of promoting in advance. If he often spoke highly of the Baihu team in front of Su Mu and the others, the students would be more interested in the Baihu team. Principal Zheng heard this and shook his head with a smile. Hee, you old Miao, always scheming. Seeing that Principal Zheng agreed, Captain Miao was very pleased. After chatting for a bit longer, Captain Miao left. Who is it again? Principal Zheng frowned, but still opened the door. Then, he saw the captain of the Zhuke team had also arrived. Old Zheng, I just saw old Miao leave your place. Did you two talk about something? The Zhuke team captain asked unhappily. Old Xing, you're overthinking it. No, nothing at all, Principal Zheng quickly explained. Captain Xing, being a soldier, didn't like to beat around the bush. He directly placed 2 bags of gifts down and said, Old Zheng, you handle it as you see fit. I'll be leaving first. Principal Zheng looked at Captain Xing's departing figure, feeling quite helpless. Originally, the recognition of the students by the combat department would also bring glory to Principal Zheng. However, this excessive recognition had now become a burden. Just then, another person quickly ran over. Principal Zheng saw it was the captain of the Xuanwu team and thought, just missing Captain Xia from the Qinglong team now. Oh, I guess the 3 of them will all come. I'll just rest a bit later. After a while, Principal Zheng sent off the captain of the Xuanwu team. And the conversation was still the same. He must hype up the benefits of the Xuanwu team in advance. Once the guests left, Principal Zheng sat on the sofa in the living room and wondered, why hasn't old Xia come yet? Isn't he usually quick? No, I need to call and ask. Principal Zheng knew he wouldn't be able to sleep without making this call. After a while, Captain Xia's phone rang. When Captain Xia saw it was old Zheng calling, he answered, Hello, old Zheng. Do you need something? I was asking if you're coming or not. If not, I'll just go to sleep, Principal Zheng said unhappily. What time is it, and you're still not here? Captain Xia chuckled. I'm not going. I don't want to keep bothering you, old Zheng. Let us talk another day. Huh. Principal Zheng hung up the phone, looking puzzled. What is going on? Meanwhile, Captain Xia had already arrived at the military headquarters. Captain, how old is this kid? He hasn't even graduated yet. Is he entering the military too early? A bespectacled clerk asked. Captain Xia was not polite. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly give me an admission notice, now immediately. With this admission notice, Sumu would officially be part of his Qinglong team. This has to be recorded in the files. Without a record, even Captain Xia cannot casually take someone. Captain Xia, the admission period is still a few days away. Why not wait a few more days? The clerk was genuinely in a dilemma. Not meeting the age requirement was one thing, but now wanting to be admitted early was another. Captain Xia insisted, no, you should speak to the higher-ups. I can't make the decision. Seeing that the clerk wouldn't agree, Captain Xia snorted coldly, just say it. I'll go talk to the leaders. It's just a matter of taking someone. Surely the leaders will agree. 2 days passed. The major competition at Magic City University was nearing halfway completion, and the team competitions for all classes had ended. What remained were the individual competitions. In the third year, Class 2, without a doubt, was led by Tang Bingwan to win first place. On the first day of the individual competition, they started with the first-year students. Those who registered for this competition did so voluntarily, but they also had to meet certain strength requirements. For first-year students, a Beast Tamer's battle beast must reach ordinary level 7 combat power. This requirement could dissuade 80 of the freshmen. In Class 8, Su Mu, Xiaopeng, Zhang Moan, and Wang Ting all qualified and registered. This competition was determined by drawing lots, and the final winners would be determined based on who won the most matches. Su Mu and Xiaopeng, Zhang Moan, and Wang Ting lined up to draw lots. Seeing Su Mu, all the classmates silently prayed. Please don't let us face these 4 people. Heaven help me, I really don't want to face these 4. Otherwise, I'll be eliminated in 1 round. Haha, I tell you, to avoid encountering these 4 freaks, I'm wearing my red underwear on the outside for good luck. These 4 were too strong, especially that Su Mu. Competing with him would be like admitting defeat right away. Exactly, he even defeated Teacher Ma. He shouldn't be allowed to compete, just ban him. Just as all the students were praying not to face Su Mu, the drawing began. Chapter 79, The 5 Nations Attack, the national competition begins. Once the drawing was over, everyone was assigned their opponents. It was a knockout format, and the final winner would be the one with the most victories. As expected, Su Mu's matched opponent immediately surrendered. The strength gap was simply too great. After the competition ended, the first-year school champion was Su Mu. Second place went to Xiaopeng. Third place went to Zhang Moan. Fourth place went to Wang Ting. And the first place in the third year remained, without a doubt, Tang Bingwan. At this time, many people at Magic City University were discussing, who do you think is stronger, Tang Bingwan or Su Mu? Nonsense. Of course it's Su Mu. He even defeated Teacher Ma. I don't think so. This time in the competition, Tang Bingwan's 9-tailed spirit fox seems to have become much stronger, simply incomparable. Yes, I'm really curious who among them is the number 1 in Modu. Such discussions continued at school. Even Principal Zheng was curious. In the office, Director Fan asked Principal Zheng, Old Zheng, now that the national competitions among universities have ended, representatives from all over the country will come to Modu tomorrow for the national competition. And then 5 people will be selected to respond to the provocations from other countries. Who do you think Modu University will send as representatives? In fact, Director Fan leaned more towards Su Mu in his heart. Although Su Mu is only a freshman, the strength he has demonstrated is astonishing. Principal Zheng also implicitly favored Su Mu, but Tang Bingwan is recognized as the number 1 in the school. So it would be unfair to just hand it over to Su Mu. Director Fan, how about this? Our current candidates are Tang Bingwan and Su Mu. Why don't we let them compete? Whoever wins will represent Modu University. How does that sound? Principal Zheng proposed. Director Fan nodded, agreeing to this result. As a symbolic metropolis of the country, the national competition and the 5-nation beastmaster competition were both held at Modu University, which is a home turf battle. And Modu University took it very seriously. Soon, the news of the national competition and the 5-nation provocation spread, and discussions buzzed throughout Modu University. These days, the campus was filled with topics about this. In Principal Zheng's office, Su Mu and Tang Bingwan stood side by side. Principal Zheng looked at them with a smile and said, Haha, student Su Mu, you performed very well this time. Your mantis shrimp really shocked us. I didn't expect it to mutate like this. At that time, Principal Zheng had asked Su Mu how his mantis shrimp had become like this. Then, Principal Zheng turned to Tang Bingwan. Student Tang Bingwan, you also performed very well this time. Your 9-tailed spirit fox seems to have become much stronger, simply incomparable. The changes in the 9-tailed spirit fox were apparent to anyone, and its power was indeed impressive. Now, Tang Li was Su Mu's agent, and all the skill crystals were with Tang Li. Tang Bingwan also used a skill crystal on her 9-tailed spirit fox. That skill was a powerful skill. Fortunately, the 9-tailed spirit fox was now indeed a top-notch exotic beast. The skills included 9-tailed attack, agility, and strength, especially the powerful skill, which increased the 9-tailed spirit fox's strength by 20. It can be said to be terrifying. Moreover, this skill was still upgrading. Although the nine-tailed attack of the nine-tailed spirit fox could change, it was a physical attack. Tang Bingwan had been cultivating the strength of the nine-tailed spirit fox. So if it were changed to a magical attack, it wouldn't be very powerful for the nine-tailed spirit fox. After praising the two, Principal Zheng got to the point. Well, Sumu, Tang Bingwan, the school wants to select one person to participate in the national competition to represent Huagua against the provocations from the 5 countries. You both know about this, right? Sumu and Tang Bingwan nodded. Principal, we know about this. All right, since you both know, I'll be straightforward. The school has its eye on both of you, but there is only one spot. The school wants you two to compete, and the winner will represent Moda University. How about it? Principal Zheng said. Tang Bingwan nodded. She also wanted to compete with Sumu. She was looking forward to how strong Sumu really was. But before Tang Bingwan could speak, Sumu took the initiative to say, Principal, I don't think it's necessary. I forfeit. Let Tang Bingwan participate. Sumu directly refused. He was already planning to leave, and he didn't care about any competition. As for the prizes for winning the competition, Sumu didn't care at all. Sumu, you. Tang Bingwan looked at Sumu, confused as to why he would give this opportunity to her. This was a great opportunity for recognition. She had heard that the strongest representatives from Longwang Hall would also come to face the 5 countries. Longwang Hall was the top department in Huagua, the strongest existence. If she made a name for herself there, she would have a chance for promotion in the future. Sumu certainly knew this, but he didn't value it. Principal Zheng was also somewhat surprised. This was a good opportunity, yet Sumu actually refused. Sumu, you must understand that this opportunity is rare and a good chance to bring glory to Huagua. Are you really going to give it up like this? Principal Zheng asked. Seeing Sumu's firm refusal, Principal Zheng shook his head and sighed. At that moment, Tang Bingwan also spoke up. Principal, I forfeit. Let Sumu represent Moda University. Sumu was taken aback by Tang Bingwan's words, wondering what she was trying to do. Don't mess around. I don't have time to participate in the competition. Sumu said to Tang Bingwan. Sumu, I don't want you to give in to me. Why don't you just win against me with your true ability? Tang Bingwan said. Sumu shook his head. Your nine-tailed spirit fox is already at the 7th stage of the super level. Even without me, you're definitely going to take first place. Besides, I have things to do. Let's not compete over this, okay? Now that Tang Li was very wealthy. Tang Bingwan was also spending lavishly on various pills and such for her combat beast, leading to rapid growth. Seeing the two of them mutually yielding, Principal Zheng could tell something was going on, like a couple. Having lived for over 50 years, what kind of experience hasn't he seen? Principal Zheng immediately saw through the situation. Cough, cough. I think you two should stop yielding to each other and just compete. Principal Zheng said. No competition, I forfeit. They both said in unison, sounding exactly the same. Hey, if you both forfeit, what are we going to do at Moda University? Principal Zheng was confused. This seemed to be going off script. After a while, under Su Mu's and Principal Zheng's persuasion, it was still decided that Tang Bingwan would compete. The next day, Moda University became lively again, as 34 representative teams from across the country arrived at Moda University. Meanwhile, representatives from the 5 countries also arrived in Modu. They came early, wanting to see the strength of Huagua's young beast masters and have a sense of the situation. The campus of Moda University was still bustling as usual. Jingshang. Pay attention and observe your opponents carefully, said a middle-aged man with a brush mustache. The seemingly college student Jingshang had a killing intent and determination in his eyes that far exceeded that of an ordinary college student. No one who had not truly experienced life and death battles could exude such a temperament. President, these students are all trash in my eyes. There's no need to come early to observe them, Jingshang Taro said disdainfully. In fact, observing the opponent could be very helpful for his side. But it was unfair to Huagua. You understand your opponent, while Huagua's contestants do not know their strength. However, as a great power, Huagua still had its demeanor and couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Great powers have their own style. When they proposed observation, Huagua did not refuse. One side of the playground was the position of the representatives from the 5 countries. Pick. I've heard that Tang Bingwan from Moda University is very strong. You should pay close attention to her. The leader of the Lighthouse Country representatives had already learned a lot about the strength of many students. Don't worry, Mr. Charlie. My shadow demon won't lose, Pick said confidently. All the students of Moda University looked towards the direction of the 5 country representatives with disdain. How despicable. They learn about our contestants' strength in advance. This is cheating. Yeah, why don't they disclose their battle modes so we can understand them too? The students looked angrily at the representatives of the 5 countries. Do you think they have any credibility? Every time we compete in their country, they always play dirty and change the rules. It's a waste of time to reason with these people. However, as the host, Huagua still maintained hospitality, and some diplomatic leaders accompanied the representatives from the 5 countries to this place. Haha, Gaoju, They say the youth of Huagua are growing rapidly now. But from what I see, it seems like the strength is lacking. The representative from Waguo, Nishimura Chit, said arrogantly. Hehe, I heard that Inoue from Waguo has great talent. If Huagua feels the strength is too strong, why not let Inoue fight against two Huagua youths alone? The representative from the lighthouse country quickly echoed. Oh yes, that works. Our Waguo youths are very humble. During the competition, let's have Inoue face two opponents alone. The representatives from the 5 countries exchanged sarcastic remarks. Gao Ju and Zhao Ju's expressions darkened upon hearing these words. Hehe, Mr. Nishimura, I think letting you win this time is not a big deal. After all, always coming in first isn't good. We have an old saying in Huagua, the higher you stand, the colder it gets. We often come in first, and it's quite lonely. Gao Ju said with a smile. Although Gao Ju felt unhappy inside, he couldn't lose his manners on the surface. Upon hearing Gao Ju's words, the representatives from the 5 countries instantly changed their expressions. Over the years, they had been suppressed by Huagua, and they had been holding back their breath. Just then, the competition began. The first match was intense. Both competitors were very strong, whether in terms of their coordination with their battle beasts or their command and reaction time. They were very skilled. It could be said that these students had reached a level of understanding with their battle beasts. Inoue Taro initially didn't pay much attention to these students, but when the battle started, he was shocked. Huagua indeed has a wealth of talent. These students are really strong. Inoue realized that, overall, the current university students from Waguo are definitely not as powerful as those from Huagua. The gap is quite large, especially when Tang Bingwan appeared. It further stunned Inoue and the others. Tang Bingwan's strength was overwhelming. Inoue thought that if he hadn't graduated 2 years ago and trained in the military for 2 years, he might not be Tang Bingwan's match. He is a beastmaster with a noble bloodline, and if someone with such a bloodline feels they are not Tang Bingwan's opponent, it shows just how powerful she is. After the competition, the 5 strongest students were selected. Tang Bingwan from Modu, Meng Hao from the capital, Kong Fei from Shancheng, Dong Bing from Mengcheng, and Liang Bing from Jiqing. These 5 had outstanding strength, and their battle beasts were also very powerful. In a 5-star hotel, the representatives from the 5 countries gathered to strategize. Inoue Taro, based on the information, your battle beast needs to face Meng Hao, whose battle beast is very strong. You take care of him. Through analysis, they believe that having Inoue defeat Meng Hao would increase the chances of the other competitors from different countries winning against their opponents. Inoue Taro waved his hand indifferently, saying, You decide, just assign me the ones you can't handle. In his eyes, these students were simply not his opponents. The representatives from the other 4 countries looked at Inoue in disdain. Humph, what a thing to be so arrogant. If I had also been in real combat for 2 years, I might be better than you. A few tactical analysis instructors quickly stopped these 4 students upon hearing this. Pike, John, mind your words and actions, the instructor said disapprovingly. The students fell silent, knowing that if this got out, they would be embarrassed. The instructor continued, Pike, your shadow demon will face Tang Bingwan's 9-tailed spirit fox. Pike nodded, saying, All right, don't worry, I will definitely defeat her. John, you will fight Dong Bing. Meanwhile, in another office, Gao Ju and Zhao Ju and other leaders were also discussing. Sigh, although the student's strength is good this time, it's probably not enough to defeat Inoue Taro. Gao Ju said helplessly. Yes, according to the information, Inoue Taro is already a level 4 beastmaster, and his battle beast, the Yamada no Orochi, is also very powerful. Even Meng Hao might not be his match, Zhao Ju added, feeling helpless. He was aware that many reporters would be coming for the international friendly match tomorrow, especially foreign journalists, and they planned to broadcast it live globally, letting the whole world know about this competition. This was clearly intended to embarrass Huagua. Zhao Ju. Just now a foreign friend of mine told me that Pike's shadow demon is very powerful and is a carefully nurtured talent, with a combat power value that is not inferior to Waguo's Inoue. The others looked at Gao Ju in surprise. Gao Ju, did your friend mention specific information about the shadow demon? A leader asked. Gao Ju nodded and replied, Yes, the shadow demon has invisibility skills and is an assassination expert. It is shadowy and formless, making it very difficult to defeat. Invisibility skills. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. Battle beasts with such abilities are indeed very troublesome. It can be said that defeating such battle beasts is quite challenging. Chapter 81. Shameless Waguo, cheating in the competition. Such battle beasts are a perfect choice for stealth and assassination. Of course, there are many battle beasts with invisibility skills, not just the shadow demon. However, the shadow demon is a rare exotic beast and very powerful, making it a valuable asset. There are other exotic beasts that can deal with the shadow demon, but they are mostly auxiliary types, which usually lack strong offensive power. Among exotic beasts, most are mutually restraining. For example, the big-eared bat can emit sound waves that clearly detect the location of invisible battle beasts, allowing other battle beasts to coordinate in attacking. In important departments in Huagua, there are such exotic beasts with special abilities, and they use various methods to monitor and ensure the absolute safety of the higher-ups. After analysis, the leaders felt that, at present, the 5 students selected by Huagua would have a hard time defeating the Shadow Demon. It seems we are bound to lose 2 matches. Gaoju shook his head, hoping that the remaining 3 matches would all be victories, so that Huagua could still claim a win. However, they all felt that this hope was slim. At Moda University, Principal Zheng was arranging work in his office, and many teachers had already left for the day. Tomorrow is the international competition held at Moda University, and Principal Zheng had many matters to handle. At this moment, someone knocked on his office door, and Captain Xiao walked in. Upon seeing Captain Xiao, Principal Zheng was slightly surprised. "Old Xiao, what brings you here?" Principal Zheng asked. "Hee, Old Zheng. I'm here to take someone," Captain Xiao said casually, as they were quite familiar with each other. "Take someone? Those 4 students? Haha. I thought you would be generous and not compete with those few." Principal Zheng joked. "Of course, good talents should come to my Qinglong team. But I won't waste time today. Look at this," Captain Xia said as he took out a notice. Principal Zheng took it and was instantly stunned. "This Sumu hasn't graduated yet, and your military department has issued an acceptance letter?" Principal Zheng was astonished. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. "All right, Old Zheng, no more nonsense. This student Sumu has already been accepted by our military department, and he is now a soldier in my Qinglong team. Please provide a graduation certificate," Captain Xia said cheerfully. "You, Old Xia, really don't play by the rules. This shortcut is impressive." Principal Zheng thought that the intelligence of these team leaders was indeed far inferior to Old Xia. "Haha, enough of the chit-chat. Hurry up with the certificate. Once you finish, I'll take Sumu away." Captain Xia was very excited. To get Sumu, he had lost 2 bottles of cherished wine. However, Sumu had only been in school for a short time, and there was still so much he needed to learn. Principal Zheng felt that Sumu had only been at Moda University for just over 2 months. Although Sumu's strength had grown rapidly, there was still much he needed to learn. "What do you think your Moda University can still teach him?" Captain Xia retorted. This. Just as Principal Zheng was about to argue, Lao Xia waved his hand, saying that the military document had already come down. "Old Zheng, please don't make it difficult for me." Principal Zheng, feeling helpless, could only agree. "All right, but it has to be tomorrow. As you can see, I have a lot of things to do today, and some departments have already closed for the day." "Fine." Lao Xia didn't say much. After all, Sumu was already his person. Before leaving, Lao Xia reminded Principal Zheng to reserve those 3 trainees for the Qinglong Brigade. "Reserve them? You've already taken the best trainees away in advance. I don't know how to explain this to the other 3 brigade leaders." Principal Zheng shook his head. He couldn't manage this anymore. The next morning, a lot of reporters gathered at Magic City University, with even more foreign reporters present. This international friendly match was under global attention, and with the media's promotion, the live broadcasting rooms of various countries were already packed. Even on some international forums, videos were being streamed simultaneously. Netizens from the Lighthouse country were very excited. "Haha, Pick, go for it. Your Shadow Beast is the strongest. How could those people from Huagua be your opponents?" "Exactly. I've battled against Pick's Shadow Beast. It's simply terrifying. Pick is the future of our Lighthouse country. In Japan, Yoshi, our Inoue Taro, is the strongest. His Yamada no Orochi is a symbol of our strength. Under the crushing power of Yamada no Orochi, those people from Huagua won't stand a chance. Taro-kun, you are the pride of our Japanese people." Netizens from these countries were all extremely confident. The Huagua netizens were not to be outdone. "Lighthouse country, Japan, don't brag. Meng Hao from our capital will definitely defeat you." "Right. My Tang Bingwan from Magic City University is also very strong. What the hell is that Shadow Beast? It won't stand a chance." The competition became more and more lively, and the level of hype satisfied those control freaks abroad. As the host announced, the competition began. The matchups were decided by drawing lots. However, the Japanese insisted they were afraid of cheating by Huagua, so they demanded to draw lots for the contestants. Subsequently, 10 contestants stepped forward and each reached into a wooden box to draw their battle numbers. When Inoue Taro reached into the box, he didn't feel downwards but towards the side, where a piece of paper was stuck. Inoue Taro pulled out the note, and without a doubt, he was matched against Meng Hao. Pick was also matched against Tang Bingwan. At this moment, Su Mu was in the school's archive room. A director had just processed Su Mu's graduation certificate and was filing it. Su Mu was waiting there and didn't go to watch the match. In Class 8, "Hey, where's Su Mu?" Zhang Mohan asked the chubby boy beside her, noticing Su Mu was missing. The chubby boy didn't pay much attention and was focused on watching the match. "Oh," Zhang Mohan responded, but didn't think much of it. As of now, Su Mu was no longer a student of Magic City University. However, he hadn't mentioned this news yet, wanting to spend a day with everyone and see the results of the match. At this moment, both sides prepared, and the contestants entered the arena. Sumu used his inside eye to observe the opponents. When he looked, his brows furrowed. Inoue Taro, 24 years old, single. Profession, level 4, stage 1 beastmaster, member of Japan's West Village Special Forces. Battle value, dominator level stage 1. Battle beast, 8-headed giant snake, dominator level stage 1. Psychological insight, a group of garbage who have never experienced life and death. Seeing this, Sumu's brows tightened. Is this guy a student from Japan University? Comparing a military warrior to a student who hasn't left the school is shameless. At this moment, Sumu's expression turned angry. He didn't expect the Japanese to be so shameless. Chapter 82. Everyone despairing, Tang Bingwan loses. 3,500 words. The first match was Tang Bingwan against Pick. The two prepared and arrived at their respective positions. Since they already had strong combat power, the competition venue was larger. Additionally, there were professional security personnel from the military on the periphery to prevent any sudden incidents from the battle beasts attacking the watching crowd. On the podium, representatives from various countries were present. Behind Director Zhao stood two people, one male and one female, whose eyes seemed to look down on everything. This was a symbol of absolute strength and also the top beastmasters protecting the high-ranking officials. Sumu furrowed his brows slightly after understanding Pick's beast. Not good. Tang Bingwan is going to lose. The invisibility skill was very powerful, although Tang Bingwan's nine-tailed spirit fox was not weak compared to the shadow beast. If you can't see the opponent, how can you fight? Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly stood up and walked to the side. After a while, he found the head of the broadcasting room. Hello, I'm Tang Bingwan's boyfriend. I need to talk to her. Can you connect me with her? Sumu said this to make the staff believe him more. Tang Bingwan's boyfriend? A manager in the broadcasting room was somewhat surprised. Tang Bingwan was the campus beauty and a prodigy of Magic City University, and this guy was her boyfriend? I need to ask, what's your name? The bespectacled middle-aged man asked. With the match about to start, anyone unrelated to Tang Bingwan shouldn't disturb her. Sumu replied. Just tell her my name is Sumu and that I have something to say. The bespectacled middle-aged man looked at Sumu, thought for a moment, and nodded. Then wait a moment. Then, the bespectacled middle-aged man took a microphone and said into it, Contestant Tang Bingwan, there is a person claiming to be your boyfriend named Sumu who wants to talk to you. Do you agree? At this moment, Tang Bingwan was already prepared, focusing intently on Pick. When she suddenly heard the voice in her earpiece, she was momentarily stunned, feeling an incredible sense of disbelief and happiness. Yes, I want to talk to him. Tang Bingwan hurriedly replied. It seems he really is Tang Bingwan's boyfriend. All right. The bespectacled middle-aged man saw Tang Bingwan agree and handed the microphone to Sumu. Sumu took the microphone and said, Bingwan, listen to me. In a moment, I will contact you directly. Don't rush to attack. Just follow my instructions. Tang Bingwan was taken aback by Sumu's words, not understanding what he meant. However, she trusted Sumu and nodded, saying, okay. After Sumu finished speaking with Tang Bingwan, he didn't hesitate, as time was tight. He then turned to the bespectacled middle-aged man and asked, Can I have a headset to connect us directly? The bespectacled middle-aged man hesitated. Isn't it inappropriate for the contestants to do this during the match? Seeing the hesitation of the bespectacled middle-aged man, Sumu smiled slightly and said, If you don't agree, I'll just tell Tang Bingwan not to compete. You know the loss for Huagua if Tang Bingwan gives up the match. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled middle-aged man was instantly frightened, his pupils shrinking. He couldn't afford that responsibility. Now, with the global live broadcast, every contestant from Huagua was under the spotlight. All right. The bespectacled middle-aged man agreed, and then took out a headset to give to Sumu. Sumu took the headset and walked out of the broadcasting room. Moments later, Sumu quickly arrived at a place in the square where there were very few people. At this moment, the match was about to begin. Tang Bingwan waved her arm, and the nine-tailed spirit fox appeared beside her. At this moment, the nine-tailed spirit fox was over 5 meters long, its 9 tails swaying, still exuding an aura of spirit. However, when everyone was taking pictures of Pick, they were all stunned. Why isn't this guy summoning his battle beast? Yeah, where's his battle beast? Everyone was confused because there was nothing beside Pick. Tang Bingwan also frowned slightly. This scene was abnormal, especially with Pick's strange smile, which added to her unease. What's going on? At this moment, the host asked in astonishment, Pike, please summon your battle beast. Pike smiled slightly and said, My battle beast has already been summoned. What? As soon as Pike spoke, everyone was shocked. He said his battle beast had already been summoned, but where is it? I can't see it. Yeah, I can't see it either. What is this guy talking about? Sumu watched all this with a slight smile, waved his arm, and summoned the mantis shrimp. Then, Sumu focused his mind and connected with the mantis shrimp's consciousness. Through the mantis shrimp's perspective, the scenery in front of Sumu began to change. The mantis shrimp's eyes possess 16 types of pigments, capable of seeing infrared and special light that humans cannot perceive. It is even said that the mantis shrimp can see the fourth dimension. The shadow demon is merely a creature similar to a chameleon, just stronger. Through the mantis shrimp's perspective, Sumu saw a beast standing beside Pike. This beast is 6 meters tall and has eyes on all sides. Moreover, its body is covered with uneven, mirror-like smooth scales that can change color. In fact, the shadow demon merely changes the color around its body to create a mirror-like reflection. This way, no matter from which angle you look at the shadow demon, it blends perfectly with the background color. Its surrounding eyes are the conduits for continuously changing the color of its body. The nine-tailed spirit fox does not have as many visual pigments as humans, so it naturally cannot see the shadow demon. However, there is one advantage. The fox's sense of smell is very keen, so even though it cannot see, it can probably smell something. But relying solely on smell to attack the opponent is still quite lacking. Now, Sumu is helping Tang Bingwan make up for this deficiency. Hee, little girl from Huagua, let me show you the power of my shadow demon, Pike said mockingly. At this moment in the live broadcast, viewers across the country saw this scene. Huagua netizens were especially worried. Since they were not on site, everyone felt uneasy given the current situation. Not good. That guy said he has already summoned his battle beast, but we can't see it, which is dangerous. Yeah, his battle beast must have invisibility skills. Fighting against a battle beast with invisibility skills, we're probably going to lose. Huagua netizens felt helpless. They didn't expect Pike's battle beast actually had invisibility skills. Meanwhile, the netizens from the lighthouse country were thrilled. Haha, Huagua people, see? Our Pike's strength is beyond your imagination. That's right, Pike, go ahead and brutally slaughter these Huagua people. It was clear that Huagua was about to lose, and even the confidence of the netizens had diminished significantly. Tang Bingwan looked at Pike, and she started to panic a little. It wasn't the strength of the opponent that scared her, but the invisible opponent was more deadly. At that moment, Sumu's voice came through Tang Bingwan's earpiece. That battle beast is called Shadow Demon. Follow my commands. It only has an invisibility skill. It's actually quite weak. Sumu spoke into a small microphone. Hearing this, Tang Bingwan's heart filled with joy. Sumu, you can see that battle beast? Sumu smiled slightly. Don't forget, the mantis shrimp is very powerful, possessing 16 types of pigments. That shadow demon cannot escape the mantis shrimp's sight. It must be said that the mantis shrimp's power is far beyond that of other beasts of the same level. If this creature were larger, it would be terrifying. That's great. Tang Bingwan felt much more relaxed knowing Sumu could see the shadow demon's position. At this moment, the referee spoke. The match begins. As the match started, Tang Bingwan waved her arm and said, Nine-tailed spirit fox, go. The nine-tailed spirit fox quickly ran towards the center of the arena. Pike smiled slightly. Does running fast help? Hee, let you search for a bit. Watch me cut off your nine tails with my shadow demon. Pike looked smug and commanded the shadow demon to slowly approach the nine-tailed spirit fox. The nine-tailed spirit fox reached the center of the arena, its nine tails swaying like massive ropes, constantly whipping around. At this moment, the nine-tailed spirit fox was like a headless fly, attacking aimlessly. Bang! One of the nine-tailed spirit fox's tails struck the lawn, instantly leaving a half-meter deep, dozens of meters long trench. The sand and dirt that splashed up showcased the power of that tail vividly. Hiss! The attack power of the nine-tailed spirit fox is too strong. It has dented the ground. Yes, although the power is impressive, it's just attacking blindly. Right, the nine-tailed spirit fox doesn't know where the opponent is. This won't work out. Everyone was worried because they could see that the nine-tailed spirit fox couldn't find Pike's battle beast. Pike was pleased to see this. It was exactly the outcome he had expected. Hee, trying to use indiscriminate attacks to find my shadow demon? Dream on. Pike scoffed, controlling the shadow demon to stay away from the nine-tailed spirit fox and let it attack blindly. After a while, the area within 50 meters of the nine-tailed spirit fox had no flat ground left. All of it was uneven and exposed sand. At this time, the nine-tailed spirit fox also stopped attacking, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Pike saw this and knew his chance had come. At the judges' table, Zhao Ju and others were shaking their heads. Sigh, it really is like this match is lost. Meanwhile, Joseph from the lighthouse country kept mocking. Hee, Zhao Ju, it seems your Huagua contestant is likely out of options. This round, we won too easily. Nishimura Chitos chimed in. Hee, the strength of Huagua people is too weak. I think even if several of them were to join, they still couldn't defeat Mr. Pike. Joseph looked at Nishimura Chitos with satisfaction. The lighthouse country had been boasting over the past few days, and this dog was performing well. This effect was also for the high-level officials of Huagua to see. Ma Ju remained silent, just staring at the battlefield. Just then, Tang Bingwan smiled slightly. Then, the nine-tailed spirit fox exerted force, its nine tails rapidly swinging towards a single direction. The speed of these nine tails was so fast that almost no one reacted in time. The nine tails rushed toward a single point from all directions, and this shocking scene startled Pike. How is this possible? Pike couldn't believe it. Those nine tails were clearly heading for his shadow demon, blocking all escape routes for it. Damn it! Pike exclaimed, quickly commanding the shadow demon to counterattack. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Woman in Red, Kill Without Mercy. Big Chapter 3,500 words. The shadow demon had semicircular bone plates on its forearms, sharp like steel knives. Just as one of the nine-tailed spirit fox's tails approached the shadow demon, it swung its arm. At the same time, the other 8 tails of the nine-tailed spirit fox wrapped around the shadow demon. The shadow demon struggled and swung its arm, and Tang Bingwan reacted very quickly. The 9 tails of the nine-tailed spirit fox tightened continuously, then lifted the shadow demon high. Bang! Moments later, the shadow demon was pulled up to 8 meters in the air, and the nine-tailed spirit fox's tails pushed down forcefully, smashing the shadow demon into the ground. With this blow, the shadow demon felt its organs shift. Before the shadow demon could react, Tang Bingwan controlled the nine-tailed spirit fox to continue. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the nine-tailed spirit fox kept lifting the shadow demon and then smashing it down again. This shocking scene left everyone stunned. They could clearly see that the ground had been smashed into a 2-meter-deep pit, and the nine-tailed spirit fox showed no signs of stopping, continuing the assault. Damn it! Pike panicked. He could feel that the shadow demon was in great pain at that moment. At the judges' table, Zhao Ju initially thought they had lost this round. But now this scene made Zhao Ju's eyes light up. Even the representatives from the other 5 countries were shocked. They couldn't believe how the nine-tailed spirit fox found the shadow demon's location. On the battlefield, as the nine-tailed spirit fox continued to strike, the shadow demon was becoming increasingly disoriented, unable to maintain its invisibility. Gradually, everyone saw a semi-transparent beast slowly appear before their eyes. This beast was weak and was tightly wrapped by the 8 tails of the nine-tailed spirit fox. Pick's face was filled with shock and anger. Just as Pick was about to call for surrender, he was stunned to see one of the nine-tailed spirit fox's tails release the shadow demon and then pierce into the demon's chest like a sharp spear. In an instant, the shadow demon's green blood sprayed out, and it could no longer maintain its invisibility, completely exposed to everyone. Hiss! Everyone gasped at this scene. This Tang Bingwan actually killed this battle beast. Indeed, her attack was too ruthless. Tang Bingwan truly deserved to be called the Ice Goddess, as her strikes were heavy. Everyone was astonished, and Pick was left dumbfounded. The shadow demon was a rare beast gifted to him by his family, and he never expected it to die like this. Damn it, you dared to kill my shadow demon. Pick roared in anger, wishing he could rush to Tang Bingwan and fight her to the death. On the podium, the representative from Lighthouse Country, Joseph, was also enraged upon witnessing this scene. Director Zhao, what does this mean? Joseph shouted angrily. This outcome surprised Director Zhao as well. However, as a high-ranking official, he had to maintain composure. Hee, Mr. Joseph, it's quite normal for a battle beast to fail in a competition. There's no need to be angry. Director Zhao said with a smile. Joseph looked at Director Zhao, his eyes filled with fury. Xiao in. Then, Joseph murmured softly. A burly man with a beard behind Joseph flashed a murderous intent upon hearing his words. Before anyone could react, the man named Xiao and leaped from the podium, charging straight towards the nine-tailed spirit fox. The podium was 300 meters away from the nine-tailed spirit fox on the battlefield, and at this moment, Xiao and seemed to be flying through the air, moving incredibly fast. However, just as Xiao and made his move, a woman in a red dress behind Director Fan's back narrowed her eyes and also rushed out. This woman was extremely fast, even much faster than Xiao. By the time Xiao En had flown 100 meters, the woman in red had already surpassed him. Then, the woman in red turned and delivered a powerful kick to Xiao En's chest. Bang! The sound of the impact exploded in the air, immediately shocking everyone. Xiao En felt his internal organs shift from the blow, and his body was quickly propelled backward. Bang! Moments later, Xiao En crashed heavily into the concrete wall beneath the podium, finally coming to a stop. Pooh! Xiao En clutched his chest in pain. A trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was barely suppressing the excruciating pain in his abdomen. Otherwise, he would have spat out blood by now. Everyone was stunned at this sight. Hiss! Who was that woman in red? I don't know. She looks terrifying. Her speed was so fast I didn't even see it clearly. Could she be from that department? She should be. Only the strongest from the Dragon King Hall would have such power. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to the woman in red. Though her expression was emotionless, the aura she exuded made it impossible for anyone to harbor any malicious thoughts. Sumu furrowed his brows upon seeing this. She is powerful, so powerful. Sumu could sense this strength, at least a level 6 beast tamer, possibly even higher. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the woman in red slowly spoke. China has its own rules. If you dare to be reckless, you will die. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Even the representatives from the 5 countries were shocked by the strength of this woman in red. Mr. Nishimura, let Taro Inoue take the next round. Joseph gritted his teeth and said. Nishimura Chitose, recovering from his shock, quickly nodded. All right, Mr. Joseph. This round was crucial. Joseph planned to have Taro Inoue retaliate by killing China's battle beast. If he sent someone else and they lost, it would severely undermine the confidence of the later contestants. Director Zhao also understood Joseph's intentions and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, he felt that Tang Bingwan had acted too impulsively and should not have killed Pick's battle beast. As a result, Meng Hao's battle beast would suffer in the next match. Zhao and the leaders of China all knew that while Meng Hao's battle beast was strong, it would definitely not be able to defeat Taro Inoue. Sai so young. Too impulsive. Zhao and the leaders of China shook their heads, but now that the situation had unfolded, they could only continue to watch. On an international forum, everyone in the live stream also witnessed this scene. Chinese netizens were very excited. They had truly thought Tang Bingwan was about to lose. Haha, Lighthouse Country. Are you still bragging? What invincible pick. Nonsense. It was so easily defeated. How can you still have the face to boast? Exactly. What about your Lighthouse Country's future? Now that future is gone, you should pray for your god to bring your battle beast out. Tang Bingwan's strength was impressive, but that woman in red was even more terrifying. Yes, I finally see how terrifying China's combat strength is. The netizens from Lighthouse Country gritted their teeth at these comments. Damn it. This is a competition, and you actually used lethal force. How shameless. Exactly. We strongly protest against China and demand severe punishment for the murderer. The comments from Lighthouse Country were instantly drowned out by the overwhelming support for China. Meanwhile, Japanese netizens were quick to comfort those from Lighthouse Country. Don't worry. Friends from Lighthouse Country, just wait and see Taro Inoue's performance. He will definitely teach the Chinese contestant a harsh lesson. Yes, Inoue-kun. You must kill the Chinese contestant's battle beast using the most brutal methods. The forum was in an uproar, but Sumu didn't care about any of that. After Tang Bingwan walked off the field, she headed straight to Sumu's side. Sumu, why did you make me kill that battle beast? Tang Bingwan asked in confusion. Sumu smiled slightly. They dared to cheat, so I let them know to behave in front of China. Cheat? Sumu, how did they cheat? Tang Bingwan was puzzled about how they could cheat in such an important competition. Of course, Sumu had her absolute trust. You'll find out soon. Sumu looked towards the battlefield. This match was crucial. Seeing that Sumu would not elaborate, Tang Bingwan stopped asking and stood beside him to watch the match. The next match featured Meng Hao from Kyoto, and his opponent was Taro Inoue. Taro Inoue's eyes were sharp before taking the stage. He received orders to kill his opponent's battle beast. Meng Hao also received news warning him to be cautious, as the opponent would likely try to kill his battle beast. Director Zhao initially didn't plan to inform the contestants about the strength of their opponent's battle beasts, fearing it would undermine their confidence. However, not saying anything now was not an option. If Meng Hao's battle beast was unprepared, it would truly be in danger. Meng Hao looked at Taro Inoue. He was advised to surrender immediately if things went wrong, but Meng Hao was reluctant to say the word surrender. As the host began to announce the match, both Meng Hao and Taro Inoue summoned their battle beasts. Meng Hao waved his arm, and a massive figure appeared beside him. Meng Hao's battle beast was called the Ghost General, a special type of beast, and his family was wealthy, definitely a noble family. The Ghost General stood 6 meters tall, clad in armor that resembled Western battle gear. Its chest armor was round, like a water tank, polished to a smooth finish. The Ghost General's face was extremely ferocious, making anyone who looked at it feel as if they had entered a hellish nightmare. Bang! With a loud thud, the Ghost General slammed its long knife forcefully into the ground, coldly staring at its opponent. The long knife is 8 meters long, resembling Guangong's broadsword, gleaming with a cold light. Inoue Taro glanced at Meng Hao's battle beast and sneered, then called out, Yamada no Orochi, come forth. As soon as Inoue finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared beside him, and a gigantic beast emerged. This beast stood over 30 meters tall, with 8 heads resembling snake heads, constantly swaying and occasionally emitting a roar. Below the 8 long necks was a body as large as a small mountain, covered in uneven bone spikes. At the end of its body, there were 8 long tails swaying. The crowd was taken aback. Hiss! Inoue Taro's battle beast is actually this big? Yes. Look at this battle beast. It seems incredibly powerful. You didn't know, did you? This is called the 8-headed serpent, a rare beast from another dimension, known for its high defense and magical attacks. At this moment, everyone felt that Inoue Taro's battle beast was too formidable. Meng Hao looked at the 8-headed serpent, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At that moment, he realized he was no match for it. However, he didn't want to admit defeat. That would be too embarrassing. Just then, The referee announced that the competition had begun. Chapter 84. Cheating together, let's see who's stronger. Meng Hao, feeling helpless, could only brace himself and go for it. Just as Meng Hao was about to command the Ghost General to charge, a voice came from behind him. Meng Hao, wait a moment. This voice interrupted Meng Hao's thoughts. And when he turned to look, he saw Tang Bingwan quickly approaching him. Meng Hao was not unfamiliar with Tang Bingwan. Is there something you need? Tang Bingwan quickly reached Meng Hao's side, took off her headset, and handed it to him, saying, use this headset. Meng Hao was a bit surprised. Why was Tang Bingwan suddenly giving him a headset? However, after thinking it over, he reached out to take it. Since Tang Bingwan came over, there must be something important. At that moment, as Meng Hao reached for the headset, Tang Bingwan discreetly pressed a small red pill into his palm. Meng Hao felt something in his hand and looked at Tang Bingwan in confusion. Hurry up, the match has started. Put on the headset. After Tang Bingwan finished speaking, she turned to leave. Meng Hao pondered for a moment, but decided to follow Tang Bingwan's advice. As soon as Meng Hao put on the headset, he heard Su Mu's voice. Listen to me. That pill is a modified blood fury pill. Let your battle beast eat it. This pill was exchanged by Su Mu in the system, costing a total of 100,000 points. The system's products are always high quality. Su Mu didn't know the specific effects of the blood fury pill, but the system's description indicated that it wouldn't trigger the beast's berserk state, only temporarily enhancing its physical attributes. Su Mu couldn't intervene directly, as that would easily expose him, but since they were cheating, they might as well cheat together. When Meng Hao heard Su Mu's words, he realized it was cheating, and the consequences of using the blood fury pill were severe, so he certainly wouldn't use it. Who are you? You're trying to harm me. This is a blood fury pill. Meng Hao was somewhat angry. He could afford the blood fury pill if he wanted to. Haha, don't misunderstand. If you don't cheat, your opponent will cheat. That person is not a student but a genius from the military. Can you win against a military genius who has experienced life and death training? Su Mu said. What? Meng Hao was stunned. Are you joking? How is that possible? Seeing that Meng Hao didn't believe him, Su Mu was too lazy to explain further. He could only help to this extent. And it was up to Meng Hao to decide whether to let his battle beast die or use the blood fury pill. Hearing Su Mu's words, Meng Hao struggled. He tightly gripped the blood fury pill. He couldn't bear to see his battle beast die. However, he also didn't want to admit defeat. That would be too embarrassing. After a moment of struggle, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed, and he decided to go all out. At that moment, the eight-headed serpent had already charged toward the center of the arena, while Meng Hao's ghost general remained motionless. Yes, why is he just standing there in a daze? Is it that Meng Hao is scared and doesn't dare to attack? The crowd looked at Meng Hao's unusual behavior with confusion. At this point, Meng Hao raised his head, looked at the ghost general, and said, I'm sorry. Then, Meng Hao commanded the ghost general. The ghost general turned to look at Meng Hao, its massive body towering over him. The ghost general lowered its head, kneeling before Meng Hao. Meng Hao reached out, stroking the ghost general's cheek, saying, I'm sorry. Subsequently, while Meng Hao was stroking the ghost general's mouth, he secretly slipped the pill into its mouth. After doing all this, Meng Hao's expression turned fierce. Ghost general, go. Following Meng Hao's command, the ghost general suddenly stood up and charged toward the center of the battlefield, wielding its large knife. On one side of the battlefield, Tang Bingwan looked at Su Mu and asked, Su Mu, how did you know they were cheating? It's simple. Look at Inoue Taro. He has a strong killing intent in his eyes. Someone who has never been on the battlefield cannot possess such a quality, Su Mu replied calmly. What? Tang Bingwan was puzzled. Su Mu was making a bold assumption that Inoue Taro was cheating based solely on this point. What if he was mistaken? Although she trusted Su Mu, this guess seemed a bit reckless. Seeing Tang Bingwan's concern, Su Mu smiled slightly and said, It's okay. I have a plan. If Meng Hao's use of the blood fury pill doesn't get exposed, then we all cheat together. If it does get exposed, then we all get exposed. After all, they cheated first. Tang Bingwan thought about everything Su Mu had done before and recalled that when she competed against Class 1, Su Mu had worn a similarly confident smile. Thinking of this, Tang Bingwan became very curious about how Su Mu could be so confident in everything he did. On the battlefield, the eight-headed serpent and the ghost general quickly clashed. The ghost general raised its large knife and swung it at one of the eight-headed serpent's heads. The eight-headed serpent roared in anger, and one of its heads opened its mouth to unleash a column of white gas. This gas was powerful wherever it passed. It felt as if the air had solidified. Whoosh! Before the ghost general's knife could strike, the gas column sprayed directly onto the ghost general. Immediately, the ghost general's body began to freeze at a visible speed. Layers of frost rapidly formed, and the ghost general's movements became slower and slower. Soon, the cold air affected the ground, and a thick layer of frost began to form on the surface. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. It froze. The ghost general was frozen right at the start. This 8-headed serpent is too powerful. Indeed, the Ghost General is frozen. It's likely doomed. How can it fight now? It's over. This round is surely lost. Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads. The Ghost General was frozen, leaving it vulnerable to the 8-headed serpent's attacks. Inoue Taro smiled slightly at this sight. Haha, an ant dares to challenge me. On the judge's platform, Joseph finally showed a smile. Humph, the Chinese contestant is no match. Nishimura Chitose laughed heartily. Mr. Joseph, our Inoue Taro is too strong. The Chinese contestant is too weak. Director Zhao shook his head. He had already communicated with Meng Hao, telling him to surrender, but he didn't expect Meng Hao to be so careless. On the battlefield, after the 8-headed serpent froze the Ghost General, it showed no signs of stopping. Several massive snakeheads roared and opened their mouths to bite down on the Ghost General. It intended to tear the Ghost General to shreds. Some heads bit down on the Ghost General's head, while others clamped onto its legs, pulling and tearing at it. Surrender. Meng Hao, quickly surrender. The representatives from the capital shouted anxiously at Meng Hao upon seeing this scene. Meng Hao was indeed scared just now. He didn't expect the Ghost General to be frozen like this. But while he was in fear, he suddenly felt the Ghost General's body rapidly becoming stronger at a perceptible rate. Moreover, this power was continuously rising. This strength was too immense. And Meng Hao could feel it clearly. Although the Ghost General was currently frozen, it was not dead. It was just adapting to this power. Meng Hao's heart shook violently. Was the effect of the Blood Fury pill really this domineering? In his impression, the Blood Fury pill didn't seem to be this abnormal. Just as Meng Hao was in a daze, he suddenly heard someone shouting behind him, urging him to surrender. Surrender? The corners of Meng Hao's mouth lifted slightly. This power was too strong, and he was now incredibly excited. Ghost General, counterattack. Meng Hao shouted loudly to the battlefield. This voice was loud and heard by many people. What's going on? Can't you see that the Ghost General is frozen and yet is counterattacking? Right? Is Meng Hao stimulated by something? Oh no. Look at that Yamada no Orochi. I'm really afraid that the Ghost General will be torn to pieces in the next second. Just when everyone was in despair, the Ghost General's body shook, and the ice on it shattered like glass, quickly breaking apart. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed, and the ice cracked like glass with visible fissures rapidly extending. Look what's going on. The Ghost General isn't dead. Yes. It seems the Ghost General is trying hard to push the ice away. Everyone was astonished. Taro Inoue's confident smile instantly froze. How could this be possible? How could a super-evolved combat beast withstand this freezing attack? This shocking scene brought a hint of fear to Taro Inoue's eyes. Damn it! Taro Inoue roared angrily, urgently commanding Yamada no Orochi to increase its strength. He wanted to completely tear apart the Ghost General. Bang! At this moment, the ice surrounding the Ghost General could no longer contain it, bursting like exploding stones, with countless ice shards scattering in all directions. As the Ghost General broke free from its restraints, it raised its large blade and chopped at one of the serpent heads. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the Ghost General had fully manifested, and its strength was astonishingly large. With this one strike, Yamada no Orochi couldn't even react in time. Whoosh! The blade fell, and a massive serpent head was severed. Roar! The intense pain made Yamada no Orochi let out a roar, and the remaining 7 heads swayed incessantly. Blood gushed from the severed head like a large shower, continuously spraying. After the serpent head that bit the Ghost General released its hold, the Ghost General landed on the ground. A good opportunity. Now is the time to quickly slay Yamada no Orochi. Sumu's voice echoed in Meng Hao's earpiece. Meng Hao was also enraged at this moment. Just now, that Yamada no Orochi actually wanted to kill the Ghost General, so why should he hold back? If Tang Bingwan dared to kill the opposing combat beast, what was he afraid of? Thus, Meng Hao did not hesitate and urgently gave the Ghost General an order. The Ghost General roared and swung its blade again towards one of Yamada no Orochi's serpent heads. Whoosh! With another strike, another serpent head was chopped off. Taro Inoue panicked at this sight. How could the Ghost General break through Yamada no Orochi's hard scales? He couldn't believe it even if he was killed. A super-evolved combat beast could actually harm a dominant-level combat beast. This was too abnormal. But now this abnormal situation was right in front of him, making it impossible for him not to believe. Stop it, damn Chinese! Taro Inoue shouted angrily, urgently commanding Yamada no Orochi to retreat and create distance from the Ghost General. The Ghost General and Yamada no Orochi were too close now, which was very unfavorable for Yamada no Orochi in battle. However, as Yamada no Orochi attempted to escape, the Ghost General certainly wouldn't let it succeed. The Ghost General raised its blade, wanting to strike again, but Yamada no Orochi spat out a column of air, hitting the Ghost General and quickly forming frost. However, this time, before the frost could fully form, the Ghost General's immense strength broke through the nearly solidifying ice. But at this moment, The Ghost General's movements were also slowed down. Taro Inoue seized the opportunity, and two serpent heads quickly bit at the Ghost General's arms. In an instant, the two serpent heads tightly bit down on the Ghost General's arms, binding it momentarily. Meng Hao sneered at this scene. Ghost General, a self-sacrificing strike. The self-sacrificing strike was the Ghost General's ultimate skill. It would take 20 damage but deliver double the attack power to the opponent. At this moment, the Ghost General's physical attributes had been enhanced, and combined with the double attack power, its might was simply astonishing. The Ghost General's arms moved. The large blade spun twice above its head, and then it wielded the blade with both hands, fiercely chopping down between Yamada no Orochi's two necks. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the blade fell at an incredible speed. In an instant, smoke and dust rose from the ground. As if the scene had been frozen in that moment. What's going on? Did the Ghost General win? I don't know. That strike was too fast. I didn't even see it clearly. Everyone saw that both the Ghost General and Yamada no Orochi had stopped moving, frozen in place, all with puzzled expressions. At that moment, the Ghost General's large blade had deeply embedded itself into the ground, leaving only a not-so-long handle. Just then, Yamada no Orochi struggled to twist its neck, and then its body split in two. This serpent, as large as a small mountain, was cleaved in half and crashed to the ground. As Yamada no Orochi fell, blood flowed from its severed body like a small stream, staining the ground red. Hiss! Everyone was filled with terror at this sight. Did Meng Hao actually win? Yes. This is too unbelievable. Hiss! Look, the ground seems to have been split in half by the Ghost General's strike. The power is terrifying. Just now, with Yamada no Orochi blocking the view, no one noticed. But as Yamada no Orochi fell, everyone finally saw the crack on the ground, extending for dozens of meters. The dozens of meters long, fine crack was clearly visible, but no one knew how deep it was. On the podium, the leaders were also dumbfounded. The crazy shaking of their heads from the Japanese delegate Kenji Nishimura showed he couldn't understand why Taro Inoue lost. Even director Zhao was puzzled. Meng Hao's strength shouldn't be able to defeat Taro Inoue, but why did he win like this? Upon seeing his Yamada no Orochi dead, Taro Inoue's eyes were about to burst, his fists clenched tightly. After a while, Taro Inoue let out an angry roar. Damn it, that Chinese. You actually killed my Yamada no Orochi. This Yamada no Orochi was not only a rare exotic beast, but also held significant status in Japan. Now that it was dead, Taro Inoue could imagine losing face in his country, with many citizens even demanding his seppuku as an apology. As expected at that moment, the voices condemning Taro Inoue on the international forum grew louder. Taro Inoue, you are the disgrace of Japan. Yes, you should commit seppuku. You are a sinner of Japan. Taro Inoue, you have brought shame to all Japanese people. It's no wonder the Japanese netizens hated Taro Inoue so much. Over the past month, Japan had been promoting Taro Inoue, calling him the most outstanding genius of Japan, possessing demigod blood. They touted him as Japan's future and the pride of the Japanese people. All along, under continuous strong propaganda, the Japanese citizens had believed it without a doubt. But now, with Taro Inoue's loss, their faith collapsed instantly, leading to their intense hatred towards him. This is the consequence of raising someone too high and then watching them fall hard. The Chinese netizens initially wanted to mock the Japanese, but seeing their intensity and the rising calls for Taro Inoue's seppuku, they couldn't help but soften their hearts. Stop, stop, stop. I say, you Japanese, isn't losing to China normal? Why are you so angry, demanding Taro Inoue's seppuku? You are too inhumane. What era is this? Can't we use hanging instead of disembowelment? Enough is enough. I can't stand it anymore. What kind of cruel execution is this? Isn't it inhumane to just shoot someone? When netizens from other countries saw these comments, they all fell silent. This is so cruel. Losing a match means death. At this moment, they are all worried about their own country's competitors. Taro Inoue looked at the corpse of Yamada no Orochi, his eyes about to burst, and after a while, he laughed maniacally. Haha, haha, I actually lost, haha. No, I didn't lose. I am a prodigy with demigod blood. How could I lose to a trash Chinese person? Right? Cheating. They must have cheated. Taro Inoue, in a frenzied state, yelled loudly toward the podium. Cheating. The Chinese must have cheated. Otherwise, there's no way he could have beaten me. Absolutely impossible. The more Taro Inoue spoke, the more agitated he became, continuously shouting until his voice was a bit hoarse. On the podium, Senju Nishimura also couldn't accept this reality at the moment, but upon hearing Taro Inoue's screams, he suddenly perked up. Right? Cheating, it must be cheating. Then, Senju Nishimura abruptly stood up and angrily said to Director Zhao, You cheated. We Japanese could never lose. Hearing this, Zhao frowned slightly. He hadn't thought of that angle before, but after hearing Senju Nishimura's words, he began to have doubts. If there was no cheating, he wouldn't believe that Meng Hao could beat Taro in no way, even if he died. But now, admitting that Meng Hao cheated was also something Zhao couldn't do. Just as Zhao was contemplating a response, Joseph's voice rang out, Director Zhao. I never expected that a great country like China would actually do such despicable things. Bullshit. As soon as Joseph finished speaking, Director Gao scolded in dissatisfaction. Bullshit. We Chinese disdain to do such vile things. Seeing that Director Gao was angry, Joseph was no longer upset. He now had a new strategy. Since China had cheated, they would find evidence, which would make China lose face even more. This would be more embarrassing than China losing the match. Now that it was being broadcasted worldwide, letting the whole world know that China cheated would be a huge blow to China. After thinking this through, Joseph smiled slightly. Director Gao? It's easy to prove that there was no cheating. We demand a property assessment of the battle beast. The battle beast property assessment would determine the strength, defense, and other attributes of the battle beast. Based on these attributes, if the attributes of the ghost general were insufficient, it would be impossible to break through the defenses of Yamada no Orochi. From this data, it could also be discerned whether the ghost general had used any auxiliary items. Assessment. Gao Ju was taken aback by Joseph's words, and he fell into deep thought. Although he had some confidence in Meng Hao, as he was familiar with Meng Hao's character, he still found it hard to believe that the ghost general had defeated the eight-headed serpent. Seeing Gao Ju hesitating, Joseph suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, does Huagua really not dare? Are there really things that are invisible to people? I said, how could our pick lose? It turns out that Huagua is accustomed to winning through cheating. It seems the people of Huagua are too despicable. The more arrogant Joseph became, the more fiery Zhao and Gao's faces looked. After a moment, Zhao spoke up. Mr. Joseph, we agreed to conduct an assessment. We in Huagua conduct our affairs honorably, and I will give you a satisfactory response. After Zhao finished speaking, he turned to one of his subordinates and said, Go, call student Meng Hao over. Yes. The subordinate received the order and quickly walked towards Meng Hao. At this moment, Meng Hao had already received the ghost general and was beaming with pride. The power he had just experienced was so overwhelming that it excited him greatly. In that moment, he truly felt like a top expert, disregarding everything. Meng Hao left the competition area and quickly ran towards Sumu. Moments later, Meng Hao stood in front of Sumu, excitedly speaking. Hello, you are Sumu? Sumu nodded and said with a smile, Are you happy to have won the competition? Meng Hao pulled Sumu's hands and hurriedly asked, What did you just feed my battle beast? Why is the effect of that medicine so powerful? Also, why can't I feel the violent mindset of the ghost? And it seems that my body has no injuries? This question is what Meng Hao is most concerned about. However, Sumu's pill not only has great power, but also has none of these negative effects. What kind of elixir is this? It's simply a priceless treasure. As a member of a prestigious family in the capital, Meng Hao knows the value of such a pill all too well. It can be said to be invaluable. Moreover, just this one pill is enough to revitalize an entire family. This is no joke. If two families have similar power, then whoever possesses such a miraculous pill will see a significant boost in the combat power of their battle beasts, and the consequences are unimaginable. It wouldn't even be a problem to use this pill to annihilate a major family. 2 billion? Meng Hao was a bit taken aback upon hearing this. The elixir still costs money. However, Meng Hao soon had a delighted expression on his face. I'll buy, I'll get 20 of these pills. Sumu shook his head. Not for sale. If it weren't for you fighting for Huagua, I wouldn't help you either. This pill is very rare and not easily obtainable. Each pill costs 100,000 points. It's simply too expensive. The main issue is that most of the skill crystals in Modu have already been bought by Tang Li. So the supply is tight. While it seems like this pill is worth 5 skill crystals, the actual value is far more than just 5 skill crystals. Meng Hao was stunned. He didn't expect Sumu to refuse to sell. Come on, brother, sell me 10 pills. Just 10? How about 4 billion each? Meng Hao hurriedly said, not for sale. Sumu replied, 5 pieces. How about 8 billion each? Meng Hao quickly changed his mind. Not for sale. Sumu still shook his head. Just as Meng Hao was about to say something, a voice came from behind. Meng Hao, come with me. Director Zhao wants to see you. Chapter 86. Keep your dog on a leash, or it might get beaten easily. Big Chapter 3,500 words. Secretary Liu. What does Uncle Zhao want with me? Meng Hao asked. Secretary Liu shook his head and said, Meng Hao, did you cheat? It's broken now. And the country of Japan requests an attribute assessment of your battle beast. Attribute assessment? Upon hearing this, Meng Hao's legs went weak with fear. He was truly terrified. If they conducted an attribute assessment, he would surely be exposed. Moreover, the Meng family was a prominent clan in the capital. If word got out, their head would never let Meng Hao off the hook. Just as Meng Hao was panicking, Sumu spoke up. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Meng Hao was overjoyed at these words. Right? Sumu had just accused the Japanese of cheating, so he must have evidence. Thinking this, Meng Hao quickly regained his composure. All right, Su Mu, then you'll accompany me there. Hearing this, Secretary Lu turned to look at Su Mu, whom he didn't recognize. Who are you? Secretary Lu asked. A student? Secretary Lu looked at Su Mu, thinking that this young guy, just a student from Magic City University, had no right to meet Director Zhao. Director Zhao didn't summon you, and besides, not everyone gets to see Director Zhao. Secretary Lu certainly couldn't agree to let just anyone meet him. Su Mu frowned slightly at Secretary Lu's attitude, which was a bit arrogant, and clearly looked down on him. Meng Hao didn't care about Secretary Lu's thoughts and directly said, Secretary Lu, if Su Mu doesn't go with me, then I won't go either. Secretary Lu helplessly glanced at Meng Hao. I say, young Master Meng, can we not throw a temper tantrum? Director Zhao will get anxious waiting. Meng Hao stubbornly replied, I don't care. Let Uncle Zhao come and call me himself. Fine. Then bring that person along. But I need to say in advance, those are all big shots up there, so you need to be careful with your words. Seeing Secretary Lu agree, Meng Hao then turned to Su Mu and said, Su Mu, then it's up to you. Su Mu nodded, okay. Tang Bingwan saw this and immediately took Su Mu's arm, wanting to go with him. Su Mu was taken aback. What was this little girl doing? He looked at Tang Bingwan, surprised by her initiative. Tang Bingwan chuckled, I'll go with you. Meng Hao, noticing this, also laughed. Surprised that the campus belle of Magic City University was actually Su Mu's girlfriend. Su Mu, you're quite lucky, he said. Su Mu hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand. We're just ordinary friends. No, you just told the director I'm your girlfriend. How come you're denying it now? Tang Bingwan said. Su Mu shook his head. Can't you tell I was joking with them? I don't care. Tang Bingwan tilted her head, tightening her grip on Su Mu's arm. The others said nothing and followed Secretary Lu toward the podium. Su Mu, do you have a plan? Do you have any evidence? Meng Hao asked suspiciously as they walked. Su Mu shook his head. No evidence. What? No evidence. Meng Hao felt a chill. They were going to get into serious trouble without any proof. Tang Bingwan understood Su Mu and knew he had a way out, but she was genuinely curious about the specifics. That was why she insisted on following him. She wanted to know what Su Mu was going to do. After a while, under Secretary Lu's lead, they arrived at the podium. Without Secretary Lu, Su Mu and the others wouldn't have been able to approach it at all. You all wait here. I'll go over and say something. Remember to be careful when speaking later, Secretary Lu repeatedly instructed before heading to the seating area of the podium. The people seated there were all influential figures, each with a crucial identity. Director Zhao, Meng Hao is here, Secretary Lu said quietly as he approached Director Zhao. Director Zhao nodded and gestured for him to come over. Okay, Secretary Lu replied and turned to call Meng Hao. Upon hearing that Meng Hao had arrived, Joseph and Nishimura Chio looked over, eager to seize the opportunity to slander Hua country. Moments later, Meng Hao, Su Mu, and Tang Bingwan stood before Director Zhao and other leaders. Director Zhao looked at Meng Hao, knowing him well and having connections with his family. He was also somewhat familiar with Tang Bingwan, having seen her performance in the previous competition, which he was quite satisfied with. However, when Director Zhao looked at Su Mu, he frowned slightly. He didn't recognize him. Meng Hao, how did your ghost general become so powerful? Director Zhao asked Meng Hao. Joseph and Nishimura Chio were infuriated by this. If it's determined that you cheated, we will demand severe punishment for Hua country. They glared at Meng Hao, trying to intimidate him psychologically. Director Zhao frowned slightly and said, Meng Hao, if you cheated, just admit it. Otherwise, the attribute assessment will still yield the same result. Meng Hao looked at Director Zhao, somewhat at a loss for words. What was he supposed to say? Admit it? If he confessed now, he was as good as dead. But if he didn't admit it, it would be just as bad once the attribute assessment was done. Just then, as Meng Hao was struggling, Su Mu spoke up from behind him. Meng Hao agrees to the attribute assessment. What? You want me to use the blood fury pill, and now you want me to undergo an assessment? Are you trying to get me killed? The others frowned as well, wondering who this kid was to say such things. Joseph and Nishimura Chio were delighted. They hadn't expected Hua country to be so foolish as to agree to the assessment without any excuses. Just as Director Zhao was about to ask who Su Mu was, Su Mu spoke again, but we have conditions. Conditions? Everyone was taken aback. There were conditions for doing the assessment? At that moment, Secretary Li angrily whispered from behind. Su Mu, stop messing around. This is not the place for your antics. Lu's secretary shot a glare at Su Mu, indicating that this was not a place for him to speak carelessly. The influential figures were curious about what Su Mu's conditions would be. They weren't fools. They sensed something was off about the assessment, but they were eager to know what the conditions were. What are the conditions? Director Zhao asked, shifting his focus to Su Mu. He wanted to see what Su Mu had to say and didn't he feel it necessary to stop him immediately. Su Mu turned to Joseph and Nishimura Chio, stating, the condition is that Meng Hao can undergo the beastmaster attribute assessment. But we require Taro Inoue to undergo a bone age assessment. Bone age assessment was not a high-tech procedure, It was a well-established technique in this era. By taking x-rays of a person's hand bones, wrist bones, and so on, one could accurately determine their real age. With current technology, the bone age determination would not deviate by more than 6 months, making it very precise. Bone age assessment? Everyone was puzzled. What was the purpose of that? Joseph and Nishimura Chiyo's expressions changed. They understood what Sumu meant. Director Zhao looked at Sumu, and in that moment, he found the young student somewhat interesting. Go ahead and ask, Director Zhao said. Director Zhao, we are competing in the college beastmaster competition. If we select a genius soldier from our military to participate in such a competition, would that be considered cheating? Sumu inquired. He nodded. And what if this soldier has undergone life and death training in another world for 2 years? After graduating from college, he has also trained in the military for 2 years. Director Zhao frowned slightly. He seemed to understand what Sumu was getting at. That would indeed be cheating. First of all, his opponent would be at a disadvantage. If he is a soldier who has served in the military for 2 years, then his opponent should also be a soldier, Director Zhao concluded, looking at Joseph and Nishimura Chiyo, fully grasping Sumu's point. However, he was puzzled as to how Sumu knew all this. Joseph and Nishimura Chiyo felt nervous but maintained an air of confidence on the surface. Who was this kid to speak so recklessly? Was Hua country's diplomacy so careless that a student could speak out like this? Just as Nishimura Chiyo finished speaking, Secretary Liu stepped forward, laughing. Everyone, don't be angry. This student has some issues. We will handle him. At that moment, Secretary Liu was still furious about Sumu's earlier defiance and hadn't thought through the implications of Sumu's words. But Director Zhao understood Sumu's intent. Shut up. He sternly reprimanded Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu quickly nodded, forcing a smile, and turned to Sumu, angrily saying, Do you see? The leaders are angry. And you still won't shut up. At that moment, Secretary Liu regretted agreeing to bring Sumu here, allowing him to speak carelessly. Seeing Secretary Liu act this way only made Director Zhao angrier. He couldn't believe how lacking in awareness Secretary Liu was. Secretary Liu, I told you to shut up. Director Zhao glared at him, his voice raised. What? Me? Secretary Liu was taken aback, unsure of what he had done wrong. But now that the leader had said so, he was frightened and quickly took a step back, falling silent. Nishimura Chiyo pointed at Sumu and angrily said to Director Zhao, Director, how can a student be so disrespectful? Hua country has no rules at all. Director Zhao's expression darkened. At that moment, he didn't want to engage with Nishimura Chiyo anymore. Just as everyone was contemplating how to resolve the situation, Sumu spoke up. Haha, Mr. Joseph, please keep your dog on a leash, or it might get beaten. Chapter 87. Taro in no way betrays. It was me who cheated. Baka, you dare to insult me as a dog. Nishimura Chiyo was furious, clenching his fists tightly. Sumu was a bit surprised upon hearing this, looking at Nishimura Chiyo with admiration. Mr. Nishimura, you are really brave to admit it so openly. I admire you. Baka. Nishimura Chiyo was even angrier. As a senior official from the Yamato nation, it was humiliating to be insulted by a student like this. The leaders from Huagua found the situation quite amusing. Sumu's words were not diplomatic at all. Although they found it refreshing, it was inappropriate for diplomatic occasions. The group of big shots shook their heads and couldn't help but chuckle, treating it as a child's joke. At that moment, a man in a Yamato uniform glared at Sumu, his fists clenching slightly. How could this kid dare to mock their commander like that? But before he could act, the woman in red beside Zhao Bureau coughed twice, clear and crisp. The sound pierced through, striking the heart of the Yamato soldier. In an instant, the soldier who had just wanted to take action gave up on the idea. He knew that once he made a move, the woman in red would intervene. The woman in red looked at Sumu, her red lips slightly parting with a faint smile. This kid is quite interesting. At that moment, she felt a sense of pride for Sumu. As for diplomacy and potential repercussions, the woman in red was indifferent. Now that Huagua was powerful, no country dared to confront it directly, so what was there to fear? Zhao Bureau, being the leader, was satisfied with Sumu's words. But he still had to consider diplomatic relations. Sumu, please be mindful of your words and actions. After Zhao Bureau spoke, he turned to Nishimura Chiyo. Mr. Nishimura, he is a student. There's no need to hold a child accountable. Humph. Nishimura Chiyo snorted coldly. Zhao Bureau, please proceed with the attribute assessment of Meng Hao's battle beast immediately. Zhao Bureau thought for a moment and replied, this is possible. According to your country's request, we can conduct an attribute assessment of classmate Meng Hao's battle beast. However, the information provided by your country indicates that Taro Inoue is 22 years old, a student at Yamato University. Should we conduct a bone age assessment on Taro Inoue? This. Nishimura Chiyo's face flushed red upon hearing this. Agreeing would be problematic, and refusing would also be awkward. A situation had arisen, and the match was paused. What's going on? Why has the match been paused? I don't know. Could something have happened? In the competition arena, the reporters and spectators were all confused. At this moment, several reporters suggested going to the podium to inquire about the situation. A large group of reporters surged toward the podium, clamoring for an interview. The noise from the reporters caught the attention of the big shots. Mr. Nishimura, if you agree, then let Taro Inoue and classmate Ming Hao undergo the assessment together. Zhao Bureau asked again. Nishimura Qitiao was somewhat hesitant, and Joseph spoke up, that's fine. This. Nishimura Qitiao looked at Joseph, unable to explain why he agreed. According to the information provided by Yamato, Taro Inoue was 22 years old, but his real age was 24. This 2-year discrepancy would certainly be revealed in the assessment. Joseph glanced at Nishimura Qitiao, giving him a reassuring look. Maki, go arrange for Taro Inoue to prepare for the bone age assessment shortly. Joseph said. Yes. A blond man answered and turned to head down from the podium. Sumu sneered. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Just then, Sumu's insight I caught a glimpse of Joseph's intentions. Joseph's inner thoughts. Hee. For the assessment, I'll make sure you leave no trace behind. Not good. Sumu was startled by this realization. He understood that Maki wasn't arranging for Taro Inoue to undergo an assessment, but was planning to kill him to eliminate any witnesses. After killing Taro Inoue, they could frame Huagua for it. How despicable. Sumu felt anxious upon realizing this. If he spoke about Joseph's intentions now, no one would believe him. Moreover, even if Sumu exposed it, it would be futile. Joseph could deny it, and there would be no way to hold him accountable. After the plan was implemented, Joseph could also slander Huagua for using a feigned capture strategy. It was indeed a difficult situation to handle. Just as Sumu frowned, he inadvertently caught sight of the woman in red behind Zhao Bureau. Got it. Sumu approached the woman in red, leaning in to whisper. The woman furrowed her brow but did not resist, slightly tilting her ear. Quickly go save Taro Inoue. They're going to kill him. Sumu whispered. The woman in red was puzzled upon hearing this. How did Sumu know? Zhao Bureau also noticed Sumu's actions, but said nothing. After pondering, the woman in red realized the seriousness of the situation. Subsequently, she approached Zhao Bureau and spoke softly. Leader, I need to step out for a moment. Zhao Bureau nodded. The protection of the big shots wasn't solely dependent on the woman in red. Everyone had their own matters, and Zhao Bureau didn't mind. The woman in red quickly left the podium, heading straight toward Maki's direction. After leaving the podium, Maki walked directly toward a resting building at the back. That was where the Yamato representatives were resting. He couldn't understand how he had lost. When Maki arrived, there were some security personnel present, but they were of lower rank. Mr. Maki. Mr. Maki. The security personnel in the hallway greeted him eagerly. Maki waved his hand. You all go outside. Yes. The security personnel, hearing Maki's words, walked out of the building. Moments later, Maki pushed open the door to Taro Inoue's room and walked in. At this moment, Taro Inoue was lost in despair. Useless trash. Maki glared at Taro Inoue, scolding him with dissatisfaction. Taro Inoue stood up upon hearing this, and when he saw it was Maki, he instantly dared not speak. This was a powerful figure, someone he couldn't provoke. Taro Inoue hurriedly stood up from the bed, nodding to Maki. Hi. Maki's eyes turned cold. You've been exposed. You can disappear now. What? Taro Inoue was shocked. He hadn't expected Maki to come for his life. But I'm a genius from Yamato. I'm a prodigy of bloodlines. Taro Inoue shook his head frantically, retreating continuously. Even if he lost and his battle beast died, it wouldn't affect his development. He could still merge with other battle beasts. Maki looked at Taro Inoue, knowing he would not give him a chance. Hee, useless thing, even God wouldn't want you. After saying this, Maki's eyes turned cold, and he reached out to grab Taro Inoue's neck. Maki was a level 6 beastmaster, capable of fusion, with extremely high physical attributes. In Maki's eyes, Taro Inoue was like an ant. Maki's speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneous. But just as Maki's hand was about to grasp Taro Inoue's neck, a red figure quickly appeared from the side. This speed was even faster than Maki's. Maki was startled and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Then, a kick struck hard against Maki's arm. Maki spun around as he steadied himself. Who? Maki roared in anger, quickly looking up. When he saw it was a woman in red, he was somewhat surprised. He recognized her from earlier. What do you want? Maki angrily asked. The woman in red smiled slightly. I haven't asked you yet. What do you want? Maki's expression darkened as he glanced at Taro Inoue, not expecting his mission to fail. Now that the woman in red was here, it was unlikely he could act. If he fought with the woman in red, the degree of destruction from their battle would be unbearable for Modu University. More importantly, this was Modu, Huagua, unless he was willing to risk his life to fight here. It was impossible for him to forcibly kill Taro Inoue. Taro Inoue is one of us. Please leave immediately. Maki said angrily. Inoue Taro was shaking his head frantically, shouting, Help me, he's going to kill me, help me. The woman in red saw this and spoke. Mikey, this is Huagua, be careful. Or you might not be able to leave Magic City University. Every strong person in their country is extremely rare, and losing one is very painful. If Mikey dares to act in Huagua, many strong individuals will unite to kill him. It can be said that Mikey has no chance at all. Not only does he have no chance, but the strong individuals who came with Mikey will also die. Mikey is very clear about this. He glared at Inoue Taro without speaking, and the woman in red sneered, pulling Inoue Taro to jump out of the window. Now Inoue Taro was also scared. He didn't want to die. He was a prodigy of the demigod bloodline. Such a bloodline would definitely become a supreme powerhouse in the future, and he was unwilling to die just like that. Moments later, the woman in red led Inoue Taro to land outside the building. If you don't want to die, tell me the truth, or I'll hand you over to Mikey. When Inoue Taro heard this, his legs went weak in fear. He had heard about the ferocity of Mikey's battle beasts. Just as Inoue Taro hesitated, the woman in red continued to attack his psyche. Don't hold any illusions. Mikey coming to kill you is the intention of Nishimura Chikoto. Also, look at what the people of Wa Kingdom are saying about you. The woman in red handed Inoue Taro a phone, which showed comments from Wa Kingdom netizens cursing Inoue Taro. Inoue Taro, you are the disgrace of Wa Kingdom. You should disembowel yourself to apologize. Inoue Taro, you are simply a sinner of Wa Kingdom. You should go to hell. These comments flooded the screen, all accusing Inoue Taro of deserving to die. Seeing this, Inoue Taro's mindset collapsed. He didn't expect the domestic populace to want him dead so much. Okay, so everyone wants me dead, huh? Then I won't care anymore. Then, Inoue Taro's expression turned angry as he spoke to the woman in red. I say, I am willing to tell the truth. The woman in red nodded. Good, rest assured. As long as you tell the truth, I can let you stay in Huagua, with no danger to your life. After a while, the woman in red brought Inoue Taro to a group of reporters. The reporters rushed forward as soon as they saw Inoue Taro. They had wanted to interview him earlier, but some people had taken him away, and they didn't have the chance. Now was the perfect opportunity. Inoue Taro, please tell us why you lost in this competition. Was the strength of Huagua's opponents too formidable? Inoue Taro, it is said that you are a prodigy of the demigod bloodline. What are your thoughts on losing this match? A group of reporters kept asking questions, and among them were quite a few reporters from Wa Kingdom, who had come specifically to smear Huagua. So, Inoue Taro loudly said, Huagua did not cheat. I cheated. Chapter 88. You are the little brother. Your whole family are little brothers. What? You cheated? Yes. How did Inoue Taro cheat? The reporters were confused and quickly pressed Inoue Taro for answers. Inoue Taro was not polite and explained everything, including who had instructed him to do so. It must be said that Inoue Taro was quite honest, even mentioning the incident when he was 8 and peeked at the neighbor ant. The woman in red listened with an awkward expression. Was Inoue Taro crazy? After Inoue Taro finished speaking, he looked at the woman in red. Is this enough? I was honest enough, right? You must protect my safety. The woman in red nodded. Rest assured, Huagua keeps its word. At that moment, the reporters were stunned. The information Inoue Taro had exposed was too much. Shameless. How could Wa Kingdom do such a thing? Exactly, and the Lighthouse country actually colluded with Wa Kingdom. Shameful for claiming to be a great nation. The reporters from Huagua were furious and quickly reported these events. Meanwhile, foreign reporters were dumbfounded. This was quite different from what they had thought when they arrived. Inoue Taro, were you threatened by Huagua, which is why you said this? One foreign reporter asked. Still not giving up. Their task was to slander Huagua, but how could they do so now? Inoue Taro shook his head. I swear, everything I said is true. The Huagua reporters looked at that reporter. We are all colleagues. Your question is problematic. What do you mean by that question? Do you think we are fools? The Huagua reporters all showed anger, wanting to beat up that foreign reporter with yellow hair. The woman in red saw that things were almost done and took Inoue Taro away. How outrageous, shameless. How could the Lighthouse country and Wa Kingdom do such things? Damn. The other countries are not good either. They are all in the same boat. Luckily, our Huagua competitors are strong. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Just now, I thought it was inappropriate for Huagua's competitors to kill their battle beasts. Now it seems they did well to let them cheat. Meanwhile, netizens from other countries were also stunned. Inoue Taro had turned against them, and the content he revealed left them speechless. I really didn't expect our Wa Kingdom to do such things. It's so embarrassing. Yes, and us Lighthouse country people, this is too much. Some righteous netizens were also dissatisfied with what their countries had done. However, they were powerless and could only complain a bit. On the podium, I killed Inoue Taro. Let's see what you use for verification. I'll just say that Inoue Taro had an accident in your Huagua. It must be your doing. Just as Joseph was feeling pleased and preparing to implement his plan, Mikey leaned in and whispered a few words to him. What? The plan failed? Joseph's face turned angry upon hearing this. What was going on today? Nothing was going smoothly. Director Zhao nodded. Okay. Then, the woman in red spoke into the mini microphone on her chest. Play. The broadcasting room had already prepared Inoue Taro's earlier interview, just waiting for the command. Upon hearing the order, the broadcasting room immediately played the content of Inoue Taro's interview. Suddenly, the two giant screens on the playground started playing. As soon as everyone heard it, they immediately exploded in anger. Joseph and Nishimura Chikoto were also stunned. They did not expect Inoue Taro to turn against them so quickly. What are you doing? What did you do to Inoue Taro? Why is he saying such crazy things? Nishimura Chikoto's face darkened. He would never admit to this. Director Zhao nodded slightly, feeling that the situation was handled beautifully. However, Director Zhao, being someone who had seen much of the world, did not let go of this opportunity. Mr. Joseph, Mr. Nishimura, do you think we should continue our competition? Director Zhao asked. Joseph and Nishimura fell silent. What was there to compete about? The competitor's mindset was already shattered. Continuing the competition would only be more embarrassing. Meanwhile, in the competitor area, the remaining competitors from the other 3 countries were now completely stunned. What's going on? I really don't want to go on stage. The first 2 had such a terrible fate. I don't want my battle beast to die either. I don't want to compete either. Let's run away. Good idea. I feel a bit sick in my stomach. I want to take a break. Before the results were out, the 3 competitors ran away. On the podium, Joseph and Nishimura were extremely embarrassed. After a while, Joseph snorted coldly and turned to leave. As soon as Joseph left, the representatives of the other countries hurriedly followed. Director Zhao smiled slightly at this scene. The outcome was good. Your name is Su Mu, a very good student. I remember you. Director Zhao looked at Su Mu with satisfaction and then left. The woman in red approached Su Mu and spoke. Little brother, you did very well. I'll treat you to dinner if we have the chance. Little brother? Su Mu frowned when he heard this. You are the little brother. Your whole family are little brothers. Damn, I'm very grown up, okay? Su Mu rolled his eyes at the woman in red. You don't even know how to speak. The woman in red smiled mischievously and caught up with Director Zhao. After taking a couple of steps, she tossed out a line. Little brother, my name is Huofeng. Remember this name. It will be useful for you. Huofeng. The name is fine, but her intelligence seems lacking. Su Mu didn't pay much attention and turned to walk down from the podium. On the way, Meng Hao looked at Su Mu with some admiration. He had managed to resolve a seemingly hopeless situation, which was quite impressive. Hey, Su Mu, how about selling me a blood pill for 10 billion? Meng Hao asked playfully. Not selling. Why are you so nagging? Also, pay me back the 2 billion you owe me quickly, Su Mu replied. Meng Hao rolled his eyes at Su Mu. Do I look like someone who lacks money? It's just 2 billion. Do you have to make such a fuss? Su Mu didn't care. He wasn't that familiar with Meng Hao. Of course, it was 2 billion, not 20 yuan. Fine, I'll transfer it to you now, Meng Hao said. Pulling out his phone, after asking Su Mu for his account number, he directly transferred 2 billion to him. Su Mu was shocked by Meng Hao's generosity. He's wealthy. Meng Hao was only 22 years old, and he casually took out 2 billion. That's incredible wealth. Xiao Pang was also a small, rich second generation, but he usually only carried over 1 million. Compared to Meng Hao, Xiao Pang seemed like a pauper. As Su Mu and Meng Hao were about to part ways, Meng Hao, though reluctant to let Su Mu not sell him the pill, didn't say anything in the end. After all, Su Mu had helped him, and he remembered that favor. Su Mu, I'm from the Meng family in Kyoto. If you encounter any problems in Kyoto in the future, just look for my Meng family, Meng Hao said before they separated. Su Mu waved his hand. Got it. This guy is really nagging. What is so great about the Meng family in Kyoto anyway? Su Mu didn't care much since he might not even go to Kyoto. Tang Bingwan, who was next to Su Mu, spoke up. Su Mu, shall we go eat? It's almost noon. We should eat. Su Mu nodded. Let's go. Just as they were about to leave, several voices came from a distance. Su Mu, is that you here? Bro, where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Su Mu turned to see Xiao Pang, Zhang Mohan, and Wang Ting walking over. The event is over. The contestants have left. And there's no one left on the podium. Why not just disband? Tang Bingwan said, noticing 2 more beautiful women coming over. She had just released Su Mu's arm, but now wrapped it around him again. She wanted to show her status and tell Tang Bingwan and the others that Su Mu was hers. Su Mu frowned. What is wrong with this girl? At this moment, Xiao Pang and the others arrived in front of Su Mu. The next second, when Xiao Pang saw the scene of Tang Bingwan and Su Mu together, he was slightly stunned. What is going on with you two? Damn, bro, when did you seduce my sister? Xiao Pang exclaimed, shocked that the icy goddess was in love. It felt as terrifying as witnessing the Arctic melting. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. He didn't even want to explain. The more he explained, the more it would prove the truth. Not saying anything was the best choice. Sis, you're not going to use violence on my brother, are you? Xiao Pang asked cautiously. Tang Bingwan's expression darkened. Xiao Pang, do you want another beating? Xiao Pang was startled and quickly took a few steps back. Zhang Mohan and Wang Ting felt a bit down upon seeing this scene. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal, Sumu said. As the atmosphere was indeed a bit awkward. After a while, they found a high-end restaurant and ordered some delicious food. Sumu initially didn't plan to say anything, but it seemed better to just get it over with. After the dishes and drinks were served, Sumu finally spoke. I'm leaving. I'll wait for you all in the army. What? Everyone was shocked by Sumu's words. What do you mean, Sumu? Bro, what are you talking about? Zhang Mohan and Xiao Peng quickly asked. Sumu took out 2 certificates. One was a graduation certificate, and the other was an enlistment certificate. Upon seeing the certificates, everyone fell silent. After a while, Zhang Mohan smiled and said, Sumu, congratulations. You actually joined the Qinglong Brigade. Wang Ting raised her glass. Sumu, congratulations. Wait for us. We will also join the Qinglong Brigade. Although Xiao Peng was reluctant to part with Sumu, this was Sumu's future. And they all had to go through this. As long as one was a beast tamer, they had to experience these challenges to become stronger. Xiao Peng also knew that Sumu was growing too fast. School was no longer suitable for him. Bro, wait for me, Xiao Peng said seriously. Sumu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll wait for you in the Qinglong Brigade. Then, everyone raised their glasses and drank together. Tang Bingwan didn't care much about Sumu leaving. After all, he was going to the army. It was just a matter of which unit he would join. Some units didn't have danger and did some collection work with fixed rewards. Other units required exploring other worlds, which was dangerous, but the rewards were also substantial. It all depended on personal choice. After a while, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone had a bit too much to drink. Xiao Peng held Sumu's hand. Crying heavily, Bro, it's been more than 3 years since we met, and you've always been my best brother. I really don't want to part ways with you. Sumu understood Xiao Peng's character. He had to admit that Xiao Peng was indeed a good friend. Xiao Peng nodded. He knew that his parents were members of the Wind and Thunder Brigade, and as long as they weren't on a mission, they could stay home. At that level, they had a lot more freedom. Tang Bingwan and Sumu lived in the same neighborhood and got out of the car together. I need to rest now. You should also get some rest early, Sumu said at the villa's door. This more than 100 meters was just to Tang Bingwan's villa, so Sumu didn't need to be polite. Tang Bingwan nodded. See you tomorrow. After they parted, Tang Bingwan felt a bit excited. Dad, I want to join the Qinglong First Team, Tang Bingwan said. The Qinglong First Team? Tang Li frowned. That department is good, but it's also very dangerous, as the missions are the most perilous. Bingwan, you're a girl. I don't want you to push yourself too hard. In terms of life safety and growth, Tang Li preferred Tang Bingwan to be safe. After all, his family was now wealthy and didn't lack resources, so there was no need to work so hard. Dad, I want to join the Qinglong First Team. Can you do anything about it? Tang Bingwan asked. Tang Li frowned. There were ways, but he didn't want to do it. Bingwan, why do you insist on joining the Qinglong First Team? Tang Li asked in confusion. Tang Bingwan didn't hide it and told him about Sumu. When Tang Li heard this, he laughed heartily. All right, leave this to me. Now many big shots in the army knew that flattering Tang Li was beneficial. Even the higher-ups gave him face. Not for any other reason, but because Tang Li had skill crystals in hand, and these skill crystals were marked with skills. If someone wanted to buy skill crystals, they had to look at Tang Li's face. 10 billion per piece was his price. If Tang Li was unhappy, he wouldn't sell it even for 100 billion. Now the mantis shrimp was growing larger by the day, nearing astonishing sizes. As long as there was enough feed, the mantis shrimp would keep growing. Sumu looked at the 4-meter-long mantis shrimp, especially the blue vortex on its back, which had also grown quite a bit. At its current size, it should be possible to insert a probe, right? Thinking of this, Sumu took out the gastroscope detection device he bought from the pharmacy. This was used for human gastroscopy and colonoscopy, capable of magnifying many times and over a meter long, which was sufficient. The best part was that this device could also bend. Just as the mantis shrimp was eating, Sumu inserted the gastroscope into the blue hole on its back. After the probe was inserted, the display screen still showed signs of signal interference. The interference only disappeared after a certain distance was covered. Subsequently, Sumu noticed that there was still mist inside, but it had changed somewhat. It had turned darker, no longer the grayish color it was before. At this moment, the mist was more of a black-gray color. Sumu controlled the probe to turn and check various places, but after a long time, he frowned. Inside was just a space with nothing in it. If there was anything strange, it was that the black-gray mist was continuously rotating in a regular pattern. This was something Sumu could still perceive. Strange. Sumu shook his head, wondering what was going on. In the capital, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In a large research laboratory, a group of white-haired scientists and professors gathered around, all looking at a mass of mist with shocked expressions. Where did this come from? Currently, we have analyzed over 3,000 types of gases from this mass of mist. Not just over 3,000. I estimate there are at least 10,000 types of gas components in here. The most important thing is that it actually contains dark matter and dark energy, along with unknown energy. The group of experts was astonished. They had been researching this gas for over a month, and the more they studied, the more shocked they became. They were already so astonished that they could hardly speak. They were certain that such gas did not exist on Earth. Not to mention Earth, even in space. There was no such gas. Professor Wan, it seems we still need to find the source of this gas. Otherwise, we won't be able to crack it. Director Hu of the Academy said helplessly. Professor Wan felt even more guilty at this moment, blaming himself, saying it was his fault for not paying attention to that kid. He thought he was getting old and confused, and if this led to missing a major discovery, he would be the sinner. The others understood Wan's guilt. If it were them, they would probably feel even guiltier. Oh Wan, don't be too sad. I will report this matter immediately and have professionals investigate. Director Hu felt that the time was ripe, and even if they reported it, they would have something to say. They couldn't report it without understanding anything. After Director Hu left, the experts speculated about what this gas could be. I believe this is a gas from a higher dimensional world. The organisms there should absorb such gas to sustain energy. After this statement, everyone turned to the white-haired elder and asked, "What gas is it?" The elder gazed into the sky and murmured, "In the beginning of the chaos, the origin of heaven and earth." Huh. Everyone was confused upon hearing this. I say, "Old Lu, what history book are you reading? How could there be such an introduction?" "Yes, I've read plenty of history books, but I don't recall any such introduction." Calling Old Lu, the professor was full of emotion, talking about Pangu opening the heavens and the earth. What the hell? Everyone was stunned. Mythology was being brought up. "Old Lu, we are scientists and professors. How can you use mythology to discuss scientific research?" "Exactly. Old Lu is too unreliable." Several scientists and professors shook their heads, feeling that Old Lu was too far-fetched. However, two professors who heard Old Lu's words became interested. "Everyone, I think Old Lu has a point. Don't you believe that the end of science is theology? Many of the things we study cannot be explained by science." Once this person finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Indeed, there has always been this saying that the end of science is theology. But this is merely a saying about beings with high-level civilizations. What is at the end of the universe? How vast is the universe? No one knows. In the universe, planets are incredibly small. In comparison, they might not even be as large as a grain of sand. Humans think planets are large. But that's because humans are too small. The universe is vast and boundless. An ant in a mountain thinks the whole mountain is the entirety of its world. Compared to ants, humans may feel similarly. The group of scientists fell silent. Indeed, there were too many things they could not explain. The next morning, Sumu had just woken up when Old Xia drove over to pick him up. Originally, Sumu was supposed to enter the special training camp with the third-year graduates. But Old Xia felt it unnecessary. Sumu was growing so quickly that there was no need to be with novices. He might as well be arranged to join midterm. After a while, Sumu yawned and looked at Old Xia, saying, "I say, Captain Xia, is it really necessary to be this early?" Old Xia looked at Sumu and chuckled. "What time is it? You're still sleepy?" Sumu helplessly replied, "What time is it? It's only 4 o'clock. You came at 4 o'clock. Sumu was speechless. This was not waking up early. It was clearly staying up late. Old Xia drove with a proud expression. By the time Sumu and Old Xia arrived at a military base, it was already 6:30 in the morning, and the new recruits had already finished their morning exercises. When class leader Lu saw Captain Xia arrive, he quickly stepped forward to salute. "Good morning, sir." Class leader Lu looked at Sumu and saluted, saying, "Hello, Comrade Sumu. We will be brothers fighting together from now on." After the two introduced themselves, Old Xia gave a few more instructions before leaving Sumu behind. Sumu helplessly followed class leader Lu towards the dormitory. After a while, Sumu arrived at a dormitory with 12 bunk beds. Class leader Lu pointed to one of the beds and said, "Sumu, this is your bed." Sumu nodded. Although he was not familiar with the military, he had seen some TV dramas. This special training camp was different from other training camps. This was a soldier training camp, and it could be said that everyone who came out was a soldier with strong combat ability. In contrast, other special training camps were relatively easier. They mainly trained how to gather resources in other realms, with less strict requirements. Of course, students could also choose not to join the military after graduation and apply to enter otherworldly spaces. However, resources in these otherworldly spaces were scarce and depended more on luck. After all, good resources were mostly in the hands of the state. At this moment, 10 people walked in from outside the door, chatting as they entered the room. "Let us see who has been transferred to our class." "Yes, it's already the second year. I didn't expect there would still be a transfer student." As these people approached Sumu, class leader Lu quickly introduced them. "This is Sumu. He will be our teammate from now on." Everyone looked at Sumu with curiosity, as he appeared quite young. "Class leader, are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Yes, how old is this kid? Did he graduate?" "I thought he was transferred from another class." but it seems he is a newcomer? Upon seeing this, everyone felt their status as veterans was elevated, as they could bully the newcomer, especially the person at the back, who was overjoyed to see Sumu. Haha, I won't have to wash the foot water anymore. This kid is probably here to replace me. At this moment, that person had already regarded Sumu as a savior. Chapter 90, System Task, Kill the Rolling Dragon. Class Leader Lu also introduced Sumu to everyone one by one. However, Sumu could see from the looks in the eyes of those veterans that there was a hint of arrogance. Sumu had heard that newcomers in the military would be bullied by veterans, but if they thought they could bully him, those veterans were thinking too much. Sumu, what is your battle beast? What is your strength? A veteran asked Sumu. A mantis shrimp? Everyone was surprised to hear this. Can a mantis shrimp be a battle beast? You're not talking about the edible mantis shrimp, are you? It shouldn't be, right? How could a mantis shrimp possibly be a battle beast? Everyone looked puzzled and turned to Sumu. Class Leader Lu also frowned. Before Sumu came, Captain Xia had repeatedly instructed that they must take special care of Sumu. The person that Team Xia values so much is either a very strong genius or the son of a certain special leader. However, when Squad Leader Lu looked at Sumu, he couldn't see the genius in him, though he thought it was possible that he might be the son of a certain leader. Now, Sumu said his battle beast was a mantis shrimp, which left Squad Leader Lu confused. Sumu chuckled. It should be the kind of mantis shrimp you guys have eaten before. What? The crowd was stunned to hear Sumu say it was indeed the mantis shrimp they had in mind. Are you kidding? That thing can be a battle beast? Yeah. I can't believe that thing can be a battle beast. Summon it out for us to see. Right. I'm really curious how you use a mantis shrimp as a battle beast. Sumu thought for a moment, realizing that teamwork was necessary in battles, so there was no need to hide it. All right, let's find a place. The mantis shrimp has a bad temper, so you can't get too close. After saying this, Sumu stood up and prepared to go to the playground to show everyone. The crowd was curious, wondering if a mantis shrimp could actually hurt someone. Let's go see if that mantis shrimp can really hurt someone. I want to see how it does it. Yeah, if it dares to hurt me, I'll stew it. Haha. Dongzi, that's a good idea, perfect for a side dish tonight. As they chatted, they followed Sumu towards the playground. After a while, Sumu arrived at a large open space on the playground, where there was no one nearby. You all stay a bit further away. Mantis shrimps have a strong territorial instinct, and getting too close can get you hurt. After advising them a few times, Sumu walked towards the center of the playground. The soldiers of Team 1 shook their heads, finding the mantis shrimp quite mysterious. At this moment, many soldiers from other teams also passed by. Hey, Team 1. What are you doing? A passing soldier asked. Haha, it's nothing. We have a new guy in our class. You won't believe it, but his battle beast is a mantis shrimp. A soldier from Team 1 casually replied. A mantis shrimp? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads and laughed. Haha. When did Team 1 become so humorous? This joke is quite interesting. Yeah, let's go train over there. The passing soldiers didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a joke. After walking about 100 meters, Sumu summoned the mantis shrimp. When it appeared, everyone was stunned. What? Squad leader. You tell me this is a mantis shrimp? Is your mantis shrimp supposed to look like this? The members of Team 1 were dumbfounded. If they believed it, they would probably think they had seen a ghost. Squad Leader Lu's eyes widened, staring intently at Sumu's battle beast. Could this kid's battle beast really be a mantis shrimp? Some passing soldiers hadn't paid attention before, but when they turned to look at Sumu, they were immediately shocked. What the hell, look at that. What kind of exotic beast is that? I've never seen it before. Yeah, this beast is quite special. Which team is it from? How come I didn't know about it before? After Sumu demonstrated the mantis shrimp to everyone, he finally put it away. Squad Leader Lu hurriedly approached Sumu with a face full of skepticism and asked, Sumu, is your battle beast really a mantis shrimp? Sumu nodded. Didn't you see it? That is a mantis shrimp. What the hell? When they heard Sumu confirm again that it was a mantis shrimp, everyone was even more confused. Is this kid sick? How did he raise a mantis shrimp this big? At this moment, everyone had such thoughts. Squad Leader Lu pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems that he is indeed the son of some big shot. Otherwise, who would waste resources like this? Raising a mantis shrimp to such a size consumes an enormous amount of resources. Everyone now understood Sumu's battle beast and began to share information about their own battle beasts to get to know each other better. Squad Leader Lu looked at Sumu. Since it's your first day, take a break. Once you're rested, I'll take you to get familiar with this place. Sumu agreed and said goodbye to everyone, heading back to the dormitory, feeling a bit tired. In the afternoon, Squad Leader Lu took Sumu to familiarize himself with the training camp environment. With Squad Leader Lu's guidance, the veterans didn't dare to bully Sumu. After all, who would provoke someone who could raise a mantis shrimp to such a size? It wasn't that Sumu was particularly strong. It was just that raising a mantis shrimp to that size required resources that ordinary people couldn't manage. Days passed, and Sumu became familiar with the environment. Despite being a newcomer, he He didn't lag behind the veterans during drills, as he had been doing physical training at home. One day, squad leader Lu announced, "Today is our mission day, and it's Su-Mu's first mission. Everyone, take care of Su-Mu." "Don't worry, squad leader. Su-Mu. There's no need to be afraid when entering the alien world. Following us, you won't be in danger. Yeah, once we get there, we'll tell you how to act. As long as you listen to us, you won't be in danger," the crowd advised Su-Mu. Su-Mu nodded. "Okay, got it." After getting ready, Captain Lu led everyone to a specific secret room. That was the space tunnel for their mission. Su-Mu was dressed in combat gear, carrying a light machine gun on his back. Although these light machine guns were ineffective against most exotic beasts, they were somewhat useful against weaker battle beasts, along with military knives, communication devices, and so on. Fully armed, Su-Mu followed behind everyone. The mission they needed to execute this time was not difficult. They had to kill the red-eyed demon pig. This type of demon pig was enormous, with a pig's head and a dog's body, covered in black fur and hard spikes, and had excellent night vision. Killing the red-eyed demon pig could drop green luminous stones, and although soldiers served in the army, the rewards they received were quite generous. They split the earnings with the army, handing over half of the green luminous stones they obtained while keeping the other half. Even that half of the resources was much better than many other alien worlds. After all, the resources in this alien world were abundant. If it weren't for such generous rewards, who would risk their lives? Currently, a single green luminous stone was worth 100,000. Generally, a soldier could earn 1,000,000 in funding from one mission, which was already quite a lot. Compared to ordinary people, it was a great opportunity for wealth. Su-Mu followed the others and entered the space rift one by one. When Su-Mu opened his eyes and looked around, he found himself in a forest. The trees here were very tall, some reaching several hundred meters high. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were towering trees. The sky here was just brightening. Su-Mu remembered it should have been noon when he set off. This shows that there is indeed a time difference between this alien world and the real world, which varies based on different alien worlds. After everyone checked their equipment, squad leader Lu reminded Su-Mu, "Su-Mu, do you see the two big mountains in the distance?" Su-Mu followed squad leader Lu's finger and replied, "Yes, I see them. Those are the Two Realms Mountains. Beyond those mountains are powerful exotic beasts. And we can't go there. The red-eyed demon pigs are in this forest, so be careful, but don't worry, we can handle the typical red-eyed demon pigs." Squad leader Lu introduced a lot to Su-Mu, and he understood. After Su-Mu was clear about everything, squad leader Lu began to assign tasks. As before, pair up to look for targets. If you encounter difficulties, call for help immediately, squad leader Lu instructed everyone. Yes, Su-Mu, you will team up with Xiao Bai and follow behind everyone. Xiao Bai, whose full name was Bai Fu Jian, was the weakest in Team 1. Usually positioned in the middle of the group, responsible for quick support, making him part of the reserve team. Haha, Su-Mu. I didn't expect both of us to end up in the reserve team. That's not bad. At least I have a companion now. Xiao Bai said to Su-Mu with a grin. Usually, he was the only one in the reserve team, which was quite boring. Unable to kill the crimson-eyed demon pig by himself, the rewards he obtained were minimal, and they were all shared among the group, giving Xiao Bai a little something. This time, they were going to share some rewards from Su-Mu. They never thought to rely on Su-Mu to kill the crimson-eyed demon pig. After assigning tasks, the others paired up and started searching in a fan shape. Su-Mu and Xiao Bai followed behind, as the front had already been explored, and there was basically no danger left. At that moment, Su-Mu heard a system notification in his mind. Ding, system task issued. A rolling dragon has appeared on the mountain peak ahead. The host can kill it, and successful kills will earn system rewards. Ding, system-friendly reminder. The rolling dragon can drop source gems. This sudden task caught Su-Mu off guard for a moment. He remembered that it had been a long time since a task was triggered. The fact that there was a task now should be related to the terrain. But what is a source gem? Su-Mu was confused. System, what is a source gem? It seems this thing is good. However, Su-Mu looked at the mountain peak mentioned by the system, and wasn't that the mountain that Captain Lu had advised against going to? But for the sake of the reward, Su-Mu decided not to care about that. Wasn't entering the other world all about rewards? Chapter 91. Alright, I'll let you see how fierce the crimson-eyed demon pig is. Big chapter of 3,500 words. After hearing the sound, Xiao Bai sat down under a big tree. Su-Mu, we don't need to move forward. We can rest for a while, Xiao Bai said. Su-Mu was puzzled. Why not move forward? Xiao Bai shook his head and smiled. Didn't you hear the sound of fighting? If support is needed, we can go help. But there's no need to continue moving forward. Su-Mu agreed with this reasoning. They were in the middle rear of the group, not far from every team. Over the past year, Xiao Bai had already realized that he was basically not needed. The only time he was required was in special situations, such as when too many monsters were attracted and they couldn't handle the kills. Su-Mu thought for a moment and also found a big tree to sit down. Xiao Bai, you always interfere with the reserve team's tasks. Don't you think it's useless? Sumu asked. Xiaobai sighed helplessly. What can I do? My battle beast is weak, and they don't want to team up with me. Sumu smiled slightly upon hearing this. We can team up, and we can go kill the crimson-eyed demon pig together. Xiaobai felt a little excited but looked at Sumu and shook his head. Forget it. Your battle beast is a mantis shrimp. Teaming up with you, I think we'd just be wasting our efforts. It's safer this way. Xiaobai's battle beast was a mud monster, which had low attack power but very high defense. The mud monster was like a lump of mud, soft all over, and its thick skin made it very resistant to blows. Previously, they had also used the mud monster since it was good at attracting monsters. Tossing it into a group of crimson-eyed demon pigs was no problem, as the crimson-eyed demon pigs couldn't kill the mud monster. But now they found the mud monster too slow to run, so they simply stopped using it for attracting monsters and made it a reserve team member instead. Captain Liu and the others each carried a large-caliber sniper rifle and shot at the crimson-eyed demon pigs. The sniper rifles were equipped with silencers, so the sound was not loud. Although they couldn't injure the crimson-eyed demon pigs, they could provoke them, thus drawing the crimson-eyed demon pigs over. Unless there were many crimson-eyed demon pigs and they needed the mud monster to hold them back, they didn't need it otherwise. As they became more skilled in this tactic, they could even manage to lure only one crimson-eyed demon pig out of a group. Seeing that Xiaobai lacked confidence, Sumu didn't insist and simply took out his communication device to check the location of his teammates. This was a high-power communication device that could clearly mark the location of each teammate and allow for communication. However, due to the lack of base stations in the other world, their high-power communication devices could only cover a distance of 10 kilometers. Beyond that distance, communication was impossible. Sumu took a glance and saw that the 5 teams were not far from them, arranged in a fan shape, and he could clearly know their positions. Among them, 2 red dots had not advanced, which meant they were engaged in killing crimson-eyed demon pigs. Captain Liu, leading a soldier, found it very easy for their 2 battle beasts to besiege a crimson-eyed demon pig. After a while, along with a scream from the crimson-eyed demon pig, it fell to the ground. After the crimson-eyed demon pig died, a faint light emitted from its belly. Haha, lucky us, the first crimson-eyed demon pig has yielded rewards. Captain Liu stepped forward, instructing his battle beast to tear open the belly of the crimson-eyed demon pig to retrieve the green shining stone. Haha, Captain, let us kill a few more today. After all, we have an extra person to share resources with. Huai Ruidong, as an old soldier, didn't mind that Su Mu was a newcomer slowing them down. After all, the unit valued unity, and they couldn't let some resources cause rifts among them, as that would hinder future missions. Captain Liu nodded. Yes, although Su Mu isn't short on money, we shouldn't treat him unfairly. The two continued to move forward. Su Mu looked at Xiaobai, who was leaning against a big tree with his eyes closed, probably about to fall asleep. This person had been a slacker for too long and had lost confidence in himself, mainly because he had not been needed for every mission. He had given up on himself, thinking he was useless. Sumu didn't want to be as downcast as Xiaobai. He came here to seek resources. Since you're not going, I'll go kill the crimson-eyed demon pig myself, Sumu said, standing up without even looking at Xiaobai and walking in a direction. Xiaobai was startled and hurriedly shouted, Sumu, Captain Liu told you to stay back with me. Don't mess around. But no matter how Xiaobai shouted, Sumu acted as if he hadn't heard. Xiaobai panicked. If something happened to Sumu, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Captain Liu. So, Xiaobai quickly got up and ran in Sumu's direction. Sumu, you don't understand how powerful the crimson-eyed demon pig is. Are we going to send ourselves to death? Captain told me to watch you. Isn't this messing around? Xiaobai said to Sumu. This. Xiaobai shook his head. If you don't follow orders, I'll tell Captain. This. Xiaobai felt his face turn red from what Sumu said. It stirred his self-esteem a bit. Fine, you think you can? All right, I'll go with you. I'll let you see how fierce the crimson-eyed demon pig is. Xiaobai didn't want to stop Sumu anymore. If he didn't let Sumu know how powerful the crimson-eyed demon pig was, this young master wouldn't know what danger was. Sumu moved quickly, not heading in the same direction as the other teams, but running towards the 2 mountains. Xiaobai followed behind Sumu, repeatedly nagging, slow down. Moving this fast makes it easy for the crimson-eyed demon pigs to spot us. Sumu chuckled. Aren't we here to find the crimson-eyed demon pigs? If we're spotted, isn't that better? You. Xiaobai was speechless. They were indeed here to find the crimson-eyed demon pigs, but moving like this, if they encountered a group of crimson-eyed demon pigs, wouldn't they be dead for sure? Just then, both Sumu and Xiaobai spotted 5 crimson-eyed demon pigs grazing in the distance among the trees. The crimson-eyed demon pigs were massive, standing 10 meters tall and over 20 meters long, especially those black spikes all over their bodies, resembling steel needles. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai quickly hid, concealing his body behind a large tree. Hey Sumu, quickly hide, Xiaobai whispered to Sumu. Sumu also saw the crimson-eyed demon pigs and hurriedly found a big tree to conceal himself. Currently, Sumu had no physical attributes, and he didn't think he could defeat a crimson-eyed demon pig. Seeing that Sumu had hidden, Xiaobai felt a bit relieved. He was really worried that Sumu would charge in recklessly. Sumu, hurry, let us slowly retreat. We need to get out of the danger zone first. We're too close to the crimson-eyed demon pigs, and it's easy to be discovered by them. Sumu pondered upon hearing this, just now. He used his inside eye to check, and the crimson-eyed demon pigs didn't seem that powerful. Xiaobai saw that Sumu didn't move and thought he was planning to attack the red-eyed demon pig. He was immediately scared and hurriedly spoke, Sumu, don't be impulsive. If you want to see the red-eyed demon pig, wait until we exit the safe zone. I'll use the mud monster to attack the red-eyed demon pig so you can see how fierce it is. Xiaobai felt that sacrificing the mud monster was the only way for Sumu to understand that the red-eyed demon pig was not as simple as he thought. It was extremely ferocious. Although 5 red-eyed demon pigs seemed like a lot, it was impossible for them to kill the mud monster. After confirming that there was no problem with the red-eyed demon pig, Sumu waved his arm and summoned the mantis shrimp. When Xiaobai saw Sumu summon the mantis shrimp, he was instantly dumbfounded. Are you crazy? You're insane. Xiaobai really wanted to shout, but he didn't dare. It's over, we're doomed. Xiaobai felt cold in his heart, his head buzzing. However, he quickly summoned his own mud monster. There was no other choice. Summoning the mud monster might buy them some time. Sumu, retreat quickly. Xiaobai shouted softly. At that moment, when the mantis shrimp was summoned, it immediately attracted the attention of the red-eyed demon pigs. The 5 red-eyed demon pigs raised their heads and looked towards the direction of the mantis shrimp. When they clearly saw the mantis shrimp, they instantly became furious. Humph, humph, humph. One of the most irritable red-eyed demon pigs charged crazily towards the mantis shrimp. It's over. Xiaobai was startled and hurriedly commanded the mud monster to go up. But before the mud monster could move, Xiaobai felt something flash past in front of him. The next second, he heard a loud bang. Bang. The sound was extremely loud and crisp. Amidst the crisp sound, there seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. Xiaobai was stunned and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. In the next moment, Xiaobai was completely dumbfounded. He saw the skull of the red-eyed demon pig explode, with white and red flying everywhere. The shattered skull caused the red-eyed demon pig to fall straight down. What? What is happening? Xiaobai was stunned. What just happened? Sumu was very satisfied with this outcome. The force of the mantis shrimp's punch was too great. It was far beyond what the red-eyed demon pig could withstand. Sumu knew that this was not even the full power of the mantis shrimp's punch. If it were, the force would be much greater. Just now, Sumu had commanded the mantis shrimp to quickly run towards the red-eyed demon pig. When the two beasts were close, the mantis shrimp threw a punch, directly hitting the forehead of the red-eyed demon pig. This punch instantly blew its head apart. The skull shattered with ease. Then, Sumu ordered the mantis shrimp to attack the remaining 4 red-eyed demon pigs. The remaining 4 red-eyed demon pigs grunted a few times and also charged towards the mantis shrimp. Bang, bang, bang. The mantis shrimp seized the opportunity, throwing several punches. Due to the immense power of the mantis shrimp's punches, when they struck the skulls of the red-eyed demon pigs, the skulls instantly exploded. When it hit the abdomen of a red-eyed demon pig, it sent it flying, causing severe internal injuries. 2 of the red-eyed demon pigs died on the spot, while the remaining 2 had broken bones and struggled to get up, but ultimately couldn't. Those 2 red-eyed demon pigs spat out blood, clearly gravely injured. At this moment, Xiaobai was already dumbfounded, standing still in place, unable to move. Why you? Is this the mantis shrimp? After a long while, Xiaobai finally murmured.